Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was Son of Superman and Became the Hero of Tomorrow Part 4. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. After first confrontation, I didn't lie. Nana. Now yes, we are all here. The black-haired girl smiled, looking at the green-haired boy who had already joined the rest of his companions, who looked at the suit with intrigue as to why the shield and the color. Shoto, for his part, approached his best friend. Izuku could notice that the boy had a fairly simple blue suit whose sleeves reached the elbow area. He had red wristbands, a belt with some capsules hanging from it, his boots were white, and he had straps on the shoulder area. Izuku. So that's your final hero costume. Shoto. Not so final, I could make changes over time. We are in first Izuku, nothing is definitive yet. Izuku. Haha, at least it's better than the first version, good thing you never used it. Shoto. What was wrong with it? Izuku. It was quite strange to see that part of ice covering your fireside. You look like, I don't know, a mini snowman with one red eye. It was weird. Shoto. You can't complain, you drew it. Izuku. Yeah, but you gave me the spec, so it's your fault. As they spoke, Izuku couldn't help but hear some of the whispers coming from the rest of his classmates. Your suit is great. His cape isn't as shiny as mine. But that shield isn't it Superman's? Also, why is his suit black? Will he be related to him? Impossible, Superman never had children, not even a partner. There were rumors of something with Nana Shimura, but they always denied it. Izuku. Sigh, I already assumed something like this would happen. Shoto. You heard them, right? Well, first of all, that shield is pretty hard to miss, so technically it's your fault. Izuku. Hahaha, I know. Shoto. Did you leave your glasses in your backpack? Izuku. Yeah, you know how it is. Shoto. I see, although I already told you that hiding your identity with your bush hair will be quite difficult. The green-haired boy smiled at his best friend until they both saw someone approaching them. It was Momo. Izuku could see the black-haired girl's outfit, which consisted of a kind of short latex of deep red color on the top, with some white lines on the hips. The green-haired boy blushed a little because it was somewhat tight, and it had no sleeves with only some gray edges on the edge. This was why the suit showed most of her torso, arms and legs, and had a cut in the center that allowed to see from her neck to the lower part of her belly. The suit had a kind of yellow belt which was located just below the clavicle area, and finally the suit had a kind of beige-yellow skirt. The girl wore high-heeled boots which were also red. These reached near the middle of the knee, with an opening at the top in the shape of a V. Aoi. Hello, good morning. Izuku, for his part, remained silent, giving a discreet greeting. The green-haired man assumed that the girl came to talk to his best friend, since they both came in by recommendation, so he elbowed her. Shoto. What? Izuku. Say hello. Shoto. I already did it, although I don't think he meant me. The green-haired boy quickly turned to see the girl who was smiling. Immediately Izuku pointed at himself, making the black-haired girl laugh slightly. Aoi. Hey, yes, I was talking to you. Izuku. Really? Aoi. Well, I don't know your friend very well, so I think so. Your suit is great. Izuku. Hahaha, sorry, I just didn't think that well. Anyway, thanks, yours looks good too. Aoi. Haha, thanks, although I felt a bit embarrassed to use it. I think I should have thought about it better before asking for it. It's very revealing, it's somewhat embarrassing. The hero's course is great. Both heard this and looked down, finding the same dwarf from yesterday looking at Momo. Izuku, for his part, took a few steps next to the girl and turned his back on the dwarf, covering Momo. Izuku. Well, I guess you did it like that because of your quirk, right? Aoi. Well, yes. Izuku. Haha, well, then nothing happens. Besides, you will be able to improve your suit over time. As Awa said it yesterday, we have 3 years. I know you will be able to modify your suit. Haha, thanks. By the way, I think we weren't formally introduced. My name is Momo. Izuku. It's a pleasure, I'm Izuku Midoriya. The boy extended his hand to the black-haired girl, who responded to the gesture in the same way, but at that moment Almight and Nana called everyone's attention, so they would line up in front of them. Almight. Okay, now it's time to start training young people. Iida. Professor. Izuku turned around to see how Iida, who was wearing white armor and was next to Shoto, raised his hand. Izuku. Oh, I see, it's Iida, his suit looks good. Shoto. Doesn't he remind you of someone? Izuku. I have an almost confirmed suspicion, then we talk. Iida. This is the battle center where we took the entrance exam, does that mean we'll also be fighting robots? Nana. No, we will go 2 steps ahead. Take this into account, the vast majority of the time the battles take place in open spaces, but if you are observant and look closely, you will realize that the atrocious villains remain in the buildings: kidnappings, terrorist attacks, armed robbery. In this superheroic society, the true villains remain in the shadows. The black-haired girl said this last thing while looking at Almight. The blonde knew what his teacher meant, so he nodded agreeing with her. Almight. That's why for this class they will be divided into two and will have team battles of hero against villain, 2 against 2. Without basic training. The green-haired boy turned to the girl who had asked this question, noticing that it was the same girl with frog-like features that he had seen the previous time. Now she was wearing a tight green suit with some lines of the same color, but darker beige gloves and goggles. Izuku, for his part, agreed with her. Knowing how to fight is not the same as knowing how to act in those situations. Almight. That's why this class is practical and not theoretical, you will have real battles to understand the basics. But at that moment and with another perfectly valid doubt like the previous ones, Momo raised his hand. The green-haired man had not realized that the girl was at his side. Momo. But how will it be decided whether we win or not? But she wasn't the only one with doubts, although two of them had nothing to do with it. Bakugo. Can I kill my enemy? Uraraka. Will there be an expulsion punishment like Aizawa-sensei's test yesterday? Ida. How will we divide? Aoyama. Doesn't my cape look fabulous? Nana. Haha, calm down guys, we will answer all your questions. For his part, the blonde took out a small piece of paper which, upon seeing what it was, made Nana put her hand to her forehead. Almight. The situation is this, a group of villains took an entire building and its members as hostages. They have with them a nuclear bomb which they hid somewhere in the building. Their mission is to find it, disarm it and catch the villains in the time limit. Nana. The villains' mission is simple, they must protect their weapon at all times and defeat the heroes. Izuku. It looks like an American comic. Almight. Lifting an urn, the teams will be divided impartially through this draw. Ida. Will they be decided randomly? Isn't that a surprise? Izuku. Depending on the mission, there are times when pro-heroes have to team up with heroes from different agencies. Ida. I see, thinking ahead, pardon my insolence. Almight. Hahaha, it's nothing, but now move, it's time to start the challenge. So with their spirits high the boys went to pick up their spheres. The first team had Izuku with Uraraka. The girl looked seriously at the green-haired boy who couldn't believe his luck. Team B was Shoto, with the gray-haired boy who could create arms whose name was Mizo Shoji. Team C was Momo, and the purple-haired dwarf who she now knew was called Minoru Mineta. Team D were Bakugo and Ida. Team E was made up of Aoyama and the girl with pink skin and hair whose name was Ishido Mina. Team F was a strange-looking boy named Koji Kota and another named Rikido Sato. Team G was Momo's friend, Kayaka Jiro, and a blonde-haired boy, Denki Kaminari was his name. Team H was the frog girl whose name was Tsuyu Asui, and a dark-haired boy with a bird head named Fumikage Tokoyami. Team I was again made up of the boy-girl duo. The tail boy was called Mashirao Jiro, while the invisible girl was Toru Hagakure, and finally, the J team was composed of two boys, Ijiro Kirishima. That red-haired boy who looked familiar to Izuku and Hantasiro, the plain-looking boy who had a helmet with reference to a tape dispenser. For his part, the green-haired man seemed somewhat nervous about working with the brunette after their strange conversation yesterday. Izuku. Well, I guess I'm counting on you, let's do our best. Uraraka. Yes, I think so, focus on the mission and don't try to show off. The girl walked forward with a serious face while Izuku just sighed tiredly. Izuku. Yes, he really hates me. Nana. Good. Now that we have the equipment, let's move on to the fights. The boys saw how the professional heroes had an urn in front of them. The heroes put a hand inside the urn to stir the spheres inside. Almight. And the first teams to fight will be these. They both took out a ball and showed it, making Izuku gulp because he would face Bakugo against D. Nana. Team A will be the heroes. Almight. While Team D will be the villains, everyone else, go to the surveillance area. The green-haired boy looked nervously at the sphere while Shoto approached him. Shoto. Well, I think fate really hates you. Izuku. I wouldn't want to fight him, or at least I wouldn't like my first fight to be against him. Shoto. Well, fate has other plans, Izuku, I know you don't like to fight, and you have valid reasons for that, but maybe it's time for you to finally put a stop to Bakugo. Izuku. I wish Himiko was here, she would know what to say. Shoto. I know, me too, but I'm sure she would think the same as me, now go and win the fight. Saying this the boy left with the rest of his teammates, while Nana watched the teams nervously. On the other hand, Izuku noticed how the blonde looked at him with an annoyed face. The blonde was angry. For his part Izuku sighed and then clenched his fists. Shoto was right, he couldn't keep running away. With this in mind, the green-haired boy made a serious face and looked back at Bakugo, who didn't expect this reaction from the freckled boy. Nana. Okay, Team D will go first, remember, you are the villains, act like it so get ready because in 5 minutes, the heroes team will enter and the test will begin. Almight. Young Ida, young Bakugo, remember, this is an exercise, but it is also a real battle, do not hold back, go all out and do not be afraid of getting hurt, but I warn you, if things go too far I will stop you. So the team of villains entered the building, while the heroes prepared themselves by analyzing and memorizing the building's plans, just as it would be in a real battle. Uraraka. Okay, I've already memorized the plans. We're going against Bakugo and Iida. Explosions and speed. We have to have a plan of attack. Midoriya, you've known Bakugo since before. Do you have any plans against him? Izuku. Seriously, he is someone really annoying, but he is strong and has a powerful quirk. His goals have also been clear, he will not hesitate to attack with all his power. Uraraka. Someone bothered you, huh? I remember now, he always made fun of you, it must have been difficult. The girl looked at the green-haired boy and slightly clenched her fists, but Izuku wasn't smiling, the boy was serious. Izuku. That's behind me, like you said, I don't want your pity, we are in the now and that's why I won't lose. The green-haired boy looked at the building carefully, once the test began he would use his X-ray vision, no one would notice that, and he would have the location of the bomb. The freckled boy thought about this when he heard Almight's voice. Almight. Okay. It's time to start the training match between Team A and Team D. Izuku. Okay, let's go. Bakugo's suit is useful for intimidation, but taking into account that it was made to make more effective use of his quirk, I can assume that the knee pads he has are made of a solid material, as well as the covering of his feet. We must avoid knees and kicks. The grenades should also have the same purpose, but they should also serve for something else. We will have to see how he uses them to avoid surprise attacks. The girl just nodded and walked next to the green-haired boy. On the other hand, in the surveillance area, Nana, All Might and the other boys saw the cameras that were inside and outside the building. Nana. Thinking. We already talked about this, Izuku, here you are just a student like any other, I have to be impartial, I will judge you strictly. Back with Izuku, he was entering through a window while on the cameras everyone saw how Uraraka entered through another. Uraraka. I'm already in. Izuku. Me too. Uraraka. Good, infiltration successful. Izuku. There are many blind spots, let's move forward carefully, I'll see you in a minute. Uraraka. Okay. The boys began to advance while in the surveillance area, everyone watched this measure closely. Zero. They split up. But they didn't have to stay together. Nana. They are a team, they can decide how to handle themselves. Aoirozu. Besides the fact that they can cover more ground this way, they are not stupid, they memorized the plans, they entered through the hidden points, blind spots for the villains, in the shadows. Back in the building, the green-haired boy walked cautiously, the boy had already met Uraraka. Uraraka. It's a big place, but the ground floor is clear. Izuku. They will avoid a close encounter, they will stay in the shadows. Uraraka. I don't believe it about Bakugo. Izuku. What do you say? Uraraka. I don't believe it about Bakugo, you said it, he has an explosive quirk, being silent is not something he would do, plus from what I saw yesterday he is totally a diva, he wants to be the center of attention, for everyone to see how great he is, you have to keep your eyes open, waiting in the shadows would be Iida's tactic, but not Mr. Explosive. The green-haired boy agreed with the girl, it hadn't even been a week, and he already knew what Bakugo was like, Izuku started to think. Izuku. Thinking. That's right, Uraraka is absolutely right, Izuku thinks, remember the notes, remember the section you did on indoor fighting, I'll use my X-ray vision, so at least I'll have an idea of where the bomb is and. But the freckled boy could not continue thinking because just as Uraraka said, suddenly and attacking them by surprise, the blonde appeared in a jump preparing an explosion. Izuku was quick, the boy stopped and then turned around, pushing Uraraka away and preventing the explosion from doing severe damage. Izuku. Sorry for being so abrupt, are you okay? Uraraka. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Both quickly stood up as they watched the blonde disperse the smoke and dust that had been generated with his explosion, revealing his aggressive face. Bakugo. Come on, damn it, don't dodge it. Izuku. Hey, part of me thought you were going to come and attack me, but I decided to ignore it because I thought that not even you would be stupid enough to leave your partner alone just because of a childish whim. It seems that sometimes I can be wrong. Bakugo. What? Bastard, how dare you? On the other hand, in the surveillance zone, everyone saw this action, shooting it off. Mineta. A surprise attack. Hiroshima. Bakugo, that's cheating. A surprise attack isn't manly. Iridid looked closely at the blonde because although he couldn't hear what he was saying, he didn't need to because seeing his posture and how he addressed the green-haired boy bothered him, although it also reminded him of an event from his childhood where he couldn't do anything to help a boy. The boy didn't remember that event exactly because it happened 5 years ago, but now that memory was more vivid. Almight. Okay, a surprise attack is also a strategy, let's not forget that they are in the middle of a real battle. Mina. But you see. Midori dodged it in a brilliant way. Zero. Yes, but Bakugo is still there and he doesn't look like a good friend. Back to the fight, the blonde was running ready to hit the freckled one. Bakugo. I'll wipe that damn smile off your face. I won't do enough damage to stop the drill, but I'll be damn close. The green-haired boy prepared himself and without saying a word he also lunged at the blonde who launched an attack, although the surprise came to him because Izuku managed to grab him by the arm tightly. The green-haired boy managed to turn his body without letting go of his rival, who was surprised by the green-haired boy's action. Bakugo. Thinking. What the buck? What the hell is wrong with him? Did the damn guy read my movements? Izuku gritted his teeth as he managed to carry the blonde and spin him around, then slam him onto the ground on his back with enough force that the blonde spit out a few drops of saliva from the pain. This action made everyone in the surveillance area open their mouths in surprise, except for Shoto who was smiling. Izuku. Bakugo, I know you, every time you're going to attack you start with a strong explosion with your right hand, you're predictable, and don't forget that I have more than one notebook analyzing all the heroes I see, that same notebook that you burned and threw away without giving it importance. The blonde just watched from the ground as the freckled man stood guard with a serious face. Izuku. Bakugo, I'm no longer the Deku you insulted so much, I won't lose. The blonde man stood up slowly as he glared at the green-haired man. Bakugo. Deku, thinking. He's not trembling, you're a damn nerd, a damn coward, your damn useless bravery, it's what I hate most about you. The blonde crouched slightly while making explosions and shouting the last thing. Izuku's fight had just begun, and the boy would not give up. Izuku for his part saw how after shouting this the blonde said some words that he assumed were for Iida. The green-haired man used his super hearing, managing to hear the voice of the blue-haired man on the other side, so he knew that the blonde's plan was to go down to fight him and leave Iida watching. On the other hand, in the surveillance area everyone was confused. Haminari. What is Bakugo saying? Hiroshima. I can't tell, the cameras don't have sound. Nana. She's talking to her partner, you can tell by the way she brought her hand to her ear. There's the wireless headset, once you get in we'll give one to each team, so you can have effective communication. In addition to this capture tape taking out a small white tape, once you entangle your enemies with this, it will automatically show that you captured them. Mina. The time limit is minutes, and the heroes don't know where the bomb is located. Isn't that unfair? The heroes are clearly at a disadvantage. Almight. That's how it should be, heroes should be able to turn any situation around no matter what it is, and Aizawa also told you that yesterday, didn't he? Go ahead, plus ultra. The blonde shouted this while everyone followed him excitedly, although Shoto, Momo and Nana's attention was completely fixed on the fight. Aoyama. Monsieur, Bakugo is. The blonde turned around as Nana clenched her fists. Back in the fight, Bakugo furiously launched himself at Izuku, turning his back on Uraraka and using his explosions, he launched a kick at Izuku, who was able to stop it with his arms. Izuku. Uraraka run. Get the bomb. Uraraka. Together we can beat Bakugo. Don't want all the attention. Bakugo. Are you turning away, damn it. You must be very sure of yourself. The brunette was about to run to get into the fight, but Izuku grabbed Bakugo by the ankle. Izuku. Thinking. Good, remember Izuku, Hero's Notebook number, page, the section dedicated to Aizawa. He uses his bandages to attack and to deflect enemy attacks. He is someone extremely agile. I'm glad I was able to see this live yesterday. Now, I won't use the capture tape so as not to waste it, but I can be faster than Bakugo. He is someone impatient and will attack again using his right. Said and done, the blonde prepared to attack again with the same hand, but Izuku was faster, and managing to hold the blonde he moved him with force to slam him face first into the wall, although the blonde didn't hit himself, because he used his explosion to avoid this and get rid of the freckled boy's attack, who for his part, saw the brunette who was still standing. Izuku. I'm not looking for all the attention Uraraka, but there is a mission to complete, if we split up it will be easier, find the bomb, only Iida protects it, I know you don't like me, but if you want to be a hero, then you have to go now. Back in the surveillance room, the green-haired man's actions were impressive in the eyes of his colleagues. Sato. That guy is really amazing. Zero. He's not even using his quirk, and yet he's fighting the guy who came in first place in the entrance exam. Shoto. Thinking. They don't know it, but Izuku has always been good at reacting quickly in a crisis. That idiot spent years writing notes about heroes and memorized them. Now, all that knowledge is paying off. Izuku, for someone who doesn't like to fight, you're giving a class on how to kick that Muslim's ass. Back in the fight, the green-haired man continued talking to his partner. Izuku. It was your idea for us to split up to cover more ground, you're a smart person Uraraka, now you have to get out of here. The brunette, for her part, was undecided, but when she saw how the blonde was about to stand up, she nodded reluctantly. Uraraka. I'll let you know if I need you, don't die. Izuku. Thanks for the encouragement. The green-haired boy saw how the blonde stood up completely. Izuku. Thinking. Well, he's not stupid, he used his explosion to avoid hitting himself. He also threw a kick so he couldn't predict it, at least he's learning. Also I shouldn't have been so obvious, but there's no time for that anymore, I have to be fast, buy Uraraka time or better yet give him a direct route. The green-haired boy saw how Bakugo put his hands behind him, he knew he was going to push himself. The freckled boy didn't think anymore, he used his X-ray vision and discreetly looked up finding the bomb, so he pressed his communicator. Izuku. Uraraka, go to the top floor, there's the bomb. Hearing this, Bakugo opened his eyes and then became furious. Bakugo. Damn Deku, how did you find out that? Izuku. Easy, you're here. If the bomb was on the lower floors, Iida could have run down to help you and then come back, but instead you were the only one who went down. It must have been exhausting going down all those stairs alone, right? Bakugo. I'll kill you damn nerd, and then I'll go after that brown dwarf. Izuku. Do you want me? You'll have to catch me first. The green-haired boy started running in the opposite direction while Bakugo started following him. Bakugo. Don't run away, bastard. Izuku. Thinking. I don't know if Uraraka heard me, but I have to buy her time. On the other hand I have to get away from Bakugo. Now he knows that I can predict his movements and will try to take me by surprise. I will not be able to get close to him so easily. Also I have to see what those grenades are for. At least I still have the capture tape and I was right about the knee pads and the coatings on his boots. Now I need a plan. The boy was faster than Bakugo, so he quickly managed to lose sight of him. On the other hand the blonde was enraged, he couldn't find Izuku, and he had also managed to dodge him, predict his movements to be able to counterattack. Bakugo stopped furious and without mincing words began to shout. Bakugo. Damn Deku, you tricked me, right? Was it fun seeing my face all this time? Izuku, for his part, stopped when he heard this. Izuku. What? I think he's lost his mind now, that he doesn't remember everything he did to me before. Bakugo. Tell me, damn it. You have a powerful quirk, don't you? Then try to defeat me with that damn bastard. Because I'm better than you. The green-haired man sighed annoyed. Izuku. No, he hasn't changed at all. Back in the surveillance room. Hiroshima. He really seems upset, he's scary. Nana. Thinking. Izuku told me before, Bakugo has a sky-high ego, he thinks too much of himself, but this is too much, Bakugo thinks he's a big deal. Back in the building. Izuku. Well, at least we avoided a direct fight, although Bakugo totally ignored Uraraka. Her threat only comes after defeating me, which means they don't have a plan. He and Iida don't work together. If they did, the one who would have gone down would have been Iida instead of Bakugo because of his speed. Well, that gives us the advantage. If Uraraka is as focused as she says she is, then she can fight Iida without problems. Now I just have to defeat Bakugo and… Bakugo. Where are you? Izuku. Well, that saves me the trouble of looking for it. Bakugo. Damn nerd, I'll tear you to pieces. The green-haired boy stood up, he had no time to waste, there were minutes at stake, he had to fight no matter what. Dialogue might work against Iida, but not against the blonde, he would never understand reasons no matter what he tried. Bakugo. Everything was fine, everything was perfect, nothing was wrong, but you were always there with that damn face. You always considered me inferior to you, but today I will show you that you are nothing more than a damn stone in my path, you are nothing more than a stupid Deku. Izuku. Okay, I've heard enough, we don't have much time left, we should hurry. Knowing Uraraka, she must have already arrived, she just has to be stealthy to come up with a plan, and from what I saw, it won't take long. Now I have to take care of Bakugo, I'm not going to lose this fight. At that moment the green-haired boy stood up again while turning to see Bakugo, who raised his arm showing one of his grenades. Izuku. Oh, I was wondering when you would arrive. Bakugo. They're loaded, referring to the grenades. Izuku. Bakugo. Bakugo. Tell me something, damn it, why don't you use your quirk? Do you think you can beat me even if you don't use it? Are you underestimating me, Deku? Or do you think you're superior to me? Izuku. Underestimate you? I know perfectly well what you're capable of, but that's why I won't run anymore, I'm not afraid of you, Bakugo. The blonde gritted his teeth in fury at this statement. Bakugo. Damn, being the stupid nerd that you are, you probably already know, my explosion quirk allows me to secrete a nitroglycerin-like substance from the sweat glands in my hands which I can explode at will. The blonde said this while pointing at the green-haired boy with one of his grenades. Izuku, for his part, used his heat vision to try to see the contents of these, hoping that his assumptions were not true, but apparently these had a light lead alloy, so he could not see through them. The green-haired boy just cracked his tongue annoyed, but Bakugo unknowingly gave him the answer as he took the handle and pulled it slightly back, letting out a safety catch. Bakugo. If they did this like I asked, then these gloves and grenades can store all the nitroglycerin that I sweat inside them. And in the surveillance room, Nana looked up, worried, hearing this. Nana. Wait, that means Bakugo, stop that madness right now. You don't know if you'll seriously hurt your partner. Mina. Hurt. Will he fire that at Midori? Shoto. Thinking. Bakugo, don't be an idiot, Izuku can handle it, but I don't know if the building will suffer the same fate. On the other hand, the brunette clenched her fist, slightly worried, and turned to look at the screen. Back on track. Bakugo. It won't kill him if you don't touch him, try to dodge it, damn it. The blonde didn't hesitate and with a sadistic smile released the safety. Izuku could only watch as the explosion approached him with speed. Izuku put his arms in an X shape, covering himself as he took a breath. The explosion destroyed part of the place, making it rumble as well as part of the surveillance zone. Hiroshima. This is supposed to be a class, but Bakugo is willing to kill Midoriya. Back in the exercise, the explosion advanced with ferocity and managed to hit the freckled man, who was dragged back. The cameras that were behind him stopped working as well as those on the sides. Izuku knew that if he didn't act soon, he would go out the window, so without hesitation, he released all the air he had taken, managing to dissipate the explosion in a mountain of smoke which worried everyone. Nana. Midoriya. Midoriya, are you okay? The smoke managed to dissipate, showing that the green-haired man had some marks from the explosion, although no visible damage, although he noticed that the explosion had managed to make a hole in the wall behind him, despite the fact that he managed to dissipate it. Izuku. Damn, is something like that allowed? I received that blast almost at point-blank range. The green-haired boy saw that his suit, unlike him, had been affected. The explosion had destroyed part of his chest and right arm, leaving this area exposed. The cape was hanging only on one side, so he took a piece of cloth that was hanging from one of the stones and tied it to his side, arranging the cape so that it remained attached, although now it was hanging on the left side. Now he could see how the boy was approaching him, walking through the smoke while laughing sadistically. Bakugo. Hahaha, incredible, the more sweat he stores in his gloves, the stronger the explosion. Come on, use your damn quirk, Deku, I'll force you to give up, even if you use all your power. The blonde stood almost in front of the freckled man, showing a sadistic smile that did not bode well. On the other hand, Uraraka was engaged in combat against Ida. The speedster thought he would have the advantage by removing all the objects from the ground that the brunette could use as a weapon, but the girl was smarter than he thought, managing to make strategies to outwit the blue-haired boy, although he also managed to ruin the brunette's plans, which had led them to a long-distance combat. But back in the fight between Izuku and Bakugo, they were still standing. Izuku had a serious face, while Bakugo kept his mocking smile. Bakugo. Hey, what's up, Deku? Where's all that bravery from earlier? Don't just stand there like an idiot and fight back. Izuku. Thinking. Damn, that was a powerful explosion. He now has that stupid suit that allows him to use his quirk more aggressively and also covers more ground this way. Bakugo. What? Are you ignoring me, bastard? Back in the surveillance area, everyone was nervous because Bakugo's explosion had been serious. Hiroshima. Senseis, don't you think you should stop them? Bakugo is really crazy. He's going to kill Midoriya. The black-haired girl was about to do it. She didn't think the green-haired boy was in trouble, but Bakugo's explosion had weakened the building quite a bit. The structure wouldn't withstand another explosion like that, and the others had to participate too. The woman was about to give the order, but Almight had other plans. Almight. No, you don't see, your partner is completely sane, although that's true, young Bakugo, the next time you use that I will stop the fight and your team will lose. Using a large-scale attack is foolish, that only invites the destruction of the place you protect. Everyone looked at the blonde in disbelief as soon as he said this. Even Nana doubted the judgment of the symbol of peace. The woman could not be sure, but when she saw how the green-haired man had lost part of his suit including the shield, she could swear that the blonde had widened his smile. The woman looked at her successor in disbelief. Nana. Thinking. How far do you want to go just to see that shield destroyed, Almight? Back in the fight, Izuku remained in his place although he analyzed things carefully. Izuku. Thinking. Well, at least now I know what they're for, but I can't run away. I know I'm faster than him, but that would only make him angry and he'd attack again. We would win by default, but there's a risk that the building will fall on us. I can't risk it. Flying isn't an option either. It would give me away, and there are too many sharp turns. I don't have full control, and I'd only do more damage. I have no choice. If I want to win, it will have to be here and now. But the fed-up blonde threw himself at the green-haired boy again. Bakugo. Fine. Come on, you damn nerd, let's fight with our own fists. The green-haired boy prepared himself but had forgotten that the blonde would stop being so predictable, so he managed to make a feint that baffled Izuku and managed to shoot him from behind, destroying that part of his suit that was already injured and sending him a few meters away. In the surveillance room. Mina. It can't be, what was that? Hiroshima. The idiot attacked him from behind, that's not manly. Shoto. Thinking. Bakugo, you bastard, you knew Izuku could predict your moves and you did that. Aoirozu. He's a brute, but he knows how to use his quirk. Back in the fight, the blonde took advantage of the fact that Izuku was staggering a little from the explosion and angrily approached him to hit him in the arm with his grenade. Bakugo. Hahaha, I hope you like it, damn, it's your favorite forehand. The green-haired boy felt the blow, and although it didn't hurt as much as it should have, it was then that the freckled boy discovered the blonde's plan, because he didn't stop and grabbed Izuku's arm, so that later using his explosions, he could carry him and slam him against the ground. Bakugo. You wear that damn suit with pride when it means nothing, you're just an idiot just like the one who carried that stupid shield. Izuku. Thinking. Yes, he's acting like this because he knows what I can do, he knows that I can predict his movements, he's acting fast so as not to let me think, but no more, Shoto was right, if I want to beat him, I mustn't hold back. For his part, Bakugo looked at Izuku smiling, the blonde thought he had won the victory. Back in the surveillance room. Mina. That's torture, Bakugo is massacring him, but Izuku can capture him only by wrapping him in the tape, he's not using it. Okoyami. What Bakugo is doing, these are not the actions of a hero. Haminari. But who cares about that, I thought Midoriya was someone incredible, but I was wrong, in terms of power, Bakugo far surpasses him. The blonde said this while smiling looking at Bakugo in amazement, on the other hand Shoto and Nana looked at Izuku. Shoto. Thinking. You can't say that about someone you don't know, come on Izuku, get up. Back in the building Izuku managed to stand up before the surprised look of Bakugo who thought he had already won, although before he could do anything else the green-haired man formed a smile. Bakugo. What are you laughing at, bastard? Have you gone crazy? You're nothing but a bucking coward. Come on, why don't you just give up and run away like you always have? Izuku. I laugh at the irony, Bakugo. You think you're so cool, always superior to others, but you had to copy my moves to make me fall. You turned out to be number one. The green-haired man said this, making Bakugo even more irritated and enraged. Bakugo. You damn nerd, I'll wipe that stupid smile off your face. Izuku. Here I am. The annoyed blonde started walking towards Bakugo. Bakugo. Why aren't you using your quirk? Are you still underestimating me? I've already shown you that I'm superior to you. It's always been that way since we were kids. Izuku. No, you've proven nothing but an idiot who gets frustrated easily. You've always been like this since we were kids. The green-haired boy began to remember his childhood while shouting these words, everything he lived with his friends, with his parents, with Bakugo. The green-haired boy remembered all this while throwing his words like a declaration of war. Izuku. I always considered you to be someone great, but you only proved to be the perfect example of what power does to people. You who were once great became an unbearable idiot, and although everyone told me that I should stop you, I never did because I hoped you would change, but you never did, and now for that very reason I must defeat you. Bakugo. Shut up. The blonde launched himself just like Izuku, both with their fists raised, the freckled one was ready, and he had a plan, and even though Bakugo didn't want to be predictable, he was. The blonde managed to dodge Izuku's punch and replicating his previous movement, he raised his left arm and tried to hit Izuku's arm without knowing that the boy, already expecting this, grabbed the grenade with force. Izuku. Arm change. Bakugo. Damn. Izuku. What's up Bakugo, have you run out of ideas? The green-haired man applied more pressure and using his strength, he managed to destroy the grenade, making a small explosion that momentarily blinded the camera's view. Once he saw this, Izuku took his opportunity and launching a small burst with his heat vision, he managed to cut the lower part of the grenade, making a hole in it. While in the surveillance room everyone saw this in amazement. Hiroshima. Did you reread his movements? Shoto. Bakugo tried to trick Izuku again into using his previous move, but what he has never liked to admit, or maybe he doesn't know, is that Izuku is the best strategist. He has incredible analytical thinking. After writing so many hero analyses, he knew that at some point it would come in handy. Momo. It's amazing. Shoto. He will never give up. Momo. She's fighting him without using her quirk, she's not even hitting him. Shoto. That's how he is, he will always look for a way to win without using his fists. Haminari. But Bakugo is better, just look at him, he's already recovered. Hiroshima. But he lost a grenade. Back in the fight, the blonde had indeed recovered. Izuku knew it, he had to win now. Bakugo, for his part, was furious. Bakugo. You think I care about losing a grenade? The other one's loaded, and you know what? I don't care about your damn quirk. I'll blow you to bits. The blonde raised his hand and prepared his shot, the safety opened, and everyone worried. Hiroshima. I told you, you're crazy, Almight sensei, please. The blonde wasn't going to say anything, but Nana took the initiative. Nana. Bakugo Katsuki. Almight. Wait Nana. Izuku. Go ahead and shoot, you've already lost anyway. The blonde didn't hesitate and pulled the safety lock. Nana knew it was too late and everyone prepared for the imminent explosion. But it never arrived. Bakugo looked at his grenade in disbelief. Bakugo. What the hell did you do to my grenade, bastard? Izuku. I don't know, I think you have a leak. The blonde man looked at the bottom of his grenade, noticing the large hole it had. He was in disbelief. When had it happened? but he couldn't think much longer because he heard Nana's voice on the speakers. "Nana." Iida tenured immobilized. "Bakugo." "What?" "That dwarf caught that idiot." "Izuku." "That has always been your biggest mistake, Bakugo, you underestimate your rivals too much, we are no longer in elementary or high school." The green-haired boy ran towards Bakugo, who put his hand in front of him and began to throw explosion after explosion, but none seemed to hurt the boy, nor did they stop him. The blonde watched as his rival went towards him, and without knowing why he stopped attacking Izuku for his part, took out the capture tape and tangled Bakugo's fist to entangle the blonde who wanted to free himself, but it was useless, Izuku had him well held. With a kick he managed to knock him down, and once on the ground the freckled boy finished tangling him up and then put his foot on his back, immobilizing him. "Izuku. Welcome to UA Bakugo, where no one is weaker than another, welcome to the school where we all want to be heroes." Izuku had immobilized Bakugo, and with this he had won the fight. Nana's voice resonated through the speakers. "Nana." Bakugo Katsuki immobilized, bomb secured, the heroes win. The blonde was stunned, he who was always superior to everyone had lost. Izuku was standing, he had already released the blonde, who reluctantly stood up while making a serious face with a frown showing his annoyance, and then left. For her part, Uraraka went down the stairs to see the green-haired boy. "Uraraka. You didn't want to attract attention, look at that hole." "Izuku. It took me by surprise." "Uraraka. Looks like you managed to win with difficulty." "Izuku. Well, try to follow the rules." The green-haired man said this as he advanced, turning his back to the brunette, who saw how the green-haired man's back was equally battered. The brunette, for her part, saw the place where Izuku was finding the pieces of Bakugo's grenade. "Uraraka. He was always making fun of Midoriya, looks like he finally put a stop to it." The girl moved forward slowly while holding her stomach. The brunette was quite dizzy, she had used her quirk for a long time in her battle against Iida. On the other hand, the other boy saw the result surprised. "Haminari. What the hell happened? Heroes and villains are practically unharmed, even Uraraka, who looks dizzy, can walk normally, and Midoriya, although his suit is destroyed, seems to be in one piece. Bakugo should have won. What kind of fight was this?" "Okoyami. Midoriya seems to have incredible strength, but he doesn't use it except to crush Bakugo's grenade, it's as if he were limited." "Sigh. Something must have happened for him to do this, even yesterday Aizawa-sensei noticed it." On the other hand, the blonde was outside the building, although he saw the hole he had left in the wall, while clenching his fists. "Bakugo. He predicted my movements, knew how to use that to his advantage, destroyed my equipment, and managed to find a way to win the exercise. That bastardy, he beat me." The blonde was in shock. Without knowing it, his breathing began to become agitated. Bakugo was hyperventilating as he looked at the arm that didn't have his grenade, already remembering how the green-haired man had managed to destroy it. The blonde was breathing more and more until he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Almight's. "Almight. We have to go back and see the results, young Bakugo. It doesn't matter that you lost. You were better than your rival. You managed to overcome him and even destroy his suit. You're in one piece. He's not. Do you want to defeat him? I know you can do it. Learn from this experience and you'll succeed." The blonde managed to advance, while the symbol of peace found part of Izuku's shield, but he simply kicked the piece of cloth, as if it were nothing. Once inside, the four boys were in a row. Izuku was still partly torso naked because they hadn't given him the chance to go for another shirt. "Nana. Well, you know what? Despite the score, I have to give a shout out to two of your teammates, and no, it's not Bakugo or Midoriya, but Iida and Uraraka." "Haminari. Huh. And why is that?" "Nana. Haha, that answer is easy, but as part of this exercise I need you to be critical too, so tell me, does anyone know the answer?" Suddenly Momo raised her hand, drawing attention to her. "Momo." They were the ones who adapted to the context of the training, unlike Bakugo, who followed Midoriya, giving Uraraka the opportunity to escape. It seems that Bakugo only moved for personal reasons. This clouded his judgment and prevented them from forming a strategy that could have given them victory. In addition to that, as Almight Sensei said, it is foolish to launch large-scale attacks in closed spaces. In the same way, Midoriya preferred to fight alone and get away from his partner than to make a plan together. His plan was crazy and resulted in the destruction of part of the area. Iida and Uraraka were the only ones who prepared for the fight, acting seriously, forming a plan, and anticipating each other's movements as would happen in a real battle. They won because of Uraraka, Midoriya, and Bakugo took advantage of the fact that it was only training, although Bakugo practically broke the rules. The aforementioned smiled upon hearing this. The brunette was proud because she knew that her effort was paying off, and Iida felt happy that at least he was able to surpass the blonde and the green-haired man in something. "Almight. Thinking." She said almost everything. "Izuku. Hey, yeah, I must admit that I didn't think my moves through seriously, sorry about that." "Nana. Well, looking back, to win in the future is something heroes do, as long as you accept it, then you didn't lose at all." "Nana. Anyway, Iida could have also taken a more relaxed stance, but yes, that sums up many aspects of today. Is there anything else you would like to contribute, Miss Yaoirozu? Yaoirozu? If I may, we must always start with the basics to develop better learning in the future. We must dedicate ourselves completely to that, or else we will not be able to become heroes. Everyone looked at the brunette surprised by what she had just said. The green-haired man smiled accepting his guilt, but Bakugo on the other hand was still in shock, but he was also quite upset. Nana. Okay, but we should continue now guys. Now I must say that we will change location, since the building ended up severely damaged by the attack of your partner, but once we do that the next confrontation will begin. Almight. Face the upcoming training with the words you just heard in your mind. Everyone nodded ready, so after some minor changes the next confrontation began between Shoji and Shoto's team as heroes against Ajiro and Hagakure's team as villains. The fight lasted very little time, because the mixed-haired boy froze the entire building, and then Shoji went for the bomb winning the match. Nana. Shivering from the cold, they didn't cause any damage to the building or the bomb, it weakened the enemy and neutralized it efficiently. Hiroshima. Shivering from the cold, no, he doesn't have Midoriya's strength or Bakugo's explosions, but he shows greater control of his quirk, and he's the best. Bakugo watched these recordings with his eyes wide open in surprise, because he couldn't believe that those two boys he met years ago were so powerful. For his part, the mixed-haired boy reached Shoji, and once there he used his fire side, touching the bomb and then the wall, defrosting the building. Shoto. Sorry about that Ajiro, it was the best plan I thought of. Ajiro. It's nothing, it was a great plan, although next time give me a sweater haha. The mixed-haired boy smiled as he left with his companions. In the surveillance room. Haminari. What the hell is that power? Sato. It's amazing. Sayu. Just as expected of a student who came in by recommendation. Izuku. Shoto, you are a show-off. So more and more students followed, all with different results, but all demonstrated the use of their quirks and the seriousness with which they took things. Izuku for his part was amazed to see the amount of new quirks, while Bakugo was increasingly annoyed because he saw that the quirks of his other classmates were quite powerful. That has always been your biggest mistake Bakugo, you underestimate your rivals too much, we are no longer in elementary or high school. Welcome to UA Bakugo, where no one is weaker than another, welcome to the school where we all want to be heroes. For his part, Izuku watched the fight seriously, paying more attention to the black-haired girl's fight because she was the one he knew at least a little more than the others. The only thing he disliked was the way Mineta saw her, but in the end they managed to win, which made him smile. Izuku. Yes, the students who came in through recommendation are really strong, I hope to meet Class B. So they all continued until they finished, Nana blew a whistle and everyone gathered together. Almight. Well, we're done for today, I congratulate you young people, no one suffered any injuries, and with the exception of young Midoriya, everyone did a great job. Nana. And let's not forget Bakugo, he also made mistakes. Almight. You guys did a great job, you took this seriously and did excellent team training. Sayu. If I can say something, having a class like this after Aizawa-sensei's exercise yesterday is something anticlimactic. Almight. Hahaha, I know, but as he himself said, we can choose what kind of class we will give them. Nana. This is the UA, young people. Almight. Well, I'll go to the teacher's room to check the results, Nana will wait for you, change and return to the classroom. And saying this the American hero ran away surprising his students. Hiroshima. Almight is amazing. Ajiro. But why were you in such a hurry? Mineta. It's incredible. Nana. Hey. You heard the symbol of peace, go change, Midoriya, you will give me your suit, I will take it to the support department to be repaired. Izuku. Yes. Nana. I'll be waiting for you here, go. The woman put on a serious face that made everyone shiver and leave. Once everyone left for the locker room, the brunette put on a serious face as she watched the path the blonde had taken, she knew it, All Might had run out of time, it was true, his time as a professional hero had been shortened considerably once One for All happened, the woman clenched her fists as she remembered how the blonde and she had gone their separate ways after the fight where Clark died, even now the beautiful heroine could feel the discomfort. Nana. Thinking. Until when will you stop behaving like a child, All Might? The boys changed and went to the classroom, although Izuku arrived later because he gave the briefcase with his suit to Nana, who hit him on the head. Izuku. And why was that? Nana. For being reckless, what were you thinking? Bakugo lost control, he attacked with the intention of leaving you badly injured. Izuku. I know, that's why I didn't hit him, if I did maybe I wouldn't have held back enough and the result would have been the same, I won't be like him, I thought they would stop the fight when I used that mega explosion. Nana. Me too, but you already saw that I don't. Izuku. I see well, anyway here is my suit. Nana. Izuku, I know you don't like using your fists and you prefer to fix things through dialogue, but just like you told Bakugo, you must understand that this is the UA, you will find strong rivals, and sometimes dialogue will not help you. A clear example of this is Bakugo, he only wanted to fight to beat you and show you, himself and the others, that he is the strongest of all. Izuku, I know, I guess I'm still a novice at that. Nana. Sigh, I guess so, but at least you learn to choose your battles carefully. Anyway, you did a good job today, you and that girl did a good job, but you have to think things through better, try to use that strategic mind of yours more often and quickly. Izuku. That's why I'm here, right? You said it yourself. Nana. Don't use my words against me, young man, now go to the living room, I'll be there in a few minutes. Izuku. Okay. The boy advanced towards the classroom, but once he entered he was greeted effusively by his classmates, starting with that red-haired boy. Kirishima. Oh, Midoriya is here. Irideed was the first to arrive in front of the boy, who was surprised by this. Kirishima. Good job, man, gosh, I don't know what you were saying during your confrontation, but you were really excited. Zero. I can't believe you faced Bakugo, he was first in the entrance exam. Mina. You dodged it in an incredible way. Sato. As soon as we saw your fight, all of us wanted to give our best too. Aoyama. You're quite far from elegant, but. Mina. I'm serious, you dodged it amazingly. The pink-haired girl started jumping a little as she repeated this, interrupting Aoyama. The green-haired boy was somewhat surprised because this was the first time that more people had spoken to him. Kirishima. I'm Ijiro Kirishima, let's all train a little right now. Zero. I'm Zero Hanta, nice to meet you. Aoyama. My name is Yuga Aoyama. Mina. Mine's Mina Shido. I really don't know how you managed to dodge it, but it was amazing. Tsayu. I'm Tsayu Asui, you can call me Tsayu Kiro. Sato. And I'm Sato. Izuku. This adjusting his glasses. Mineta. Suddenly appearing, I am Mineta. Zero. Where the hell did you come from? I think you did badly in training. Aoyama. I am the man who never stops shining. For his part, Tokoyami was sitting in the back while watching this from a distance, sighing tiredly. Tokoyami. Sigh, they are very noisy. Todoroki. I guess we should start getting used to it, right? I'm Shoto Todoroki, by the way. Tokoyami. Fumikage Tokoyami, a pleasure. The gloomy bird-headed boy was sitting on his desk when Iida suddenly approached him. Iida. Tokoyami. The desk isn't a chair, get down immediately. This caught the attention of two of his companions who approached, these were Jiro and Ijiro, who saw how the blue-haired man moved his hands up and down like a robot. Jiro. Calm down, it's not that important. Iida. What? Ijiro. What's going on with your hands anyway? Iida. You guys, I can't forgive disrespectful actions in the classroom like sitting on desks that once great men and women used. Tokoyami. You're the loudest of all. This managed to catch the attention of the other boys who were still at the door with Izuku. The green-haired boy seeing this just smiled nervously. Izuku. Iida really doesn't change. On the other hand, Kaminari was entering the classroom carrying some books along with Uraraka. The blonde smiled gallantly, entering before the girl. Kaminari. Hey Uraraka, wanna go out to eat? I'll treat, what do you like? Uraraka. The maki, and thank you, Kaminari, but I'm pretty good for now. You're very kind. Izuku for his part excused himself with his friends to go to the bathroom before going home. The boy went, but when he returned he found Bakugo who was already leaving. Izuku then remembered the words they exchanged in training. Hey. You lied to me all this time, right? You tricked me. Was it fun seeing my face all this time? You have an amazing quirk, don't you? The green-haired boy passed by the blonde, but the latter hit him in the shoulder. Izuku just sighed in annoyance and turned around. Izuku. I didn't lie, my quirk is something powerful, and that's why I had to keep it a secret. I never saw your face, but now we're at UA, we're not little kids anymore, you have to get that out of your mind, you have to understand that you're not the best here, you're the same as everyone else, each of our classmates could beat you, understand that you're not the strongest anymore Bakugo, there will always be someone better than us, but that's why we must train so we don't get left behind. Your tantrums won't get you anywhere. The green-haired man was clear in his words, but this only made the blonde angry. Bakugo. You're just talking nonsense, what are you trying to do, huh? Make me look ridiculous in front of the others again? Do you want to make me look like an idiot? Today I lost to you just because of a stroke of luck, that's all, a stroke of luck and that's it. At that moment the blonde began to shed tears of frustration as he remembered Shoto's power and Yaoirozu's words. Bakugo. That damn half and half is just stupid, just like that ponytail girl, listen to me Deku. This is where I will become the number hero. You will not defeat me again, bastard. Izuku just sighed in annoyance as he shook his head negatively and turned his back on Bakugo to head to the living room. The blonde waited for the green-haired boy to start shaking, but when he saw that he only went to the living room, he clenched his fists and punched the wall to go home. Izuku returned to the living room where he found Shoto. Shoto. Was it a good talk? Izuku. Well, I tried to talk to him. Shoto. I heard the screams, I think everyone. Izuku. Yes, but it doesn't matter. By the way, are we leaving now? Shoto. Yes, I think so. So the boys said goodbye to their companions. Yaoi for her part could only watch the boy leave. The brunette wanted to talk to him, but in the end because of everything that happened, she could only watch him leave. This time it was Inko who picked up Izuku in the truck with Crypto. The woman took both boys to the house where they talked a little, ate and did their homework. In the end they both trained a little, so that at the end of the day the bicolor could go home. Again the green-haired boy spoke to his mother while washing the dishes. The excited boy gave the details of his school day to his mother, who smilingly congratulated her son and at the same time scolded him for his fight. Once this was done they talked a little. Izuku drank a glass of tea and went to bed, ending his day. Unaware that more dangers were lurking. The next day the green-haired boy left home to head to the academy without knowing that his day would be quite hectic because at the beginning before being able to enter the academy, the boy was received by multiple reporters who, upon seeing that Izuku was wearing the academy uniform, surrounded him. Reporter. Hey you. Izuku. Huh. Reporter. What are the classes with Almight like? Izuku. Boo well I adjusting his glasses is quite capable along with Nanashimura. The boy began to back away until the young reporter got bored and went with another student who was Uraraka. Reporter. What is the symbol of peace as a teacher? Uraraka. She is someone great, it is an honor to receive classes from the number hero, she helps us become heroes by learning from her experience. The girl gave her answer and entered her school, making the reporter go with another student who was now called Ida. Reporter. What do you think of Almight as a teacher? Ida. Well, he and Nanashimura made me realize that I go to an elite academic institution. Of course their dignity, temperament, character and other characteristics are evident by themselves, although as students, I must admit that we can see their humorous side from time to time. It is a unique opportunity to learn to be an elite hero, learning directly from one. The answer kept going on, making the reporters bored and going to get information from someone else, this time from Bakugo. Reporter. Excuse me. Could you tell us about Almight? But this was useless because as usual with the blonde, he simply started insulting them by shouting before entering the school. Finally the reporter and her team went to ask a teacher, in this case Aizawa. Reporter. Could you tell us what it's like? Wait, you're quite disheveled. What's wrong with you? Aizawa. Almight is not on duty today, but you are disturbing the entrance of the students and their classes, so please leave. The black-haired man said this before turning his back on them and entering the academy grounds, leaving the disgruntled reporters alone. Reporter. But I'd like to talk to Almight. Reporter. Wait. For some reason I feel like I've seen that guy before. Reporter. Don't you think you're too scruffy to belong to the UA? Aizawa. Thinking. I can't believe Almight can do his hero work with people like that. But this attitude on the part of the black-haired man had only annoyed the young reporter who was not willing to take no for an answer. Reporter. Hey. We just ask for a little time with him, that's all. Just let me see Almight. Reporter. Wait. The annoyed woman began to advance trying to enter the academy. One of her classmates tried to stop her, but could not hold her, although soon the young woman would realize that this was a mistake because the enormous frame of the academy lit up in some red lights and without warning anyone under a huge metal curtain of great thickness, some barriers also began to come out of the walls and others that covered the main door scaring the woman. Reporter. What the hell? Reporter. You're new, aren't you? That's the UA barrier. That's what we call it. Reporter. It's pathetic. Why would they do something like that? Reporter. Isn't that logical? Look, if someone tries to enter without a student ID, a teacher ID, or an entrance pass, the security system immediately kicks them out. Apparently, there are sensors all around the UA. Reporter. What the hell? They think they're rich, important and powerful. They should at least give a statement. Reporter. As I said, you're new, we've been here since classes started. Reporter. 2 days. Reporter. Exactly, and at no time have they said anything. The media continued to argue in front of the door, while on the other side of the sidewalk was a boy with sky blue hair watching this. Back inside UA, Class A was in their first class of the morning taught by Aizawa. Aizawa. Okay, first of all, good job yesterday in the training match. I saw the video and the results. Bakugo, you have talent, but stop acting like a child. In the end, that will hurt you and your teammates. Bakugo. Annoying tch I know. Aizawa and you Midoriya, stop acting recklessly, think things through better, you are a good strategist, but don't forget that you were fighting as a team, don't abandon your partner, even if dividing and conquering could give you victory. Izuku. Yes. Aizawa. I don't like repeating things over and over again, so get better soon, brats. Anyway, let's get this started. Sorry to say it's so late, but today you. At that moment everyone felt a chill in their bodies, but Aizawa spoke without interest. All. Another special test. Aizawa. They will decide who will be the class president. Everyone. That's a normal school activity. As was normal, the emotional reactions were not long in coming. Hiroshima. I want to be class president. Choose me. Haminari. I want to be. Hiro. Me too. Aoyama. It's a job done for me. Mina. I will be the leader. Mineta. My campaign is for all girl skirts to be above the knee. Bakugo. I'll be your damn leader. Me. Iida. Silence please. Everyone fell silent at Iida's shout as he stood up. Iida. The job of class president must be taken seriously because we are leading others. It is a job that requires everyone's trust and not everyone is willing to do it. If we want everyone to be truly comfortable with our choice, we must use democracy for that. We will have to use an election to make a wise decision. The blue-haired boy raised his hand as much as he could, surprising everyone. Haminari. But why do you suggest that? Sai. We don't know each other well enough yet, how can we trust each other for such an important role? Hiroshima. It's obvious that everyone will vote for themselves. Iida. That's why you don't think the person who receives the most votes should be the president. Or what do you think, Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa. In his bag I don't care as long as they choose before the class ends. So everyone gave their vote by putting it in an urn that Yaoyorozu was kind enough to create. At the end these were counted and written on the board, with the surprise that Izuku had come in first place with 4 votes followed by Yaoyorozu with 2 votes. Izuku. I got 4 votes. But he wasn't the only one surprised, Bakugo immediately got up enraged. Bakugo. Why Deku? Who the hell voted for him? Zero. Well, it's better to vote for him than for you. Bakugo. What did you say? I'll kill you. For his part, Iida was trembling slightly as he watched the results. Iida. 0 votes. I knew something like this would happen, it's what I expected from the call of a person with leadership potential. Yaoyorozu. Did you vote for someone else? Sato. But if you also wanted to do it, why did you do something like that, Iida? In the end, the green-haired boy stood in front of his classmates next to Yaoyorozu. The green-haired boy was a little nervous because it was the first time something like this had happened. Aizawa. Okay, so the class president is Midoriya and the vice president is Yaoyorozu. Midoriya. Why me? Yaoyorozu. Well, it's not all bad in my opinion, I trust you Midoriya. Sai. I don't think it's a bad idea. Hiroshima. Not me either, Midoriya really knows how to cheer people up, plus Yaoyorozu is very wise, it was great yesterday when she spoke during the battle results. So a few more classes passed until everyone went out for recess ready to go for lunch. Shoto. Come on, Izuku. Or just because your class president makes you very important. Izuku. Hahaha shut up soba face, I still don't know why I. Shoto. Well, I think it's obvious, everyone saw your bravery, I think they felt somewhat inspired by that, they trust you. Izuku. You won't tell me you voted for me. Shoto. I've known you since we were children, I trust you, I know that when the situation requires it, you will make a great decision. Izuku. You'll pay for this. So the kids arrived at the dining hall where as always it was full. Izuku. This place is huge, it's like a restaurant. Shoto. Well, we couldn't expect less from the UA, come let's see if we find available seats. Izuku. Yes. Iida. I'll go with you. Izuku. Of course Iida. Uraraka. Can I eat with you? Shoto. It doesn't bother me. Iida. Not me, go ahead, you're welcome. Izuku. Come. Yaoyorozu. What about me? Is there any problem if I have lunch with you? The green-haired boy turned to look at the brunette who smiled at him. Izuku. Go ahead, it's no problem for me. Shoto. Well, the president has already spoken. The green-haired boy, for his part, gave a serious look to the mixed-haired boy who shrugged his shoulders. Yaoyorozu smiled and tapped the freckled boy. Yaoyorozu. Haha that's true, I think we'll have to get together a little more for our work, come, let's eat, partner. The green-haired boy just smiled, the boys found some empty seats, so once they bought their food they sat down. Yaoyorozu. I've heard that UA was big, but it still surprises me. Shoto. My brother and my father told me the same thing, although I think the UA increased its size after my father left. Iida. It's normal, after all, in addition to the hero classes, students from general courses, administration and the support course also meet here. Izuku. I see. Iida. You'll have to learn that kind of thing now that you're the class president. Izuku. We should leave the topic, I still don't know how I got 4 votes, I don't know if I'm ready. Yaoyorozu. You are Midoriya, or at least I know that if you don't feel it now, with the passage of time you will learn it. Iida. Your courage and valor are remarkable, and in critical moments you will make such wise decisions that everyone will follow you. Shoto. I have nothing to say, I already told you that I voted for you, I trust your good judgment. Iida. Well, I can't say much, besides I voted for you. Izuku. Really? Iida. Yes, I had no reason to doubt. Uraraka. But didn't you also want to be president, Iida? Iida. Yes, I wanted to be, but wanting something and being suitable for something are completely different things, I just acted thinking it was the right thing to do. Izuku. Well, that solves the mystery of 2 votes, but I don't know where the other 2 came from. Aoirozu. Haha, stop thinking about that, you're the president, now the paperwork will occupy your mind. Iida. That's true, I hope you're ready for that like you were to face Bakugo yesterday with your hero suit. Izuku. Hero suit, that's right. Aoirozu. What? Izuku. Iida, I've been thinking about it, and now that I remember, yesterday I saw you in your hero costume, and taking into account the characteristics of your quirk, are you related to Ingenium? Iida. You noticed. I mean. Izuku. Thinking. You revealed yourself. Iida. Well, Uraraka. So you're like Yaoirozu, a rich kid. The chestnut said this while eating her rice. Iida. Riko, I've tried to change my way of speaking because I don't want to be called that. Izuku. Then I'm right. Iida. Yes, in my family we have all been heroes for generations, the Iida family. The green-haired boy looked at Shoto who, still eating his bowl of soba, smiled. They were both right about the blue-haired boy. Izuku. So you and Ingenium. Iida. Do you know him? The green-haired man became excited at this and adjusted his glasses before speaking again. Izuku. The turbo hero Ingenium is a fairly recognized hero, quite popular with more than partners working in his agency in Tokyo. Shoto. Hey, you asked the hero geek. Izuku. Hey. The green-haired boy complained to his best friend while Momo smiled, somewhat touched by this fact. Iida. Oh boo, well, I see that if you know him, in that case I don't have to hide it, he's my older brother. Shoto. And I thought you wanted to keep it hidden, you said it out loud. Iida. Heh, sorry, it's just that I'm excited, my brother is someone who honors the rules, follows the laws and leads the people. My goal of being a hero is to become someone as amazing as him, although I think it's still too early to be able to lead others, since unlike me, Midoriya deciphered the hidden meaning of the entrance exam. Shoto turned to look at his best friend upon hearing this, but Izuku just shrugged. Iida. You're more suitable for the job than me, Midoriya. The boy just smiled, spreading his good humor to his friends. Izuku. It's amazing, Iida, but now that I think about it, I have to admit that in the entrance exam. The green-haired man could no longer continue speaking because at that moment an alarm began to sound throughout the academy facilities, alerting everyone. Izuku. An alarm. Speakers. Level 3 security breach. Iida. What? Loudspeakers. All students evacuate immediately. At that moment the upper grade students started running, heeding the call, although Iida was able to stop one. Iida. What is this level 3 grape? Student. It means someone managed to get onto the academy grounds, even though it should be impossible. I've never seen anything like that in the 3 years I've been here, now move. The boy continued on his way and instantly Izuku stood up. Izuku. You heard it, we have to go now. The boys followed him, finding a great crowd in the hallways due to the large number of students who wanted to pass. Student. Don't push. Hagakure. Wait, I'm falling. Student. I already told you not to push me. Uraraka. Come on, ouch, someone just hit me, why is this happening right now? Izuku immediately helped Hagakure up, who thanked him for the gesture. Iida. As expected of the best, everyone reacts immediately. Izuku. This is not the time to praise Iida school, we have to find a way out of here. Shoto. I could make an ice barrier. Izuku. With the number of students here, you could throw several of them out the windows. We have to think of a better plan. Everyone reacts so quickly that it creates panic. The green-haired boy was pushed by his companions until he reached the window. Izuku. What would cause an alert like that? The green-haired man pressed his head against the glass, but it was because of this that he saw something between the bushes, so using his enhanced vision, he managed to see that it was the press. The green-haired man managed to get Iida's attention, who met with him. Izuku. Look. Iida. What is that? Izuku. They're not villains, focus your sight. The blue-haired man did as requested, realizing, just like the boy, that it was the press. Iida. It's the morning reporters. Izuku. Exactly. Outside this building it was indeed the press who were demanding an interview with the blonde, running into a wall when they met Aizawa and present Mick. Reporter. Give us Almight already. We know he's here. Present Mick. We already told you that he is not here today, he is a professional hero. Reporter. If you give us a comment we promise we'll leave. Aizawa. If they get a comment they will want others, that's always how they are. Present Mick. Whispering to Aizawa right now they are intruders, we could perfectly call them villains, wouldn't it be fair to send them flying? Aizawa. Don't do it Mick, I know you and I know them, they will write thousands of lies about you, we will do the right thing and wait for the police. Back with the kids, they were watching how the media was pressuring their teachers. Iida. I was wondering who it was, I never waited for the press. Izuku. Neither do I, but now we have to tell the others. Iida. Hey everyone, wait. But in response Iida only received one blow, all the UA students were rioting. Student. Don't push. Student, wait, someone fell. Iida. Thinking. Where are the teachers? Are they busy dealing with this? Kirishima. Everyone stop a bit. Iida. Midoriya, look. Kirishima, Kaminari, they don't know what's going on, and yet they try to stop them. Izuku. We have to make them see that everything is okay. Iida. But everyone is in a panic, there's no way. Thinking. What would Midoriya do, what would my brother do? Izuku. Thinking. We have to find a way to get their attention, Shoto's fire will only hurt them, if I rise I could get their attention, but I would expose myself, what do? I have to be fast. The boy was thinking about this when he turned to see Iida who was upset, the boy clenched his fists, people trusted him, Izuku heard some complaints from Uraraka, they were hitting her by pushing her. Izuku. Uraraka. Wait a minute, she can float I could push myself, but if I want speed I have Iida. I have an idea. Iida what's wrong Midoriya? Izuku. Go there, stand up and tell them everything is okay. Iida. But how? I can't. At that moment the green-haired boy took Uraraka and pulled her hand making it touch the blue-haired boy who began to float. Uraraka. What are you doing, Midoriya? Have you gone crazy? I'm going to release. Iida. No. Uraraka. But. Iida. Great idea Midoriya, now I need a way to. Izuku. You want to be like your brother, don't you? Then run. The blue-haired man quickly understood what the freckled man was referring to, so he lifted his pants and displayed the exhaust pipes on his calves. Iida. Thinking. A place that catches everyone's attention of course, the exit okay, I'll do this engine boost. The tubes began to spit out blue fire and the boy was shot out, spinning around himself until he managed to crash into the wall, making the shape of an exit sign, but taking advantage of the fact that everyone had looked up, he began to speak. Iida. Thinking. Be concise, clear and fast, everyone has to calm down now. Everything is fine, it's just the media, there's nothing to worry about, don't panic, you are UA students, you should act like what you are, students of the best academy. At this, everyone calmed down, turning towards the windows where they saw that the boy was right. The police had even arrived and managed to disperse the media. The green-haired man, for his part, just smiled and breathed calmly, so everyone returned to their classrooms. Aoirozu. Come on, President, class is starting. The green-haired boy stood up, although no one knew that the boy had other plans in mind. Izuku. First of all, before deciding on the other official members of the class I'd like to say something. Everyone looked at Izuku confused by this, the green-haired man sighed, adjusted his glasses again, and spoke with a serious face in front of his classmates. Izuku. I resign from my position as class president and delegate my power to Iida Tenya. Everyone looked at the green-haired boy with a surprised face, including Iida who couldn't believe what he was hearing, even Momo had her mouth open at the decision, Aizawa had woken up to this listening to the green-haired boy's words. Izuku. He was able to react and get everyone's attention during the evacuation, I appreciate his trust in me, but believing in something and being the right person to do it are totally different things, that's why I think the right person to guide us should be him, Iida, with all my heart, you are the right person for the job. The boy smiled while Iida remained surprised. Kirishima. I agree with Midoriya, he said it himself, you were a great help in the cafeteria. Kaminari. I never thought I'd agree with him, but he's right. Plus, he looked like the same guy you saw on the emergency signs, so I think he really is the one. Aizawa. You're wasting time, if you're going to do something, do it quickly and that's it. The black-haired man lay down after saying this, but with a light smile, the green-haired man did not stop surprising us, for his part, Iida stood up quickly. Iida. If the class president has already decided it, I have no choice. From today and from this moment on, I, Iida Tenya, promise to do my best to fulfill my duties as class president. Kirishima. We're counting on you, emergency signal. Kaminari. Go ahead, emergency signal Iida. For his part, Izuku just smiled, knowing that he had made a great decision. On the other hand, outside the academy, Midnight, Recovery Girl, the TH hero and Principal Nezu himself were in front of the door, seeing that it was dusty. Nezu. How were ordinary members of the press capable of doing something like this? Did someone instigate the someone evil, did they get in or was it an attempt to declare war? That's how the day ended for the young class of A, who didn't know their days would get even more difficult from that day on. Early the next day the black-haired man stood in front of his students with the same tired face as always. Aizawa. Today for basic hero training, we will have a class with more than one teacher. Mina. More than one teacher. Aizawa. Almight, Nanashimura, me, and a surprise teacher. Hiroshima. Surprise teacher. Zero. Excuse me, professor, but what are we going to do? Aizawa just pulled out a card that said ransom on it. Aizawa. Natural disasters, catastrophes and all that, today we will have rescue training. Haminari. Rescue, it looks like there will be a lot of work. Mina. True. Hiroshima. Idiot, don't complain, it's a hero's job, my arms are ready. Sayu. No one will be able to defeat me if I'm in the water. Kiro. Aizawa. Hey, I'm not done yet, brats. This time you can choose whether or not to wear your hero costumes. Since these are your first versions, it's likely that your costumes won't allow you to move freely, but that's your decision. Besides, since we're traveling off campus, we'll be going by bus. That's all for now. Get ready. Izuku. Thinking. Rescue training just like my father, I'll do my best. The green-haired boy left the place and headed to the locker room and then came out showing that he had simple clothes. It was a black long-sleeved shirt, pants of the same color, his red belt belonging to the suit, his red boots and a plain red cape. The boy was talking to Shoto when Yaoirozu approached him. Yaoirozu. Midoriya. Why don't you wear your hero suit? Izuku. Hello Yaoirozu. It's not available. Remember that I was badly damaged in my last fight, but since I didn't want to wear the sports uniform, they lent me this from the support course. It's pretty simple. I don't think it's even a suit, haha. Yaoirozu. Oh I see, rightly so, but your cloak was in perfect condition. Izuku. I know haha, but I left her anyway, they can do something to her I guess. Yaoirozu. I see, good thinking. The girl smiled at the freckled boy who returned the gesture. Izuku still couldn't remember where he had seen the girl before, but had decided to forget this to concentrate on the present. The brunette was quite friendly, both were talking amicably when Iida blew a whistle loudly. Iida. Class A, gather around. Form 2 lines with your student numbers to make boarding the bus peaceful. Izuku. Wow, Iida sure takes it very seriously. Yaoirozu. Yes, I think so, well, I'll have to go. Midoriya, you saved yourself from all the paperwork, you're evil. Izuku. Haha, if he gives up for second year I'll return to the position. Yaoirozu. Deal made. The girl smiled at the green-haired man and moved forward, then stopped. Yaoirozu. Wait, nobody told you Midoriya. Izuku. What? Yaoirozu. Iida didn't fully accept that you resigned from your position, he made you advisor to the vice president. Izuku. I see, wait what? Yaoirozu. Well, technically I am the one who supports his decisions and I support him, but when he is gone you know that his position falls to me, that is why I decided that the position of advisor would be yours to support me when I have problems. Izuku. Because I. Yaoirozu. Well, it's not that much work, but at least you're already informed he. At that moment the blue-haired man blew his whistle again, causing the girl to resume her walk. Yaoirozu. Well, I have to go, we'll talk about that again, but for now, we'll see each other later, buddy. The girl smiled at the freckled boy and went with the blue-haired boy to start forming their companions. Everything was going well for Iida, who felt he was doing his job well, until the interior of the bus made his plans go awry, because the shape of the bus was not what he had in mind. Iida. Damn, I didn't think the bus would be like this. Mina. Your plan didn't make sense, did it? Everyone smiled, trying to comfort the blue-haired boy, but Izuku didn't know that the girl with amphibian features next to him was more sincere than her expressionless face suggested. Sayu. I always say whatever comes to mind, Midoriya. The green-haired girl turned to see the boy who, upon hearing her last name, turned around. Izuku. Huh? What's up, Asui? Sayu. Tell me Sayu. Izuku. Okay Sayu. Sayu. Your quirk, it's like All Might's. The green-haired man smiled upon hearing this. Izuku. Really? I've never thought about that. The boy adjusted his glasses as he said this. Hiroshima. Come on Sayu, they look alike, but All Might is able to change the weather with a single blow. Midoriya is strong, but I don't think he's that strong. Izuku. That's true. Looking away. Hiroshima. Although having a boost quirk is very good, you can do all sorts of things. On the other hand, my hardening is only strong against others, but it doesn't look that cool. The boy said this as he extended his arm and used his quirk hardening it. Izuku. Hey, but it's an incredible peculiarity, he has the quality of a professional. Hiroshima. Amazing huh? But I highly doubt it's something popular he. Aoyama. My laser is professional level too, it is beautiful as well as elegant. Mina. Yeah, but it's not so great when you get a stomachache lol. Hiroshima. Well, if we're talking about brightness and strength, I think the chosen ones would be Bakugo and Todoroki, right? Sigh. But Bakugo is always upset, with that attitude he won't be very popular. Bakugo. What the hell is wrong with you, damn frog? Do you want to fight? The blonde immediately stood up furious, although annoying Jiro and irritating Kirishima a little. Kirishima. Hey old man, calm down, he just made a comment. Bakugo. You too, damn piece of shit hair. Sigh. Come on. Izuku. Thinking. Haha, it feels good to see him get teased too. I told him, we're not in middle school or elementary school anymore. Aoi Rozu. What a vulgar conversation. Uraraka. I think the same, Bakugo always wants attention, it's really annoying. Aizawa. Hey, we're here, stop playing. The bus stopped and the children got off, meeting shortly after with the teacher in charge. No. Welcome guys, I've been waiting for you. Izuku. He is the hero, so amazing and chivalrous that he has his own record of rescuing people in all kinds of disasters. Shoto. Thanks for the introduction. No. Okay, let's go inside. Everyone. It's a pleasure working with you. Upon entering, everyone was surprised. It was a huge construction with all kinds of large natural disasters. Kirishima. Amazing, it's like being at Universal Studios Japan. No. Floods, landslides, fires, storms, earthquakes, this is a training camp where you will find all kinds of accidents and disasters, also called Japan Simulation Unit or by its initials USJ. Ball. It really is USJ. Aizawa. Hey, where are Almight and Shimura? We're supposed to meet here. No. They'll come later, Almight had a problem and Nana is talking to the director. The hero was talking to Eraser, but when he mentioned the blonde he raised 3 fingers, a detail that made Izuku a little curious. Aizawa. How unprofessional, well since nothing can be done, shall we start? No. Well, before we start I have to say one thing or two, no, 3 4 5 6 7 8. All. How many things will he say? They are increasing. No. Well, first of all let's get this started, you guys know my quirk right? It's called Black Hole, it's an ability that allows me to absorb everything and turn it into dust. Izuku. Yes. It's a great quirk, he's used it to help people save them from multiple disasters. No. Yes, but despite being a great quirk, it can also kill easily, I'm sure many of you have similar quirks, don't you? In this superhuman society, quirks have been certified and strictly regulated, so they don't seem to be a problem at first glance, but we must not forget that a quirk could kill in a wrong step or if we use it carelessly. With Aizawa's test they knew the limits of their quirks, and with the training they had with All Might and Nana Shimura they experienced for the first time the danger of using their quirk against others. This class is a beginning, they must learn to use their quirks to save people's lives, they do not have quirks to hurt others. With this class, I hope you understand that your quirks serve to save and help others. The green-haired boy just smiled remembering his father's words agreeing with. No. That's all from me, thanks for listening. All. That was wonderful. Ida. Bravo. Bravo. Aizawa. Okay, then let's get started first. But the black-haired boy could not continue speaking because suddenly all the lights began to fail, turning off immediately and alerting the boys. Aizawa just opened his eyes in surprise because in the back, in the central area of the USJ where there was a fountain, a purple portal began to generate which altered reality a bit. Aizawa quickly turned his gaze, seeing that this portal extended further, and for a fraction of a second, he could swear he saw a pair of yellow eyes in the purple cloud. But that was not important because from inside the cloud portal a hand peeked out and then showed a face covered by other wide artificial hands, some strands of sky blue hair could be seen, and one of the eyes which was red. At this vision Aizawa immediately put himself on guard. Aizawa. Gather around everyone and don't move. Protect my students. Kirishima looked down at the portal, seeing the guy with his hands on his face coming out of the portal, followed by many others who didn't give a friendly image. Kirishima. What's going on? Is it like the entrance exam where the lesson had already started? More and more people were coming out of the portal, they were very difficult to count. Kirishima. Are those the people we should save? Izuku approached slightly, the boy guided by Kirishima's words, put his glasses in the case on his belt and tried to get a better look at those strange people, but Aizawa stopped them both. Aizawa. Don't move. The freckled boy turned to see his teacher who had put on his yellow-tinted glasses. Aizawa. Those are villains. At these words all the students stood unable to move in surprise, and more people continued to come out of that strange portal, although what caught their attention was a kind of monster which was black with some purple details. It was quite tall, and had muscles similar to All Might's, although with several reddish scars on his arms, his brain was exposed, a kind of beak similar to that of a bird with the black part in the center. He had teeth which were wide and large in the shape of daggers, he looked like a sinister crow, his eyes wide open had no pupils, and he had a lost gaze. He had brown pants with some kind of skull-shaped knee pads in a grayish color, and with the bottom torn by his exaggerated muscles. Apparently the monstrous creature was the last to leave, but the subject with the hands raised his own hand stopping the beast's path. The UA students could not move because of fear, and to their terror the subject with the hands, apparently the leader, turned around and saw them directly. Those kids who were about to learn how to save civilians from villains were about to face real villains for the first time. Chapter double teaser. Detective and Hunter. It was nighttime in Musatafu City, Japan. The night sky was clear, making walking enjoyable for everyone despite the time. But let's focus on a couple of guys leaving a bar, both adults. One of them was tall, had short blue hair, wore a navy blue shirt with black pants, had single frame glasses. The boy walked smiling and talking to his partner who was slightly shorter than him. His hair was green, wore a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, a black vest, dress pants of the same color with black shoes. His face, unlike his partner, was serious, with a frown. When people saw the green-haired man they moved away slightly because they knew him, they knew who he was, they knew his story. Izuku Midoriya, the false traitor. People recognized the blue-haired man standing next to him. It was Iida Tenya, the hero ingenium, member of a family with a heroic history. Everyone wondered why someone like him was standing next to the person they had arrested in the past. Iida. Next time is on me. Izuku. Pay my bill. Iida just smiled and looked up at the sky quickly. Iida. Hey, you still have that attitude, huh? Izuku. You said you had a case, don't waste my time. Iida. Straight to the point, okay, yeah, I have something. Izuku. Okay, let's go to my office, we'll see it privately there. Iida. Okay, you guide me. The two adults walked without stopping. Iida tried to talk to his former companion, but the green-haired man, unlike before, was no longer very social. Both passed by a restaurant where the background music playing at full volume only made Iida smile. Iida. That's true, I don't know if you heard, but they made a song for you. Izuku. Yes, I found out. Iida. So? What do you think? Izuku. It's a silly song, and it also mentions a white wolf. My stupid hero suit looked like a rabbit. I don't know where they see me as a wolf. Iida. I don't know, maybe because of your hunter personality, and it also fits well in the song. Izuku. Sigh, it's just nonsense. Iida. Well, you should be thankful for that nonsense, you'll become famous, goodbye to your old reputation as a traitor. Hello Izuku Midoriya, the great detective, the lone wolf. The green-haired man just shook his head negatively while Iida began to sing the first verse of the song. Iida. When a humble bard. Braced to ride along. With Izuku Midoriya. Along came the song. The green-haired man, without stopping, looked annoyed at the blue-haired man. Izuku. If you keep singing I'll break your nose. Iida. It's sticky. The blue-haired boy began to hum it, making the green-haired boy sigh in annoyance and seriously thinking about hitting the boy, although without either of them knowing it, a girl with pale gray hair watched them walk away from a safe distance. The girl had blue eyes, but she quickly hid so that she wouldn't be discovered. Insert Toss a Coin to Your Witcher Metal cover by Dan Vask. Yes, that's how it was now. The green-haired boy was no longer like before. There was no longer a trace of his former self. The boy who once dreamed of being a hero and proudly wore a green suit now had a loaded gun on one side and a detective badge on the other. It was normal now to see him in such morbid crime scenes that normal people and even some professional heroes would be a little disgusted to see. No one would forget the time they were at a crime scene and Chaz, the perpetrator of such an atrocious action, who had the audacity to return to take a look at his work. Izuku chased him through the avenues of Japan. The boy jumped onto the roof of a car and began to run, jumping over the cars he saw in front of him. He was about to reach him when a garbage truck caught up with him and pushed him, dragging him through the cold vehicular passage which was wet from the incessant rain. The criminal, seeing this, felt saved. He continued running only to fall against the sidewalk because the green-haired man's fist had hit his face, destroying his nose. The boy lifted him up and hit him again, causing drops of blood to fall to the ground, mixing with the rainwater. The green-haired man dragged the subject along the street until he threw him in front of Tsukauchi, who saw how the boy held his shoulder with some grimaces of pain. Izuku didn't say anything, nor did the colonel insist. Everyone made way fearfully when the boy walked away from the scene and then went to a bar to drink as usual while he readjusted his arm. Yes, that was Izuku now, no longer a nice guy. If he had to do his job he did it. He no longer had mercy. His methods could be unorthodox, but they worked. Izuku was already well known at the police station, not as a prisoner, but as what he was, a professional detective. Some officers will not let this lie, including some stories like the time the green-haired boy woke up a suspect by grabbing him by the head and slamming him against a metal table, denting it, how he managed to cajole Deceive or whatever you want to call it, but through some tricks that some could call mental, he managed to get the truth out of people, no matter what it was, from infidelity to $1 million embezzlement. The freckled man was feared, and with good reason. He worked alone, his office was even separate from the police station. Yes, everyone knew him. The would-be hero accused of treason, locked up for years until his innocence was shown. They released him as quickly as they locked him up. They offered him apologies and a chance to return to his previous life, but in the green-haired man's plans, this was no longer an option, no longer. Let the heroes keep the glory, the cameras and the fame. After all, they always washed their hands and nothing happened here, but he was no longer like them. If he wanted to help, then he would face the same face that society showed him when in their cowardice they turned their backs on him. Izuku Midoriya. Private Detective. Diary of a Hunter. Insert the Ghostbusters trailer theme music from Ross Brydon channel and you can read. A seemingly abandoned house but with noises inside. A stranger keeping a pair of swords in their respective sheaths. Inside this house, a woman is standing in the middle of the living room. Some walls were knocked down to make room for more people. This woman is unconscious. Her clothes have been violently torn off, showing part of her nakedness before the eyes of many people who with wide eyes lick their mouths waiting anxiously. On the other hand, the same stranger takes a worn black-collared trench coat with some dark brown details, and in a single movement as he advances he puts it on, takes his swords and hangs them behind him. He has green hair, freckles, his eyes are emerald, a black t-shirt with brown jeans and black boots. On each side he carries a weapon, and accompanying his swords, he had a Remington Marine Magnum. The boy left the place where he was, although before crossing the door he opened and closed his fists, showing some slight flashes of reddish color. It didn't take long. The green-haired boy arrived at his destination, the same abandoned hut. The green-haired boy raised his hand and touched the wall of the house, noticing a reddish flash in it. He tongued, approached the entrance door, and seeing that no one was passing by, he smiled slightly before kicking the door open violently. The boy entered, noticing that it was a large place. A dark corridor would take him to the main room. The boy turned around and reloaded the door so that it looked as normal as possible. Once he did this, he advanced carefully until he reached the living room. Standing on the threshold of the entrance door, the boy sharpened his eyes, noticing that the girl was already waking up, but obviously she was terrified. Woman. What's going on? Where am I? Who are you? What am I doing here? Help. The woman began to scream desperately, while all those who were gathered there, men, women, old women, boys and girls, began to laugh amused. Some showed their tongues and sharp teeth, others more anxious, wanted to approach the woman, who noticed that the flesh of some of these was so stuck to them that it marked their bones, giving a horrible vision, because in some the absence of the nose was noticed, or their sockets were highlighted, deepening in these. Before these visions, the woman began to scream, completely terrified. Woman. Help. Please, someone get me out of here. The subjects in front of them looked at each other with a morbid and funny smile. One of them was about to approach the woman when the green-haired man decided to leave. Nobody is going to save you, not even those outside can hear you. They are not idiots, they managed to nullify the sound, so you are lost. Woman. Who are you? What do you mean, they muted the sound? Why can't I use my quirk? I'm just a simple passerby who happens to sell cookies. You can't use your quirk because they prefer to eat your pure fear. They make you feel like you have no hope. One of these guys started to growl in annoyance, stood up straight but kept his distance, sniffed the green-haired guy, and then walked away disgusted. Do you smell like him, like his protection? But the green-haired man just raised an eyebrow and then smelled his armpit. And according to me, I had taken a shower. Woman. Terrified. Who are they? Would you believe me if I told you that all the stories your parents told you about angels and demons are true? These morons here are a bunch of demons. At this, the now discovered demons, surprised, began to look at each other, trying to discover who that stranger was. Demon? Who the hell are you, kid? But the green-haired boy did not respond to this. The boy simply looked around, seeing all the demons who were already waiting for the order to attack. There are a lot of them. I think I'll need some bullets. Could some of you line up so I can kill you with one shot? The demons started to laugh, but the boy only moved forward a little. He extended his hand, generating a dagger of red energy, and cut the girl's ties, who immediately stood up. All the demons were upset by this and prepared to fight, but the green-haired boy did not show fear. Hey, what's your name? Woman. Huh. What kind of question is that? I wanted to be friendly, but well, these guys here don't plan on being nice, so do me a favor and run. The green-haired man said this, and immediately after the woman ran down the same corridor. The demons, seeing this, became even more enraged. One of them tried to go after her, but a dagger pierced the back of his head, knocking him down and starting to burn him. Divine daggers, I invented them myself. Harmful to you. Now, does anyone else want one as a souvenir? The demon who was acting as the enraged leader threw himself at the green-haired man, grabbed him by the trench coat and threw him away, causing him to crash into a wall and go through it in the process. I bet he got angry. The boy stood up, but the same demon went towards him and hit him in the face, and then hit him again and again. The boy spit a little blood, but smiled at the demon. I'm armed to the teeth and you beat me up? Wouldn't it be smarter if you just took my body and made me kill people so the heroes could kill me? I mean, I'll save you the trouble. The demon smiled and lifted the boy, but immediately the boy spat blood which fell into his eye, blinding him. Immediately after, the boy headbutted him so hard that he dropped him. It seems you're new, you guys take corpses because you're not smart enough to possess a living body, hahaha. The rest of the demons became enraged and without saying a word they all threw themselves at the boy, who took out his shotgun. It was loaded, the boy aimed, and with the first shot, the fight began. A long fight, but in the end the guy ended up winning. After a few hours, the demon that possessed the body of a man threw himself agonizingly while his head released steam which smelled of sulfur. The demon was quite badly injured and had a dagger in his head. The green-haired man put his boot on the back of the guy's neck and with a single pull, he pulled out the dagger and then blew his head off with a shot. The subject approached the leader of these guys who did not have an arm and was quite badly injured. Demon? Who are you? Do you think you're a hero? Let me tell you something, kid. You don't know what you're messing with. You're playing with something much bigger than you. But the boy didn't say anything. He grabbed the demon by the neck, lifted him up and slammed him against the wall. You don't know who I am, I forgive you for that, but what do you say we introduce ourselves? I'm the new demon hunter and I know exactly what I'm doing. I find idiots like you and send them back to the microwave where they came from. The green-haired man brought his face closer to the demon, who looked at him with a rather marked anger. Now do me a favor and tell your boss not to dare send more like you, because he will only receive ashes. The boy created an energy dagger which the demon recognized, so he formed a face of disbelief. The boy took the dagger and stuck it into the reanimated body, hanging it on the wall. My name is Izuku Midoriya and if he wants my soul, let him come for it himself. The boy turned his back as the demon began to curse him with screams and guttural sounds. The boy left the place, although missing the people, because now the smell of sulfur emanated strongly from the place. People could see how Izuku left the abandoned house in a bad condition. The blood stained his head, crushing his hair into a future scab when it dries. The reddish liquid also ran down his forehead. The boy limped, causing his swords and shotgun to collide, making a slight clinking. With each step the freckled man took, he left a black stain. It was a greasy substance that also gave off the same smell. People did not approach that stranger, but they could see that the lower part of his face was covered. The police did not take long to arrive, but the main suspect was no longer there. Far from there, the green-haired man searched for his phone in his trench coat, then dialed a number and put the device to his ear, feeling the black liquid mixed with blood. Izuku? This is disgusting. The cell phone made the waiting sound 3 times before someone answered. Izuku? It takes forever. Not all of us have as much free time as you. Izuku? It's good that you find my work fun. Is it done? Izuku? If you hear me, it's because I'm still alive. And this time you weren't covered in filth. Izuku? You're just doing it to annoy me, right? Haha, I don't even have to use my clairvoyance on you. Izuku? Stop bothering me, it's already done. Okay, I'll tell the others, and by the way Izuku, don't be late for dinner. Izuku? I don't think so, I'm already on my way back. And hanging up the phone, the boy went into an alley and then appeared on top of the roof of a building that he recognized perfectly. The boy saw the sunset and approached the corner to lower the scarf that covered half of his face. Izuku? Yeah, I can't be a hero, but what about a hunter? Chapter Heroes vs Villains, we begin. Insert the theme Aku no Shinri Evil of Psychology by Yuki Hayashi and read. The students just watched motionless as the villains came out one after another until the monster was the last one. Izuku made a serious face while analyzing his surroundings. Kirishima had stepped aside, letting Momo pass, who stood next to Izuku, seeing the scene better. On the other side, the green-haired man had Shoto, who also looked bewildered. Aizawa was ready to fight at the slightest provocation. The adult formed a mental plan of attack without being able to hear that in the central part of the USJ, the purple cloud had begun to speak. Erase her head and no. Huh. The teacher's itinerary we received the other day mentioned that Almight and Nanashimura would be meeting here. The cloud closed its portal and took a more humanoid form, managing to show 2 yellow eyes. Apparently, it was a portal quirk of some kind in Eraser's eyes, who didn't need to think much to put the pieces together. Aizawa. So the disaster the other day was caused by these idiots, huh? On the other hand, the students only saw how the villains began to walk towards them, unaware that their leader, in a calm but confused voice, had begun to speak. Where is he? I went through so much trouble to gather all these people, and All Might, the symbol of peace, isn't here. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some of his precious students. For his part, seeing the imminent threat approaching, Aizawa did not hesitate, and in a clear display of heroism and intimidation, he turned on his quirk, causing his bandages to rise in the air. The students, on the other hand, were barely coming out of the slight shock. Kirishima. Huh. Villains. But no way, there's supposed to be no possible way to infiltrate a hero academy. Aoi for her part, looked around the dome, noticing some small spheres on the walls. They could be cameras or… Aoi Sensei, what about the transfer sensors? No. That's an excellent observation, but… Todoroki. What if they didn't attack the school and their target is here? Anyway, if the sensors aren't working. Izuku. It's because they have someone with a quirk capable of disabling them. Shoto. Exactly, a large area separated from the main campus, it's a good plan, attack us right here and now, they may be fools, but they're not idiots, an ambush, a surprise attack like this had to be planned carefully, all with some kind of objective in mind. Aizawa. That doesn't matter, they're here, starts the evacuation and tries to call the teachers, tell them everything, the villains ambushed us, and it seems there's one that's interfering with the sensors, it could be someone with a quirk similar to Kaminari's, some kind of wave radio. Kaminari, support and try to contact the school, report the situation. Kaminari. Yes. But Izuku was worried about his teacher. Izuku. But sensei really plans to fight alone. With that many villains, even if he could nullify their quirks it would be crazy, from what I know, his fighting style is to capture the villains once he manages to nullify their quirks, a direct fight is. Aizawa. You can't be a one-trick pony, I'll leave the rest to you. And after saying this, the black-haired man took a big leap ready for the fight before the eyes of the villains who laughed ignorant of what that hero could do. Insert the theme song BMSM sent Runaway Battle by Yuki Hayashi and continue reading, what a great theme. Villain. Shooting squad, ready. Villainous. Didn't the report we were given say that only an Almight would be here? Who is that guy? Villain, I don't know, but if he's thinking of coming alone to fight us, then he's a big idiot. The three villains prepared to attack, but the disadvantage of not knowing your rival does much more than you think. The black-haired man activated his quirk, his eyes turned red, and then the three villains lost their abilities completely. Villain. Huh. What's wrong? I can't use my quirk, the shots don't come out. Aizawa wasted no time and managed to entangle the three of them and made them crash into each other, defeating them instantly. Villain, idiots, he can erase his quirks just by looking at them, he's Eraserhead. The black-haired man continued fighting while another villain who had 4 arms, a grey rocky body and wore a black mask, approached him quickly. Villain, can he erase them? I see, but will he be able to erase mutation-type quirks? The subject began to throw punches at the black-haired man who moved nimbly, managing to dodge them. Aizawa. No, I can't cancel a quirk like yours, but I don't have to. The experienced professional hero managed to hit the villain in the face and without being distracted, continued his fight against more subjects. The black-haired man tangled the villain and moving with ease, managed to lift him up and then knock down a group of villains and pushed the one he already had wrapped in his bandages against them. Aizawa. Guys like you don't have a fighting style, they're just limited to close quarters combat. And I have a strategy against that. The black-haired man was surrounded, but he was not at a disadvantage, now they knew that, for his part, seeing this demonstration of power, the leader of the villains only got irritated. He is strong even in hand-to-hand combat, also those glasses hide his vision, you can't know who he is seeing until it's too late, when he fights against several enemies he attacks them in groups, and it is easier for him to defeat them. I see, he is undoubtedly a professional hero, minor villains have no chance against him. The black-haired man was only seen by the villain with annoyance, on the other hand the students headed to the exit, taking advantage of the opportunity that Aizawa had given them. Izuku. Wow. Aizawa-sensei is great, even at a disadvantage he manages to turn the situation around. Shoto. Escape and then admire Izuku, we should assume the doors are locked, can you open them? Izuku. I don't feel comfortable damaging school material, but yes, I can. The boys continued running, getting closer to the door, not knowing that the purple cloud had already set its sights on them. The boys, led by, were about to arrive when the villain appeared in front of them. Sorry, but I don't think I'll let them get away. Aizawa quickly realized this, cursing under his breath. Aizawa. Thinking. Shit, I was just careless for a second, I blinked, and the guy who seemed the most dangerous managed to escape. The black-haired man was in a predicament. He couldn't move forward because he was surrounded, but his students were in danger. Back at the entrance, the purple cloud was fully formed in front of the boys who were stopped by no. It's a pleasure to meet you, we are the League of Villains, I know it's presumptuous of us, but we came to your school, the home of heroes, the acclaimed and prestigious UA Academy to make Almight, the number hero and symbol of peace, take his last breath. Now, he's supposed to be here, has there been any change? Well, whether he's here or not, I'm sorry, but this is the part where I have to play. Insert BMSM Suru Akui Enemy Strike by Yuki Hayashi and Radon. The villain spoke eloquently even though his words sounded quite threatening, the boys couldn't believe what they heard, did they want to kill Almight? for his part prepared himself and discreetly opened one of the holes in his suit ready to attack, although before he could use his quirk, an annoyed Bakugo followed by Kirishima threw themselves at the villain, preparing a blow and a loud explosion. Izuku? Wait. You don't know what? Kirishima? What's going on? Didn't you consider that you'd be defeated by us before attacking? But the cloud was not defeated, on the contrary, the villain reformed, remaining calm. Oh wow, that was dangerous, you're right, despite being students, you all are golden eggs. No. This is wrong move right now you two. My job is to disperse them and torture them to death. The cloud sharpened its eyes, surprising Bakugo and Kirishima, and then expanded and surrounded the boys, who felt a strong current of air. Kirishima. What the hell? Izuku. Thinking. Spread out, that's right, his quirk is based on creating portals, Ida. Get everyone away from here now. The blue-haired boy saw his partner for a few seconds, but turning on his quirk he moved with speed, managing to take Uraraka and Sato to take them away from the range of the cloud. Shoji for his part hearing Izuku's order and seeing that he couldn't run as fast as his partner crouched down covering Shiro and Mina with his arms. Everyone was being absorbed by the portals. Izuku for his part saw Momo and Shoto. The green-haired boy was determined, he didn't care if they saw him. He would fly away with his friends. The boy stretched his hands towards both young people. Shoto seeing him knew what Izuku was going to do so he tried to take it. On the other hand, Momo thought that maybe he would jump using his great strength, so she also tried to take his hand. They were close, their fingers touched, but from 1 second to the next everything turned black. The portal opened and Izuku came out of it, falling into the water and immediately afterwards starting to swim to the surface. Izuku. Thinking. Teleportation, that's a really dangerous quirk, shit, I wasn't fast enough, I don't know where the others are, these guys want to kill Almight, what the hell is going on? The boy was about to arrive when he saw a villain approaching him. He had a mutation type quirk, which gave him the characteristics of some type of shark. The villain was approaching quickly. Izuku didn't think about it, and thinking he was alone he prepared to use his heat vision. Izuku. Thinking. I have nothing against you, but you're a villain, I'm sorry, but this will hurt. The green-haired man lit up his vision, his eyes turned red. The villain, for his part, opened his snout showing his sharp teeth. The distance was getting shorter and shorter. But fortunately, Izuku was wrong, the boy was not alone. Sayu Asui managed to get in with a kick stunning the villain, and using her tongue which was apparently quite long, she rolled the boy up and then pulled him out of the water and took him to the boat that was nearby. The green-haired boy turned off his heat vision as he got up watching how the frog girl did the same action with Mineta, although she slammed the ladder against the bottom of the boat. The freckled boy hadn't been able to hear, but from what little he knew of Mineta, it seemed that he was a pervert, so Tsayu's action was justified. The little frog began to climb the boat and then go up on deck. Izuku. Thank you very much Asui. Tsayu. Tell me Tsayu, I already told you. Izuku. Sorry. Tsayu. We're really in trouble, aren't we? Izuku. It seems so, what that villain said before about Almight. He is supposed to be here, has there been any change? Izuku. They knew I'd be here, that means they knew the class schedule, and if we think about it yesterday during lunch, they must have been involved in the media invasion somehow, they managed to get in somehow. The green-haired boy was seriously thinking about this while on the other hand, an optimistic Mineta tried to get the attention of his companions. Mineta. Yes we heard it, but I don't think they're serious, villains are like that, they always lose, I highly doubt they can kill Almight, when he comes he'll blow them all away. Sayu. Look at the bigger picture Mineta, if those guys had the courage and managed to enter the academy, if they dared to do this, don't you think it was because they discovered a way to kill Almight? The guy from the portal said he would torture us to death. With that in mind, I think a question we should ask ourselves is if we can hold them off until he arrives, and worse yet, when Almight comes will he be able to stand up to them? Izuku looked seriously at the frog girl, his fears and questions were well founded. On the other hand, Mineta looked into the water and then caught the attention of a rather scared Izuku. Mineta. My Midoriya, what is that? The boy looked out and saw that many villains who were trained in water fighting began to surround the ship. Mineta. There are too many. Izuku. Thinking. They want to kill Almight, my Aunt Nana will come with him, but even so why do they want to kill them? All villains always say it, but this is the first time they seem determined. No, I have to stop thinking about that, if these guys. At these first 3 words, the frog girl and the dwarf turned to look at the green-haired man who had a serious face. Izuku. If these guys have a plan to kill Almight, then our mission is to stop them, fight, survive and win. On the other side of the USJ. Shoto was in a confrontation against multiple villains. He was in the landslide zone so he didn't waste time, and using his eyesight he froze everyone. Shoto. I know it's pathetic to lose to a kid, but control yourselves, you're supposed to be adults right? Likewise in the Tremor Zone, Bakugo was fighting against some villains accompanied by Kirishima. The Redeed was not a big fan of the blonde with his attitude, but he knew that he had caused this by acting recklessly. Now if he wanted to help he would have to win. Yes, almost all the students were dispersed. Momo, Jiro and Kaminari were in the mountainous area. The brunette had created a steel bar for herself and a sword for Jiro who was on guard. In the fire zone was a Jiro who apparently was the only one to fall, only because in the storm zone were Tokoyami and Kota. Apparently the only ones who had managed to stay near the entrance doors had been Ida, Uraraka, Mina, Shoji, Sato and Siro, along with No. Aizawa continued fighting to cause more stress to the villain of the hands, seeing that his number of people was decreasing rapidly. Back in the main area near the gates, the boys who remained there, encouraged by No. had thought of a plan. Iida had to go out and warn the teachers. Everyone agreed, although it was easier said than done. Even the class president Iida Tenya was doubtful of this because he did not want to abandon his classmates, but there was no option. The villain of the fog attacked upon hearing the plan, but the boys were not alone. Now was S time to shine, so using his black hole he held back the villain, thus demonstrating the power of a professional hero. But back at the wreckage area things were looking bad with the villains shooting the boys. Mineta. You wanna fight? Are you stupid? These guys have a plan to kill Almight, you said it yourself, we can't do anything. Our only salvation is to sit back and wait for the other heroes in UA to come rescue us. The terrified boy said this while crying and waving his hands comically, but neither Izuku nor Tsuyu paid attention to him because they were more focused on the situation in front of them. Izuku. Mineta, look, those guys over there are just waiting for a water fight. Mineta. Are you ignoring me? Tsuyu. It means they knew this place had that kind of facilities. Izuku. Yes, for villains, it's more than obvious that they are very well informed, but there is something strange, they send you directly to this area. No Asu, excuse me, isn't Tsuyu like that? Tsuyu. Calm down, it seems you need to get used to it. Izuku. Hey yeah, sorry about that. Mineta. What the hell just happened? Izuku. But what I was getting at is they didn't know anything about your quirk. Tsuyu. Kiro, that's true, if they had known I was so good at swimming, I guess they would have sent me somewhere else like the fire zone. Izuku. They separated us without knowing what our quirks were, they don't know anything about us, so they intend to outnumber us. We also have the disadvantage due to experience. Mineta. We're lost. Izuku. Not entirely, they don't know what our quirks are, the element of surprise is on our side, we have to keep it that way. Also they are not trying to take down the ship, they avoid close combat, that means they are not underestimating us. Tsuyu. Well, in that case Midoriya, I'll tell you a little more about my quirk. Thanks to it I can jump very high, stick to and climb different surfaces, stretch my tongue up to 20 meters, I can also take out my stomach to wash it, and secrete a toxic mucus substance that produces extreme burning and itching. It smells quite bad, the last two are quite useless, so you can forget them. Izuku. Wow, I guess they tell you a lot, but you are quite strong. My quirk consists of an increase in power, but I have to control it, and that is why I limit myself in everything. Mineta. My quirk consists of these things pulling a sphere from my head, I can pull them off and they grow back immediately, although if I take too many I start to bleed, they are super sticky, and depending on how I feel they can stay stuck for days, they don't stick to me, they just bounce off. The boy gave his explanation to see that the kids just looked at him without saying a word, which made him desperate. Mineta. My quirk is useless, so I'm telling you we have to stay and wait. Izuku. No, I didn't think so. It's quite useful, we just have to think about how to use it and. But the green-haired man couldn't continue speaking because a huge aquatic hand appeared and with a single slash, split the boat in half, causing it to begin to sink. Villain. I'm getting bored now, let's finish this already. Tsuyu. What power, the ship is sinking. Mineta. Ah, get out of here. The desperate boy approached the edge of the boat and began to throw his spheres. Izuku. Don't do that. If you do, the enemy will notice you. The green-haired man approached only to see how his enemies were being quite cautious, trying to move the spheres away. Izuku. No, they're being careful not to touch them, they really have no idea about our quirks. Villain. The ship will sink in less than a minute, it is more than obvious that once that happens we will emerge victorious. Mineta. It's true. Tsuyu. Mineta, did you really join UA to be a hero? Mineta. Shut up. The weirdest thing would be not to be afraid right now. We haven't even been at UA for a week and they're already trying to kill us. I wish I could have at least touched S breasts. Insert Heroes in Disguise by Christopher Drake, XD. I know there are a lot of themes. But the green-haired boy would not give up. The green-haired boy advanced until he was near the edge of the ship and clenched his fists. The green-haired boy was upset. He could not help Shoto and Momo, nor did he know how to start looking for Toga. The green-haired boy felt bad, but he would not let bad things continue to happen. He would not lose his companions. Izuku. By carrying the symbol I make a promise to keep fighting no matter what happens. Tsuyu. Midoriya. Izuku. Even in dark times, hope finds its way. Hope is the light that guides us and leads us out of the darkness. Mineta. What are you? Izuku. Seeing his friends, I have a plan. Meanwhile, the villains were smiling, knowing they had won. After all, they were just kids, right? They could already hear Mineta's cries. They were convinced they would kill the trio of students, but there was something they hadn't counted on. That someone wouldn't give up. Izuku stood on the railing that was on the boat. The villains saw him, thinking that the boy was terrified, but were slightly surprised when, without saying a word, Izuku jumped. The villains, seeing this, smiled, thinking that the green-haired boy had despaired, but shortly before touching the water, the boy kicked the air with force that took him in another direction. The villains followed him with their eyes, but turned their backs on Tsuyu and Mineta, who took advantage of this to jump to the other side. Mineta, seeing this, began to cry comically, while he ripped the spheres from his head and threw them into the water. For his part, the green-haired boy was followed by the villains until he managed to land on solid ground, and then, using his super speed, he began to run in circles around the huge place. The villains did not know what this meant, but soon, a circular air current gave them the answer. The boy wanted to drag them. The villains saw how the water began to move quickly in circles, so they tried to swim in the opposite direction, but it was useless. Once Izuku saw that he had raised a large curtain of dust, he gave a slight stop and began to fly. The boy was grateful that the dust covered him and that the place was wide, because the turns were not so closed and he did not have so many problems with them. The boy continued flying strongly, and after a couple of seconds he raised a small whirlpool of water. The villains were dragged into it without being able to do anything, because some had been stuck to each other with the Mineta spheres. The boy knew that it could not take long, besides that the whirlwind of water already called enough attention, so taking a breath he began to blow while continuing to spin. The result? The entire pillar had frozen and the villains with it. Izuku smiled, but knew he had to get down, so pretending to fall he landed with a crash, worrying his friends. Tsuyu. Midoriya. Izuku. I'm fine. Tsuyu. Amazing, how did you manage to freeze the water? Izuku. It wasn't me, Shoto helped me. He saw what I did from afar from where he was and used all his power, but never mix cold air with a tornado in a race. He dragged me to and almost froze me. I managed to get out by a miracle, almost, and he also froze. Tsuyu. Running was a great plan, although dangerous. Luckily, we managed to do it. Now, what should we do? What will our next move be? Izuku. We have to get help. We are close to the gate, so let's go along the shore, avoid fighting and being a hindrance to Aizawa. We have to avoid the central plaza while we go to the exit. Tsuyu. That's right, Aizawa-sensei attracted many villains to the plaza. Izuku. Yes, but I think he's overdoing it by throwing himself against a horde of villains just to protect us. Mineta. So what do you think? Oh no, don't even think about it. Izuku. I don't plan on fighting, just I'd like to find a way to lighten your load at least a little. On the other side with Shoto, the mixed-haired boy had frozen the whole place along with the villains, so he advanced towards the central plaza. The boy did not stop and attack some straggling villains. Shoto. Izuku, you were in the flood zone, only you could have frozen the water like that. We have to find a way out of here and call for help. From what I saw, I was wrong. I thought that so many villains together would be a problem, but no, apparently, they just brought random people, new villains, but from what I see, there are 3 villains that really look scary. Well, I'll try to get some answers from some of these villains, and then I'll go to the central area. I'll avoid the plaza. Surely there I'll find Izuku and whoever comes with him. The mixed-haired boy said this and then saw a group of villains straggling behind, so with a serious face he approached them. On the other hand, things were balanced between good and bad in the mountainous area where Momo, Jiro and Kaminari were, because there were too many villains. Momo created as many things as she needed and also proved to be a skilled fighter, managing to handle her steel bar with ease. On the other hand, there was Jiro, who, although rude and agile, did not have much experience in combat. Although supported by the black-haired woman who gave her a sword, she could defend herself enough. The real problem was Kaminari, who, like Mineta with Izuku and Tsuyu, was a coward who did not help much because of his lack of control in his quirk, in addition to the fact that he could not contact the academy due to a strange sign that managed to interfere with communication. For a short time the blonde managed to be useful when Jiro pushed him against a villain who was electrocuted as well as others, but it still was not enough. It was not until Momo created an insulating blanket millimeters thick with which she covered herself and Jiro that the blonde could be end of help by releasing a powerful discharge that knocked out all the villains possible. The bad thing about this is that Momo had lost a part of her suit which covered her breasts, although the girl knew she could create another one, but that did not take away her pain and shame at being exposed. The other problem is that Kaminari had exceeded the level of electricity he could handle, so his brain short-circuited, putting the boy into a state of temporary idiocy, making the girls not realize that another danger was emerging from the earth. Back with Izuku, Tsuyu and Mineta, they were near the place of their teacher's battle, watching carefully not to attract attention or interfere. Mineta. Hey Midoriya, we're just here to see how things are going, right? Izuku? Yes, we will run if we see that it gets dangerous in any way. The boys were crouching so they wouldn't be seen. Once there they witnessed how Aizawa was a high-level professional hero. The black-haired man could fight against a group of villains and managed to knock them down with a few movements of his bandages. But not everything could go so well for the professional, because the head of the great army of villains joined the fight, and showing that he was not as stupid as his costume seemed, the villain managed to take Aizawa by the elbow, stopping an attack. Aizawa? Shit. I must congratulate you for that, but there is a moment that is difficult to see because you are always moving. When your hair falls out, it means you are exhausted, your quirk stopped working, that's when you become vulnerable and are easy to kill. At that moment and before everyone's surprised eyes, Aizawa's elbow began to disintegrate, first the clothes, then the flesh, soon the muscle was exposed. Aizawa managed to free himself to continue fighting against more villains even with problems. Your quirk is useful, but it's not much use for fighting large crowds, you're only good for a short attack after a surprise one. Aizawa. Thinking. Damn, my arm as it hurts like hell. You know that, and yet you still jumped into a fight alone. What was that for? To calm your students down? The villain mocked at the end of saying this while Aizawa, in pain, continued to defend himself. How cool you really are cool although, anyway, hero. The black-haired man turned back only to see that the monster that had come with the villains was now behind him. I'm not the one you should be worried about. Insert the villain's theme by you know who and keep reading XD. The monster raised his hand, and immediately Aizawa's goggles flew out along with several bloodstains. The next thing that happened was a brutal beating before the eyes of his 3 students. At the gates of the USJ things were going from bad to worse at first, because the villain was no fool, he knew the hero, and knew his record of saving people from disasters, as well as knowing that it was because of this that he had less experience in fighting than other heroes, so generating a portal behind him made his quirk damage him, the back of S suit was destroyed, and the hero could not help but stop, fortunately so that the hero's sacrifice was not in vain. Iida started running and helped by Uraraka and Shoji, who managed to intercept the cloud and prevent it from touching his partner. He managed to escape from the facilities. In the mountainous area things were not going well, either because a last villain emerged from the ground, surprising the girls who thought he had already won. Likewise in the central area Aizawa was quite hurt. It was not only his arm that was delicate, but his entire body was beaten. The adult hero was face up down in a pool of blood, while the monster grabbed his arm, which he had apparently already broken. I'll tell you just because you surprised me Eraserhead, I present to you the anti-symbol of peace, the monster born from the bioengineer Nomu. At these words the monster could only make guttural and meaningless sounds. On the other hand, in the landslide zone, Bakugo and Kirishima had already finished off all their rivals, but the problems had started when the Redeed wanted to help the others, while the blonde wanted to face the fog. Bakugo. That guy is their entry and exit door, we have to capture him, no, you better not get in my way, I'll kill him. Kirishima. Others may be in danger, no matter how bad or good the villains are, if they outnumber them. Bakugo. Then go on by yourself. I don't have time to waste. Kirishima. Stop acting like an idiot. Bakugo. Huh. What did you say, Firehair? I'll kill you. Kirishima. Stop acting like a little kid. We were reckless and jumped over the portal, interrupting. If we had been smarter, we wouldn't be in this mess now. Because of us, our friends are all over the USJ. Bakugo. And who do you think you are to talk to me like that? I was the only one who could have finished off that bastard, you just got in my way. Kirishima. I thought you were someone smarter and more manly, but you've shown me that you're only good for destroying things. Bakugo. Bastard. At that moment the blonde made an explosion, and Kirishima instantly recognized him. Kirishima. You. Bakugo. Huh. Now what do you want? Kirishima. You are that child from that day then Midoriya. Bakugo. What does that bastard have to do with all this? At that moment Kirishima used his hardening and advanced colliding shoulders with Bakugo. Kirishima. I remember them now, that's why they sounded so familiar, you're the guy from that time at the mechanics, you bothered Midoriya, you took him out of the vehicle he was in and started hitting him. The blonde opened his eyes remembering that event, how come he didn't recognize Kirishima? Kirishima. You're just a lonely guy pretending to be cool so everyone will follow him, but there's nothing manly about following someone like you, I'll go help the others because they're my friends, and that's what a hero does, you do what you want Bakugo. The Redeed said this and left the building leaving Bakugo alone who did not expect this reaction. But there was one thing Kirishima was wrong about, and that was that his intentions were good, but his companions weren't alone. Besides, they also wanted to be heroes, and they wouldn't give up so easily. The boys in the different areas managed to emerge victorious, even at the entrance gate Iida had managed to escape successfully. No, they didn't need saving although Aizawa on the other hand. The Nomu took the arm that was injured, and after squeezing a little he managed to break it. The bones were heard, followed by the scream of agony of the black-haired man who did not expect this. You can erase quirks, that's great but not impressive, in the face of enormous strength, you're like any Quirkless. The black-haired man in pain managed to turn his head trying to use his quirk. In response, the now known as Nomu crushed his other arm with a single step. Aizawa. Thinking. He breaks my bones like they were branches, even though I'm sure I erased his quirk. Does that just mean he's that strong naturally? He's almost as strong or equal to Almight. The Nomu took Aizawa by his bloody head and lifted him up and then slammed him against the floor making a small crater. All this was seen from the front row by Izuku, Sayu and Mineta who was terrified. Lie. Midoriya, why you said it, if this got dangerous we'd run away, please don't do anything reckless. But the green-haired man, still in shock from the images in front of him, had no intention of running away. On the other hand, next to the leader of the villains, the cloud that had been incapacitated at the main door by the boys formed again. Shigaraki Tamura. The now known as Shigaraki didn't even turn to look at his partner. Shigaraki. Kurogiri, did you kill? Kurogiri. I knocked him out, but there were some students I couldn't disperse, and one managed to escape. Faced with this last point, the villain boss turned to look at the fog only for seconds later, with a mixture of stress and anger he felt, to start scratching his neck aggressively. Shigaraki. Kurogiri, if you weren't a portal in our escape door, I'd tear you to pieces. The blue-haired man continued scratching his neck, leaving reddish marks on it until he suddenly stopped. Shigaraki. We can't win against a dozen professionals. Game over. Geez, game over. No way, well, I guess it's time to go home. At this the trio of covered students were surprised. Mineta. Are they leaving? Did he say they were leaving? Sayu. Apparently so. Mineta. Yes. We're saved. The dwarf began to cry comically and then hugged the frog girl, although slightly touching one of her breasts, which made Sayu uncomfortable, who without feeling guilty, put her hand on Mineta's mouth and nose, beginning to choke him. Sayu. Despite what he said, I have a bad feeling about this, Midoriya. Izuku. Yeah, me too. For them to leave after achieving all this, I don't understand. They wanted to kill Almight. If they leave now, the UA will reinforce security. What are these guys planning? Shigaraki. Oh, but before we go. At that moment the blue-haired boy turned to see the three boys who did not expect this. Shigaraki. Let's hit and hurt Almight's pride. The boys didn't realize when Shigaraki had moved so fast. In just a blink the villain was in front of them with his hand ready to touch Sayu. In that moment time slowed down. Izuku turned around remembering what happened to his teacher's elbow. The boy couldn't help but imagine the disintegration of the frog girl. Despite having her by his side, Izuku couldn't do anything and could only watch as the villain's hand touched Sayu's face. But nothing happened. Shigaraki. TCH, you really are amazing. Eraserhead. The black-haired boy had been the one who prevented Sayu's death. With impressive willpower he had raised his face and used his quirk, momentarily erasing Shigaraki's, protecting Sayu. But unfortunately this noble action cost him dearly, as the Nomu slammed him against the ground again with more force. Although this action was enough for Izuku to throw himself against the blue-haired boy, the boy would not hesitate and would hit with a little more force. At the same time that his heat vision slowly became present in his green pupils, Izuku would not lose anyone else. Izuku. Stay away from her. Shigaraki looked up seeing Izuku who was nearby. The green-haired man didn't think twice and launched a punch, as well as a blast of his heat vision. The punch was accompanied by a fairly strong shock wave, which was able to move the water, break the ice pillar, burst some nearby lamps, and catch the attention of Shoto and Kirishima. The smoke dissipated, showing that the one Izuku had hit was that Noma monster who with incredible speed managed to release Aizawa and take the blow. Shigaraki. You moved well, that punch was well charged. Izuku. It can't be. Insert the Tooth and Claw theme by James Newton Howard and read on. Shigaraki. Unfortunately you're dangerous, I'm sorry, but I'll finish you off first. The green-haired boy opened his eyes in surprise. The Nomu took him by the arm and lifted him up. Sayu, seeing her friend in trouble, moved away from Shigaraki, who now extended both hands towards her and Mineta. But Sayu would help her companion, so the girl extended her tongue towards Izuku. The green-haired boy saw how the Nomu raised his other hand in a threatening manner. The freckled boy looked down, meeting Sayu's tongue, but knew that she wouldn't give him time, so he turned on his heat vision again. Izuku. Sayu. Go now. Take Aizawa and get out of here. Sayu. Midoriya Kiro. Shigaraki. Will you become the hero? Izuku. I'll give my friends time. The green-haired boy had his red eyes ready to use his heat vision. Nobody saw him, and he knew this, so without wasting time, he launched a blast towards the Nomu's eyes, who in pain, let out a scream and released the boy, who quickly hit the Nomu a few meters away. Izuku fell, and using his incredible speed, he took his friends, protecting them and taking them with him. But he didn't leave completely clean because Shigaraki managed to touch part of his suit, disintegrating part of his clothes, but fortunately he didn't reach him directly. Izuku landed a few meters away from where the villains were and took Tsuyu by the shoulders. "Izuku, aren't you listening to me? Run. I'll try to stall for time while Almight arrives." The frog girl didn't need more, she nodded slightly, took a terrified Mineta who was paralyzed by fear to immediately launch her tongue towards her badly injured and fainted teacher, managing to entangle him to take him away. "Shigaraki. Impressive, you have great strength." "Izuku. I don't feel confident thanking a villain for the compliment." "Shigaraki. You're just a rookie, Nomu." The green-haired boy quickly turned around, finding the Nomu behind him. Izuku only managed to put his arms in an X shape before receiving a blow from the monster, which sent him several meters away. The boy suddenly embedded himself in the area where Momo and Jiro were watching, which they were quite nervous, seeing how the villain causing the interference had Kaminari trapped hostage. Yaoirozu clenched her fists, annoyed. The girl did not know what to do to stop the villain. "Villain. Don't use your quirks, otherwise, I'll kill this guy." "Jiro. TCH, damn Kaminari, that idiot caught us, we totally let our guard down." "Yaoirozu. Stop thinking about that and think of a way to defeat him, we should have foreseen an ambush like this." "Villain. I don't want to kill anyone who also has an electric type quirk like me, but I guess I have to." At that moment the villain took out some electric rays from his hand and instantly Kaminari came back to himself, only to get even more scared. "Yaoirozu. An electric type quirk, he's probably the one interfering with the signal and communications." "Villain. I'm leaving, I'll go that way, don't try to follow me." The villain began to retreat, but Jiro thought of an attack strategy and distracted him so he could attack him with his jacks, but this was useless. The villain realized it and brought his hand closer to Kaminari's face. "Villain. Do you think I'm stupid?" "Yaoirozu." He realized. "Villain. Stupid strategies only work on stupid guys, rookie villains shouldn't take care of hostages, I warned you, you didn't listen, what's more important, your life or your friends?" The villain began to approach both girls, who walked away carefully. "Villain. I know I said I don't like hurting guys like me, but you guys aren't the least bit like us. Picking up Kaminari, your quirks aren't even remotely similar. I think I won't feel any remorse if I have a little fun with you guys." At that moment the girls broke into a cold sweat when they saw the villain's lascivious gaze. "Villain. Will they still be heroes after being raped by someone like me?" The villain began to laugh as he got closer and closer. Momo thought about creating a flash grenade, but she couldn't risk her partner's life. The brunette was in doubt, upset with herself for not knowing how to react. "Villain. I'm curious to know how they'll react to having a forced orgasm with electricity in their bodies. Will I break their minds? Will they be my personal servants? I'm dying to know." The darkened face of the villain was about to reach the girls, who were cornered when they crashed into a wall behind them. Jiro gritted his teeth while Momo clenched her fists in annoyance. The villain raised his hand pointing towards them when suddenly and without warning the entire area began to shake violently. The villain staggered a little and released a blonde who was still scared now by the movement. The girls did not know what was happening, but suddenly a crack formed and from it came Izuku, who without realizing it had hit the villain. The boy landed, his breathing was labored, his suit was torn in some places. Izuku was surprised and upset. "Izuku. Damn, that thing is as strong and fast as All Might and I turned my back on it, how stupid was I should have foreseen an attack like that." The boy realized the area where he was and then turned his gaze to find the brunette and the violet-haired girl, who looked strangely and confused at the green-haired boy. "Yaoirozu. Midoriya. What are you doing here?" "Izuku. That's an excellent question, but I don't have time to answer it in depth right now, are you alright?" "Jiro. Yes, you could say so." "Izuku. Okay, then go to the entrance area and try to re-establish communications as soon as possible." "Jiro. But your suit, are you hurt?" "Izuku. I hope not, you go down now, maybe you'll meet Mineta and Tsuyu, he's carrying Aizawa-sensei, he's very badly injured." "Yaoirozu. But what will you do?" Izuku controlled his breathing and then looked at the girl and smiled at her. "Izuku. Buy them time, now go." The boy turned to see the monster in the distance and without saying anything he jumped off, leaving a huge crater in the ground. For their part the girls saw this and then Jiro went to help Kaminari, while Momo, remembering the villain and extremely annoyed, approached him, who was barely reacting from the blow. The vile subject turned to see the brunette and tried to attack her, but the girl was faster and creating a small sphere threw it towards the villain. It reacted to the contact with the electricity bursting and forming a mass that trapped the villain, who no matter how hard he fought could not get out, only his head was exposed. The brunette's enemy looked up only to see that Momo had her steel bar with her, then the girl prepared. On the part of the green-haired man, he had not used his flight because the girls were there, but even with the momentum he had obtained, he soon arrived with the villain who could not notice the presence of the green-haired man who raised his fist and threw the punch that hit the Nomu's cheek, moving him several meters away and creating an impressive shockwave that even moved the blue-haired man away and took away the hand that he had on his face. Shigaraki. What? What is this? No, this isn't right, this isn't right. Izuku, for his part, had landed with a serious face, watching as the subject, covering his face with his own hand, took the one that had fallen and put it back on. Shigaraki. I'm sorry, father, that shockwave hit me even though I was far away. It's the power of an aspiring hero, but it's not as strong as Almight, although yes, I grant you that you're quite fast. I couldn't follow you with my eyes, but don't think this is over, Nomu. The green-haired man stood up watching as the monster approached him with impressive speed and tried to grab him with his hands. Izuku quickly ducked, avoiding the deadly attack to prepare a blow. Izuku. Thinking. Remember your training, Izuku. Well, son, in my fights I've had to face opponents who are bigger and have more muscle mass than me, so remember, whenever you encounter an opponent like that you have to aim, throw your punches upwards, don't take away their strength. The boy formed a determined face and, staying down, launched a strong blow to the monster's chest area, but despite the fact that Izuku felt how he broke the monster's ribsage, it did not make any gesture of pain. Izuku? What? The green-haired boy jumped, hitting the Nomu's face again with the same effect as before and giving the monster the opportunity to counterattack, so taking advantage of the fact that the boy was in the air, he hit him in the chest, throwing him into the water. Izuku? They don't even work when I hit his face. I'm sure the 2 hits I gave him must have done some damage. Strong muscles and increased speed. If that's the weapon they had to kill the number hero and symbol of peace, then it's well done. A weapon that's it. If they really want to beat All Might they would need something that could fight without tiring. The boy ran out of the water and was able to stand in front of the Nomu again, who raised his fists and slammed them against the ground, but the green-haired boy was able to dodge it. Izuku. Regeneration. Shigaraki. Huh. Izuku. That's why he hasn't fallen. If you want to kill All Might you would need an unstoppable weapon, one that doesn't feel pain or stop in combat. Humans get tired, hurt, they can lose limbs, but you created a monster that is not limited by that. The blue-haired man was surprised by this deduction, but then smiled. Shigaraki. That's right, you impress me, you have talent, kid, but it's not just that. Nomu has an incredible impact absorption that makes him virtually impossible to stop. You'd have to skin him to beat him. Nomu is an unstoppable force. Izuku. Okay, then let's start the experiment. The green-haired boy prepared himself. Both fighters stared at each other without attacking each other, walking only in circles. The Nomu followed Izuku with his eyes until Izuku launched himself with his fist raised again. The Nomu instantly put both arms in front of his face, covering himself from the green-haired boy's blow, starting the fight again, which lasted longer than planned since the Nomu was quite strong. This might not mean much, but in an inexperienced fighter like the freckled one it was a clear disadvantage. Izuku gave his best, but could not avoid being hit several times, falling to the ground by the fierce impacts he received, but the green-eyed boy did not give up so easily. The boy was standing and launched himself against the Nomu, although he managed to dodge him and took him by the cape to start whipping him from side to side, generating mini tremors with this in front of Shigaraki's smiling face. Shigaraki. Hey, you may be very strong, but you are just a rookie. On the other hand, my Nomu, despite being just a prototype, is ready to fight. Sorry kid, but once we finish you we will go for your friends. The green-haired boy didn't want to admit it, but after a few hits he did start to get a bit dazed. His invulnerability was strong, but he had never had a long-duration fight, and now that same inexperience, just like in the entrance exam and his fight against Bakugo, was taking its toll on him. The boy was clinging to his promise, but now that same promise prohibited him from acting freely, and that was why he was being beaten up. The Nomu lifted Izuku by the cloak and began to hit him in the face, causing the boy to move like a pendulum that was hit with surprising force. Shigaraki was not lying, the monster was a beast, an unstoppable force. The blows were such that the inevitable moment came where the green-haired boy began to bleed. Izuku couldn't believe it, his eyes opened wide at this vision. The Nomu hit him and also alternated with whipping him on the ground. Blood stained the ground and the Nomu's fists. The green-haired boy was stunned because he believed that something like this should not happen. On the other hand, Todoroki, attracted by the sound of the blows, approached carefully, witnessing the beating they were giving Izuku and being shocked when he saw how the bloodstains fell to the ground. Shoto was paralyzed. The boy thought that something like that must be impossible. Shoto. It can't be. Kirishima had also arrived seconds after the mixed-haired boy, seeing how Izuku was beaten without him being able to help him, just like years ago. Kirishima. Midori, why do I always have to be late? Bakugo was the last of the 3 to arrive. Seeing the fierce blows that the freckled man received, the blonde initially smiled, enjoying seeing how the green-haired man was beaten, but after seeing how the blood dripped from the Nomu's fists, this feeling changed to annoyance which soon turned into fury. Bakugo. No, only I can kill that idiot. Seeing this, the blonde started to run, as did Shoto and Kirishima. Shoto instantly used his ice, launching a powerful icy attack towards the Nomu, but Kurogiri had already seen the boys and created a portal, eating the attack and opening another one in the aquatic area where the ice fell. Kurogiri. Oh, you're quite strong. That attack would have freed your friend, but I'm sorry, you can't do anything. My job was to wait for the Nomu to limit Almight's movements, and once done I would split him in half, but I guess I'll have to settle for doing that to your friend. Kirishima. You won't do any of that. Shoto. He is not alone. The mixed-haired boy gritted his teeth in annoyance and prepared to use his fire side, but at that moment Bakugo appeared. Apparently the blonde had propelled himself with his explosions. The blonde took a metallic part that was floating in the enemy's body, the same part that Uraraka had touched to make it float. Bakugo. Get out of the way. You're in my way, you half-and-half bastard. Once the blonde took this, he slammed it against the ground to put his hand on top of it, preventing it from moving. Bakugo. Stop being so conceited, you damn pile of nebulous garbage. Kirishima. Todoroki, are you okay? Shoto. Yeah, how are you, Kirishima? Did you have any problems? Kirishima. Just one, looking at Bakugo, but I'm fine. Damn, I don't know what kind of quirk the boss has, but he seems dangerous. Shoto. Yes, but we have to help Izuku. Kirishima. I know. Bakugo, for his part, continued holding the fog, which could not be released. Bakugo. Careless bastard, you think you're better than me, don't you? You're just trash. I discovered it when I attacked you. Only parts of your body can become that fog, right? But you cover your body to hide this. If you were being made entirely of fog, attacks wouldn't hurt you. That collar you have is proof that I'm right. Kurogiri. He found me out. The villain tried to move, but Bakugo made a slight explosion. Bakugo. Don't move. If I sense you making any suspicious movements, trying to transport me, or trying to escape, I'll kill you. Shigaraki. What's this? They're just kids, but they have incredible power, and they even captured our escape portal. Wow, kids these days are really strong, but if they can't do anything, then Nomu, kill him. The monster looked at his leader and, following orders without question, he continued hitting the freckled boy a little more, making a crater which with each hit became bigger. All this before the eyes of the boy's companions, who saw this without knowing what to do. Shoto watched with disbelief the beating that Izuku received. The mixed-haired boy could not believe it. Finally the monster released Izuku after making a deep crater. The green-haired boy, in an incredible effort, managed to stand up and tried to give a weak blow, but the Nomu dodged it, grabbed him by the head and threw him to the ground again, and then took his cape, wrapped it around his neck and put his foot on the boy's back. Then the monster began to pull on the cape, suffocating Izuku, who raised his face and his hand in a desperate attempt to breathe, but this was useless, because the Nomu, seeing this, slammed the green-eyed boy's head against the ground. The monster did not stop. He pulled the freckled and then whipped him again, over and over again, until the cloak finally gave way and broke. After this the Nomu began to step on the green-haired boy's head repeatedly, before the eyes of his companions, who were in shock by this. On the other hand, Yaoirozu, Jiro and Kaminari had gone down, and just as Izuku had said, they met Sayu and Mineta, who were carrying Aizawa, who was unconscious. They all helped each other and managed to put the black-haired boy next to No. Meeting up with their companions who were already gathered. Yaoirozu. We have to go out and get help. Uraraka. Help will soon arrive. Yaoirozu. How? Uraraka. Iida managed to escape. Yaoirozu. Great, that's a relief. Shoji. It's the others we're worried about. At that moment the black-haired girl remembered Izuku as well as the way the freckled boy had jumped without hesitation. The brunette could not erase this from her mind, including the words that Izuku said to both of them. Buy them time. Yaoirozu. And Midoriya. Where is he? Sayu. This one, pointing to the central part where a light curtain of dust prevented seeing clearly. Yaoirozu. How? Sayu. The three of us managed to come up with a plan to get off the ship, and once we did we saw that the villains had a weapon capable of killing Almight. Mineta. It's the horrible monster that came with the villains, the one with a bird's beak similar to Tokoyami's. That thing was the one that left Aizawa-sensei like that. Yaoirozu. So? What else happened? Sayu. The villain boss saw us and wanted to attack us, but Midoriya bought us time. We managed to escape. Yaoirozu. So he is. Mineta. He's crazy. He stayed to fight that thing, but I don't think he can beat it. Kaminari. Is Midoriya trying to play the hero? Is he an idiot or what? He has to wait for the professional heroes to arrive, or else he'll just get himself killed. He would have to rely on Todoroki, or better yet Bakugo, to have a chance of achieving something. The blonde said this in a weak but clearly audible tone. Momo, for her part, turned to see the mountain of smoke that was there and could distinguish that Todoroki, Kirishima and Bakugo had managed to arrive, but the girl felt nervous, and from one moment to another, the girl was no longer with her companions, who tried to stop her. Although uselessly, the brunette began to run until she managed to reach where the other boys were. The younger YehosuaHernandez had managed to cross the small wall of dust, only for her first vision to be the Nomu strangling Izuku and stomping on his head relentlessly. The terrified brunette brought her hands to her mouth. But Izuku wasn't alone. Shoto managed to react, and taking advantage of the fact that the portal couldn't get in his way, he let out his ice quirk, which reached the Nomu, managing to freeze the foot with which he was attacking his best friend, as well as half of his body. YehosuaHernandez, seeing this, reacted and quickly created a grenade, which after releasing its safety, she threw it at the Nomu, who only saw it before it exploded, destroying the frozen part. Shigaraki. No, this can't be, they're just simple children. The villain looked at the students but then started laughing. Shigaraki. Their quirks are strong, wow, each generation is more amazing. They made the League of Villains look ridiculous, but you can't create a weapon that can kill Almight without thinking about a predicament like this. The monster fixed its gaze on the boys and began to crawl, while the rest of its frozen body parts fell to pieces. Shoto. It can't be, even though his body is falling apart, is he still moving? But the boys' surprise did not end there, as the Nomu managed to stand up and, before everyone's eyes, managed to regenerate the lost parts in a chilling and grotesque vision. Shoto. But what isn't super strength his quirk? Shigaraki. I never said it was his only quirk, his partner discovered it first. My wonderful creation has super regeneration. It is a creature capable of withstanding % of All Might strength. It is the perfect punching bag that can also return blows. The Nomu was whole again. Izuku didn't seem to move, so the blue-haired man considered him dead. Shigaraki. I guess All Might won't arrive. Well, what can you do? At least we achieved our objective, now it's time to recover our portal. The Nomu turned to see Bakugo, who was still holding Kurogiri. Shigaraki. Go, Nomu. The monster didn't need another order, showing incredible speed the creature lunged at the blonde. Hiroshima. He's fast. Shoto. Bakugo, move. But the blonde couldn't do anything. Soon the monster was in front of him and threw a blow that caused a huge curtain of dust that blew away the boys who stood up. Shoto. Bakugo. But when the smoke dissipated, it could be seen that although the Nomu had recovered Kurogiri, it had not hit Bakugo. In fact, the blonde was next to the boys. Shoto. Huh. You managed to dodge it. Bakugo. Shut up, trash, I couldn't see anything. But when all the smoke dissipated, the boys could see a two-line path which led to the wall of the USJ, where Izuku was embedded. Although keeping his guard up, the green-haired boy was breathing heavily. His suit was quite damaged, leaving some shreds of the black shirt which had already lost the cape. Shigaraki. He's fast. He managed to stand up and protect his partner. Izuku. Breathing heavily, I'll give you the same advice I learned the hard way with your Nomu, never turn your back on your rival. Shigaraki. I only did it to get my partner back, I had no other choice, besides I thought you were dead. Izuku. I just needed to catch my breath. Shigaraki. You know, I don't know why you're complaining, you were about to hit me with everything. You have to protect your comrades, violence for the sake of others, it's admirable, isn't it? That's why you want to be a hero. The annoyed green-haired man stood on guard as he looked at the villain. Shigaraki. You know what? I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed by the fact that the world categorizes violent acts as good or bad, deciding what's right and wrong. What's the symbol of peace? In the end, it's just repressive violence. After all, violence only breeds violence. Izuku. Haha, no, criminals like you, your very look gives you away, you're lying. The green-haired boy looked directly into the blue-haired boy's eyes. He couldn't see his face, but from the way he narrowed his eyes, he seemed to be mocking him. Shigaraki. Hehe, you found me out, but that doesn't matter. Shoto. There are 3 of them, there are 5 of us, there are only 3 of them. Bakugo finally did something useful and exposed the weakness of the mist, Momo, and I can destroy the Nomu, no matter how many times it regenerates, there must be a limit, together we can. Izuku. No. The mixed-haired boy turned to see Izuku, who was walking towards them with a serious face. Izuku. Get out of here, run to the exit. I heard that Iida was able to leave, the heroes won't be long in arriving, I'll give you time. Hiroshima. We can help you double that time. Trust your friends. Izuku. I do, that's why I'm asking you to leave, if you do I'll be able to fight comfortably, besides. The green-haired boy turned slightly to see Shoto, who knew what the boy was about to say. Izuku. I still have enough energy, I can still fight. The boy passed by his friends and continued moving forward. YehosuaHernandez. Wait, Midoriya. Izuku. I'll be fine. The green-haired man raised his thumb without looking at his companions. Shigaraki. You're not that fast either, Kurogiri, Nomu, take care of him, I'll go for his friends. Kurogiri, yes, Tamura. Shigaraki. Izuku. I won't let them advance. The Nomu threw himself at Izuku, just as Shigaraki did at the green-haired boy's friends, who were on guard. Hiroshima. He really meant what he said, here he comes. Shigaraki. Okay, let's finish this and go home. Izuku. You won't get close to them. The green-haired man lunged and raised his fist to hit the Nomu, who did the same action, clashing their fists, generating a shock wave so strong that it sent Shigaraki flying. Shigaraki. TCH, don't be stupid, I already told you, he has a hit absorption. Izuku. Yeah. What does it matter? Izuku entered into a fist clash with the Nomu, making it almost impossible for anyone to pass. Hiroshima. A fist fight. Is that your idea? Aoirozu. It's amazing. Irideed was even slightly knocked back while Bakugo just watched this in surprise. Kurigiri. No, I can't get close. Shoto. That's their plan, run. The mixed-haired boy turned to look at his companions, who looked at him confused. Shoto. He gave us an escape route. The boys understood this and without saying a word they started running away from the place. Shoto. Thinking. Izuku, you keep limiting yourself so as not to kill your opponent, you hit with the same force with which you threw the ball, are you willing to win, or do you really want to buy time? The boys retreated, Momo for her part turned to see the green-haired boy, seeing how the boy was still engrossed in his fight. Aoirozu. Midoriya, good luck. Shigaraki. They're moving away. Izuku. But you'll stay here. The green-haired boy hit the Nomu hard, who returned the fierce punches in the same way. The boy took advantage of the dust raised by his blows and used light bursts of his heat vision. The boy took a breath and blew while throwing a punch. This combined pushed the Nomu a great distance away. Izuku. Your monster has incredible shock absorption, but it must have a limit, right? Well, whatever, you yourself said it was just a prototype, which means it's not as strong as you think it is. The boy turned to see the villain, who saw the green-haired boy with a frown. Izuku. Your monster has a limit, but I'll stop to find out, I won't prolong the fight any longer. Shigaraki. That's what you say, but you already fell once, now you will die, Nomu. The monster threw himself again against the green-haired boy, who covered himself again to hit the monster with force, once again engaging in the clash of fists that again raised a curtain of dust. The boy was bleeding, but that didn't matter to him. The freckled boy had some objectives in mind: defeat his enemy, buy time and save his friends. The green-haired boy threw an uppercut which landed on the Nomu's jaw, forcing it to snap its beak shut and breaking some of its fangs. The boy grabbed him by the leg and threw him to the other side and then jumped, reaching him and hitting the beast in the chest that forced him to fall. Both contenders stood up. Izuku hit the Nomu in the face and another in the stomach, but the rival did not stay without doing anything and threw a blow to immediately give another that moved him away. But the freckled man, who also did not stay with his arms crossed, threw himself against his rival, again giving a couple of blows to the Nomu's face, although managing to land one with enough force in the brain area of the monster, managing to stun him momentarily. The green-haired boy took advantage of this and hit the Nomu again, who recovered quickly to continue in the fight. The boy pushed the Nomu against the earthquake zone, and taking advantage of the fragility from this, he gave a blow that made several pieces of rock fall on the Nomu. Izuku was getting tired, he knew that prolonging the fight would not be convenient. The green-haired man hit the enemy in his face. The Nomu managed to move the green-haired man away by hitting him in the chest. Moving him away, Izuku took advantage of this to look towards his friends who had already arrived with the others. The green-haired man saw the Nomu, who was already standing again. Izuku. Thinking. Okay, this is harder than I thought. No matter what I do to him I can't make him fall. Maybe if I hit him harder he could reach his limit, but that's just a theory. If I freeze him with my icy breath he would regenerate, I have to think. The green-haired boy looked at his friends once more, focusing now on Shoto and Momo, who were also watching him from a distance. Izuku. Thinking. At least they're okay, but I promised them everything would be okay, I have to keep that promise. Shigaraki. Nice show, kid, but you said it, you're human, you have limits. No, my Nomu has the perfect combination of blows to kill Almight. The green-haired boy looked at Shigaraki, although these words made him remember. In a bad step. The green-haired boy remembered when he used his heat vision the first time against the Nomu, he injured it, it began to regenerate, but it damaged it. Izuku clenched his fists, he had an idea to stop it, but it was risky, and taking into account the Nomu's regeneration, there were possibilities of failing. The green-haired boy looked up, seeing that the Nomu had thrown itself at him again. Izuku. Thinking. It's my last chance, I may fail, but I have to do it, I'll try to hide from the villain so they don't notice. The green-haired boy ran until he reached the Nomu whom he hit, managing to return him to the earthquake zone. The monster tried to hit the green-haired boy, but he managed to cover himself and give an upward blow that raised the Nomu, and then he jumped, managing to reach the highest area of the stage, giving some privacy to the boy. There he even made use of the same stage, throwing some objects at the Nomu to hit him. The boy moved the Nomu quite a bit and then threw himself at him, but the Nomu tried to throw him far away, although Izuku, knowing that they couldn't see him, stopped in the air and then dived against his enemy, managing to land 2 blows. The boy was about to give the third, but the Nomu managed to cover himself, although Izuku was not impressed because he knew that the Nomu was quite capable, so without stopping, he threw a blow like his enemy, making a shock wave that knocked down both of them and made the USJ shake completely. On the other hand, at the exit, Class A had already gathered and were trying to watch Izuku's fight in vain. Hiroshima. Incredible, Izuku has managed to maintain a fight against that beast. Amanari. But he's pretty hurt, he's probably in his last stages. Aoirozu. He may be injured, but he's not defeated, nor is he stupid, taking the enemy up there gives him a chance, there are many loose stones, I used them against the Nomu by throwing them and weakening him. Bakugo. TCH, it's just stupidity, he's fighting to survive, not to win, that idiot, he's just prolonging the fight, hoping the professional heroes will rescue him, he's a damn coward. Mineta. You can't say that when he saved your ass. Bakugo. What did you say, damn dwarf? Hiroshima. The coward is someone else. Bakugo. You too, damn firehair. I'm going to kill you. Shoto. Thinking. Momo is right, you're clever, but you didn't bring the Nomu up just to throw rocks at it, you did it to fight in privacy. At the top of this place the green-haired boy was on the ground while the Nomu had already stood up. Izuku was taking a little air, but the Nomu didn't let him and started to step on him hard, making a big crater. The green-haired boy maybe couldn't move, but he could think, and while he received the stomps that the beast gave him he noticed something. They weren't as strong anymore. The green-haired boy knew that if he wanted a chance to win he had to use his heat vision, but for that he had to find the right moment. Izuku managed to land a blow that pushed the Nomu away. Izuku took advantage of this to stand up, he wiped the blood and saw his enemy who was standing again. The boy saw the enemy in front of him and smiled slightly, he didn't need to use his X-ray vision or his super hearing to know it, the Nomu was tired, he was reaching his absorption limit. He had received multiple hits just like him, Izuku knew it, that was his chance. The green-haired boy wasted no time and threw himself at the Nomu, who captured him and gave him a strong squeeze before lifting him up. The Nomu raised his fist and began to scream non-stop to try to intimidate the boy, but Izuku simply opened his eyes, he would use his advantage. The green-haired boy's eyes turned red and praying to heaven that his heat vision wouldn't get out of control when he used it in a prolonged attack. The boy used this attack aiming directly at the Nomu's brain. Soon the monster's brain began to smoke, the Nomu let out a lot of slime, and his tongue fell to one side. The green-haired man felt how the grip became looser, until the monster stopped grabbing the green-haired man, his hand fell, but Izuku was staying in the air, while continuing to use his heat vision, until the Nomu fell to his knees. Izuku hadn't stopped before since the monster continued to make noises, but once the Nomu fell to his knees he went completely silent. Izuku slowly turned off his heat vision, and blinked for a few seconds since this attack had caused his vision to blur slightly. Izuku. Yes, I still don't control it well, before I only used short bursts precisely to avoid these problems, at least I was able to control the intensity a little. The green-haired boy was somewhat calm when he saw how the Nomu had his arm raised. The boy was surprised by this, and without thinking twice he threw a punch at the Nomu, hitting his brain, destroying it completely. Apparently Izuku, due to the surprise, did not calculate his strength well, and gave the punch harder. What should have caused this? Izuku saw that the Nomu was no longer doing anything to try to get up, and saw his fist which still had the remains of the monster. The boy knew that the creature could regenerate, so he knew that he had not killed him, in addition to that he could also hear his heart, which had stopped a little but slowly started working again. Izuku sighed, but immediately became serious because he did not know how quickly the Nomu's regeneration acted, as well as he did not know if once regenerated the damage he had done would still be there. So without wasting time, he took the Nomu and dragging it out of its hiding place to the edge of the mountain where it was, and once there he picked it up to immediately after hit him, which made him fall heavily on the place where Shigaraki was and surprising his friends. Mineta. Is that Midoriya? Hiroshima. I knock him flying, but does that mean I win? I defeat that monster? Shoto. Well, it wouldn't be so crazy. According to Oi, it was a prototype. They took a big risk by bringing it without having tested it before. Also its regeneration had a limit, as well as its absorption. I suppose that after so many hits he managed to do some damage. Aoirozu. But at what cost? Look at him, he's very hurt. The green-haired man, for his part, went down the mountain in a few jumps and then jumped until he reached Shigaraki, who was furious as well as stressed. The villain furiously scratched his neck as he watched Izuku approach him. Shigaraki. Hey, what's going on? My Nomu was supposed to be stronger than Almight, but he lost to a mere boy. Why? Did that guy lie to me? Izuku, for his part, was tired. The green-haired man was bleeding because there were wounds that had not yet closed. His breathing was labored, but he had to continue stalling. Izuku. What's wrong? Weren't you following? You said you changed this and that, come and defeat me if you can. The green-haired man sharpened his gaze, making the blue-haired man clench his fists in annoyance, but in truth he was tired. His vision still hadn't returned to normal. He would fight almost blindly, and that wasn't a good idea, but he had to keep buying time if he wanted to help. Shigaraki. No damn, scratching his neck, if my Nomu were standing up he would erase that stupid face of yours, you wouldn't even be able to touch me. Kurogiri. Shigaraki Tamura, calm down please, look closely, look carefully, our Nomu also hurt him, he's injured, we don't need the Nomu, he's just pretending, he protects his friends, but they will freeze in fear if we go after them, besides, there are still subordinates that we can use, we still have a few minutes before we're surrounded, if we work together, we'll still have a chance to kill him. But these words, the blue-haired man calmed down, his companion was right. Shigaraki. Yes, yes, yes. It's true, I guess we have no choice but to do it, maybe he's not the final boss, but he's definitely someone I want to kill, his death will be a blow to the pride of this damn academy. On the other hand, some straggling villains were standing up, Izuku looked at them with a tired face. Izuku. Thinking. Oh great, couldn't they remain unconscious for a few more minutes? At this rate, the one who needs help will be me. But at that moment Izuku could see Shigaraki throwing himself against him. Izuku. Damn, he really will. Shigaraki. This is revenge for what happened with the Nomu. Izuku. Thinking. Damn. Can't you hurry up? The green-haired boy was about to use his heat vision again, the blue-haired boy was getting closer and closer, and Kurogiri was also getting closer, dangerously so. Kurogiri. No one will help you, I won't fall for their tricks again. The green-haired boy gritted his teeth in annoyance as he listened to the unbearable evil and unhinged laughter of Shigaraki, who raised his hand. The green-haired boy remembered his teacher's elbow and his own suit, so he stood on guard ready to attack. The green-haired boy was in trouble, but let's not forget he was at a hero academy. Insert Yusei by Yuki Hayashi and read at your leisure. It only took one shot and Shigaraki's hand had been pierced. Izuku opened his eyes in surprise. Izuku. They finally arrived. At that moment the green-haired man as well as the remaining villains heard a warm and kind voice. Nezu. Sorry everyone, sorry for the delay, I gathered everyone who was available. That's right, it was none other than Principal Nezu, but the friendly rodent did not come alone, just as he had said, he gathered all the teachers he could, and now an army of amazing professional heroes accompanied the kids who were at the entrance, who saw them with teary eyes feeling safe, Power Loader, Blood King, Cementus, Snipe, Midnight, Hound Dog, Ectoplasm, Present Mick, Nana Shimura, among others were now present in front of the villains who were impressed. Iida. Yo, the president of Class A, Iida Tenure returns. The blue-haired man shouted this, alerting all the remaining villains. One of them popped his tongue in annoyance and prepared to attack the heroes, releasing a burst of bullets from his fingers, but showing that despite having the one for all very weakened she was powerful. Nana Shimura threw herself against the villains and with great speed hit them until she arrived with Izuku. The woman worried about the state of the green-haired man took him by the shoulders. Izuku. Couldn't it have taken less time? Nana. There was a lot of traffic, now cover your ears. The boy did this without questioning anything at the same time that Present Mick took a few steps and prepared to attack. Present Mick. TCH, now you'll see. The blonde took a breath and let out a loud shout of yeah, which being as powerful as his quirk indicated was able to neutralize the villains. Some covered their ears trying to lessen this, others who were not as lucky simply fainted, but this opportunity was taken advantage of by Ectoplasm, who using his quirk, brought out many clones of himself, which hit the remaining villains, defeating them instantly. Nezu. Check the area, there must be more villains scattered, let's try to make sure none of them escape, protect the students, also call Recovery Guild to take care of the injured and the police, we will need the help of Agent Tsukauchi, Cementus, Present Mick, go with Nana, that student is injured, support her, get them out of there. The heroes listened to the rodent and went down towards Shigaraki, who saw them annoyed. Shigaraki. No, they're here, it's game over now, yeah, well then I guess we should go and try again later, don't you think? Kurogi. But the villain could not continue speaking because just like the first time Snipe shot again, now hitting him in the shoulders and legs, knocking him down. The fog did not stay away and helped his partner by covering him. Snipe. They're going to run away, can someone with a ranged quirk catch them? No. And I. The now discovered heroine was able to stand up with the help of Sato and Zero, managing to activate her black hole again and beginning to capture Kurogiri, who was already managing to make Shigaraki escape. Kurogiri. Shigaraki Tamura. It's no. I know he recovered. The villain was lifted a little, his body was halfway to escape, the blue-haired man managed to see how the green-haired man stood up with the help of his superior. Shigaraki. I may have failed this time, but I swear I'll kill the symbol of peace, I'll kill Almight, and I'll kill you stupid kid too. The green-haired boy wiped the blood as he watched the villain disappear, but unfortunately he wasn't alone. The villains had also managed to take his Momo with them, who didn't seem to be able to move. Nana saw the brainless monster, and immediately after she saw the green-haired boy, the villains disappeared and the boy fell to his knees. Nana saw her nephew's fists meeting the stains. The woman didn't need to make any more conjectures. Nana. Izuku, did you fight? Izuku. That thing, it was too strong. Nana. But what was it? Did you? Izuku. He was a monster. They called him their creation, a jewel of bioengineering, the anti-symbol of peace. Nana. The anti-symbol of peace. Izuku. He was created to kill Almight. The woman opened her eyes in surprise. The heroine could not believe this. Nana. Created to kill Almight. But that. Izuku. I'm serious, he had multiple quirks, he wasn't a human being, he was a monster that only followed orders. Nana. Creating something like that just to kill the symbol of peace, what would you need to achieve it? Search and find subjects with useful quirks for. At that moment the woman broke into a cold sweat, a feeling of fear invaded her body as she remembered the only person who was capable of taking and giving quirks. Nana. Steal them. Izuku. He had super strength, shock absorption and super regeneration, he was a killing machine. Nana. The perfect combination for a villain and deadly for any hero, she wouldn't need to eat or sleep. Izuku. But they said it was a prototype, I assume that's why it wasn't that strong or durable. The green-haired man was breathing deeply, quite agitated and tired. The woman saw him and stroked his hair. Nana. And I assume you saw it firsthand. Izuku. There was no other way. Shoto froze part of his body, and Yaoirozu threw a grenade that made him fly, but he regenerated. That was when I saw that none of them could face him. Nana. And you? Is that why you fought? Izuku. I didn't have much hope of winning, I just wanted to buy time for you guys to arrive, but it took you too long. By the way, where is Almight? Nana. He is busy, he had some business to attend to with a third-year boy, but better tell me one thing, Izuku, did anyone see your powers? Izuku. No, yes, I used them, but I tried to hide them as best as possible. Most of the time I used only my strength and my flight to freeze the water, but they didn't notice. I also used my heat vision when we were far away and when we were covered in small bursts so as not to hurt myself, but the monster did not give in. I knew that if I prolonged the fight eventually one would fall, but taking into account that he was an unstoppable force in the words of his creators, I assumed that I would be the loser, so I took him up there. The green-haired man slowly pointed to the top of the mountain, and Nana could understand his plan. Nana. There you fought with a little more freedom. Izuku. I hit him with everything and in the end I had no choice, I fried his brain, I thought it would take longer to regenerate, but in the end he managed to raise a hand. I don't know if it was to attack or as a reflex action, but I was surprised, I threw a punch in response. Nana. If the monster was brainless, you made it worse. The green-haired man only nodded slightly, the blood had stopped flowing at least. Izuku. I threw it at them hoping to intimidate them, but it didn't work, they wanted to keep fighting, and I'm still not used to long fights, I'm a little tired. Nana. And beaten, it's the first time since we trained that I've seen you bleed, not even the 0 points did it. Izuku. I took too many direct hits, I think it was logical, I assume that he and I had a limit to our resistance. The green-haired man raised his arm and clenched his fist in annoyance. Izuku. I'm still a rookie, I have to try harder if I want to avoid situations like these. Nana. Well, you're still a boy, Izuku, and although I'm totally sure that your mother will kill us when she sees your condition, I can also assure you that she will think the same as me. You are a hero, Izuku, you did well, you managed to save your companions, and you did a great job. I think you earned this break, Izuku. The boy didn't need to hear any more and simply fell on his aunt and teacher's legs. On the other hand, while the other heroes arrived, Midnight observed the destruction that the fight and the invasion had left in the USJ. Snipe. Oh my. Midnight. I can't believe we let them get away after all the chaos they caused. Nezu. Getting off Blood King's shoulders, they caught us off guard, but the important thing is that now we must focus our attention on protecting the students. Both teachers nodded, although worried. Back with Izuku, he was resting. Nana just smiled. Yes, he was like his father, someone willing to give his life for others. Present Mick. Hey. We're here. Cementus. Need help. Nana. He's fine, he's just hurt too much. Present Mick. Him. But I saw his fight against that Bakugo boy and his entrance exam, it was impressive, and he was seen coming out victorious and unharmed. Nana. Yes, but I assume we all have a limit. He's just a Mick boy. He faced the weapon made to kill Almight. I think it's logical that he ended up in this state. Cementus. A weapon made to kill Almight. Present Mick. That shouldn't be impossible. Nana. It's not impossible, it's just that no one has dared to do it. Cementus. Seeing Izuku, so he faced that thing, it's a miracle he's in one piece. Present Mick. I don't know Cementus, like I said, I saw this kid face the 0 points, and his fight against the screaming blonde, he's still young, but this day gave him experience, I think we can expect great things from him. The woman managed to stand up and carefully picked up Izuku. Nana. But for now he's still an injured student under our care, we need to get him medical help, have you called recovery girl yet? Cementus. It's the safest. Nana. In that case, let's go, we have to take him to get treated. The students were being counted at the entrance by their teachers to make sure none were missing, the others were arresting the villains. Shoto. Thinking. If there are so many heroes here it means they didn't attack the whole school I see, at least they came. Hiroshima. Is that Midoriya? The mixed-haired boy turned immediately upon hearing his best friend's last name, as did Momo. The three boys approached seeing how present Mick, Cementus and Nana approached them, but the boys focused their sight on the green-haired boy who was carried by Nana in both of her arms. His suit was quite damaged, even in the pants part which had some holes. His shirt was in worse condition, leaving only a few shreds of it which hung. He had lost his cape, his arms were drooping as was his head. The boy was injured in a way that even Shoto, who was his best friend, had never seen. Shoto. Nana-sensei. Aoi-Rozu. Is he okay? The black-haired girl asked this faster than the mixed-haired boy in a clear tone that showed concern, but Nana smiled at her in response. Nana. He's fine, he just needs to sleep a little haha he's a bit lazy from what I see. The girl advanced with the other teachers, finding that the police had already arrived, led by a man in a beige trench coat, wearing a hat of the same color. The stranger took off his hat and smiled. He had a friendly face that inspired confidence. It was the aforementioned Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa. Tsukauchi. Hello Nana, long time no see. Nana. Detective Tsukauchi, it is always a pleasure to meet you in the service of good. Tsukauchi. This looks serious, doesn't it? Nana. It's the first time something like this has happened, we'll have to take things more seriously. Tsukauchi. I understand, by the way, what about that boy? He looks very hurt. Nana. He's a student, he gave his best, and that's how it ended. Tsukauchi is leaving, Mick has the list of students, I'll take this boy to the ambulance. Tsukauchi. Okay. The man only saw the brunette walk away and went to the blonde who gave him the aforementioned list and then once again took the roll of the students who were gathered. Tsukauchi. Well, except for the boy who was taken to the ambulance, everyone doesn't seem to be seriously injured. For her part, Hagakure approached Ajiro, drawing his attention. Hagakure. Ajiro. Ajiro. What's going on? Hagakure. I heard you were doing great wherever you were. You were alone, weren't you? You're really strong. Ajiro. Heh no, I don't think so, besides we all tried hard, I actually used hit and run tactics but where was your Hagakure? Hagakure? In the landslide area with Todoroki, he really showed off, he's very strong. The girl said this pointing at the mixed-haired boy who, upon hearing that she was his partner, just gulped. Todoroki. Why didn't she make some kind of noise? I could have frozen her too, that was close. Aoyama. Where do you think I was? The blonde said this after spinning around, but everyone just ignored him. Okoyami. I see, so you also had to fight against a bunch of Montaneros. Hiroshima. Yes, but they underestimated us because we were younger. Aoyama. Where do they think? But again the blonde was ignored. Zero. So it was Midoriya who beat that thing. Sato. Yes, but did you see how it turned out? It took him quite a while, even though he tried his best. Shoji. Even with his incredible strength, but at least he won, no matter if that thing was a prototype or not, Midoriya is brave. Finally and without giving up Aoyama went with Tsuyu. Aoyama. Where do you think I was? Tsuyu. Where? Aoyama. It's a secret. Tsukauchi. Well, there's nothing to hold the boys back for now, so you can return to the academy. Tsuyu. But detective, what about Aizawa-sensei? Tsukauchi. He has continuous fractures in both arms and one in his face, but brain damage is ruled out, his bandages were destroyed, and his eyes could have some further damage, but he will live. Tsuyu. Kira worried. Mineta. Sensei. Mina. And what about? Tsukauchi. She is being treated, she has some lacerations on her back, but no severe damage, she will also live. Aoi-Rozu. And Midoriya. Shoto. What's wrong with Izuku? Tsukauchi. Midori. Ah, the green-haired boy, he's fine, his wounds have stopped bleeding, recovery girl's treatment will be enough for him, he just needs to sleep a little haha, but he'll join them in their classroom before they go home, he's on his way to the academy's infirmary. Shoto. At least it's okay. Aoi-Rozu. I'm glad, breathing a sigh of relief and smiling. Tsukauchi. Now return to the classroom. All? Yes. Tsukauchi. Sansa, I'll have to go to the infirmary too to ask some questions, I'll leave the rest to you. The aforementioned was also a police officer, although he had a mutation-type quirk that made him have a cat head. Uraraka. Is it a cat? Mina. How cute, it has a bell. On the other hand, Bakugo was looking at the doors of the USJ, remembering how Izuku fought non-stop. The blonde became enraged, clenched his fists and teeth. Bakugo. Damn stupid nerd. Haminari. Bakugo. They said we're going back to the academy. Bakugo. I heard it, bastard, move. The boys moved forward, leaving the room inside which were some teachers and the principal. Nezu. We need to make some drastic changes to the academy security, don't you think? Snipe. Yes. Midnight. A teleportation quirk is something very dangerous and powerful. It can easily change the course of a battle. For villains to have something like that. Nezu. I know. Present Mick. But that's not all they have. Midnight. What are you talking about? Present Mick. Did you see Midoriya's condition? He said the villains were carrying a weapon, something dangerous and strong. Midnight. A gun. Present Mick. You'll have to ask Midoriya directly, but according to Nana, it was something capable of killing Almight. At that moment everyone opened their eyes in surprise at this. Snipe. Kill Almight. Midnight. No one has dared to do so much. Nezu. We'll have to keep our eyes open, get a description of that weapon. Our loader. I could take care of that. Nezu. How? Our loader. I designed this place myself, I know everything it has, that includes the cameras. The USJ may be hurt, but if I can access the security camera memories I could see what happened. Present Mick. Can you really do that? Our loader. Yes, it would take me a few days, but yes, it is very likely. Nezu. I'm putting it in your hands. Once you do this we'll look at them and then give them to the police so they have a better clue. Our loader. Understood. So they all went out and found the detective. Tsukauchi. Principal Nezu, I request your permission to search every corner of the school. Nezu. Of course, some may complain, but in these types of cases, you, the police, have more authority. Go ahead, you can investigate whatever you want. I'm counting on you. Tsukauchi. Thank you, teams proceed with the academy investigation. Following these orders, the forces began to move. For their part, the students did not take long to arrive at the academy where, still wearing their hero costumes, they went to their classrooms. Each one had different emotions and feelings after what had happened, but they all had one thought in common. To become stronger so that people would not suffer what they suffered that day. Shoto, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, Iida, Uraraka, Tsuyu, even Mineta, all of them advanced with serious faces. Their desire to become heroes had increased, all inspired by a boy who despite the damage, never gave up. But what no one knew is that on the other side, in the city something was happening, and hidden in an alley and underground, there was a seedy bar with a gloomy and somber appearance where Kurogiri appeared and dropped Shigaraki, who was in pain from the shots. Shigaraki. I was shot in both legs and arms, we lost completely, even my Nomu was defeated, my subordinates were beaten and defeated like nothing, those damn kids are strong, and All Might didn't even show up. You were wrong, sensei. The blue-haired man shouted towards a television that was on. Apparently they were in some kind of video call, only on the other side, no one could be seen because in purple letters they could be read. Only sound. No, I'm not, they just weren't prepared enough. Someone responded to Shigaraki on the other side of the communication, but apparently he was not alone because another voice also made itself present. But I think we have to agree with the kid on something. Yes, I think we underestimated them. It's good that they went under a silly name like the League of Villains, but what about my creation? What happened to my Nomu? Kurogiri. You heard it, he was defeated. What? Kurogiri. Apparently they took him to his limit and based on that they knocked him out. I left him in his laboratory before coming here. After all I did to make him as powerful as All Might. Well, it was just a prototype, we can't get angry, we had already foreseen a scenario like this, and yes, I know, it's unfortunate, but we can't do anything about it now. For his part, the blue-haired boy remained on the ground, the boy was staining the ground with his blood, but upon hearing the word powerful, the image of that green-haired boy who defeated his Nomu came to his mind. Shigaraki. It's true, there was a boy, he wasn't as strong or fast as All Might, but he wasn't a weakling either. After this sentence there was a slight silence on the other side of the communication, apparently they were confused. The boy you say? Shigaraki. Yes, he defeated the Nomu, discovered his quirks, saved his friends and defeated the Nomu. Oh I see, so he was powerful. Tell me something Tamura, could he fly? Did he have another quirk besides his strength? Shigaraki. No, he was just strong, although not that much, as I repeat sensei, my Nomu managed to hurt him, but that damn brat. The villain placed his hands on the ground with force and it began to deteriorate. Shigaraki. If he hadn't gotten in my way we would have stalled and killed All Might, that damn brat. The blue-haired man remembered with annoyance the green-haired man's face, his anger was rising rapidly. Of course, as always you have excuses. What can you do? At least this exercise wasn't completely useless. You learned something useful. That boy shouldn't matter to us. He just had a stroke of luck, and that's it. Now go to plan 2, gather the elite, take the time you need. We can't move freely, so that's why you will be our symbol. Tamura Shigaraki, next time show him the world, because he should be afraid of you. The blue-haired boy just stood still listening to his sensei's words. On the other hand, in the academy's infirmary, the green-haired boy was just waking up, not knowing that Nana was next to him. Nana. Good morning broccoli. Izuku. Days. The green-haired boy jumped up in alarm, but his teacher started laughing. Nana. Ha, just kidding Izuku, it hasn't been long, maybe an hour or 2 at most. Izuku. You really are cruel. Nana. Thank you, one of my best qualities, thank you, he. Izuku. How are the others? Nana. Yes, that's you, you've always been very altruistic. Izuku. Nana. Nana. Sigh, what can I do? I guess because of what happened, I can't scold you this time. Izuku. Actually you could. Nana. Haha, well yes, but there's nothing you can do, sometimes these things happen. The black-haired girl stroked Izuku's hair, smiling. Recovery girl. At least your nephew doesn't come to the infirmary excessively. Izuku. Haha, that's good, right? Recovery girl. Yes, you've only come once since you arrived at the academy and it's this one. The green-haired man just smiled, but at that moment someone opened the door. It was the detective. Tsukauchi. Excuse me. Nana. Oh, Tsukauchi, have you finished what you had to do at USJ? Izuku. Aunt. Is everything okay? Nana. Oh yeah, everything's fine. This is Detective Tsukauchi Namasa. He's a friend that All Might and I have in common in the police force. Tsukauchi. Hahaha, what was that introduction? Nana. Okay, you have to give him confidence. Tsukauchi. Yes, but wait, I heard what Tia said to you. Is this guy your nephew? Izuku. Sorry. Nana. Haha, it's okay, I guess at some point it would have to happen, because yes, he's my nephew. Tsukauchi. I didn't know you had a brother. Nana. Haha, well, my family history is a bit strange. Tsukauchi. But I'm sorry to interrupt the moment, but I came to ask you and the boy if you could give me more details about the village. Izuku. Wait. Before that, detective, could you tell me how everyone is? My classmates, my teachers, how are Racerhead and No? Tsukauchi. Haha, calm down Midoriya, everyone is fine, except for you, the others only have some minor injuries, and your teachers too, they are injured, but they are already in treatment and are stable, don't worry, they will be fine. Izuku. I see. Tsukauchi. If your teachers hadn't risked their lives, maybe you and your classmates wouldn't have survived. Nana. Tsukauchi. But Izuku didn't entirely agree with the detective's statements. Insert the theme song Kimi wa H plus RM9 Areru, You Can Be a Hero, by Yuuki Hayashi and continue reading. Izuku. No, I'm sorry detective, but I will have to correct it. Yes, I accept that my teachers risked their lives, but when they separated us, each one of us tried hard not to be a burden to them, not to die, we fought, and just like the teachers, and we risked our lives. I do not want to belittle the others, but I highly doubt that there are any other first-year classes that have experienced a life-and-death situation like today's, a real battle so soon. We survived and with that we learned about the fear that is the life of an adult hero. The villains are not stupid, but they made a mistake, they underestimated us, they believed themselves so superior to us that they did not see that my class is strong, there are only 3 years left, and they will all become great and incredible heroes, of that I am sure, I trust them, I trust my friends. The green-haired man said this while turning towards the window looking at the sunset. Nana smiled at this as did Tsukauchi. The detective asked both of them some questions that they didn't hesitate to answer. Izuku gave the Nomu's password, as well as the quirks that he had, but these clarifications only scared Nana and Tsukauchi, who knew All Might and knew his condition, so they also knew the results that a battle like that would have on All Might's body. But finally the question session ended, Recovery Girl healed Izuku and discharged him. Nana would stay a little longer at the academy as well as Tsukauchi, because apparently there was a teachers' meeting. Izuku put on his normal clothes that the robots had brought from the locker room, and once he changed, he went out going for his things and heading towards the exit of the academy. The boy expected that he would leave alone, so he got a surprise when outside the building he met Shoto and Yaoirozu who smiled and waved when they saw him. Yaoirozu. Smiling at the sight Midoriya. Shoto. Are you coming or not, old man? The green-haired boy smiled when he saw them and wiped a tear and then went towards them. Izuku. I thought they had already left. Shoto. My mom found out what happened through my father, we'll go to your house. Izuku. Imagine how mom will feel. Shoto. Don't even think about it, if it's with my brothers things are going to get ugly. Yaoirozu. I don't know what you're talking about, but Kirishima was also going to stay even though his parents called him. How do you feel, Midoriya? Izuku. I'm fine, a little tired, but I guess that's normal after such a hectic day today Shoto. Haha, by the way, that monster really kicked your. Izuku. Shut up. Aoirozu seeing this just smiled. Aoirozu. Hehe, you guys get along really well, don't you? Shoto. Years of knowing each other. The green-haired boy just nodded. The boys began to walk through the academy grounds towards the exit. The night was about to cover them with its mantle. Apparently they had come for the jet black, so without option, they had to say goodbye. Aoirozu. Well, I guess this is where we say goodbye, smiling. Izuku. Hehe, yes, I think so. Aoirozu. Although I assume they'll give us some days off, don't you think so? Izuku. It's the safest. Aoirozu. Well then. At that moment the brunette opened her palm and a paper and pen came out. The girl leaned on her family's car and wrote something down. Immediately after she passed this to Izuku, who noticed that a number was written on it. The green-haired boy remained silent and did not move. Aoirozu. Slightly blushing and looking away. What? It's just for to keep in touch, and don't forget that you're my advisor, we have to share some ideas, right? The green-haired boy immediately became nervous and blushed, but Shoto, helping his best friend, took the paper to put it in Izuku's jacket and immediately passed another one to the brunette. Shoto. I think the blows did affect him, but thanks, here's his number. I'm surprised they didn't do it before. He'll send you a message. The brunette blushed even more and quickly took the paper and then got into her family's vehicle. Shoto began to walk followed by his best friend who still couldn't say a word. Shoto. You know, you and I have to seriously work on your communication, buddy. And saying this, the green-haired boy along with his best friend waited for the truck where Inko, Ray and Crypto were coming. The boys got in to head home where a long talk awaited them. But in the end, they had succeeded, not just Izuku, everyone had fought, and with this they taught the villains a lesson. They could come more times, but they would be ready to fight and show why they studied at the best hero academy. Chapter We don't want Class B problems. A few days have passed since that incident. The students were given the rest of the days off, while the police investigated the USJ facilities and the UA in general. The media was still reporting on the fierce attack that Class A suffered that day. Apparently villains were arrested, and the professional heroes were still searching for Shigaraki, who showed no signs of appearing. On the other hand, at the UA, a meeting was held on Sunday before classes started. Detective Tsukauchi had been invited to this meeting precisely to discuss the attack, and he would be given the recordings, since Power Loader had apparently managed to keep his word by recovering the vast majority of the videos. Obviously Nana and Almight were present, and once they made sure everyone was there and that no one could hear them, the video was played. Nana watched the tape carefully, noticing how the villains arrived and caused quite a bit of chaos, but she also watched as Aizawa fought heroically. The other teachers, the detective and the principal, witnessed how their students were separated, but without giving up they fought against the odds. Unfortunately some events were not recorded or were not recovered correctly, such as the escape of Izuku, Sayu and Mineta, because the camera that was nearby had been seriously damaged. The teachers only saw the great whirlpool of water that turned to ice. Nana knew why this was due, but after hearing Izuku's excuse no one suspected, except for Principal Nezu and Aizawa. The events of the recordings followed their course, watching how Iida managed to escape with the help of his friends. The boys did not stop, and despite the clear disadvantage they came out well, but what really impressed them was how Izuku decided to fight the creature called Nomu. The teachers watched with their eyes open, as despite the green-haired boy receiving multiple blows they always got up. Nana was terrified when she saw how the only person she could consider a son more than a nephew was beaten in such a brutal way that it made him bleed, but she also felt proud when she saw him get up and save Bakugo. Yes, that was the impulse of a hero. The cameras did not capture the way in which Izuku defeated the Nomu, but they attributed it to the fact that since it was a prototype, Izuku managed to defeat it by taking it to its limit. Once the videos ended, the detective stood up to give the corresponding report. Tsukauchi. The police are already investigating the group known as the League of Villains, who are directly responsible for the attack on the UA facilities, but it seems that there has been no fruit with the investigation of Tamura Shigaraki. Everything indicates that there is no one registered with that name, but a file has already been put for his immediate arrest. From what we know, he is a subject who is around years old and who has a powerful quirk that consists of disintegrating everything he touches. In the same way, a search bulletin has also been issued for his partner named Kurogiri, who also has a powerful and dangerous ability to produce portals, although it is speculated that their identities are false. So in short, they are people with unregistered quirks and are part of the underworld of society. Lad King. In other words, we have nothing, you know nothing about them. Snipe. Basically, and therefore we must hurry, because once the bullet wounds I gave Shigaraki are known, he will be ready to attack again, and it is obvious that he will be a nuisance. Almight. So he's their leader. Nezu. What's wrong, Almight? Nana. Watching that video, he and I referring to Almight may not agree on many things, but this, if you think about it, an attack of this magnitude would not be something that you would simply do. A normal person would not carry out something like that. Also, everything he said, his statements, are strange. He did not talk about his quirk, although he was talking a lot about what his Nomu had. He was sure that he could kill Almight, so when he saw that his plan was not working as he wanted, he clearly became upset. From what is seen in the videos, he was sure that his plan would go perfectly. He is not aware that the environment is not handled by adhering to plans, there may be variables, also his quirk. Midnight. From what we saw, he is someone powerful, but he has little idea of his limitations. Snipe. They never gave him the quirk advice that is given in school. Nana. From the way he acts, he seems to have the mentality of a little child. Almight. He's a child with great power, that's dangerous. Tsukauchi. Well, complementing the information, villains were arrested, but none of them were dangerous, they were all rookies, they attacked in dark alleys only, but apparently the call of this child made them come out. Snipe. We live in a world full of heroes. Midnight. We have a symbol, so they would need something similar too, someone to guide them. Nana. So that makes him more dangerous, a child with power who is easily followed. Nezu. What do you mean by that, Nana? Nana. It's dangerous because once he recovers, who knows what else he might do. Midnight. That Nomu is also a nuisance, we don't know how or who creates them, but if they make them brainless, it's to control them better. Even though it's a prototype, I feel that even Almight would have had problems. Almight. Hey. Nana. She's right, you saw how Izuku ended up. This Nomu may have been a prototype, but no one assures us that this was just an experiment to test his strength. Nezu. Are you afraid they'll make them in series? Present Mick. Look, I'm totally serious when I say that Midoriya Kid is amazing. We know, beating points isn't impossible, it's been done before, but this is the first time they've done it in such an explosive way. I got excited, I shouted yeah without thinking. Almight. Okay, that's strong, get to the point, Mick. Annoyed. The blonde raised his voice, surprising everyone, but they didn't know that there was something about the green-haired man that made him so upset. He wasn't sure if it was the strength or the shield he carried, but the blonde was annoyed. Present Mick. Well, as I was saying, the boy is an incredible, strong person, he has an impeccable sense of justice, his altruism is exceptional, but I agree with Nana that we should fear the Nomus. Midnight. Why? Present Mick then took off his glasses and made a serious face that surprised everyone. Present Mick. The boy is strong and has incredible resistance and invulnerability, but that monster managed to make him bleed. If that was achieved by just one against someone like that, even if he is a prototype, imagine what they will achieve when they are the definitive ones. Almight. Create a world where villains hold so much resentment that they will follow anyone and even allow themselves to be experimented on to gain more power. Nana. No, it wasn't just you, there are just more than 3 of us pro-heroes here, we all contributed to this incident happening right now. Snipe. There are many people who don't know what to do with their quirks and take the easy way out. Midnight. And this situation is really alarming. Tsukauchi. Well, although it is thanks to you that we can continue normally with the investigation, for now we will understand the search scope and continue looking for information on the 2 villains to be able to give you something to work with and arrest them. Nezu. A man-child in a way, he's like our students, he doesn't know what to do with his power, so it's likely that someone is educating him and at the same time, he's also cultivating his evil. At that moment All Might and Nana turned to see the rodent who despite his smile had a serious face, they both understood who he was referring to. Nezu. That's a dangerous combination, and when the time comes for him to mature, I can't imagine what kind of things he'll do. On the other hand, after the attack of the League of Villains, Izuku was quite serious. The boy had been reprimanded by his mother for his way of acting and for fighting alone without a fixed plan, although also congratulated for not letting his companions suffer harm, but this only made Izuku more serious, who was in his room. Izuku. Thinking. Sigh, what a situation, what I aspire to achieve is still quite out of my reach. The boy remembered the scenes of that day, the villains, the fights, the way Aizawa, Tsuyu, Mineta and their companions almost died. The freckled boy remembered the Nomu and the fierce battle he had with him. Izuku clenched his fists in annoyance. Izuku. Thinking. I wouldn't like to admit it, but even though they underestimated us that day, the villains only played with us, they outclassed us in almost everything, in number, in strength. That day we didn't know what to do, and when we finally had a plan it was a bit late, we hindered Aizawa and No's work. I have to be better, learn from my mistakes and move forward. I wouldn't want something like that to happen again. The green-haired man lifted a weight and began to do some exercises, while remembering how the Nomu repeatedly hit him in the face until the blood began to emerge. The boy stopped, quite annoyed, and stood up, looking at the mark his father had made of the family crest with his heat vision. The green-haired boy was thinking about this when his mother entered the room. Inko. Izuku, dinner is ready, prepare some delicious rice, those cooking classes are really helping a lot. Izuku. Heh thanks ma, I'll go right away. The woman was about to leave when she saw that the weight was deformed at the handle. Inko. Izuku, what have I told you about your strength? Izuku. Sorry, I was just distracted haha. Inko. Distracted. The woman entered the room when Izuku, after sighing tiredly, sat on the bed. Inko. Is everything okay, son? Are you still thinking about the USJ incident? Izuku. Yeah, I can't get it out of my mind ma, everything was so difficult, I mean, I'm strong, and I trained with you guys, but that was no use, my invulnerability protected me enough, but in the end. The green-haired boy remembered the blows and the stomps, the freckled boy had felt scared at that moment, not even Bakugo had hit him like that. Izuku. In the end I was useless, I fought to buy time, in the end my friends thought I saved them, but I also wanted to be saved. The green-haired boy lowered his head, his mother knew it, the boy was afraid, the green-haired girl caressed his back with maternal love. Inko. Son, it's okay to be afraid, you know. You are powerful but not immortal, they can hurt you and you saw it, but you managed to overcome it, yes, maybe the method you used to do it wasn't very effective, but at least you managed to move forward, you overcame the pain and managed to win, somehow you inspired your companions, Shoto said, so when he saw you in trouble, and his body moved on its own because he wanted to help, just like that girl Yoirozu, listen son. It's a long road yes, but that's everything in life, if it were easy anyone would do it your father trusted that you would be a great hero just like me, I don't like to see you hurt, but I understand and I know that sometimes there will be strong enemies. Izuku. Did dad ever come out like me? Inko. Not here, but in his world, according to what he told me, there were several occasions where his enemies managed to seriously injure him, but he still got up to continue fighting tirelessly, because it was the right thing to do, because that was how he was. Izuku. Ma. Inko. Look son, don't focus on that, better think about that you got out of there, you won, maybe barely, but that's what a hero does, no matter the situation, they will always come out ahead. Do you want to improve? Don't stop, keep going son, see where you failed and improve, if you stumble once, then you have to get up and keep going, because those lessons are the most important, they help us to be better people one day at a time, don't see it as a failure, but as the opportunity to be better. The green-haired boy hugged his mother who placed her cheek on the green-haired boy's head. Izuku. Thanks mom. Inko. It's nothing son, after all, why do we fall? The green-haired boy looked at his mother who was smiling. Inko. To learn how to get up Izuku. The boy shed a few tears at these words as his mother slowly stood up. Izuku. How did you know I was scared? Inko. Easy, you may be Superman, but I'm still your mother, now go down to eat, tomorrow you have classes. The green-haired man nodded as he stood up. Inko. And by the way, have you already sent a message to that girl? Izuku. Nervous what girl? Inko. Shoto told me, son, do you still have the number on your desk? I assume you've already registered it at least. The green-haired man just looked away and took the weight to try to align it, diverting the topic. Inko. Izuku, you already did it right. Izuku. It just makes me feel sorry. Inko. Huh? Shame. Izuku. Please don't. At that moment the older green-haired girl sketched a smile that turned into a slight laugh. Izuku. You laugh. Inko. Heh no, it's not because of that son, it's just that I'm glad to see that at least you're being a little more open with people, also if that girl hasn't sent you a message it must be because she's the same as you. Izuku. You don't know that. Inko. Maybe yes, maybe no, but in case I'm not mistaken I feel that you should be the one to take the initiative. The smiling green-haired girl said this as she left the room, leaving the green-haired boy nervous as he saw the number and remembered some aspects of the moment in which he was being crushed by the Nomu. The boy didn't tell anyone, but at that moment while the Nomu was suffocating him and receiving the powerful blows he was closing his eyes, the boy was about to be knocked out, but before that the boy managed to hear his friends. The green-haired boy managed to hear how Shoto attacked the Nomu again, this time effectively managing to freeze his body, shortly after the boy saw the grenade and the explosion knocking down the huge creature. Thanks to this the green-haired boy was able to take a breath, Izuku knew that would not stop the creature for long, so taking willpower he tried to stay conscious. The boy heard the regeneration of the Nomu, as well as the comments of his friends, but Izuku opened his eyes when he heard the breathing and the almost inaudible voice of a girl, Momo Yoirozu. Flashback. Shoto. But what wasn't super strength his quirk? Shigaraki. I never said it was his only quirk. His partner figured it out first. My marvelous creation boasts super regeneration. He's a creature capable of withstanding % of All Might's power. He's the perfect punching bag that can return blows. The green-haired boy was on the ground while listening to this with annoyance. Izuku clenched his teeth, the boy couldn't move, perhaps still amazed by the blows. Izuku tried to move, but using his super hearing, the boy managed to hear the voice of the one he least wanted to be there. Yoirozu. Whispering Midoriya, please get up. The green-haired boy opened his eyes at this as he felt his body finally obey him. The green-haired boy also managed to hear Shigaraki's voice. Shigaraki. I guess All Might won't arrive well, what can you do? At least we managed to accomplish our objective, now it's time to recover our portal. The green-haired boy raised his head because he knew what the blue-haired boy was going to do. Shigaraki. Nomu, go. The green-haired boy, knowing the Nomu's speed, wasted no time. Almost as a reflex, the boy stood up and without thinking twice he pushed himself off, managing to fly. It was a short distance, but he had to be fast, for izuku time slowed down. The freckled boy managed to see Shigaraki, guessing that he had a sinister smile by the way his eyes closed. In the same way he turned around seeing his friends fixing their attention on the brunette who looked scared. The freckled boy seeing this frowned annoyed and looked back at the front. The boy arrived with Bakugo pushing him and managing to turn slightly. He put his arms protecting him to land and received the blow which pushed him quite far. Flashback end. The green-haired boy approached the desk and picked up the girl's number. While thinking about this, the green-haired boy also remembered some of the words she said to him when she and Shoto waited for him outside the academy building. How do you feel, Midoriya? It's to keep in touch and don't forget that you're my advisor, we have to share some ideas, right? Izuku stared at the brunette's number. The boy felt his phone in his pocket, so he slowly took it out. Hello. It wasn't long before the boy came down seeing that there was a great banquet consisting of rice, fish among other things. Izuku smiled and began to eat calmly and then went to bed. The next day the boy got up early and again said goodbye to his mother and his pet, who missed spending time with the green-haired boy. Izuku. I'm leaving, Ma, I'll arrive in the afternoon. Inko. Yes son, take care of yourself and try not to fight for a few days heh. Izuku. Hey. Haha, I don't promise, but I'll do my best. Bye Crypto, take care of mom. The wolf barked in response and Izuku was able to leave. It didn't take long for the boy to reach his class where everyone was already gathered except for Aizawa, so they all took the opportunity to talk for a few minutes. Hagakure. Hey, did you see the news last night? Ajiro. Yes. Hagakure. We were all on screen for a few seconds. Although it bothers me a little because I didn't appear. Shoji. That's true. Ajiro. Well, also keep in mind that it's a little hard to see you when you're only wearing a pair of gloves haha. Haminari. But they were exaggerated, they announced it as something huge. Hiroshima. Haha that's true, even I was surprised. Giro. But can you blame them? The hero class was attacked and the pro heroes in charge were defeated. Zero. Now that I think about it, who knows what would have happened if the heroes hadn't shown up. Mineta. Would you shut up, Zero? Just thinking about that gives me chills and… The dwarf began to shout, causing irritation in Bakugo. Bakugo. Will you shut up, you piece of trash? I'll kill you. The green-haired man, hearing this, sighed tiredly and opened the door to go to his place. Hiroshima. Hey Midoriya, good morning. Izuku. Good morning Kirishima. Kirishima. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Izuku. Haha calm down, I'm already recovered. Sato. Dude, you look great, maybe your quirk isn't like All Might's, but you definitely made that monster retreat. Okoyami. Yes, I have to admit that, your strength is incredible. Suddenly Iida stood up and stood on the teacher's desk, drawing the attention of his classmates. Iida. Hey everyone, class is about to start, be quiet and sit in your respective seats. Haminari. But we're all already seated, you're the only one standing. Iida saw this and went to sit down quite tensely. Mina. Hey Tsu, who do you think is in class today? Sayu. Well, I don't know, Aizawa is supposed to be in the hospital still recovering from his injuries Kiro. The girl was still making some guesses when the door opened showing Aizawa who was completely bandaged and with a sling on both arms. Aizawa. Good morning. This sight surprised everyone who was alarmed by the appearance of their teacher. All. Aizawa-sensei, I'm back very quickly. Haminari. It's too professional. Iida. Sensei. Are you okay? Mina. You call that good? Aizawa. My health doesn't matter to you, you should rather worry about yourselves, since your fight is not over yet. At this Izuku looked up in alarm as did all his companions who shuddered again. Bakugo. The fight. Izuku. Perhaps. Mineta. The villains are back. Aizawa, for his part, narrowed his eyes, sharpening his gaze. Aizawa. The UA Sports Festival is coming soon. After this prayer there were a few seconds of silence in the classroom until the students reacted happily and excitedly. Everyone. Finally a super normal school event. Hiroshima. Yes. The festival is. But Kaminari quickly put his hand on his friend's face, interrupting him. Kaminari. Wait. Giro. Is it okay to have an event like the sports festival after suffering a surprise attack from the villains? Ajiro. That's true, what will happen if they attack again? Aizawa. Apparently they think that the system to handle crises in UA is as strong as a rock, enough to organize and carry out the event. In addition, the security system was reinforced 5 times more than in previous years. Also remember that the sports festival is a great opportunity and cannot be cancelled by mere villains. Mineta. But there must be a good excuse, right? Izuku. Mineta, have you never seen the UA sports festivals? Mineta. Of course, but that's not what I mean. Aizawa. Our sports festival is one of the biggest events in Japan, as you know, before the Olympics were the biggest sporting events of all, the whole world went crazy with them, but with the appearance of the Quirks and the formation of the academy as one of the most prestigious, these were put in the background being replaced by what we do at UA, the eyes of the world are on them. Aoirozu. That's true, not only the elite heroes of the country will be watching us, but those from all over the world and in Japan, that serves for our recruitment in the practices. Mineta. I know that too but. Paminari. That's right, after graduating, it's normal to join an agency as colleagues. Jiro. Although many sorry opportunities to become companions relegating themselves to being eternal companions, to be honest, I think you would be one of them Kaminari, since you are an idiot. The comment hit the blonde's ego, who saw the violet-haired girl annoyed, although Kirishima smiled, understanding the joke. Aizawa. Of course, joining an agency will give you more experience in the subject and also popularity. Remember that time is limited. If you aspire to be professionals, this is your best opportunity to gain experience in the field. 1 a year results in you only having 3 of these. No candidate could miss this event, so I hope you understand this and don't slack off. Get ready. All? Yes. Aizawa. Okay, class is over. Thus continued the other classes until lunchtime. The bell rang. The first to leave was the teacher, who was Cementus, who with a calm expression left. Kirishima. Even with everything that happened, I'm really excited. Zero. If we give a good presentation then we will have taken the first step towards becoming professionals. Sato. Yes, it was a good idea to come study at UA bumping fists. Okoyami. We will only have 3 opportunities like this during our entire stay at UA, we have to take advantage of them and not waste this one. Hagakure. Ejiro, I'm quite nervous about this, I must know how to excel in the sports festival. The excited girl started jumping a few times while raising an arm. Hagakure. Hip, hip, hooray. Ejiro. Haha, it's good to see you so excited, but the professionals won't notice you unless you really try. Hagakure. Why yes, I know that, but I will try my best. Aoyama. What a dilemma you have, I on the other hand stand out even sitting or standing, the professionals will not stop looking at me. The blonde made a pose scaring poor Kota, who slowly walked away from the blonde, but the latter approached him smiling. Aoyama. True. The poor boy, totally nervous, just nodded quickly, totally nervous. Haminari. You're the lucky one, Shoji. Your muscles stand out on their own. Shoji. Maybe, but it's no use if I can't prove I'm useful. Jiro. Ha. I think you can also highlight Kaminari. The girl remembered the moment she saw him act like an idiot because of the overexertion of his quirk, making fun of him, which once again hit the blonde's ego. Izuku. Wow, everyone is really excited. Ida. And you don't. After all, that's why we enrolled here at UA, to become heroes. I think it's normal for us to get excited. The blue-haired boy began to make some strange movements which caught the attention of his friends. Sai. Ida, have you been told that you have a strange way of showing emotion? It's kind of odd, Kiro. Ida. Midoriya, aren't you excited? Izuku. Yes, of course, it's just that. At that moment, the green-haired man noticed that the brunette was about to leave, but there was something strange about her. It was as if the atmosphere around her was somewhat heavy. Izuku immediately remembered the words he said the first time he met him. I have a clear reason to be a hero, to help my parents and the people. I came to the UA to become a hero who doesn't turn his back on people, not to make friends. I take this seriously, and you? The green-haired man looked seriously at the brunette. Izuku. Uraraka, are you okay? Uraraka. Yeah, it's just that everyone seems to be having fun with the idea of the sports festival, and I already told you, I do take this seriously. Everyone turned to look at the brunette, noticing the air she had now, which was different from usual. Mina. Uraraka. Are you okay? You don't look like normal or carefree even though that's what your name means. Uraraka. I'll tell you right now, I'll really try hard. This statement made everyone look at her strangely. Kirishima. His attitude is quite out of place. Ida. What's wrong? Izuku. Now that I think about it. You don't know me, I don't want your pity. The boy narrowed his gaze a little as he looked at the brunette. Izuku. Despite what he said that day, I'm actually curious now. The green-haired boy was talking to his friends, but from one moment to the next the green-haired boy was no longer with them. The green-haired boy had left being observed only by Momo, who was confused by this because she knew that the two did not get along very well. For her part, the girl was about to arrive at the cafeteria when she was stopped by the green-haired man. Izuku. Uraraka. The brunette turned to see the green-haired boy, the girl was surprised by this. Uraraka. What do you want, Midoriya? Izuku. I have a question for you. Uraraka. Listen, I've told you before, I don't really like you, Midoriya. I accept that you're a little different from the airhead Bakugo, but that's it, we're just friends. I've also rejected Kaminari's stupid attempts and… Izuku. I didn't come for that. Uraraka. Anyway, I hope you understand that. Izuku. Why do you want to be a hero? The question took Uraraka by surprise, who saw the boy upset. Uraraka. Why the interest? Izuku. Because I'm curious. Uraraka. You should be more curious about your studies and not fail. The girl started to walk away, but Izuku didn't give up easily. Izuku. Because you look like someone focused on your work and I want to know what motivates you. We are heroes, I could support you. The girl stopped dead in her tracks and turned around quite annoyed. Uraraka. I already told you once, you don't know anything about me or my family, I don't want your help, we were colleagues once, and that's all, we are not friends, I didn't come to make friends with any of you, I just want to be a hero and do my job. Izuku. My father is Quirkless. The green-haired man said this, instantly silencing Uraraka. Uraraka. And what about that? Izuku. My mother has a quirk that you could consider weak, my hopes of having a quirk were low, even at first I didn't seem to have a quirk, that's why Bakugo started making fun of me in the first place. The brunette looked at the freckled man who didn't seem to show any sign of sadness. Uraraka. Are you trying to make me feel sorry for you so I'll talk? Go to the… Izuku. No, I'm just trying to be empathetic, you're right, I don't know anything about you, I don't know how your life was, and yes, I don't have to know, but we are in a hero academy, everyone has the same desires as you, maybe for different reasons, but they want to become heroes, I don't know what happened to you to be like that, but if I knew your reasons, that would help me understand your attitude better. The green-haired man said this looking at the brunette who looked away annoyed and then snorted slightly irritated. Uraraka. I guess if I don't tell you, you'll never stop bothering me, right? Izuku. It's part of the deal. The green-haired man smiled at the girl who shook her head negatively. Uraraka. Okay, I want to be one for money. Are you happy yet? The pay is good. The green-haired boy tilted his head in confusion, but the girl just turned around to try to leave, even though Izuku was no fool. Izuku. I knew you were serious, but I didn't know you were a liar. The girl stopped again. Uraraka. You're abusing your good luck, Midoriya, you know that, right? Izuku. Your motives are simple, quite superficial for someone with your attitude, but there's more to it, isn't there? What else is that serious face of yours hiding? The girl clenched her fists in annoyance as she turned her back on the green-haired boy. Uraraka. Iida wants to be an exemplary hero, following the example of his brother and his family. Bakugo wants fame and money, Hagakure wants to be seen, to be given the recognition that she has never been given, she wants to be noticed. Izuku. You're observant, but what about you? What are you hiding? Uraraka looked towards the windows, clenching her fists. Students walked past them without flinching. Uraraka. My family has a construction company, but things haven't gone so well, there hasn't been any work. Izuku. Construction with your license, some costs would go down, you could float the debris, there would be no need for heavy machinery. Uraraka. How clever, sarcastically. Izuku. But you say things are bad, they don't have jobs, so that means they're broke equals. At that moment the girl clenched her fists even more, as well as her teeth, the girl lowered her head and shook it, clearly annoyed. Poor thing. She is useless. Haha, it would be easier if you asked for money on a corner. Haha, that's probably his mother's job while he grows up. Haha, she's a starving person, she probably sleeps with anyone just to eat and have a place to sleep. Do you have a client list? Or maybe they have a reputation and that's why they don't want to hire you. The girl was quite upset as these memories came to her mind. The girl heard the green-haired man's last words, and tears of fury began to flow from her eyes. Uraraka. Go ahead. Say it, Midoriya, call us poor, make fun of us if you want, I think I was wrong in the end, if you're like Bakugo. The green-haired boy only saw how the girl began to tremble in annoyance, he didn't need to hear her heart to know it. Izuku. No, I won't make fun of you, I don't have to, I'm sorry about your parents, and I hope you can fix it, we are heroes, and one of our qualities is knowing how to turn around the most serious situations. Uraraka. I will help my parents, no matter what happens in the future, I have my goal clear, I will definitely become a hero and make my family live peacefully. The green-haired man looked at the girl and smiled slightly. Izuku. You know, I don't know the others well enough, and maybe I'm making a mistake by saying it, but I think that out of everyone in the class, you have the best motivation. The girl, upon hearing this, turned her head slightly. Izuku. I know you don't like me and you know what? I don't care. I'll help you, maybe you don't want my help, but I'll do it anyway, I want to be a hero, and sometimes the job of a hero is to stick your nose where no one calls them, I'll help you fulfill your dream, Uraraka, so stop being so closed off with everyone and trust your friends more. The green-haired boy said this with a smile. It seemed that for a few seconds the students from other grades had stopped passing by, silence reigned in the place, Izuku waited for an answer, but the girl simply continued walking. The green-haired boy sighed, although he didn't erase his smile, and returned to the classroom for his money, without knowing that the brunette was walking forward with a slight smile on her face. Uraraka. He's someone annoying and weird, but I guess he's not a bad guy at all. Izuku, for his part, walked forward calmly. Maybe they were different contexts, but he knew what it was like to live when there was a difficulty. The green-haired boy could now understand why she acted like that and didn't judge her. If the teasing had been part of the problem, as it was with him, then he understood her distrust. The boy took his money and ran back to the cafeteria, finding his friends. Shoto. Wow, he's the punctual gentleman, where were you? Izuku. I had to see to some matters. Aoirozu. Everything okay? Izuku. Yes, somewhat complicated, but now I understand them better. Ida. I see, by the way, here, Shoto bought it for you. The blue-haired man passed a bowl of katsudon to the freckled man who smiled. Izuku. I didn't know they had made katsudon. Shoto. Neither do I, but it was on the menu. I assumed it would run out quickly, and since you were taking too long, I bought it for you. Izuku. I'll pay you later. Shoto. Leave it like that, it's on the house this time. Uraraka. Hey guys, can I sit with you? The chestnut arrived with a tray which had rice and some onigiri. Shoto. Go ahead, it seems you're taking a while too. Uraraka. I ran into a problem with ears. Aoirozu. A dog got into the academy. Uraraka. I would say a rabbit, but I think it's already gone. The confused boys didn't ask any more questions and continued eating, talking about trivial topics. That's how their lunch and the rest of their classes went. Uraraka somehow even seemed a little kinder to her classmates, something that was noticed not only by Izuku, but also by Aoirozu. But the real problem came later, when classes ended, the kids were left alone, the door was closed, so after cleaning the classroom they prepared to leave and go home, but they didn't expect that outside their classroom, there was a crowd of students from different grades. Momo, who was the vice president, was the first. The girl would open the door, while Leyenda made sure that nothing was left behind, but when she opened it, she was surprised by the amount of people. Aoirozu. What's going on? Izuku, hearing the brunette's question, quickly arrived with her, looking at the crowd. Izuku. Hello. If I may ask, what business do you have with us? Why are you here? The green-haired boy asked this question while the rest of his companions gathered together. Mineta. We need to leave, why did they come? But Bakugo, who was still upset, did not give importance to the matter. Bakugo. That's obvious trash, they came to investigate the enemy, we were the ones who beat the League of Villains in the attack on the USJ. They only came to see what we were like before the stupid sports festival, and once with that know how to beat us. The dwarf with spherical hair looked at Izuku, who just sighed. Izuku. It's just Bakugo, Mineta, ignore him. The blonde advanced without stopping until he faced the other students who, upon seeing the boy's face, trembled slightly. Bakugo. You don't need to do it, I'm the strongest in this damn class, now move extras. But this comment annoyed Izuku, who was fed up with the boy continuing with his childish attitude of looking down on others. Izuku stood up straight and took a breath, almost no one had seen him like that. The green-haired man sighed, somewhat annoyed, and spoke. Izuku. Enough, Bakugo, stop calling the others extras just because you don't know them. The blonde man got annoyed by the green-haired man's voice. He couldn't believe the green-haired man dared to speak to him like that, but he couldn't reply because someone was making his way through the others. I just came to see what the famous Class A was like, but you seem to be too arrogant. It was a thin boy who had a tired face, his hair was a somewhat messy purple color, somehow it reminded them of Aizawa. The boy managed to get to the front facing Bakugo. Are all the other students in the hero's course like this? At that moment Mineta, Ida, Mina, Hagakure and Ajiro began to move their hands and faces in a negative way, while Izuku, Shoto, Aoirozu, Shoji, Tokoyami and Uraraka kept a serious face. Bakugo for his part got even more annoyed, raising his head irritated. Bakugo. Huh? What do you mean, damn? Gosh, to be honest, seeing that disappoints me a little. There are some people here who applied for the exam for general courses or for another course because they didn't get into the hero's course. Tell me, did you know that? The blonde, on the other hand, quite irritated, just tilted his head. I already saw that you didn't, but now you know, the academy gave us another chance, and here's another piece of information that in your ignorance you probably didn't know, and that is that depending on the results of the sports festival, they could consider transferring some of us to the heroes course, and it seems that they will also recruit people from outside. You talk about investigating the enemy, but you're wrong. The boy looked at everyone without stopping, although slightly focusing his attention on Izuku, who kept his serious expression. The purple-haired boy looked back at Bakugo without being intimidated by his gaze. No, I, at least, came to say that even if you are in the hero's course, if you continue with that arrogant attitude I will not feel mercy. If you let yourself get too carried away, I will sweep the floor with you. Everyone became serious after this statement, including Mineta, who fearfully looked at the purple-haired man. Investigate the enemy? No, I came with a declaration of war. Mina. This guy is bold. The purple-haired boy was about to leave, but Izuku took a few steps forward. Izuku? Well, dare you? Aoirozu? Midoriya. The brunette thought that the comment had bothered the green-haired boy, so to avoid a fight she wanted to interfere, but Shoto stopped her. The purple-haired boy, for his part, was already turning his back on Class A when he heard this, so he stopped. Like you said. Izuku. What you heard, dare to enter our class or Class B, you and your classmates will be well received, but show that this is not just to fulfill a childish whim or feel superior. We all have goals here, a reason to be heroes, and that is why we strive to obtain our place. Discover your own reason and fight every day for it to be fulfilled. You come with a declaration of war trying to intimidate us, but we are not cowards, and by your actions I doubt that you are. Give your best at the festival and let's hope you get in. The purple-haired boy turned around and found the boy, who had now changed that serious face for a slight smile. The boy just shaved the back of his neck, and after sighing he left the place. Class A thought that everything was over. Some of the boys who were outside were already about to leave the place. Izuku returned to his place to grab his backpack, but the commotion reigned again in the place. Hey, Class A. I'm from Class B, the classroom right next door. I heard you guys fought villains, so I came to talk. Don't get carried away. Mina and Hagakure. Another bold person. The blonde, for his part, was about to leave when he came face to face with a boy who started to scream. He had gray hair that was aggressively combed back. He apparently had no eyebrows and had large thick eyelashes of a pale beige color surrounding his eyes. When he screamed, he showed rather sharp teeth reminiscent of Kirishima. Apparently, the boy also came with a declaration of war and would not shut up. If you let your arrogance get the better of you, it will only make you embarrassed at the sports festival, in a real battle. Shoto. How do we tell him that our fights against the villains were also real? Izuku. Leave it, let's go home, Bakugo already made everyone hate us. The blonde, for his part, without caring about anything, began to advance towards his house, bothering the boy even more, who continued shouting. Are you ignoring me, bastard? Kirishima. Hey, wait Bakugo. Act like a man for once and do something. It's because of you that everyone hates us. Bakugo. I don't care. Kirishima. Annoyed. Bakugo. I don't care what you or they do, I'm already at the top leaving. Shoto. And here it goes again annoyed. You damn bastard. Haminari. That was impressive, simple and quite badass, worthy of the strongest in the class. Zero. If you say so. Okoyami. I don't approve of his methods and his behavior is detestable, but if we generalize I think he has a point. Shoji. Depending on how you want to see it. Bajiro. It doesn't seem quite right to me. Mineta. That's true. Don't be fooled. Because of them, we'll be at a disadvantage during the festival. Everyone hates us and will want to destroy us. The green-haired boy left the classroom while being watched by Momo and Uraraka. Shoto had apparently left him alone. The freckled boy took the train and arrived home, where after talking a little with his mother and playing with Crypto, he headed to the beach, which fortunately was still clean. It seemed that all his effort had been worth it. The green-haired boy saw the horizon, while remembering everything that had happened in such a short time, his entrance exam, the Quirk's exam. His first battle, the trip to the USJ and the first confrontation with the villains. The green-haired boy clenched his fists. That battle had marked a point in his life. The boy did not show it as such, but he felt fear, the blows, the kicks. The Nomu made him remember that he was strong but not invincible. He still did not control his abilities to the maximum, and he had no time to waste. For everyone, the sports festival was a great opportunity. Everyone had great motivations and ambitions. They would go with everything. The green-haired man raised his fist, putting it in front of his face, and clenched it decisively. Yes, maybe he would limit himself, but that wouldn't mean he was going to let himself be beaten. He wasn't a Nomu. If he wanted to win, then he had to get serious, let the world see it. The green-haired boy was thinking about this when something hit him on the head. When he looked down, he noticed that it was a soda can. Izuku picked it up and finished crushing it with his hands, and then looked up to find Nana, who was on the paved part. Izuku. I know this will sound weird, but shouldn't you be at school? Nana. Haha, sorry Izuku, I graduated years ago. The woman pushed herself off and jumped, landing on the sand in front of the freckled man. Nana. Besides, classes are over, your mother told me you would come here. Izuku. I like the quietness. Nana. You did a great job with the place, it's a romantic space now, I've seen many couples have dates here. Izuku. It also serves as a vacation spot. Nana. That's true. The woman walked in front of the boy, putting her hands on her waist. Nana. I bet Professor Grumpy already told you about the sports festival. Izuku. Yes, actually yes. Nana. I imagined it, that's why you're so thoughtful haha, you know you have to limit yourself, right? Izuku. You don't have to remind me. Nana. I wasn't saying it for that reason, but because I know it bothers you to do it, I know you don't like the idea of feeling like a liar, because all your friends always give their best, and you keep holding back. Izuku. I made a promise and it almost killed me. Nana. It must have been difficult. Izuku. I'm not bothered by holding back, I know there are risks, what really bothers me is that everyone can do more with their quirks, and I can't control my heat vision, I have problems with tight turns when flying, I don't know how to land well, nor how to take off, everyone had years to master their quirks, and it seems like I had to discover one a year, and it frustrates me, because not even in that period of time could I master them. Nana. Taking the boy by the shoulder, hey, come on, it's not entirely your fault either, your powers are not like our abilities, you and your father had no limits, we did, you have to understand that not everything will be so easy for you Izuku, but that is why you are in the UA, because you will learn to control and manage that force within you, yes, the day will come when your classmates know the truth, and many questions will come, but for now you are Izuku Midoriya. The boy who achieved the unthinkable, member of a class that survived an experience that I would not wish on anyone, Izuku, I know you were scared in battle, but you managed to get out of there, let that teach you that not everything will be easy from now on, look ahead and remember why you want to be a hero, not for fame and money, but for the people out there, remember your motivations, your dreams and focus on what will come next, in the festival, in your internships. I don't have to repeat it to you because I already did. You know, this is a unique opportunity for the world to see that you are here, to know that they are not alone, because their defenders will always be there to help whoever needs it, so come on. Motivate yourself, train to give your best, do not forget what you felt when you cleaned the beach, your achievements, your successes, you are no longer the same Izuku as before, because each is an opportunity to improve, to excel, do not be afraid, take a breath and shout from the bottom of your heart, I am here. The woman raised her fist inspiring the green-haired man who smiled, it was true, he would be limited, but not weakened and much less weakened, the green-haired man smiled and nodded. Izuku. You always know what to say no to. Nana. I prepare my scripts when I see a sad broccoli. Izuku. Thank you. Nana. It's nothing, besides, I can't support you at school hahaha. Izuku. Hehe you're right. The woman took a deep breath as she smiled calmly. Nana. Well. Izuku. What? Nana. Tapping Izuku what do you mean, what? I'm going to help you with your training after school, I'm a bit out of shape so what's the plan? Izuku looked at the black-haired girl with curiosity before smiling. Izuku. I don't know, I don't have a plan per se, to be honest you arrived before I could make one, I guess something will occur to me. Nana. Really? You really are a case, Izuku. Izuku. Haha, well, everyone has had years to learn to control their quirks, so I'll start with that, I'll concentrate for now only on being able to better manage my strength and speed for the tests, I'll do what's in my power to be able to compress those years into training days. Nana. Pretty complicated if you ask me. Izuku. I cleaned this beach in months using my human strength so to speak, so it's not impossible. Nana. Well you have little time, so I hope to see some progress, kid. Izuku. You'll see. Nana. Motivated okay, so with that in mind tell me when do we start? Izuku. Right away. Nana. Excellent, the festival is in 2 weeks, if you really want to compress something like that then we have nothing to lose. And so after these words Izuku Midoriya's training began, his mother who already knew that the festival was approaching, was not caught by surprise by the news, so knowing her son's diet, she began to recreate it once again, with some variations given by a nutritionist, Nana kept her word, and helped the green-haired boy who did not stop, in the academy this change was noticeable, because the boy tried even harder, which his friends understood was due to excitement. 2 weeks and the biggest event in Japan would begin, the one that would be televised around the world, a great opportunity for those who wanted to become professionals. The only thing that could be considered a disadvantage is that being a massive event and expected by everyone, each year the activities changed so they were not revealed until the day of the event, but this was only a motivator for the students who motivated by Aizawa, did not leave any branch unseen, sports, fighting, rescue, culture, etc., whether to reinforce or learn new things, everyone managed to alternate their training with their studies. Race, swimming and fishing, weightlifting, freefall, target shooting, each one trained their bodies and their quirks in different ways. Uraraka relied on Mina and Aoyama, the girl removed gravity from objects increasing her resistance, and her companions knocked them down in freefall. Kirishima practiced his hardening, Bakugo improved his explosions and performance, Kaminari tried to control the amount of energy he could release. Tokoyami practiced at night trying not to lose control of Dark Shadow, and at the same time with the light of the lamps he tried to improve his resistance. Jiro improved his aim, Momo studied tirelessly, and Todoroki alone practiced using his two sides. In short, everyone did the best they could, and in the blink of an eye, the days became shorter and the morning of the sports festival had finally arrived. The green-haired boy was preparing his things, checking that he was missing nothing before leaving. Inko was very excited and it was quite visible. Inko. Good luck son, Mitsuki and Rei will come to see the festival, but remember that I will always be supporting you. Izuku. I know ma, thanks. Inko. Haha I know it's a bit embarrassing, but I'll record it in high definition. Izuku. Haha no need. Inko. It's your first festival, I might miss the other two, but never this one. Izuku. Haha okay, I understand, save me something to eat, will you? Inko. Sure, I'll make your favorite katsudon for when you come back for dinner. Izuku. Ma you are the best. The green-haired man kissed his mother on the forehead, who stopped him to fix his tie again. Izuku. Haha no need. Inko. Of course, I can't believe I raised such a careless child. I swear I don't know how you can carry a truck on your shoulders and fly with it all the way to Shirakawa, but you can't tie a simple tie properly. Izuku. It's not one of my superpowers, I think Kryptonians have never worn ties. Inko. Maybe but you're half human so you have no excuses young man, at least you don't leave breadcrumbs. Izuku. A good way to feed the birds. Inko. Haha that's it, now you can go Izuku, do your best and try to come back in one piece, understood? Izuku. Hey. That was cruel and it only happened once. Inko. Haha, my whiny boy, go, you'll be late and you can't be late. Izuku. Okay, I'm leaving now, I'll be back in the afternoon, oh that's right, I almost forgot, come on Crypto, I have something for you, I bought it last night and I forgot to give it to you. The dog approached its owner, Izuku got on his knees and took a toy out of his backpack, a toy for his pet, as well as a treat, the dog was happy to see this and began to lick the freckled man's face. Izuku. Haha, come on, buddy, you're going to mess up my suit and then it'll be late, should I sit down? The dog instantly sat down. Izuku. Wheel. Again the pet did the action and stood up. Izuku. Good boy, Crypto barks. The wolf gave a loud bark that surprised Izuku a little. Izuku. Paw. The dog raised the limb and the green-haired man took it smiling. Izuku. Haha good dog, you will also be supporting me, right friend? The dog began to bark in a slightly lower tone, causing the boy to give his pet his treat. Izuku. I guess you earned this. The boy got up and opened the door, but his mother stopped him one last time. Inko. Izuku. Izuku. What's wrong, ma? Inko. Try hard, son, I already told you, I'll be supporting you. The boy left the house and headed to the academy where there were already several reporters, some of whom he recognized as those who had entered the last time. Reporter. The review you're doing is taking too long boring. Reporter. You're still a rookie, just look at it. It's the most prestigious academy in Japan and they were attacked by villains recently. It's more than obvious that they would increase their security. There are people who criticize their decision to hold the festival this year. Reporter. Yes, but that's precisely why we're here. Excited controversy equals ratings. This year we must pay close attention to Class A. Reporter. You're pointless. Usually, we pay more attention to the third-year students because of everything that surrounds them, but you're right about something. This year, because of everything that happened, the first-year classes will be the main focus of attention. Reporter. Yes, but I insist on Class A. Why didn't you hear about it? It seems Endeavor's son is studying in that class. Reporter. Really? The one from Endeavor? I knew about the youngest son of the Ida family, but not this. It's incredible. How did you find out? Reporter. I have contacts and I work quite well with Mount Lady. Reporter. Really? The man became excited while the proud woman puffed out her chest. Reporter. How do you think I got my job? While these two were talking things were getting more and more exciting, the food, the guests, the security, it seemed that UA had enlisted the help of other heroes like Death Arms, Kamui Woods and Mount Lady, but the attention was focused on the interior of the venue where the festival would take place. In the waiting area the boys waited patiently for everything to start, the entire Class A gathered in their sports uniforms. Mina. I wanted to wear my heroine costume. Ajiro. Haha we can't, you know the rules, you couldn't do something like that because our suits are made to help us manage our quirks better, that could be considered an advantage over others. Sato. I wonder what the first round will be like. Tokoyami. Whatever it is, we have to know how to overcome it and move on to the next phase. Shoji. That's true. Ida. Entering suddenly everyone, are you ready? The festival will soon begin and it will be our turn. At this everyone became serious and slightly nervous. Momo for her part stood up and approached Izuku, but at that moment the mixed-haired boy with a serious face was the first to arrive with a "Shoto." Izuku. The green-haired boy, upon hearing the tone of his best friend's voice, also became serious and turned to look at him. Izuku. What's going on? Shoto. These last 2 weeks while I was training I had a thought in mind, and that is that if you look at it objectively, we can't know who of the two is the strongest. Izuku. Yes, I think so. Shoto. Yes, we have been friends for years, but that is why I do not want you to think that today I will hold back. Izuku, I will fight with all my power. I do not know if it is possible, but I will try. I will not give up. You will defeat me. The green-haired boy put on a serious face as he faced Izuku. Bakugo for his part, upon hearing this, raised his face slightly annoyed. On the other hand, Kaminari saw this with a mocking smile towards Izuku. Kaminari. What's this? One of the two strongest boys in the academy declaring war on Midoriya. Is their friendship over? Kirishima. Will you shut up, Kaminari? The Redeed stood up and approached both boys trying to calm the aggressive air of both. Kirishima. Oh no, hey, could you two calm down a bit? You're supposed to be friends, so why did you start a fight so suddenly? Shoto. We both have our reasons. The mixed-haired boy was about to leave, but Izuku wasn't going to stay quiet either. Izuku. It's rude to turn your back on people, you know that, don't you? Shoto. What are you going to say? Izuku. I think you're right, we don't know who of the two is stronger than the other, we never thought about it before, much less tested it, but I think that in my current state, you are stronger than me, I know your life, and I know that for better or worse, you are more prepared than me, perhaps the most capable of all. The boy said this while his classmates saw him. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Kirishima, all had their eyes fixed on the green-haired boy. Izuku. But looking at it objectively, we're not alone today, Shoto. Students from different classes are also ready to fight to get a spot. I won't be left behind, and you know what? You're right. I'll also go all out. Everyone opened their eyes at this. Shoto for his part slightly shook his head negatively and smiled slightly. Shoto. You better be. Everyone remained silent after this, but they couldn't do anything either. After a while the festival started, and on the screens the image of Present Mick was played, which was live. Apparently the blonde would be the presenter of the festival. Present Mick. Hey. At this shout the people who were already in the stands responded with emotion, making the noisy hero smile. Present. Listen up, audience. Prepare yourselves, mass media. Are you ready? The big teen event, the biggest event in Japan, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. People cheered with fervor and excitement. The event was already broadcast to all corners of the world. As they said, the biggest event of all. People around the globe watched the festival with intrigue, not knowing what was going to happen. Present Mick. It's time, let's get this started and let the freshmen come in. The boys from all the first-year classes heard this and became totally nervous because it was their moment to shine. On the other hand, at the Midoriya house, just as he had said, Rei and Mitsuki were already there. The females had arrived shortly after Izuku left for the academy, each with something to eat and support their respective children. The three supported Inko's decision to record the festival, asking for a copy to keep it. Back with the boys, they were totally nervous, but also determined not to give up. Taking the first step out of the tunnel, people could see Izuku's classic red tennis shoe who came out first, along with Shoto, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Sayu, Ida, Mineta Uraraka Shoji, Bakugo and the others who were nervous and excited. The fireworks thundered through the sky, exploding one after another, but without competing with Present Mick, who remained immersed in his role as narrator. Present Mick. The UA Sports Festival. The epic battle where students and future heroes raise their swords year after year. But we'll introduce them anyway, right? Here are the miraculous new stars and future promises who knew how to overcome the problem that an enemy attack meant and came out alive, winning the battle with their hearts of steel. Surely you already know who I'm talking about, right? From the hero's course, this is the powerful and incredible Class A. The boys advanced through the field grass being watched and cheered by the people. Izuku became noticeably nervous because it was the first time something like that had happened to him. Izuku. Is it just me or are there too many people? Shoto. Considering recent events, I think people have become even more interested in the festival, which is amazing, but it also means there's a lot of pressure. Ida. Will we be able to give our best while being watched by so many people? Yaoyorozu. We have to, this also counts as training on our way to becoming heroes. Kirishima. Wow, that's incredible praise, I never thought something like that could happen to us in our first year, I'm getting more nervous, haha. Kaminari. Don't even say it, man, how's your Bakugo? Bakugo. I'm not like you, this just shows that people know who is the best here. The boys walked with the words of Present Mick accompanying them, introducing their other classmates. Present Mick. On the other hand, and coming out of the adjacent tunnel, we have other promising talents. They haven't had much screen time or received much on-air support, but this class is definitely brimming with talent. Also coming from the heroes class, this is Class B. The students of the class came out and for the first time Izuku met them. There was the screaming boy from the other time, there was also a girl with orange hair, a girl who had hair similar to true colored vines, there was another one with blonde hair who had an arrogant smile. It seemed that the variety in the class was just as diverse or maybe more than the one in his class, but they were not the only ones, because more boys from other classes also came out. Present Mick. We also can't forget the kids from the other courses, here they come, the students of the General Studies course, classes C, D and E. The boys walked calmly, although some looked up somewhat uncomfortable by the presentation of Present Mick. Izuku could recognize the purple-haired boy from the previous time. Present Mick. Next up, the support corps students, classes F, G, and H, are also here. So are the business corps students. Classes I, J and K have already arrived. People started to shout with excitement as they finally saw all the UA freshman classes reunited, all on the field waiting for instructions. Present Mick. That's right ladies and gentlemen, all the first-year students that the UA has registered are finally here together. But in the countryside, as had been said before, there were some dissatisfied people who came from general courses. Student. What was that introduction? Student. It seems like we're here just to make those guys look better. Student. Sigh, it seems so. Through his art, Shinso heard this and continued moving forward, somehow the green-haired man's words reached his mind. The boys gathered as best they could in front of a base where the crack of a whip in the air caught their attention, some excited people from the stands, as well as the boys saw that it was the Hexy heroine Midnight. Spectator. Oh. Will the referee this year for the first-year students be a professional hero? Spectator, and it's not just any hero, it's the Hexy plus heroine Midnight. Spectator. But what about the director? Spectator, he's with the third years as always, but who cares, just look at her. The woman, for her part, just smiled seductively before throwing another lash into the air. Hiroshima. What are you wearing? Haminari. I don't know but I love it, something worthy of an R-rated hero. Tokoyami. Yes, but is something like that okay for a first-year class? Haminari. Yes. Definitely yes. Midnight. Be quiet. It's time for the champion's oath, representing the students of Class A, the student who entered with the highest grade of all being the first in the entrance exam, Bakugo Katsuki. At this everyone was surprised, but Shoto and Izuku knew what would happen. The annoying blonde climbed onto the podium with an annoyed face. Izuku, Momo, Ida, Uraraka, Sayu and Shoto looked at the boy begging the boy not to do something stupid. Bakugo. I swear I'll be number one once again and crush this bunch of extras. Silence reigned for a few seconds, Izuku tilted his head slightly, and at that moment the crowd erupted in annoyed shouts. How arrogant. Don't get carried away Class A. Damn bastard. Ida. Why do you do something like that? Bakugo. At least they prove they're just extras that serve to scream. At that moment the boy from Class B shouted angrily again. How proud you are, damn it, I'll crush you. Izuku. Bakugo, your mouth is really big. The blonde passed by Izuku hitting him on the shoulder, the green-haired boy was annoyed but sighed tiredly, Midnight for her part just sighed tiredly before making everyone keep silent. Midnight. Well, after those lovely words of encouragement, there's no other choice. The sports festival begins. And so, the biggest festival at the UA began, making everyone eagerly await the activities with high spirits. Yes, Bakugo had done something stupid as always, but there was no way to fix it. If they wanted to win, they had to go for it now. Izuku clenched his fist and turned to see his friends who had a determined face. It was true, it was their first chance. If they wanted to be heroes, then this was the moment to show what they were worth. They couldn't fail, now they had to act. After the sports festival begins, what will come first? Midnight. Now let's get started. Uraraka. The UA does everything immediately. Midnight. Those who have seen previous festivals will know that this first round is the qualifying round. No round is ever repeated, and every year many people drink their tears right here, so you have to put in the effort. Now, the predestined first game will be. Above the woman a battle was formed which began to pass many exercises quickly until it stopped showing it before the eyes of everyone. Midnight. This. Izuku. An obstacle course. Midnight. It's quite simple, all classes will participate in this event, the course will be just running around this stadium, approximately kilometers, and as you know, the school allows its students freedom licking her lips seductively so it doesn't matter what they do as long as they stay on the path. The woman pointed her whip at the boys as the crowd erupted in shouts. Midnight. That's all guys, get ready, go and take your place. No one thought of disobeying their superior, all the boys quickly left, taking their places while they waited for the order to leave. Izuku. Thinking. Looking at it realistically, like Midnight Sensei said, we're free to do whatever we need to, as long as we stay on the route. One of the lights went out and everyone got ready. The green-haired man was looking at his companions with a serious face. Izuku. Thinking. I don't know if my speed is enough to win since there are obstacles I don't know about, but I have to give my best, the others won't be tempted. The green-haired man raised his face towards the lights, seeing that another one had gone out. Izuku. Thinking. I won't give up so easily, forgive me everyone, but this time I'll have to be a little selfish ma, and not a pa, just watch me. Insert the full gauntlet theme % and enjoy. The 3 lights had gone out, and now all the boys started a stampede down a narrow path, everyone pushing each other trying to get a better spot. Present Mick. Ready. Now we have a show, this just became a showdown. But the blonde was not alone because sitting next to him was Aizawa who was still completely bandaged. Present Mick. Are you ready to discuss this with me, mummy man? Aizawa. You were the one who forced me to come Mick. Present Mick. Don't be bitter racer, better watch this, mummy man, in your experience, what should we watch first? Apparently there were cameras at the beginning of the tunnel and inside it because the people in the stands could see how the boys were pushing each other. Aizawa for his part, seeing this, just narrowed his eyes. Aizawa. Want to comment? Then pay attention to this part. Inside the tunnel things were quite difficult for everyone because it was almost impossible to move. The problems for poor Mineta were great because with his small size, the boy could not walk well and everyone was kicking him. Izuku. I see, this first part. Shoto. There's a reason for it. The green-haired boy and the mixed-haired boy had thought the same thing, a qualifying round from the start, use your wits and skills to get ahead. Izuku felt a cold current that he knew where it came from. A thick layer of ice formed on everyone's feet and moved quickly all over the place. The first to set foot outside was Shoto, who froze the entire ground. Boy. What the hell? Girl. I can't move. Boy. Everything is frozen. Shoto. Sorry, but I have to move. But the green-haired boy had forgotten something, his companions. Shoto was naive to think that they would stay still, so he was slightly surprised to hear Bakugo's explosions and Aoyama's laser and Yaoirozu's voice. Bakugo. Come here you damn half-and-half bastard. Yaoirozu. How naive you are, Todoroki. The mixed-haired boy turned around to see that the girl had propelled herself by creating a pole. Bakugo. Don't even think you can stand in front of me, damn it. But they had not been the only ones. Kirishima had broken the ice using his hardening by running with speed. Ajiro in the same way had jumped with his tail avoiding him. Even the other boys had already been able to free themselves and were running on the ice. Shoto. This is amazing, more kids than I thought managed to get off the ice. Class A is strong, but the others are also impressive, but where is it? The boy didn't need to ask any more because from one moment to the next, he saw his best friend also running in a hurry. Izuku. Sorry old friend, I needed to warm up. Shoto quickly understood what Izuku had meant so he smiled sideways. The short-haired boy continued running while being chased by Mineta, who in a flash of genius, had managed to cross the ice, quickly using his quirk, although being hit by a robot that immediately made everyone stop. Izuku. Mineta. But the boy couldn't stop to help his partner because he had to dodge an attack from the same robot which approached him focusing its robotic eye on him. Robot. Target located. Izuku. The artificial villains of the entrance exam. Present Mick. Yes. Finally the obstacles make their grand appearance. We've started with the first big barrier. The Robo Inferno. 3 huge robots stood in front of Shoto forcing him to stop. Haminari. Scared aren't those the 0-point robots from the entrance exam? But soon these 3 became more and more, so many that they stopped all the students who saw them nervous. Girl. Huh. Entrance exam? That's what the hero class students faced. Uraraka. Is that what they meant by obstacles? Kirishima. There are too many, I can't get through. Shoto. So it was one of these that Izuku destroyed. Yes, they are impressive. Yaoirozu. Where will they get money to make them? Shoto. Well, although I feel some sadness, if they were going to go to so much trouble, they should have at least bothered to make them more difficult. I don't want to look bad in front of my older brother. The boy carried a huge amount of ice and threw it towards the robots, freezing them all in an impressive spectacle, but also making the others think they had a chance. Boy. He stopped them. Let's go quickly, through his legs. Shoto. I recommend that you don't do it. I froze them when they were unbalanced, so they could fall. Besides, this isn't over yet. And the bicolor was right because before everyone's eyes, one of the robots that wasn't so frozen reactivated and wasted no time getting ready to attack by opening his hand and lowering it towards Momo with a speed that wasn't seen in the exam, but the girl was quick and created a shield, as well as a fairly large cat, in the same way she created some skates to start moving, but this one was already close. The girl thought about escaping through her fingers and creating a grenade, but at that moment, and before anything else happened the hand stopped, the brunette turned to the other side, seeing that it was Izuku who was carrying the weight. Izuku. Hello. Yaoirozu. impressed hello. The girl was amazed by the strength the green-haired man showed. Izuku could carry the weight of such a huge robot. Izuku. I guess this is a new way for us to meet, isn't it? Rozu. A bit strange but yes, we haven't talked much. Izuku. I know B but could we meet later? This is starting to get to me, and the race too. Rozu. That's right, see you at the finish line. The girl smiled at the green-haired boy and left the place, leaving Izuku alone, who now feeling a little freer, threw a punch that was able to make the robot fall on its back. Momo, for her part, made her grenade and threw it at the Robo-Inferno, exploding but destabilizing the icy structure that Shoto had created. The mixed-haired boy was right, the robots had no balance, and therefore fell. Present Mick. What is this? Shoto Todoroki managed to freeze them all, and Momo Rozu from Class A managed to knock them down. How elegant, although it was a bit unfair to the others, right? Aizawa. His actions were quick, strategic and logical. Present Mick. Just what was expected from the two boys who entered by recommendation. They had never faced them before, but from what we see their movements are nothing against the two elite students. But these were not the only robots because there were still all the endpoint robots who were already waiting for the boys to attack. Izuku. Thinking. Fine, you can do this, you've fought them before, just don't try to get attention, defeat them and run. For her part, at home, her mother watched this nervously. Inko. Izuku, you can do it, don't stress, you've already beaten them before, this should be easy for you, don't fall behind. Back at the race Present Mick was pretty excited. Present Mick. Well my dear audience do not be discouraged, we will show you impressive scenes making a movement that almost hits Aizawa. Aizawa. Hey. Dodging the blow. Present Mick. Ignoring the dark-haired man the camera robots will be able to capture impressive scenes. Will these little aspiring heroes be able to get through all these robots? On the other hand, the fallen robots were in pieces, but apparently they had fallen on some participants. Boy. Hey. Someone's trapped underneath. Boy, boo but wouldn't that kill him? Boy, can people die at the festival? Suddenly everyone was surprised when part of the icy structure began to rise and burst, revealing Kirishima who, using his quirk, managed to get out. Kirishima. No kidding. Present Mick. What is this? Ijiro Kirishima from Class A managed to get out. It's crazy. Kirishima. Todoroki, you cheating bastard. Your fight is with Midoriya, not the others. You did this hoping he'd fall to cheer the others up. If it hadn't been for me, someone could have died. The boy managed to get out completely deactivating his quirk, but seeing how someone came out of the structure, like him it was someone with a reinforcement quirk, the Redeed was surprised to see how the boy who had come out was that screaming gray-haired boy from Class B. Class A is full of bastards. If it hadn't been me, someone could have died. Present Mick. What? Class B's student Tetsu was also under the rubble. The Redeed and the now silver-haired man looked at each other, their quirks were too similar, except that the now known member of Class B, unlike Kirishima, transformed his body into steel. They both started running as Kirishima pointed out the obvious. Kirishima. Our quirks look so similar. Tetsu. Shut up you bastard, I'm tired of staying out. Haminari. How envious, they can pass without fear of being crushed. One of the boys prepared a plan to work together and get ahead, but Bakugo caught everyone's attention by using his quirk to pass over. Bakugo. As if I'm going to let you bastards get ahead of me. Haminari. Bakugo, you are truly a genius, the strongest in the class. But the blonde was not alone, Shiro and Tokoyami, both helped by their quirks, managed to boost themselves and go over the top in the same way as Bakugo. If Class A was impressive, but B was not far behind, none of the students allowed it, all gave a magnificent display of strength and skill. The orange-haired girl could apparently enlarge her fists, and with that she tore the robots to pieces. The girl with thorny green hair showed that her quirk was based on her hair which moved and began to catch the robots to entangle them, squeeze them and destroy them. Iida ran giving impressive kicks, Jiro used his jacks deactivating the robots. This was seen by Aizawa who sharpened his gaze. Aizawa. Class B isn't bad, but Class A doesn't waste time staying still. Those who experienced the adult world firsthand during the attack on the USJ, those who even with fear in their hearts continue to move forward, surpassing themselves yes, it can be seen, they use all their experience to overcome their doubts. The black-haired boy would see how his students moved just as he said, yes, the boys had doubts, but their bodies did not stop moving. Ajiro destroyed the robots using his knowledge in martial arts, Uraraka floated them and then let them fall, Mina melted them, even Mineta acted bravely, and although he did not know how to fight like Ajiro, or did not have the incredible strength of Izuku, the dwarf did not let himself be defeated. He took advantage of his height and stuck the robots to the ground stopping their path. Izuku on the other hand, although he could use his jumps to go over like his friends, preferred to keep his feet on the ground. The boy managed to destroy the robots in the same way as in the entrance exam, some even attacked him, but the freckled one did not stop, showing that his invulnerability was of great help. No robot compared to the fight with the Nomu. The boy managed to get out, meeting more 0-point robots. Izuku thought of going with Shoto and using his icy breath combined with his best friend's quirk to freeze everyone, but it was not necessary because the freckled one could see how some robots were defeated when their heads exploded. The boy turned around, attracted by noises, finding that it had been Momo who caused this by creating a large cannon. Izuku. Yaoi Rozu. Hello Midoriya, haha. Izuku. Impressive, just what I expected from someone who came in on a recommendation. Present Mick. What's this? The first stage was easily overcome. Ladies and gentlemen, these guys are something else, incredible, surprising, but… The blonde man formed a mocking smile as the boys stopped suddenly with their faces distraught. Present Mick. Can they top this? Uraraka. What the? In front of the girl and everyone who had stopped there was a large ravine. Present Mick. If you fool, you're out. The challenge is to get to the other side using your skills, crawl, slide, do what you can but don't lose, it's the big fall. Mina. When did they build this? Sayu, for her part, seeing this did not hesitate. The frog girl jumped, falling on one of the cables that connected the stone columns, and began to cross without problems. Mina. She's fast. Sayu. This is a piece of cake for me, Kiro. Likewise, a girl appeared on the scene. She had puffy pink hair that looked like tentacles. She wore goggles and special equipment. Apparently she had a somewhat eccentric attitude that could border on annoying. She belonged to the support corps, so between laughter and boasting of her inventions that she called babies, she crossed quickly. No one wasted time as their forms began to walk along the cables, although Todoroki was again the leader as he slid between the cables which he froze. Iida for his part, using his engine, crossed the cables quickly. Bakugo was the only one who literally passed over everyone by floating, propelled by his explosions. Izuku for his part relied on his flight to maintain his balance and walked quickly, trying not to be left behind. Fall or look obvious, but the truth is that Shoto was attracting attention. After seeing his quirk in action and by name, the mixed-haired boy was quickly identified, the son of the number hero. Endeavor. Shoto was in first place with a big lead. The boy took a few seconds to catch his breath, seeing a sign next to him. At the same time he heard Present Mick's voice. Present Mick. And now, with Todoroki leading this brutal race, we have reached the final stretch. Which is a mega minefield. I must say that it is prepared so that you can see where the mines are, but to make it easy, you would have to look closely, use your legs and your eyes to cross, because although these mines are not strong enough to kill, they will definitely make you wet your pants if you are not careful. Aizawa. It depends on who we're talking about. Izuku. Shoto's already there? I have to hurry. For his part, the mixed-haired boy was observing the field in front of him. His sensei was right, observing carefully you could see where the mines were, but the boy was not stupid. Joining Izuku had served some purpose. Shoto. I see, this is an obstacle to delay the one in the lead, as well as a spectacle for those in the stands. Wow. But the boy didn't waste time. Shoto began to advance carefully, trying not to step on any. Soon the mixed-haired boy had already managed to travel a long way when the others arrived. Many weren't so cautious and began to fly from one side to the other, but the real threat was Bakugo, who, using the method from before, propelled himself with his explosions without touching the ground and at the same time managing to get close to Todoroki with speed, managing to surpass him. Bakugo. You're just a talkative piece of shit like when we were kids, bastard. Don't declare war on the wrong person. I'm the strongest of all. The blonde didn't stay still, and landing he threw an explosion at Shoto, who managed to dodge it and tried to freeze Bakugo's arm, who didn't give up, starting a struggle between them. But they were not the only ones. His companions moved, trying not to lose their place. Izuku for his part was at the beginning of the path. The green-haired boy looked at his surroundings. He could advance through the mines that had already exploded and that had left the path free, but he would waste time. Izuku used his supervision, seeing the part up ahead, noticing the fight. The boy clenched his fists and made a serious face. No, this festival was about using his abilities. Almight had a strength boost, which also affected his speed, making him faster. All the boosting quirks did this, so if he could, then why was he limiting himself? Izuku just smiled and got into a running pose. Insert Bob Dylan's Hurricane and Let Yourself Go. In my mind, and while editing, this song was perfect. The last thing that was heard was an explosion before Izuku disappeared from where he was. The boy ran in a straight line and without stopping except to avoid other competitors. In the stands his teachers saw this with a slight smile, amazed at his speed. Although on the other hand Almight was upset and Nana proud. At home, Inko was excited and happy to see her son in action and without limiting himself as he did before. Mitsuki. Amazed. I had heard that Izuku was quite strong, but what I'm seeing, it's really impressive. Inko. Yes, Izuku can give surprises like that. Proud, thinking. Izuku, you're amazing, son. The boy ran so fast that few people could follow him with their eyes, the mines exploded, but none distracted him by making one explosion after another consecutively. Present Mick. What's this? The mines keep exploding, almost in sync, it sounds like a huge explosion. Shoto, for his part, upon hearing this just smiled and launched an ice attack that pushed Bakugo away. Shoto. Tell me something Bakugo, you say you're the strongest, right? Bakugo. Don't make fun of me, you piece of trash. I'm the strongest of all. Shoto. Smiling, are you sure about that? The annoyed blonde prepared to attack, but at that moment Izuku managed to reach them and was in the middle of both of them. Izuku. Hey guys, thanks for waiting for me, there's deadly traffic back there. Bakugo. Deku. The blonde is stunned by this because although he had already seen his speed once, he did not believe he was fast enough to catch up with him. Shoto. I thought you were still fighting the robots. Izuku. Thanks for the encouragement. Present Mick. What a turn of events. Izuku Midoriya, also from Class A, managed to arrive with his classmates. The bush-haired boy is fast, ladies and gentlemen, the explosions pushed him, and now he's competing for first place with his classmates. This boy is really tenacious, but we're going to reach the final goal, who will be the grand winner. The green-haired boy kept his pace watching his friend and Bakugo who, annoyed, began to push himself with his explosions. Bakugo. Deku, you will not go in front of me, you damn bastard. The blonde managed to overcome both boys, but Shoto propelled himself with his ice. Shoto. Sorry dude, but I'm serious, I'll go all out, this will give the others a chance, but it doesn't matter, I won't lose. Izuku just watched the two of them walk away and immediately increased his speed, even though the mines made him stagger he didn't stop. Izuku. I won't give up either. The green-haired boy began to run, increasing his speed and managing to catch up with his companions. Izuku. Thinking. I can't use all my speed, Shoto knows it and uses that advantage, even if he stretches his hand it won't be enough, I have to be faster, I have to find a way, there must be one, come on, don't give up, Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired boy continued running without stopping, his companions were still engrossed in this, Izuku used his X-ray vision, and that was how he came up with a plan. The green-haired boy made a short jump, surpassing his friends, but this was not his objective, the green-haired boy being in the air raised his fists. Shoto. What are you thinking? Present Mick. But what will he do? Izuku. Sorry Bakugo, but I'll have to steal your idea, not only do I have strength, I also have my intelligence. The boy landed and using his super strength hit the ground, in that instant the inactive mines feeling vibratory energy that the blow had created, began to explode one after another, Shoto and Bakugo were forced to stop, but Izuku taking his opportunity, began to run again surprising everyone. Present Mick. Izuku Midoriya took the lead. This guy is completely insane, he managed to clear the minefield in an instant. Shoto and Bakugo managed to get out of the smoke that had generated the explosions and began to run after Izuku who did not look back. Present Mick. But Bakugo and Todoroki don't give up, both boys go all out against their partner who also has no intention of stopping. Eraser, your class is amazing, but what do you teach them? The black-haired boy watched the three boys intently, concentrating on Izuku for a few seconds. I don't hold back because I feel superior to others, I do it because I know what my power is capable of, a careless man uses it without thinking about the consequences of his actions, a wise man chooses his fights carefully and understands the meaning of strength, I seek to be a hero who can save everyone, that is the hero I want to be. Aizawa. I didn't do anything, they got excited on their own. The boys approached the final tunnel, everyone was close to knowing who was going to win the first stage, people stopped watching them because they were covered, and the seconds became hours. At the Midoriya house, Inko, as well as Rei and Mitsuki were quite nervous, the three women supported their children, and the last scenes were heart-stopping for the trio of adults. Present Mick. And so with it we know, now we just have to confirm it, at the end of the first qualifying stage of the UA Sports Festival, no one could have foreseen this development of events. Inside the tunnel, the floor and walls froze while also rumbling from Bakugo's explosions. Present Mick. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner, the first person to cross the entire field, is. Everyone was anxious, a mega explosion formed a mountain of smoke that made it impossible to see inside. In the green-haired man's house, the mothers of the three boys were on the verge of cardiac arrest, but then a figure managed to appear, it got closer and closer, and after a couple of seconds, a red tennis ball came out of the column of smoke, followed by a green hair that everyone could recognize. Present Mick. Izuku Midoriya. This guy achieved something impressive. The people shouted excitedly, streamers and confetti bombs exploded, welcoming the champion of the first stage. In his house, Mitsuki clenched his fists happy for the freckled, but also slightly sad for his son. Rei was proud of Shoto, happy for Izuku, but also caring for Inko, who had almost fainted from uncertainty and surprise. Back on the field, after Izuku came out, Shoto, who had already leveled his body temperature, Bakugo was the third to come out. Although the annoyed boy had an expression of slight pain, he had not stopped using his explosions and had already reached his limit. The blonde was in pain, but not only that, but his pride was also hurt. Bakugo. No, again, no, damn, taking his arm. Present Mick. Well, this is amazing, everyone has already left, but it's time to move on to the next event. We will make a list with the results, but good work everyone, take a break. Shoto. Approaching Izuku, congratulations. Izuku. It wasn't a big deal, to be honest I didn't think I would win, my goal was not to be so far behind. Shoto. You used it, didn't you? To melt the ice. Izuku. Yes, I went down to tie my shoelace and took advantage of the opportunity. Nobody pays attention to the boy who doesn't seem to have any singularity. Shoto. You don't look dangerous. Izuku. Yes, but good move with the ice on the robots, dangerous but good move. The boys made a couple of jokes until they noticed how Iida had a depressed air. Iida. I can't believe it, even with this singularity. Izuku. Approaching him, calm down Iida, you gave your best, that's something admirable, you did great. Iida. But I was quite far from first place. Shoto. Yes, but that doesn't mean you're less than us, I boosted myself with my ice. Izuku. Bakugo used his explosions, and I have an increase not only in strength, but in all my physical abilities. Besides, we are in a school of heroes, there will be times where things will get bad, but the only thing left for us is to continue training to be better. Iida. Well, that does make me feel a little better, thanks guys. Shoto. Calm down Mr. Roboto, you did well. The three boys were breathing calmly when Momo approached them. Aoirozu. Hey you too, good job. Shoto. Thank you. Izuku. Haha, thanks Yaoirozu, you too. Aoirozu. Haha, I was going to boost myself by making some propulsion boots, but I had some unexpected problems. The girl turned around, causing her friends to see that Mineta was staggering to the point of falling on his face. Izuku. Hahaha, what happened to him? Aoirozu. I was surprised, I thought he was going to try something perverted because of what Sayu told me, and I reacted on instinct, I hit him with my metal bar haha. Izuku. Hahaha, I see, poor thing. Shoto. I think more than something perverted, he just wanted to stick to you, something like that was going to be done to me, but the 0 points hit him. Aoirozu. Well, but either way I think I won, but that's not the important thing, as I said, congratulations to both of you. Shoto. I don't feel like it was a big deal, I finished behind the broccoli faster. Izuku. Hahaha, don't say that, I was just lucky, I just wanted not to be so far behind, you were the one who showed off. Shoto, you and Yaoirozu. Aoirozu. Has he always been this modest? Shoto. Since I've known him, you get used to it over time. Izuku. But I'm serious guys, it's not a big deal. Aoirozu. Izuku, stop saying that and for the first time give yourself credit, you managed to get there from your place using only your speed, I had never seen it before, you surpassed Shoto and Bakugo in a matter of seconds, and that hit, maybe it was something crazy, but I think that identifies you better than anyone he besides, it worked, just look at it, you arrived in first place, it's incredible. The green-haired boy was a little surprised by the words but smiled in response. Momo for her part, seeing this and remembering what he said, blushed slightly, embarrassed to get excited and support her friend. Aoirozu. Well, I think so. Shoto. You'll have to forgive him Yaoirozu, he's never spoken to many people and he hasn't received praise like that either. Aoirozu. Really? Izuku. Okay, if you want, tell him about my life, soba face. Thanks, Yaoirozu, and yes, I think you're right. It is something incredible. Although you also showed off. That cannon was truly impressive. Aoirozu. Yes, but I had to open the shirt of the sports uniform to do it, I felt a little sorry. Izuku. Well, yes, but don't take credit away from yourself. The green-haired man smiled and the girl raised an eyebrow in response. Aoirozu. Haha, tush, by the way, it's weird to see you without your glasses, can you see okay? Izuku. Yeah, well, you understand the magnitude of good for someone in my condition, right? Besides, I only take them off when I'm going to do some physical exercise. I don't want them to fall off or lose them. They're invaluable to me. Aoirozu. I see. Shoto, for his part, saw the boys and then looked at the crowd, observing that they were looking at a specific point, more specifically at a screen that was turning on, apparently it was the score list. Shoto. Hey, I don't want to interrupt you guys but. The two boys turned around and saw that midnight was below the screen. Midnight? Well, everyone has seen it, right? Anyway, I'll explain it. First, there's Izuku Midoriya, second is Shoto Todoroki, and finally the third place went to Bakugo Katsuki, these three boys belonging to Class A. Izuku. I don't know why he highlights our class. Shoto. All the boys from Class A and B managed to pass. Izuku. There's also that purple-haired guy who declared war on us. Aoirozu. And the girl from the support course. Shoto. I wonder what the next event will be. Midnight. Well, those kids made it to the next round. I'm sorry for the rest of you, I know it's unfortunate, but don't worry, even if you didn't make it, we have other kinds of activities for you to shine. Licking his lip, but for now, the students who made it will need to focus, the real fight starts now. The press cavalry is everywhere, you have to give it your all. The screen erased the standings and returned to the same draw as at the beginning. Midnight. Okay, so now everyone knows that a new event is coming up, but what will it be about? Easy. The next event you'll be participating in will be. The screen ran through random exercises until it suddenly stopped showing something that confused everyone. Midnight. A cavalry battle. Haminari. Cavalry battle. Wait, like in elementary school. Gosh, I'm really bad at them. Sigh. But I don't understand, this isn't an individual event. Kiro, how will it work? Midnight. Let me explain. At that moment an image appeared on the screen which was of no. Snipe and present Mick carrying Almight. Midnight. Participants will be able to form teams of 2 to 4 people with whomever they want, which basically makes it the same as any cavalry battle to simplify, with the difference that depending on the result of the last game, each contender will be assigned a score. Sato. Score. I see. It's a point system like the entrance exam. It's easy to understand, I suppose. Uraraka. Each team will have a different value depending on who they join on the team. At that moment the image changed again showing the assigned points. Midnight. Well, since you can guess that, the rest will be easier to explain. The points are assigned starting from number which was awarded to the last place, so has until you reach number 1 which has the amount of. Izuku. I don't like this. Mineta. Why? Izuku. I have a bad feeling. Midnight. 10 million. At that moment the green-haired man felt a chill run down his spine. Izuku. Thinking. 10 million. Aoirozu. That means whoever defeats the first place team. Shoto. He can take the top no matter where he is. At that moment the green-haired boy felt the gaze of all his companions without exception, the pressure. On the other hand he looked at Midnight who looked at him with a predatory look. Midnight. That's right, this battle is about survival of the fittest, a battle where even those in last place can reach the top. The green-haired man broke into a cold sweat because he knew he had nowhere to go. Izuku. Thinking. Why me? Midnight. But first, let me explain the rules of the cavalry battle. To start, the fight limit is minutes, each team is worth a total of their teammates' points. The rider will be the one wearing the sash where the total number of points is marked. The other teams will try to take their rival's sash before time runs out, as well as keep and take care of their own. The sashes are attached with velcro, so they are easy to remove, and the stolen ones must be put around the neck. So the more you steal the harder it will be to keep them, and last but not least, if your sash is stolen or your team falls, you will not be out. Disqualification only occurs if the rider falls. Aoirozu. Which means that. Izuku. There are of us, so we should form our teams. Mina. One strategy would be to steal someone else's points so you can fight with some freedom. Sai. It's feasible, but first you'd have to see how the points draw went and also take care of yours. Kiro. Midnight. This is a fight where you can use your quirks, but it is more than clear that it is against the rules to directly attack your teammates with the intention of leaving them seriously injured. Do not overdo it guys, you will receive a red card and will be removed from the field immediately. Bakugo. TCH, shit. Midnight. Cracking his whip. Now get ready guys, you have minutes to choose your teams, go now. And so, with this order and with the pressure on his shoulders, Izuku formed a serious face and turned around, knowing it would be difficult, but he had to get a team. Izuku. Thinking. I feel everyone's gaze on me, but if I can say something. The green-haired boy turned to look at Bakugo who looked at him quite annoyed. Izuku. Thinking. These looks aren't like the ones I got in elementary or middle school, they're not mocking or superior, they're all coming for the points I got by luck. I have to move fast. The green-haired boy started walking and met his best friend. Shoto. Nervous. Izuku. Who, you? I never would have expected it. Shoto. The situation looks terrible, don't you think? Izuku. It seems so, although I've seen worse. If I had known this would happen, I would have let you win. Hahaha. Shoto. Yes Izuku, you understand that we won't be able to team up this time, right? Izuku. Yes, I know, it would have been a good idea. Shoto. Why don't you just fly? Izuku. That's also a great idea, but first of all I can't, you know, and secondly I have to make a team, you heard Midnight Sensei, or members maximum. Shoto. That's true, well, I have no choice, I have to go, good luck Izuku. Izuku. Likewise Shoto. The two boys said their goodbyes politely and went their separate ways, although what the green-haired boy didn't know was that someone was watching him. But the situation was also complicated for everyone. The boys were desperately trying to get a team, with most of the boys going with Bakugo and Todoroki. Sato. Be on my team. Mina. Hey, Bakugo, I know my team. Aoyama. Don't you want to be on my team? Bakugo. Annoying, I don't even know his quirks. Mina. Surprised, I believe that from Class B, but us. Sato. How absent-minded are you? On the other hand, Almight saw this from the upper stands, next to the other teachers. Almight. Thinking. Young Bakugo is truly amazing. Despite coming in third, he has 200 points, and given the striking capabilities of his quirk, it's no wonder everyone goes with him. He's truly popular. Maybe if I had met him earlier, he would have been a good successor. For her part, Nana looked at Izuku, slightly worried about him. Nana. Thinking. Izuku, you managed to get in first place using your wits and strength. This test is like a simulation of real life. Think of this as a mission. Attack a group of villains with people you can trust. Play your cards right, son. The green-haired boy, for his part, was thinking about his options. He knew his classmates' quirks and knew how to use them effectively, but the ones he was completely unaware of were those of Class B and the other courses. The boy was in a hurry. Izuku looked around, finding Iida, who seemed to have an idea of who to go with. The boy smiled and went with him. His speed would be the advantage he could use. Izuku. Iida. Midoriya. You still haven't got a team? That's very irresponsible of you. We're almost out of time. Izuku. Well, that's easy for you to say. With your speed everything goes by quickly, but that's not what I came for. Iida, I need you too. But the blue-haired boy raised his hand in front of Izuku, interrupting. Iida. I know what you need, but I must reject that. Midoriya, you are my friend, but you said it yourself, I have to try harder. In these moments I realize that you, Bakugo and Todoroki surpass me, so my goal is not to give up, and to be stronger, faster. My brother is watching and I do not want to disappoint. I hope you understand, Midoriya. Izuku. Yeah, well, I guess I have no choice. Good luck, Iida, and may the best man win. The green-haired boy extended his hand to Iida, who gave it a shake. The boy turned around to find Uraraka, who was walking away. Izuku. I assume you declined too. Uraraka. Don't take it the wrong way, Midoriya, but you're everyone's target. If I want to win I have to make sure I can go unnoticed. Try not to lose. Izuku. Yeah, I already imagined it. Well, good luck and I hope to see you in the next phase. Uraraka. Me too. And saying this the girl left quietly. The green-haired boy was left alone looking around. His options were running out. Iida could have kept them moving, and Uraraka would have made them float if necessary, but now she was at zero. She had to find something. Knowing Bakugo, he would attack directly. He needed someone who could be a wall, also speed and altitude. The green-haired boy looked around until someone after many attempts managed to get his attention. Izuku. Turning around, you. On the other hand, Kirishima was lost. The boy didn't know who to team up with. Everyone hated them because of Bakugo's big mouth. The opposing classes wouldn't accept him, and from what he saw the teams he could choose from his class were complete. The Redeed saw how Shoji apparently managed to team up with Mineta, Jiro and Sayu. Bakugo had allied with Mina and Kaminari. Todoroki talked with Uraraka and Iida. The manly boy saw this until he realized one thing, and with that he looked back at Todoroki's team. There were 3 people, the 4th was missing, but more importantly, he wasn't there. Redeed just smiled. Kirishima. Got it. Back with Izuku, he turned around, surprised to see that it was YehosuaHernandez, who, smiling, had caught his attention. YehosuaHernandez? You didn't forget my last name, did you? Izuku. Yeah, I mean no, I want to say no, but it's just that you surprised me. That what are you doing? You should be looking for a team. YehosuaHernandez. Yes, the time is almost up, but what about you? You're too arrogant to think you can work alone. Izuku. It's not arrogance, to be honest, no one wants to work with me. Uraraka was right, everyone sees me as a target. I have a target painted on my face. YehosuaHernandez. That's true, but you know, I think there's something they're not taking into account. Izuku. What? At that moment the girl formed a serious face, confusing Izuku. YehosuaHernandez. The way we do this. Izuku. What? YehosuaHernandez. In the first conversation I had with Iida as the head of the classroom, he said he was surprised that you gave him his position, since he thought you were more prepared for this. You discovered the true objective of the entrance exam. Izuku. That haha, well that has its funny side because really. YehosuaHernandez. Midoriya, whether it's true or not, when you read about UA you realize that many of the events that happen are because here they teach us on the fly. In the hero course, our lessons are based on simulating situations that we will see in our daily lives. Izuku. Like in USJ. YehosuaHernandez. Exactly, think about it, in this world full of heroes and agencies everywhere, there will be times when you will have to finish someone else's work to show off. Izuku. Like what happened in Mount Lady's debut with Kamui Woods. YehosuaHernandez. On the other hand, even though for example you and Shoto are rivals, there will be times when you will have to work as a team to end a threat. Izuku. The cavalry battle. Aoirozu. We trust in the strength of our team, we have to make a plan based on the quirks of the people who work with us. Izuku. The goal of this is to show that we can work well as a team even with people we don't know. Aoirozu. Yes, but Bakugo by doing his stupid thing took away that opportunity from us. I guess this wasn't meant for us to team up with people we already know, but given the current circumstances it is necessary. Izuku. I see. Aoirozu. Well, now that I explain this, Midoriya, would you be my partner? The green-haired boy saw the girl who was a little blushed but also determined. The boy didn't know what to say, but at that moment Kirishima interrupted them. Kirishima. Guys. Haven't you noticed? We have less than 3 minutes left, Todoroki has already formed his team, as has Bakugo. Izuku. Less than 3 minutes. Kirishima. Izuku, this will be quick, everyone will come for you, and this time I want to help. Bakugo has his explosions, and I don't think he'll limit himself, I'll be your horse and your armor, an impenetrable wall. The boy formed a determined smile. Izuku saw the boy and did not doubt it, his invulnerability was good, but an extra hand is always good, the Redeed nodded as did Izuku. Izuku. Okay, there are 3 of us, we need one more, any ideas? Me? First place, let me be on your team. The green-haired boy and his friends turned around to see the same eccentric girl as before, only now she was too close to Izuku's face. Izuku. You're too close. Yes, but it's exactly as I thought, you stand out too much. Izuku. I stand out easily. I don't know if that's an insult or a compliment. Aoirozu. Who are you anyway? I saw you at the race, but all you were talking about was your… I'm Hatsume interrupting Momo, a student from the support department. I know I don't know you, but let me use your position. Izuku. How honest. Hatsume. Don't you understand? If I team up with you, then the chances of more people seeing me will increase, and if that happens, then there's more chance of big corporations seeing my wonderful babies in action, don't you realize? Aoirozu. Please wait a bit, you're talking too fast, it's really strange. Hatsume. Ignoring Momo. Besides, I think this will be beneficial for you guys too. Aoirozu. She's not even paying attention to me. Kirishima. Guys, the clock, we have 1 minute left. Hatsume. Taking out and opening a trunk in the support course, we develop inventions that help heroes better manage their quirks. I have so many that I'm sure you'll find one you like this one. The girl took out a kind of jetpack that immediately caught Izuku's attention. Hatsume. This one caught your eye, didn't it? I based it on a certain hero's quirk, and I added my own personal touch. Izuku. I recognize that style of jetpack, it's like the Hero Buster, air jet isn't it? Aoirozu. Well, I think they get along better. Kirishima. Guys, the clock. Izuku. Okay, then come. The green-haired boy turned around seeing that the clock was almost over, the freckled boy formed a serious face clenching his fists. Izuku. It's hard not having Iida and his speed, but let's not fall apart either, let's do a good job and move forward. So the teams were finally complete and the clock ran out. Midnight. Okay, now it's time to get started. Present Mick. Wake up Eraser, because now after minutes to form your team and a strategy, the 12 teams that make up this cavalry battle line up on the field. Aizawa. There are some interesting teams. Present Mick. Yes, that's right, but now it's time to prepare your tears for battle because it's time for this fierce UA cavalry battle to begin. On the field, the green-haired man adjusted his headband while his teammates waited patiently. Insert run by Foo Fighters and feel the emotion of the song. Izuku. Aoirozu. Aoirozu. Yes. Izuku. Hatsume. The pink-haired girl just turned to look at her partner, giving a light laugh in response. Izuku. Kirishima. Kirishima. Come on. Izuku. Thank you. The green-haired boy looked everywhere. Shoto's team had Uraraka, Iida and Tokoyami with him, Bakugo had Shiro, Mina and Kaminari. Present Mick. Okay, now with the teams ready, let's start the countdown. Moments before, the green-haired man in training looked at his friends nervously. Izuku. Honestly, with the exception of Hatsume, I don't know why they chose me as their partner, but I hope I don't fail them. Kirishima. I trust your judgment, man, you're someone who always thinks before acting, your decisions are wise, and despite your strength you've never overstepped. I'm honestly glad to call you friend, and now, we need to ignite this competition. Aoirozu. I think the same, I trust you. Izuku. I don't even know what I did to deserve this, I think they think too highly of me, everyone will come for me. Aoirozu. Yes, but that's how it will be when we become professionals, the villains will go after us, and vice versa, you were the president because we all trust your judgment, you are someone quite reckless, but you act when you have a plan, I trust that. The boy turned to look at Momo who looked back at him with a smile. Aoirozu. Also, to be honest, I'd rather team up with someone I'm lucky enough to call a friend. Izuku. Yaoi Rozu. So don't regret it and let's give our best Midoriya, the festival isn't over yet. Present Mick. 3. Bakugo. I don't care about this bunch of extras, my goal. Present Mick. 2. Shoto. It's just one guys. Present Mick. 1. Izuku. Now. Midnight. Start. At that order no one hesitated, they all rushed towards the person they had in their sights, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. They're coming straight here. Tetsu. Let's forget our differences, bastard, this is basically a fight for your points. Yaoi Rozu. A momentary truce. Hiroshima. Everyone wants the top, fine, captain orders, make your best choice. Izuku. Haha, hero doesn't do this movement very often, but the first thing we'll do now is run away. The boy said this with force, prepared to escape from the place, but one of the boys from Class B, Tetsu's horse, smiled. Don't even think they can do it. The boy used his quirk and at that moment the ground under Izuku's team became like quicksand. Izuku. What? These are no, it's the quirk of that boy from Class B. Yaoi Rozu. This is bad, we're sinking. Hiroshima. I can't get out. Izuku. Not for long, Yaoi Rozu, Hatsum, lower your faces. Both girls did as requested and at that moment the green-haired boy pressed a button that turned on the green-haired boy's jetpack that Hatsum had given him and in front of everyone's faces the boy quickly left the trap. Tetsu. Volo. Follow it. Hagakure. No, not that, come here Midoriya. Shoto. Tokoyami. I know, watch Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow. Yes. The bird boy shouted this, and immediately his quirk was present, the shadow launched itself towards the boys with speed, but Momo was faster, the girl created a shield, and with one movement managed to deflect the attack. Tokoyami. Yaoi Rozu. Izuku. Thanks, that was great Yaoi Rozu. Yaoi Rozu. I know I'm not like Tokoyami with his dark shadow, but don't worry, I'll do my best to help, we're a team. The green-haired boy rose a couple of meters and using his strength, giving a blow to the air in his flight discreetly, the boy managed to turn around the competitors and stay behind them. Hiroshima. Hey, we're landing. Izuku. Hatsum. Yes. At that moment the girl activated her boots which had a sliding device that made her go down slower, the girl took out a button and pressed it, making Momo's sneakers also generate the same device, apparently with the creation of the girl she had managed to do this. Izuku. Thinking. The fall would have been lighter with Uraraka's zero gravity, but they are doing great. Once the boys landed they all started running again. Hatsum. So. What do you think? Aren't my babies wonderful? Izuku. They are light and easy to maneuver, they are incredible Hatsum, you too Momo, your defense is incredible, thanks for helping us. The boys ran chased by everyone, although Hagakure had lost her band thanks to the blonde boy from Class B who apparently was quite conceited. But far from that, it seemed as if the truce had ended, everyone was going against their rivals without mercy. Present Mick. Wow, these guys are really going all out. It's only been a little over 2 minutes and it's already turned into a full-blown battle. The fight for the sides is all over the place. Ignoring first place and going for second or third isn't too bad either. The green-haired boy was running when he was suddenly cornered, in front of him came Tetsu's team, and behind him Shoji's team, they were in a hurry and even worse, because suddenly Mineta's fears and Sayu's tongue began to attack them, one of these managed to fall under Momo's foot, forcing her to break her tennis to escape, Izuku activated the jetpack, and flew even making use of his own flight to save his friends. But this could not go well because Bakugo, seeing this, did not hesitate, and with an explosion went after them. Bakugo. I will kill you Deku you bastard. Izuku. Damn. Hiroshima. I can't help you from my position Midoriya. Yaoi Rozu. You don't but I do, Hatsum sends all the power to my remaining boot. Hatsum. Yes. The girl did as asked and the girl moved her leg hitting Bakugo with it and then created multiple light grenades which managed to blind the blonde and those below, giving them the opportunity to escape. The boys landed again, still with problems, but without stopping they continued running, now with this imperfection they knew they could never stop. On the other hand, things were not going well for Bakugo, because in a clear example that karma exists, Zero caught the screaming blonde who was falling without being able to see where he was going, but once he recovered, the opposing class showed him that it was not only Izuku who had to be careful, because the arrogant blonde from Class B managed to take away his headband and annoyed him to the point that they changed plans to go after him. Izuku, seeing this, knew people would no longer necessarily go after him, there were other easier methods, and besides, not only had Bakugo lost his band, but Mineta had also done so, as well as other boys. The green-haired man continued running when a wall of ice in front of him stopped him suddenly. Izuku. It won't be that easy after all, huh? Shoto. Izuku's team turned around and met Shoto's team. Shoto. Sorry to be the one to say it, old friend, but I'll have to keep your points. On the other hand, in the stands, Endeavor's flames burned peacefully. That's right, Endeavor, the powerful fire hero was watching the battle, but the Redeed was not alone. His son, Todoroki, was next to him. The young hero had a smile on his face. Tuya. I think their rivalry is well defined, don't you think, old man? Endeavor. They are best friends, but unlike Izuku, your brother has better control of Quirk. Izuku could never practice his powers openly, he is barely using them, and he limits himself quite a bit by showing only his strength and speed. Tuya. Do you think Shoto will win easily? Endeavor. No, I have a feeling what's coming is an awesome fight. Back on the battlefield the boys were serious staring at each other. Izuku. Your father and your brother are watching us. Shoto. I know. Izuku. Well, there are still minutes left, I assume you won't be nice, right? Shoto. Everyone wants first place, but I'll be the one to get it even if I have to knock you down, old friend. Izuku. Well, let's see what comes out of this meeting. The mixed-haired boy sharpened his gaze as did the green-haired boy. At that moment the blue-haired boy without holding back started his engines and launched himself against the boys. Although using his cable system at a surprising speed, Hatsune managed to make everyone dodge Ida, who returned to the charge and failed again. Now thanks to Momo who created a steel bar that made them dodge and trip Ida. Shoto. Well, at least your reaction is fast. Izuku. With you as a rival I can't afford to be careless. Hiroshima. Besides, we're not alone. Izuku. Yeah, I know, 4 more teams are coming for us, Shoto is in front and we have 5 minutes left, what a predicament, don't you think? Shoto. You won't delay any longer, go, Ida. Ida. Yes. Izuku. YehosuaHernandez, are you ready? YehosuaHernandez. It's a very small window, do you think we can? Izuku. I trust you all. Hatsune. Okay, I made the changes you asked for. Izuku. Kirishima, forgive me, but I will use you as a containment fence. Kirishima. It doesn't matter, it's like that thing about the immovable thing versus the unstoppable thing, right? Izuku. Something like that. Kirishima. Smiling, I'll be fine. I couldn't call myself your friend or real man if I couldn't take hits like this. Izuku. Well then, go ahead. At that moment Shoto's team advanced. Ida started his engines again running at full speed against the green-haired team who also threw themselves at them. It seemed they had taken off the devices that Hatsune had on their boots and had stuck them on the jetpack, managing to acquire a little more speed. The other teams also did not give up getting dangerously close. On the other side, the battle of Bakugo's team against the team of the student of Class B, now known as Nido Monoma, was burning. Apparently the quirk of the arrogant blonde was to copy others what he used against Bakugo, copying his explosions and enraging the blonde who threw himself at them. Monoma managed to copy Zero's using the tape to entangle the blonde's horses, making them almost fall. In the same way he also closed Bakugo's mouth with tape, making the blonde angry and giving him a very silly idea. Bakugo. Kaminari, either you become an idiot with an attack or I'll do it with an explosion. Kaminari. What? Oh, I see. You want to fry everyone and steal their gang. Well, you're the boss in this. I'll just warn you one thing. Bakugo. I don't care, just do it, damn it, or I'll kill you. Kaminari. Okay, here I go. Izuku, for his part, managed to hear Bakugo's words with his super hearing, so after dodging Ida once again he used YehosuaHernandez's rocket backpack to rise. Shoto. But what? Izuku. YehosuaHernandez, make an insulating blanket now. YehosuaHernandez. But. Izuku. Trust me, do it. The girl hesitated a little but did as requested, giving the object to Izuku who threw it to Shoto. Izuku. Cover up now. The mixed-haired boy didn't understand this, but when he saw the blanket open in the air, he took it and covered himself seconds before the entire stadium lit up with the blonde's electricity, which affected almost all the competitors on the arena, including his own team. It didn't take long to dissipate, just in time for Izuku and the others to land safely, although what they didn't expect was for the jetpack to explode at that instant. Hatsune. My baby. Still has room for improvement. YehosuaHernandez. Forget about that, worried Izuku, are you okay? Izuku. Yes, but let's not waste time, let's move on. Hiroshima. Understood. The boys ran against Shoto's team who was taking off the blanket. The mixed-haired boy saw Izuku and activated his eyesight to freeze them, but before he could hit them, Izuku's team dodged them. Shoto stretched out his hand hoping to touch the green-haired boy, but Momo was smarter and quickly created a bar that adhered to the bicolor's hand, who when trying to detach it, made his attack surround him and freeze the others who were recovering. Shoto. Hey. Izuku. Sorry old man, we only had one chance. The mixed-haired boy began to chase them, while Minetta's team tried to move to recover their points. Present Mick. What? What did he do? Shoto Todoroki eliminated the competition in a single instant by freezing them all. Aizawa. No. It wasn't Mick, look at the recordings, YehosuaHernandez managed to create something that deflected Todoroki's attack, in reality it was Midoriya's team that prevented more people from going after them, it's ingenious, most likely he will take as an example the first part of the race where he froze them all, so he took advantage of the fact that they were stopped after Kaminari's attack. Present Mick. Thumbs up, good comment. Shoto's team chased the green-haired boy and took advantage of the help of Dark Shadow to take the ribbon that the orange-haired girl had. Shoto. I'll take this too, sorry. What? Wait, damn it, come back here. On the other hand, the green-haired boy's companions ran, dodging the icy peaks, also in a strategy, so that Iida wouldn't chase them so quickly. Izuku. This is difficult. YehosuaHernandez. Less than a minute left, don't stop now, we can do it. Hiroshima. Yes, but here they come, and Iida seems like he'll use all his power. Izuku. Prepare yourselves. Just as the boy had said, the blue-haired boy charged again and went against the freckled boy, colliding with Kirishima who managed to withstand the blow without retreating much, and with a smile on his face. Izuku. Kirishima, are you okay? Kirishima. Yes. I have to be strong. You guys are the smart ones, try to find a way out of here. Hatsum. Give me a minute. YehosuaHernandez. This is bad, Izuku, we are. Izuku. I know. Shoto. What's up, dude? Izuku, you should have gotten more bans instead of just protecting. You'll be disqualified and I won't feel comfortable like that. Izuku. I must protect my companions and not put them in danger, sorry, but I can't see the others as villains. I had to avoid them and not risk them, not for me, the three of them fought to get to this point of the festival, and I will not let them down. Shoto. Izuku. I'd rather team up with someone I'm lucky enough to call a friend. Izuku. Even if I have to steal yours so I don't abandon my friends, believe me, I'll do it, Shoto. The mixed-haired boy threw his hand towards Izuku who did the same action, although the boy's best friend saw that he had red eyes and had taken a breath, so without hesitation, Shoto moved the green-haired boy away by taking fire out of his arm, something that surprised both, because although it was a reflex action they did not expect it, but then with his other arm, he threatened with another ice attack, although Hatsum was faster. Hatsum. Yeah. At that moment the green-haired man and his team moved quickly in another direction, causing Shoto to almost fall. Shoto. But what? Izuku. Walking away, I wasn't trying to hit you, Shoto, I was just killing time. Uraraka. Her jetpack was supposed to be broken. Iida. He didn't touch the ground. Shoto. He doesn't need to do it when he has the inventor with him. YehosuaHernandez created the tools for her to repair it, that's why she made it a while ago, that's why she didn't avoid us. Iida. Did you really think of everything? Okoyami. Stop that, YehosuaHernandez's defense is almost impenetrable, she's not like Dark Shadow, but that doesn't make her less dangerous, plus they have Kirishima, he may seem like someone relaxed, but the truth is that he doesn't give up for anything, he's an impenetrable wall, he resisted Iida's direct blow. Iida, on the other hand, upon hearing this lowered his head slightly. The boy was annoyed, but after a few seconds, he raised it with determination. Iida. Todoroki, thank you for choosing me to be on your team, your plan was wonderful, you made Uraraka take off her weight so I could move more easily, that was smart. Shoto. No, I just acted as I thought was right, you chose me as your rider. Iida. We have just over a minute left, but I promise I'll make it worth it. Todoroki. What will you do? Iida. I can only give you a minute, after that, I won't be able to continue like this, so please hold on tight. Shoto. Iida. Iida. Make sure you get that tape, Todoroki. At that moment the blue-haired boy got back into a running pose, Izuku was at the other end taking off the cable that had gotten stuck in some ice, when he heard the noise of an engine, when he turned around he could see Shoto who was approaching with incredible speed. Iida. I told you I'd challenge you, Midoriya. This is my full speed, overcharge, recipro burst. Izuku. Hatsum, we have to. But the green-haired boy could no longer say anything because at that moment Iida passed by him and Shoto snatched the ribbon from Izuku's forehead. YehosuaHernandez. He's fast. Izuku. Iida, if you had all that power, why didn't you show it before? Shoto. What was that? Iida. Panting by forcing the increase of torque and rotation, I can reach a speed like that, it is an explosive force, but after that, with the recoil, my engine becomes useless for a while, it is a secret movement that I had not told anyone in the class. The green-haired boy only saw how the blue-haired boy looked at him with a smile, Izuku was surprised by this, the people at this only began to applaud and shout excitedly. Iida. If I want to beat you, I not only have to be stronger, but faster, I'm sorry Midoriya, but this time, we win. The green-haired boy was smiling, looking at the boy who still kept his smile. Izuku. Iida, that's great, but you must learn that the fight it's not over yet. Both teams were facing each other, their riders had serious faces. Suddenly, the green-haired team began to advance. The boys walked so as not to pressure their rivals, but at that moment an explosion was heard above them, so both looked up seeing the blonde who had jumped again. Bakugo. I don't care about you or my stupid team, the electric idiot is an idiot, the raccoon eyes are useless, and the one with the headband is a nuisance. I'll only be number 1, and that's why I'll keep your damn first place, so give me your stupid points, now you damn nerd. Apparently the blonde team had managed to recover enough points to continue in the round, but that was not enough, not for Bakugo, he wanted the top. Shoto. Iida, can you still move? Iida. Yes. Shoto. Then let's keep moving, let's not let them get their points back. Okoyami. Got it. Uraraka. I trust you Todoroki. So this team also threw themselves against Izuku's team, who didn't seem to show any signs of giving up. On the other hand, Nana looked closely at Izuku, while Almight looked proudly at the blonde. Almight. Well done young Bakugo, you are truly amazing, you understood it the first time without being told. Those who always aim for the top are willing to do whatever it takes to reach it, that's what a hero does. Aizawa. That Bakugo he doesn't learn, if he falls, his team will lose. How much is his hatred towards those two that he always attacks them? Present Mick. One last showdown for the top spot. The 3 teams whose riders finished in the top 3 places, what will be the outcome of this competition? The countdown begins. On the other side, Bakugo's team was impressed by their leader's tenacity, although they also looked at the other teams nervously, because the clock was ticking, there were only seconds left. Bakugo. Damn Deku. Shoto. Izuku. Bakugo. Don't get in my way, you half-and-half bastard. The boys were about to attack, their spirits were in the air, but… Present Mick. Time's up. At that moment Izuku and Shoto stood as they watched Bakugo fall to the ground. Present Mick. Now, after this great clash let's see the standings. In first place is Todoroki's team who managed to steal Izuku Midoriya's points. In second place is Bakugo's team, in third is Tetsudet's team Shinso's team. The green-haired man, upon hearing this, turned to look at the purple-haired man who had a smile on his face as he got off his team, which looked confused. Shinso. Thank you for your cooperation. Izuku sharpened his gaze at this without stopping listening to Present Mick. Present Mick. And in fourth place, but putting on a spectacular show, we have Team Midoriya. This guy is truly amazing. Izuku, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief and got off his friends. Izuku. Guys, that was amazing, although sorry for missing the band. Hatsum. You were able to try my babies and although they needed some fixing, I think you did great, you too, Kirishima. You don't have to apologize Midoriya, we did great, besides we didn't know about Iida's secret ability, but you really showed off, it looked like your eyes were on fire when you forced Todoroki to use his other side. Izuku. Haha it's not that bad. Kirishima. We should fight more often as a team, don't you think? Izuku. Yes, I think you're right. Iridid stretched out his fist at the boy who returned the action smiling. Aoirozu. Well, if I can say something I'm glad to have been of help Midoriya, it was an exciting fight, despite being friends you and Todoroki showed off, both of you are really strong. The boy, hearing this, blushed slightly as he looked away, while Shoto approached him. Shoto. That was a good fight Izuku. Izuku. I say the same. Shoto. Iida's speed really surprised me, although it was better than teaming up with Bakugo, he only hit Kaminari. Izuku. That's too bad, but hey, they gave us a break, what do you think if we leave this stuff and go get something to eat with the others? Shoto. Yes. The boys began to move forward to leave their bands. Shoto. Although I don't understand, how did you manage to be in fourth place? I didn't see you stealing bands. Izuku. That's easy, I used your ice path, you caught everyone and I took some, it was like an emergency plan, I knew you wouldn't give up easily. Shoto. I see, very clever, by the way thanks for the blanket. Izuku. It's nothing, I heard Bakugo yelling at Kaminari to do it so there was no choice. Shoto. Oh, so you really thought of everything, even how to restrain the others. Izuku. Haha you give me a lot of credit, but no, really this time I only guided, the one who made the plans was Yaoirozu, she arranged us so that everything could go well, Hatsum gave the inventions, and Kirishima was the wall, I know what I'm capable of, but it's always good to have a team, and believe me, they were the heroes of this fight, Yaoirozu is very smart. Shoto. I see, well then I guess this time you were just the spectator. Izuku. Haha yeah, I think so. Shoto. By the way, how did Mineta, Jiro, and Tsuyu lose? They were supposed to be well covered. Izuku. Well, why don't you ask her yourself? Here comes Tsuyu no, you know what? You better ask her later. The bicolor boy turned around only to find Tsuyu who, despite having the same expressionless face as before, seemed to be upset, so, listening to his friend, neither of them approached the frog girl. The boys continued walking to meet up with their classmates, while Midnight looked at the tapes. The woman began to arrange them when she saw how there was apparently a double. It was the one Izuku used, the 10 million. The woman saw this confused, until she saw how one began to lose the numbers. The tape seemed to be erased, leaving only the number on it. The woman looked up seeing Yaoi who was moving forward smiling. The woman looked at the fake tape again. The Hexy woman remembered that Shoto had given her the fake band, so she smiled slightly. Midnight. So she created a strategy to help him, and from what I see, it was without telling him anything. I don't doubt his leadership abilities, but I also didn't want him to feel guilty. Youth really is amazing. On the other hand, the boys were eating quietly while talking amusedly about what happened in the first two phases. Shoto was in front of Izuku while eating an onigiri. The green-haired boy for his part was drinking some tea while talking to Yaoi about some topics, but taking advantage of his distraction, the mixed-haired boy smiled maliciously. Shoto. So? Izuku? What? Shoto. Tell us the truth, you have amazing strength and speed. What if Tsuyu wasn't entirely wrong about your resemblance to Almight? Izuku. Are you going to start? Just when I'm about to eat. Shoto. I just want you to be honest with everyone, Izuku, but if you're nothing like Almight. At that moment the mixed-haired boy sharpened his gaze, staring at Izuku fixedly. The green-haired boy's companions, also curious, saw the freckled boy. Shoto. So, you're Superman's secret son. The green-haired man opened his gaze slightly at this, feeling his friend's eyes on him. Yaoi, son of Superman. Ida. That makes sense. Tsuyu. You have incredible strength, great speed, and you are also somewhat resistant to blows. Uraraka. But he can't fly, nor does he have his heat vision or any of his other powers. Stop bothering me. Quirks can look alike and not necessarily be passed on genetically. The girl said this disinterestedly as she continued eating quietly, giving Izuku a break. Izuku. That's right, stop bothering me with that. You knew my father Shoto, he was quirkless. Shoto. Is that true? How about a double identity? Izuku. Of course, surely with how distracted my father was, he would be able to find a telephone booth to change. Shoto. Hey. Izuku. You've been bothering me with that since we were kids, stop it now. Yaoi. By the way Midoriya, if your father wasn't Superman, what does he do for a living? Izuku. He was working, he passed away 5 years ago. The answer surprised everyone, including Uraraka, who turned to look at Izuku. Yaoi. Sorry. Izuku. It's nothing, after all I still have my mother haha, and thinking about it, I've had many people supporting me, but answering your question, my father worked at a newspaper, I think it's called the Gazette, he said something simple. Yaoi. The Gazette. Izuku. Yes, why? Yaoi. Well, it's that my father bought the newspaper years ago, we are shareholders and have already prevented it from closing. Izuku. Really? Yaoi. Yes, it was long before All Might's fight against Toxic Chainsaw. Izuku. I see what a small world it is haha, now you leave that topic for peace Shoto, there's still something to do. Present Mick. Ready. After that invigorating lunch, it's time to start the final part of the sports festival. We have to announce which game will be the last one, so the students who passed should come now. Izuku. Okay, that's the signal, it's time to go. Everyone stood up and started walking towards the exit, although Shoto and Izuku were left behind. Izuku. That wasn't fun. Shoto. For me, yes, I had to catch you off guard, besides, one day. Izuku. They'll find out. I know, it's just that I want to keep this to myself as long as possible, especially after what happened at the USJ, I have to take care of my mother. Shoto. You're right about that, sorry. Izuku. It doesn't matter anymore, at least Uraraka helped this time without me knowing. The boys continued walking listening to the voice of their English teacher, but the boy stopped slightly, somewhat strange. Izuku. Hey man, where is Yaoi? Shoto. But they were ahead of us, besides, Uraraka, Tsuyu and Jiro are also missing, well, maybe they went to participate in the other events, I had heard something like that from Midnight. Izuku. Really? Well, I guess I'll take your word for it. Present Mick. But before that, there's good news for those who didn't make it to the finals. This isn't just a simple sports festival. We've prepared all kinds of recreational events for you to participate in. We even brought in real cheerleaders from America to support you and liven things up. Indeed, some girls were supporting everyone with their typical orange uniforms with the word UA on them, but something caught Aizawa and Mick's attention. Aizawa. What do you think you're doing? Present Mick. Huh? Everyone now turned their attention to the field as all the girls from Class A were now wearing the academy cheerleading uniforms, an exact copy of the uniform shown by the girls from America. Present Mick. What's this? All the girls in Class A are cheerleaders. What kind of fan service is this? I guess it's a good way to cheer up your classmates. Izuku blushed seeing this and turned his head slightly as he heard Momo scream in annoyance. Rozu, Mineta, Kaminari. That was their idea, they tricked us. The boy just turned to see the boys who smiled maliciously. Izuku turned to see the girl who collapsed on the ground disappointed and sad. Rozu. This is the first time I've fallen for one of your jokes and it's so embarrassing. The boy, upon hearing this, became serious. He knew that the girl did not like to show too much of her body, so he approached her, bothering Kaminari. Mineta, on the other hand, did not see the problem because his plan had worked. Izuku. Hey, are you okay Rozu? Rozu. Do you think I'm okay? Izuku. Okay, I think that was a silly question on my part. Rozu. Sorry Midoriya, it's just that this is too embarrassing for me, I feel like I look ridiculous, besides I used my quirk to create the outfits, it irritates me a little that both of you have managed to deceive me, I feel like an idiot. The green-haired man got on his knees, taking the girl by the shoulders. Izuku. Calm down Rozu, you're not, it was just carelessness on your part. Jiro. Annoying those two are idiots. Throwing the pom-poms. Izuku. Yeah, I think I'll grant you that, you know what? I don't know what the next event will be like, but if I have the chance, I'll make Kaminari and Mineta apologize, okay? Rozu. No need Midoriya. Izuku. You're my friend, you said it yourself, I'll just talk to them to prevent these things from happening again, nothing violent. Hagakure. You're very kind Midoriya, but they're going to say what the last event will be, go, we'll take care of Rozu. Izuku. Really? Hagakure. Don't worry, now go. The invisible girl began to push the green-haired boy until she took him with the others. Once this was done, the girl returned to her friends quite excited. Hagakure. I say this isn't all bad. Jiro. How can you say that when those idiots made fun of us? Hagakure. Well, if we're being honest, things are a little tense for everyone. I feel like that's a real pain, so why not? Let's just do it. Jiro. Huh. At that moment the invisible girl began to move quite animatedly moving her pom-poms from one side to the other surprising Jiro. Sigh. Toru, you really like this stuff, don't you? Present Mick. Okay, everyone have fun in these recreational games, once the players who made it to the finals finish, they will participate in the last event, which will be a one-on-one battle. The green-haired man looked up at the leaderboard with a serious face. Izuku. The last event will be a one-on-one battle, that's the only thing that doesn't change. Hiroshima. It's amazing, today I'll stand on the stage I always saw on TV. For their part, Mina, Uraraka and Momo approached the boys since they had also managed to pass. Jiro. Was there a fight last year too? Hiroshima. Every year is different, although the final fight has remained, it is almost a tradition. Izuku. As I remember last year it was a game, right? Zero. Yes. Present Mick. Okay, now, before anything else taking out an urn, let's decide how the order of the fights will be, after this the recreational games will begin, and lastly the battles will come, although the participants who will fight can decide if they want to be in the recreational games or not, after all, we would understand if they want to save their strength for the fights. The Hexy woman stepped off the podium to approach the boys. Midnight. Now, it's time to see how the fights will turn out and… Ajiro. Raising his hand this excuse me, but I'm leaving. Everyone was surprised by this, and Izuku quickly turned to see his partner. Izuku. Ajiro. But why? Ida. This is a rare opportunity the UA gives us for the pro heroes to see us. Ajiro. Yes, I know, but the truth is that I barely have any memories of what happened in the cavalry, I know that I participated and went through because I am here, but I have trouble remembering the end, I think it is due to the quirk of that type of general studies. Izuku. Seeing the purple-haired boy, thinking. Yes, Ajiro was with him, I remember. Ajiro. I know this is a unique opportunity, and it's ridiculous to waste it by giving up like that, but the truth is clenching his fist, I wouldn't feel comfortable fighting without knowing if I truly deserve the place they gave me, everyone gives their best, but me I don't know if I truly deserve to be by the side of all of you guys. Hagakure. Don't you think you're worrying too much about that, Ajiro? You just have to keep going and prove that you deserve your place. Mina. Exactly, besides if you put it that way I don't deserve to participate either, in the end Bakugo only used me to melt Todoroki's eyes and the glue of the boy from class B. Ajiro. It's not that Mina I'm talking about my pride, my own ability, all of that. As the boy said this he put his hand to his face while everyone watched them, Izuku understood his feeling, arriving at a place without knowing if you should be there or you deserve it. Ajiro. Also why are they wearing cheerleader uniforms? At this, the atmosphere for the girls was broken, feeling even more upset with Mineta and Kaminari, but Ajiro was not the only one to withdraw from the contest. Excuse me, I am Niranjeki Shota from Class B, and like my partner I also want to leave. Yes, I also belong to Class B, and I also want to withdraw for the same reason as my partner, regardless of ability. Don't you think it is against the rules of the sports festival for those who did nothing to advance to the final round? Hiroshima. Shocked and shedding manly tears. What's with those guys? That was really manly. Present Mick. Wow, this is really unusual. Aizawa. Well, we can't say anything, in the end we'll just wait for Midnight, who is the referee, to give his final say. Midnight, for her part, watched the boys without saying anything for a few seconds until, without warning, she whipped into the air. Midnight. This kind of youthful spirit, it's what I like the most. Okay, Ejiro and your partner, I accept your surrender. Everyone. Thinking. He made his decision based on his tastes. Aoyama. Approaching Ejiro, calm down, I'll take care of you, okay? Midnight. And now we need to move 2 people to take their place. At that moment the orange-haired girl raised her hand. If that's what's going to happen, I'd like to say that it shouldn't be us who barely did anything, but those who despite adversity fought to stay in the top 4, I'm referring to the Tetsutetsu team. At this, the aforementioned was surprised, as was his team, who saw the girl. Tetsutetsu. Kendo. But. The now known as Kendo turned to look at her partner with a smile. Kendo. This is not the conclusion or anything like that, Tetsutetsu, it's just an opinion. Tetsutetsu. You guys, thank you. Midnight. Well, in that case the opinion is respected. The students are completed with Tetsutetsu and Shiozaki. The boys approached their classmates from Class B who were happy. Midnight. Okay, now that everyone is here and has already taken out their paper, these are the results. The screen before them turned back on, showing the order of battles. It was a surprise and an annoyance, but Kirishima would face the boy from Class B, Tetsutetsu. Tetsutetsu? You again. Kirishima. This is so annoying. Another of the matches would be between Tokoyami versus Yaoyorozu. Tokoyami. Wow, this is surprising, but I'll do my best. Yaoyorozu. That sounds like a great idea. The next match would be Aoyama versus Mina. Aoyama. Thank you. Although it's a shame that I'm your opponent. Mina. You mean it's very lucky. The next match would be between Zero versus Todoroki. Zero. Great, this is going to be an exciting fight. Todoroki. I hope you don't regret saying that, smiling. Izuku approached the screen looking up. The next fight would be him versus Shinso, but although Izuku was slightly nervous about this, just seeing how the round tree was enough to give a little less importance to his fight, because depending on the result. Izuku. Whoever wins between us, I'll fight whoever wins between Todoroki and Zero. The boy turned to see his best friend, who gave him a serious look. Shoto. Who would have thought it, right? Izuku. Apparently not only our friends hurt us. Shoto. Haha, I think you're right, but either way it's kind of exciting, don't you think? Izuku. Something like that, depending on your definition of exciting, we both have previous fights. Shoto. Well, I'll try not to lose, try hard Izuku, I know you'll make it. The mixed-haired boy turned around and walked away. Izuku looked back at the screen without seeing that Shinso had appeared next to him. Shinso. You are Midoriya Izuku, right? The green-haired boy was slightly startled by this. The boy turned his gaze without knowing what to say. The green-haired boy still remembered the words of that strange student at the academy. Depending on the results of the sports festival, some of us might be considered for transfer to the heroes course. I came with a declaration of war. The green-haired boy looked seriously at the purple-haired boy, who returned his gaze. Shinso. I can't wait for the first match to start. Izuku. I think. But the green-haired boy could no longer answer the boy, because at that moment Ejiro used his quirk to silence the green-haired boy. Ejiro. Midoriya. The purple-haired man, for his part, just smiled and left. Izuku. Ejiro, what's going on? Ejiro. Seriously, whatever happens, don't answer him and come with me. On the other hand, Shoto looked at the leaderboard with a serious face. Shoto. It will be sooner than I imagined. It doesn't matter, I know what I said, come on Izuku, even though you are my friend, I know your limits, I will defeat you. But finally, someone was not happy with the results. Bakugo looked at the screen with confusion, because he did not expect his rival, he did not even know her, at least not by name. Bakugo. Huh. Uraraka. But someone passed by the boy, hitting his shoulder. Bakugo, annoyed, was going to start shouting, but Uraraka just turned around with a serious face, staring at him. Uraraka. If you don't know who I am, then I won't feel sorry for hitting you. I don't share the same ideals as the boy from general courses, but paraphrasing what he said, if you continue with that arrogant attitude, I'm going to wipe the floor with you. The blonde looked at the girl who walked away. Bakugo got angry when he heard this. Who did she think she was to talk to him like that? The fighters continued to watch their future rivals. Iida would fight against Hatsune, who approached him quite excited. Present Mick. Okay, now that we've got the drills for the fight rounds, let's get these guys out of the way. It's time for an interlude. Let's get the arcade going. Insert hero A and red. Personally, I recommend you look for an instrumental version XD. I don't like the original very much. So with the girls of Class A as cheerleaders cheering on their friends, this began. Moments before. Aoi Rozu. I'll go take this nonsense off now. Hagakure. Wait, everyone is going to compete, it would be a good idea if we cheered them on. Aoi Rozu. Kaminari and Mineta cheated on me Toru, that was too much for me. Izuku. Is something wrong? The boy approached his companions alerted by his super hearing, apparently Izuku had stopped talking to Ejiro. Aoi Rozu. Yes, I give up on being part of this deception. Izuku. Hey, calm down, I know it's embarrassing for you, but don't get excited. Aoi Rozu. I was supposed to come here to be an aspiring hero, not to be the butt of that pair's teasing. Izuku. But you are an aspiring hero, you were the first to escape Shoto's eyes, you also created a cannon to defeat the 0 points. Aoi Rozu. You saved me from one. Izuku. It wasn't entirely a save, I acted on instinct, and you had created something to stop him. Aoi Rozu. Are you trying to cheer me up? Izuku. Maybe just a little, cheer up Yaoi Rozu, you have shown that you entered by recommendation for a reason, in the cavalry battle you were the one who gave me the ideas and they worked wonderfully, you have tried like no one else, I will participate in the recreational games so as not to get cold, you can have fun, relax a little haha. Yaoi Rozu. Are you going to participate? But if you win, you'll go against Todoroki. Don't you think you'll be at a disadvantage? Izuku. That's why I want to participate, otherwise I'll get cold and won't give my best in the fights, or at least that's how I see it. Aoi Rozu. Midoriya, do you want to win the festival? Izuku. Well, if I'm honest, at first I just wanted to participate to prove to myself that I can be on par with everyone, obviously also because it's a unique opportunity that UA gives us because of the internships, but as the tests went by and I saw how everyone was trying, I think their spirit caught on with me, I can't be left behind either, my goal changed. Winning the festival doesn't sound like something so crazy, or does it? The boy looked at Momo with determination, the brunette looked back at the freckled boy and after a few seconds she smiled at him. Aoi Rozu. You're right, it doesn't sound so crazy, difficult maybe, but I don't think it's impossible, at least not for you. Izuku. It's good to know you support me. Aoi Rozu. Okay, I'll stay here accompanying the girls. They seem pretty lively. You go over there and try not to finish last, okay? Because I'll be here cheering you on. Izuku. Well, if you put it that way, then I'll try my best not to fail smiling. Aoi Rozu. Good luck Midoriya. The boy started to walk away saying goodbye, but Momo stopped him by catching up with him. Aoi Rozu. Midoriya, it's embarrassing, but honestly I don't know if I look good or if I'm just vulgar. Izuku. You look pretty good Yaoi Rozu, after all, you made them. The boy smiled at the brunette and went with his companions waiting for the recreational games to begin. Current time. Present Mick. Let's start with the first one, the treasure hunt. The boy started running, Zero found a card with the object to look for which was a bag. Zero. Could someone please give me a bag? Next were Sato and Kaminari who had to look for a cat and a textbook respectively, Mineta had to look for something impossible, which was back fat, some other giant spheres, and things like that. For his part Izuku raised his, the boy had been the third to pick it up, so he quickly read it. Izuku. I need a pom-pom. Only cheerleaders have them, wait, that's it. Could one of you guys please give me one of your pom-poms? The boy shouted this to the American cheerleaders, but they flatly refused, the boy was in a bind, Zero was about to reach the finish line, but Izuku had forgotten one thing. These weren't the only cheerleaders. Aoi Rozu heard this, so without thinking twice she shouted. Aoi Rozu. Midoriya, run to the finish line. Izuku. But I don't have one yet. At that moment the girl raised the object that the green-haired boy needed, so after hitting himself in the face, and without thinking twice he ran towards the goal, catching the idea of the girl who, without stopping cheering, ran, and when the freckled boy passed by her, she threw her pom-pom. Aoi Rozu. Here. Zero seeing this threw himself at it too, using his ribbon to be faster. Izuku grabbed the pom-pom in the air and continued moving forward when Zero passed by him, the green-haired boy seeing this stretched out his arm. In the end Izuku hadn't been that fast that time, coming in second place, they both shook hands and continued in other games, it was fun, but they couldn't forget that they were at a sports festival, this was just something to pass the time, the students who were going to fight had their minds busy, they couldn't relax, some were making strategies against their rival, while others tried to analyze the situation. There were also those who were already preparing for the place, as well as those who sharpened their senses, others tried to distract themselves and relax, but it was useless, and finally it was like that before they noticed the recreational games were over, which meant only one thing. It was time to start the final round. Chapter the fights begin. Yes, the recreational games were over, the interlude came to an end, and it was time for the fights to begin. Cementus was in charge of making the combat arena, which with his quirk was not very difficult or time-consuming. Cementus. That's it. Present Mick. Thank you my good friend, hey everyone are you ready? The crowd became excited again, knowing what was about to happen. Present Mick. A lot has happened, but now, it all comes down to this, a serious real battle, where you only depend on yourself. And even if you're not a hero yet, you'll always face situations like these. You understand, right? Heart, mind, skill, wisdom, and knowledge, use it all to move forward. Izuku was the first to fight so the boy was in the exit tunnel breathing, trying to calm his nerves, but the boy was not alone. Nana. Hey. The green-haired man turned around immediately, listening and recognizing the female's voice. Izuku. Aunt Nana. What are you doing here? Nana. So what do you think, Izuku? I came to cheer you up. I'm sorry I couldn't come sooner, son, but things were really lively. Izuku. Hey yeah, that's it. Nana. So. What are you going to do now? Izuku. I don't know, really I feel like I'm at my limit, everyone has tried their best, but I don't know if I fit the profile too, after all, with less than half of my strength, I don't know how far I can go. The boy lowered his head slightly, but at that moment the woman hit him hard on the head. Nana. Stop talking nonsense like that, you king of nonsense. Izuku. Ouch, hey. What was that for? Nana. Sigh because instead of saying nonsense like that, you should say that you will try hard, maybe you are limiting yourself, but it is not because you feel stronger than others, but because you know what your strength can do, you understand that a hero is not to kill, but to help, it does not scare, a hero comforts, listen to me Izuku, if you got here it was by your own effort, dwarf, you understand right? Your mother and I are supporting you are fighting for a dream that you will definitely achieve, so go out there and make them see that you are here, remember Izuku, in this world, those who smile are the strongest. The woman put her hands to her mouth, showing a bright smile that encouraged the boy. Izuku. Haha. Nana. What are you laughing at? Izuku. You're welcome it's just that, it's true she told me, it will be difficult but not impossible, I have to do it. Nana. Confused her. Who are you talking about? Izuku. Nervous D nobodies, it's just something I thought I better go, it's time for my fight Aunt Nana. Nana. Hahaha okay, you sure are weird sometimes kid, but don't worry go there and do your best Izuku. Izuku. Yes. Walking through the tunnel. Present Mick. Yeah. And now, to start off this first round of fights, we have a guy who has given us some big surprises so far this festival, with his head held high and a friendly smile here he is, Midoriya Izuku. The boy walked calmly up to the fighting arena. Present Mick. Against someone who's sorry, but he hasn't done anything relevant, from the general studies course, we have here Shinso Hitachi. The boy with a bored face and purple hair climbed onto the sand, staring at the green-haired boy. Present Mick. The rules are simple, whoever can knock their opponent out of the arena, immobilize them, or make them say, I give up wins. Shinso. I give up. How boring. Present Mick. In this fight strong blows are allowed, use your quirks without fear of hurting yourself guys, put your morals aside, give your all and don't worry, because we have recovery girl ready and waiting, the only thing I warn you is that any action that puts the opponent in danger of death will be sanctioned with disqualification, dishonorable acts are against the rules, Cementus will be the one who accompanies Midnight in these fights. Cementus. Creating a chair I'll stop you guys if you go too far. For his part, the green-haired man looked attentively at the purple-haired man who smiled sideways. Shinso. These fights are way too embarrass those of us who don't have an attack quirk, don't you think? But Izuku didn't say anything, the green-haired boy with a serious face just looked attentively at the rival in front of him. Present Mick. Well, if there's nothing else to say then let the battle begin. At that moment Midnight threw a whip into the air, starting the fight, but neither of the two boys moved a muscle. Present Mick. Whispering this is going to be boring turning on his microphone good. We start strong, like a boxing match the contenders analyze their rival, only I remind you that this is not about rounds, guys, so go ahead and start the fight. Shinso. Start the fight. But it's supposed to have already started, isn't it, Midoriya? The green-haired man, for his part, began to walk around Shinso, although keeping his face serious. Shinso. Haha, I see you're not as stupid as I thought your partner warned you, didn't he? By the way, how's that fool doing? He seemed like he was someone strong, but in the end, the poor stupid ape proved to be a good-for-nothing, giving up for no reason. At that moment the green-haired boy opened his eyes annoyed which made Shinso smile because he knew he had succeeded. Shinso. But it doesn't matter, I guess that's the fate of idiots like him, although for me that was something stupid, he threw away a unique opportunity like it was nothing, I guess in the end, he's just here to be everyone's punching bag, don't you think Midoriya? At that moment the green-haired boy had reached his limit, the green-haired boy advanced towards the purple-haired boy with an annoyed face. Izuku? Who do you think you are? But at that moment the purple-haired boy widened his smile, while Ejiro stood up worried. Ejiro? No. Even though I warned him. The green-haired man stood there, his empty gaze only making his rival smile. Shinso. I got you, I win. Present Mick. Huh? What's this? Just when we were about to see some action, Midoriya stops. Someone should tell him the fight is already started, Midoriya. You guys are the ones who start the battles, give us some action. But the green-haired boy didn't say anything, the boy just stood still, Ejiro lamented, in the end, even though he had warned him it was of no use, Izuku had fallen for Shinso's quirk. In the stands everyone was surprised by Izuku and Ejiro's attitude. Uraraka. Midoriya. Iida. What the hell is going on? Shoto. That guy his quirk must be a paralyzing type. Aoirozu. Paralyzing. Will Midoriya be okay? Shoto. I don't know, I don't have Izuku's ability to make super detailed analysis just by looking at them, I guess we can just watch and hope for the best, thinking. Come on Izuku, fight. In the combat arena, Shinso looked at the green-haired man smiling. Present Mick. This is incredible, Shinso has barely stood out, but Midoriya does nothing. Could this be Shinso's quirk? He hasn't stood out much, but he seems to be a really amazing guy. This guy comes from general studies, and yet he has Midoriya against the ropes. Is this the beginning of another war for the top? Aizawa. This is why the entrance exam is not rational. Present Mick. What? Aizawa. Those two, they look alike in some ways, there is little information about both, but in Shinso's case, he applied to the hero course, but failed the practical exam, but he also applied for general courses, maybe he knew you would test him for the hero course, since if you think about it, the exam is made for those whose quirks are attack related, Shinso has a unique and strong ability, but in an exam against artificial villains, it is not very useful. On the other hand, on the battlefield, Shinso walked towards Izuku. Shinso. You really are someone lucky and blessed Midoriya Izuku, but that doesn't matter anymore, now just turn around and leave the ring. The green-haired man, for his part, did what was ordered without doing anything, walking calmly. Present Mick. Stressed and nervous huh? Is Midoriya paying attention to that? Aoirozu. Standing up Midoriya why? Iida. No. Stop Midoriya, if you leave the arena you'll lose the match. Aizawa. In the aptitude tests on the first day at the academy, Midoriya had an average grade, but enough to keep him in the hero class, but even so, even though there were tests where he didn't use his quirk, he had a better grade than Shinso, if the two of them fought normally, Midoriya would definitely win this will end quickly, maybe if there was only a way for Izuku to resist the brainwashing. Izuku. Thinking. No, damn it, I can't stop I'm going to lose, no, this can't be like this. The boy tried with all his might to stop, but it was useless, his body moved forward without stopping, each time he could see the entrance tunnel closer and Nana in it, terrified. Nana. No. Izuku, stop walking this way, run away, get rid of that. Izuku. Thinking. Even though Ejiro warned me, I failed. Damn, my strength isn't enough to free myself from this thing, I don't want to lose, I have to resist somehow, I have to stop, Nana, my mother, the two of them and more, trust me, Shoto, Yaoirozu. Winning the festival doesn't sound so crazy, does it? It doesn't sound so crazy, difficult maybe, but I don't think it's impossible. It's good to know that at least someone supports me. I'll stay here with the girls. They seem pretty excited. You go there and try not to finish last, okay? Because I'll be here cheering you on, haha. If you put it that way, then I'll do my best not to fail smiling. Good luck Midoriya. Try hard Izuku, I know you'll make it. Izuku. Thinking. Everyone is counting on me, I can't lose, in a place like this. Insert Jet Set run by Yuki Hayashi. At that moment and without Izuku knowing what was happening, his vision began to change, the boy saw Nana in the tunnel worried about him, but then this changed, the green-haired boy saw around him how some golden rays appeared, it was something strange, it was like a force, something that stopped him, the boy no longer saw the tunnel, but pure darkness, but something strange, because the rays began to form the silhouettes of some people that he had never seen, there were 5 of them. 2 women and 3 men, the boy advanced more slowly, but then he was able to recognize him, one of the subjects who were there, it was his father. Suddenly, the shield, already recognized by everyone, was formed at the bottom, and Izuku felt his body loading its strength, even though he was only 1 step away from leaving. Shinso. That day in your classroom I can't forget what you said, you'll think I'm selfish, but even with a quirk like this, I also have my own dream now, help me fulfill that dream and lose for me. The purple-haired boy smiled, feeling like a winner, but then the green-haired boy's foot stopped and stood next to the other without leaving the ring. That simple movement was strong enough to raise a curtain of dust and a current of air that was able to cover Midnight and Shinso, but when the dust dissipated, everyone saw that the green-haired boy had not left. Present Mick. Huh. Midoriya stopped. The crowd let out a cry of excitement, just like Iida, happy for his friend. Iida. Midoriya. Shoto. That's it. Aoirozu. Breathing a sigh of relief, I'm so happy. But Aizawa noticed something, and that was that the ground under the green-haired boy's feet was quite cracked. Aizawa. The floor is, did he manage to stop it from bursting? Shinso. Surprised and angry, but what? You're not supposed to be able to move freely. What did you do? Izuku. Keeping silent, thinking. Not even I know what happened, I saw those people, and suddenly I felt my strength discharge down my body, my mind became clear once I did that, it was like what happens when I'm about to fly, but my daddy was there, he helped me. What happened? Shinso. What did you do? Izuku. Thinking. I'll talk to mom about it later, if I think about it now I won't find the answer, I must concentrate on the fight. Shinso. Thinking. Damn, he's not responding, did he find out my secret? No, all he knows is what that Minky told him, now I just have to get him to talk again, come on idiot, say something, can you produce that much force just by moving your legs? Honestly, I'm jealous. The green-haired boy didn't think twice and threw himself at Shinso. Izuku. Thinking. Yes, I know, that's exactly how I felt in the past when everyone showed their quirks and I had to keep my powers a secret. Shinso. Thanks to my quirk I have always felt relegated to being in last place, I am not complaining, but I am sure that someone as blessed as you cannot understand it, right? Izuku. Thinking. I know you want me to talk, but you won't be able to, there's just something I can't complete, you can use anything else to make me talk, I don't know why you're telling me all this, although I also think I'm the one who understands you best. Shinso. Someone like you with an ideal quirk, someone who can achieve their goal more easily. Izuku. Thinking. Yeah, maybe I was blessed, but I could never show what I was capable of, that's why. The green-haired man managed to reach Izuku, grabbing him by the shoulders and pushing him back to get him out. Shinso. Say something, damn it. The purple-haired boy was quite angry and without hesitating twice, he threw a punch that hit Izuku's face, although without stopping him. Izuku. Thinking. That's why not. The purple-haired boy discovered Izuku's plan, so he managed to move and prevented his expulsion. Shinso. Were you trying to get me out? You've got to be kidding. You're the one who should be leaving. The purple-haired boy hit Izuku again and grabbed his face and shoulder trying to get him out. Shinso. Get out, jump now, jump off the platform now. But Izuku was no fool, the boy took his rival by the arm and managing to gain momentum, he stopped to lift Shinso and spin him in the air, the movement made Bakugo open his eyes because Izuku had repeated the same attack he did with him. Izuku. I can't lose. The green-haired boy slammed his enemy against the ground, surprising everyone, his aunt, his friends, even his teachers, but in the end he succeeded. Izuku had managed to get Shinso off the platform and consequently winning the match. Midnight. Shinso is out of bounds, Midoriya advances to the second round. Everyone shouted in the air with excitement and joy, applauding the green-haired boy who was looking at his rival on the ground. Izuku noticed how the purple-haired boy's gaze was one of despair and annoyance, Shinso clenched his fists helplessly. Present Mick. The battle is over and the first to move on to the next round, from Class A, is Midoriya Izuku. The boy took a breath, but without thinking much he stood in front of Shinso and stretched out his hand. Shinso, annoyed and confused, looked at the green-haired man's gesture. Shinso. What do you want? Are you going to make fun of me? Izuku. You're the one who used his quirk against me without me realizing it, if I hadn't released myself, you would have surely beaten me, despite the result, you were more capable than me. The green-haired boy looked at the boy and took the boy's hand to stand up. Shinso. You are quite a strange person. Izuku. Yes, I've been told that quite a few times lately. The boy started to retreat, but Izuku stopped him. Izuku. Tell me something, Shinso, you said you wanted to take the test to get into the hero class, why do you want to become a hero? The purple-haired boy stood up and turned to look at Izuku, remembering his past, how everyone he knew always said that his quirk was that of a villain. Shinso. It doesn't matter anymore, I guess dreams that are impossible should stay that way. Izuku. I don't think so, you know, maybe you need a little more training, but you have a strong quirk, you are someone quite capable, Shinso, try hard and as I told you once, dare to enter the hero class, I will be waiting for you to fight. The purple-haired boy just smiled and walked slowly towards the tunnel where at the top his companions began to cheer him on, the words of encouragement towards the boy were something totally new to him, he didn't know how to react, even some professional heroes who attended the event like Ms. Joke were praising him, which made the boy smile. Shinso. Midoriya. Izuku. What's wrong? Shinso. I will definitely do it, even if I don't make it this time, I won't give up, I will apply and pass, I will get my transfer smiling, I'll see you in the hero's course, Midoriya. Izuku. Smiling then don't give up. Present Mick. This is something incredible, ladies and gentlemen. Even though the fight was somewhat boring, we just witnessed a display of camaraderie and true sportsmanship. These guys are amazing. The general studies course definitely has some great surprises. Now it's our turn, let's congratulate them for fighting so bravely, both of them. At that moment the crowd began to applaud, not only for the green-haired boy's victory, but also recognizing the purple-haired boy. Everyone recognized his strength and courage. He definitely had the makings of a hero. Shinso. You know, most of the time, people are cautious when talking to me. You, on the other hand, don't be so confident, Midoriya, or someone might beat you, haha. Thus, the purple-haired boy returned to his class, while Izuku also came down from the arena. Aoirozu. Sigh, I was so worried sitting back down when I saw him turn around so suddenly, but I'm so glad he won though, because he always likes to keep things in suspense. Shoto. Haha, that's how he is. He will always look for a way to avoid a direct confrontation. He prefers to talk or contain his enemy. Izuku is not someone who is attracted to fights. He has the strength, but he doesn't like to use it. I guess it's something natural in him. Ida. Turning the tide of a battle when you least expect it, that's something Midoriya always does. Shoto. Well, I'm leaving, my fight continues, and I don't want to limit myself too much. If you see Izuku, tell him he did well. Ida. Okay. The boy stood up and prepared to go down for his fight. It didn't take long when the freckled boy now arrived with his friends. Aoirozu, hey Midoriya. Izuku. Huh. Aoirozu. Great job. Ida. We'll wait for you a seat. Todoroki also said you did well. Izuku. Hahaha, thanks guys. The green-haired boy sat down next to Momo, who lightly hit him on the head. Aoirozu. You really are hopeless. I got nervous seeing how you almost lost. Where was your head? Izuku. Haha, sorry, it's just that I got a little excited. At least I managed to win, right? Shinso is really strong. You don't know what's waiting for you when you fight against someone like him. The freckled boy turned to see Aoirozu, who pouted slightly in annoyance. Aoirozu. Well, you're right about that. Izuku. Now Shoto's fight continues. On the other hand, the mixed-haired boy was walking through the tunnel about to leave. Shoto. Izuku managed to win. He didn't fight with his strength, but with his will. He somehow helped Shino with his problem. I can't stay behind. I have to be strong and manage to win this fight. The boy was about to leave when he heard footsteps behind him. The boy turned around and found his father, who was wearing a slightly different suit than before. Shoto. Shouldn't you be with Tuya? Endeavor. I told him where I was going, so he's saving the spot for me. Shoto. You didn't have to come, father. Endeavor. Never miss Tuya festivals. Shoto. Annoyed, so that's why you came, to feel better about yourself. Endeavor. You know, son, I know you still haven't forgiven me, neither you nor Natsuo, and I don't blame you. You have your reasons and I understand them. I know what I did before, so I'm not here to complain about anything. Shoto, I'm aware of my words and actions. That's why I know the damage I did to you by telling you that you were only there to defeat Almight. Shoto. You didn't have to repeat it. Endeavor. Yes, I have to. Before I did it because I doubted my abilities. They made me doubt myself, what I could do and the role I should play in this world. I don't want that for you, son, and that's why today I only came to support you. I know you don't like to use your fiery side, and I don't blame you. Win your fight with what you think is right. I will support you in any way, because you are my son, and I don't intend to turn my back on you. The mixed-haired boy turned around only to find his father leaving. Endeavor. Good luck, son, I know you'll do well. The mixed-haired boy said nothing. His mother's words echoed in his mind. The bicolor boy sighed and went out to the battlefield. Present Mick. Thanks for waiting. The fights are back and now these guys are next. Someone who has managed to fix his problems without wasting his ribbon, from the heroes class, he is YehosuaHernandez. The black-haired Laya was on the sand while cracking his knuckles with a smile on his face. Present Mick. On the other hand, but not least, the challenger. Second and first place in everything that goes from this festival. This boy is really strong. Also from the Class A hero course, he is Todoroki Shoto. The mixed-haired boy was also already in the right place watching his rival with a serious face. Zero. Well, to be honest, I don't think he's going to win. Present Mick. And now, the second clash of the sports festival begins. Zero. But I'm not going to humiliate myself that easily either. At that moment the black-haired man launched his attack, which consisted of wrapping his ribbons around the bicolor's body and circling it around the field. Present Mick. Yeah, this is an exciting battle. A surprise attack to knock him out, will that be the skill needed to get rid of the cold boy? Show what you're capable of, Zero. But the green-haired boy looked at his best friend. The boy had a serious face. No, Shoto was upset. Izuku. This doesn't smell good to me. Aoirozu. What are you? Shoto. Sorry. At that moment the bicolored boy put a foot on the ground and before the surprised sight of everyone a huge glacier was formed. This attack was so big that it even protruded from the stadium. Everyone was surprised. Prisoned Mick and Aizawa opened their eyes completely. Izuku on the other hand had managed to move Momo away in time so that the girl would not be frozen. Unfortunately Midnight and Zero did not have the same luck. The poor black-haired boy was completely stuck in the ice and Midnight had a part of his body covered in the cold material. Zero. Shaking and no, don't you think I overdid it a little? Midnight. Shaking S0. Who can you move? Zero. Do you think I can? Midnight. Zero is immobilized. Todoroki advances to the next round. The mixed-haired boy, seeing what he did, quickly broke the frozen tapes and approached the boy. Shoto. Sorry, I went too far, I was upset. The bicolor put his hand on Zero's chest and using his fire side, began to melt the ice. On the other hand, and from the stands, Tuya used his quirk to not feel cold like his father. Tuya. Wow, what power, what did you say to make him get like that? Endeavor. It was my fault, I shouldn't have talked to him. Tuya. Hahaha, calm down old man, I know you didn't do it with bad intentions, neither did Shoto, it's just that some things are hard to forget, especially when you didn't witness what happened before everything went to waste. At least the dwarf seems to be moving forward, he's not as closed off as before. On the other hand the mixed-haired boy continued using his fire side to slowly melt the heat. On the other hand, the green-haired boy had gone somewhere else with the excuse of going to the bathroom. The boy used his heat vision discreetly and in small bursts to help his best friend. Once he saw that the ice was starting to go down and that a breakdown of this was not a danger he left. Izuku only went for some drinks and with his heat vision, he cut some pieces of the ice which he used to cool what he was carrying and took them to his place where he gave one to Momo. Aoi Rozu. Hehe thanks, the ice is almost melted. Izuku. Hehe yeah, if he did it he should fix it. Aoi Rozu. It's quite refreshing, although you were too fast, don't tell me you got the ice out of there pointing at the huge attack. Izuku. It has to be good for something hahaha. The boys smiled as they continued to drink their sodas calmly watching as the two-tone continued to melt the ice. Present Mick. We're here, everyone. We're sorry for the delay, but the battle stage was frozen during the second encounter. The ice has now melted and we can move on to the next battle. The moment the blonde said this, everyone could see how the vine-haired girl walked towards the combat area. For his part Shoto had already met with his friends, where Momo scolded him for freezing the stadium. Present Mick. The assassin of class B, you know that everything beautiful must have thorns, also coming from the hero class, Shiozaki Ibara. The girl had a serious face while on the other side her opponent approached the arena showing an arrogant smile. Present Mick. The electrically skilled fighter, also from the hero class, the human drummer of class A, Denki Kaminari. For his part, as mentioned before, the electric blonde had an arrogant smile on his face in the purest Bakugo style. Kaminari was confident that the battle would be easy. Present Mick. Now, we're also going to have a big battle. And. Ibara. Interrupting Present Mick and raising her hand, excuse me. Why are you calling me a murderer? I only came to obtain victory, not to take my opponent's life. Present Mick. Sorry yes I'm sorry. Ibara. First of all, I never wanted to enter UA for evil reasons, but to save others. Present Mick. Like I said, I'm sorry, it was my mistake okay. Ibara. Smiling and bowing I'm glad you understood. For his part, the blonde looked at the girl strangely. Kaminari. Class B will have more weird people like this. But wow, she has big eyes and a very cute face, she doesn't seem very strong, even so I will unleash my full potential, although she is quite cute, before defeating her, I should ask her the question. In the stands. Izuku. He looks like someone kind. Aoi Rozu. Pretty religious from what I can see. Izuku. A god's bread. The brunette turned to look at Izuku who just smiled. Izuku. Haha don't blame me, I had to say it. But the boys' attention returned to the fight when they saw Ibara looking at Kaminari with a serious face, apparently she had heard him. Kaminari. Tell me something, after the match is over and I take the victory, do you want to go get something to eat? I'll comfort you if we go. Ibara. Huh. Kaminari. We have to admit it, this fight will be over in less than 2 seconds. Present Mick. See anyway, let's get started. Insert WERFU times Kin Superstar. By Yuki Hayashi. Kaminari wasted no time and activated his quirk, unleashing his signature lightning bolts. Kaminari. Indiscriminate shock, million volts. The attack began, the stadium lit up, but Shiozaki was not impressed, the girl just turned around and showing great control of her quirk, her hair formed a shield and then with more vines, she managed to catch Kaminari, who was already in idiot mode, and immobilized him by lifting him into the air, ending the fight in an instant. Present Mick. That was fast. The fight was over in a flash, I repeat, in a flash. Midnight. Kaminari is immobilized, Shiozaki advances to the next round. The people shouted with excitement again, applauding the girl who looked up to the sky and joined her hands. Bara. Thank you God, because you gave me the light to take advantage of the opportunity. Izuku. Is it just me or is a halo of light illuminating it confused? Rozu. No, it's happening. Izuku. Wow. Tetsu. Well done. Way to go, Shizaki. Jiro. Wow, that was silly of him. Sai. Yes, although. Monoma. Screaming A. Did he lose? What a fool he turned out to be, although he was right, he said it would end in a second, and that's all it took for him to be defeated. Class A is supposed to be better than B, isn't it strange that they lost? Hahaha. The blonde from before who had taken Bakugo's headband was now making fun of the boys, showing an overly childish attitude. The boys looked at the blonde with strangeness, doubting if that was really the guy who had previously shown a slightly sharp analytical ability. Izuku for his part was about to stand up to ask him to be quiet, but this was not necessary, because from one moment to the next the boy became silent, his vision blurred, and he fell to the ground. Seconds later Itsuka Kendo appeared in the place that Monoma had left free. Kendo. Smiling, sorry guys leaving. Izuku. What was that? Rozu. He is a strange boy. Shoto. Don't even mention it, I thought it was someone more serious. The green-haired man, for his part, after this strange scene, looked back at the front and took out his trusty notebook. Izuku. Well, let's see, Kaminari's quirk is supposed to be strong, but from what we know Shiozaki came fourth in the entrance exam, she has an impressive ability to stay calm in the worst situations, she is quite strong, a rival that you cannot underestimate or take so lightly, her quirk is based on those vines, she seems to control them at will it be like Kamui-Wood's wood quirk? I would have to ask her when I have the chance, she looks like someone kind which contradicts what her quirk means, usually the catch type abilities are very strong, I rarely saw someone break and escape cleanly, that means that it is impossible to get close to her when she deploys all her vines, you would need a quirk like headshots to cut them, also something like Endeavor's Hellflame would work to burn them or brute force like All Might to manage to break through. Although she is not stupid, in case she knows that the opponent's quirk is of the increased type she would attack the hands first to immobilize. The green-haired boy was so focused that he didn't notice the moment when he started to murmur, making the others nervous, who were unaware of this facet of the green-haired boy, with the exception of Shoto. Rozu. You should be fine, Midoriya. The fight has barely ended and you're already thinking of counterattack strategies. The brunette's voice was enough to bring the freckled boy out of his trance, making him instantly nervous as he realized that all his friends were watching him. Izuku. Nervous well it's like a hobby, besides it's not every day you have the opportunity to see such incredible quirks in action outside of academy practices. Rozu. Well, that's true. Izuku. And in fact I also did the same with all the members of our class turning the pages look, here is the one I made for you and your creation. The green-haired man showed the girl the section he made of her with everything and the illustration of her outfit, which made her nervous almost immediately. Rozu. Blushing and nervous go no, I don't know what to say, this is incredible, I didn't know you could do such a detailed analysis with little information. Izuku. Well, I base it on the information I have and what I can see, as well as some hypotheses and theories. Rozu. Wow, you're impressive I mean, this is impressive nervous. Izuku. Well, I shouldn't, I need more information about the others' quirks, that includes you in Class B. Rozu. Well, when you need information about my quirk you can ask me if you want Midoriya. Izuku. Thank you Rozu. Rozu. Although I don't know if it's a good idea, with enough time I think you could make a plan to counter my quirk that would be dangerous. Izuku. Haha, I won't deny it, but I would also only use it when we are in combat, I would never attack them with other intentions, in the end we are heroes, we protect each other. Both boys were talking calmly while they were seen by Todoroki who stole Izuku's soda, on the other hand, Uraraka put on a serious face and stood up and then walked towards the exit tunnel, Izuku immediately noticed this and put on a serious face. Izuku. If you want you can keep an eye on it Rozu, I'll go to the bathroom quickly Rozu. Huh? Izuku. I won't be long. The green-haired boy stood up and left the place, on the other hand, the others focused their attention on the upcoming fight which was Iida vs Hatsume, everyone was attentive to this because they did not know what to expect, the girl looked like someone eccentric, but they did not know her way of fighting, on the other hand, Iida had some strange equipment on his back, nobody knew what was happening, but they were nervous waiting for an impressive fight. But nothing went as expected. What everyone saw was exciting, yes, but more than a fight, Hatsume took charge of using poor Iida as a test subject for her so-called babies. What should have been an exciting fight for the spectators ended up being a commercial for different producers of the support course. In the end the pink-haired girl simply gave up, she had fulfilled her mission, despite deceiving the poor blue-haired girl, people were confused and Iida was furious. But there was nothing the boy could do, whether he liked it or not, he had won. Now the fight that followed was Mina vs Aoyama. Yehosuaru stopped reading and turned to see the empty seat that Izuku had left. The girl was surprised because he had said that he couldn't miss seeing his friend's quirks. The brunette saw her classmates in the notebook. Yehosuaru swallowed and created a pencil. Yehosuaru? Well, I don't know if I'll get to see it, but in the meantime I'll help you with some notes. For his part, Izuku had left the bathroom. After this he went to the cafeteria for a drink for himself, Momo, Shoto and some snacks. The boy ordered all the necessary food, and while he waited, he saw the fight between Ida and Mei, which was quite short. In the same way, Izuku made a strange gesture with the result of this, but he did not give it importance. Unfortunately, his order was taking a while because of the people who had arrived before. There was a relatively long line. Izuku got a little stressed because the only way to see the fights was through screens that were not that big, and because of this, he could not see all the details that he would like. The fight was longer than the previous one. Izuku received his order right in the middle of it. The boy didn't waste any time, and despite having a large load, he headed back with his friends, meeting the brunette who was also returning. Izuku. Hello Uraraka. Uraraka. Midoriya. What are you doing here? Izuku. I went down to the bathroom and got something to eat. Haha, I missed Ida's battle and Mina's. How are you? Uraraka. My parents called me, they couldn't come, but they're watching me from their work. Izuku. That's great. Uraraka. Yes, and that's why I won't put on a bad show. The girl formed a serious face which was noticed by the green-haired man. Izuku. I know you won't, you're quite skilled, come on, we have to go back. Uraraka. If I have no other choice, I think I'll have to return with you. Izuku. Hey, that's offensive if you want to go alone. Uraraka. I don't think so, besides you have snacks, I'll steal some from you. The girl stole some maki from the green-haired boy as well as a few onigiris. Izuku. I think I know why you hang out with me. The boys walked arriving at their place, finding that the battle was about to end. Izuku. I'm here. Yehosuaru. Did you go for food too? It took you too long. Shoto. Lots of people. Izuku. Yes, it seems that some took advantage of Ida's fight to take a break. Haha. Shoto. If you see, the commercial was funny, a bit strange, thanks by the way. Izuku. I hope you don't drink my drink now, soba face. Yehosuaru. Thanks for the food, how did you know? Izuku. What? Yehosuaru. My creation is based on the lipids in my body. Izuku. Which means your food intake must be large. Yehosuaru. Massless. Izuku. A form of exercise I guess but I didn't know that, I didn't even think about that possibility, I did it so we could all eat, we've spent our energy in these fights. Ajiro. Do you think I can have some, Midoriya? Izuku. Go ahead. For her part, the brunette elegantly ate what Izuku had brought her. Yehosuaru. Thanks Midoriya, but now I have to go down. Tokoyami. It's our turn. Yehosuaru. Exactly. The green-haired boy looked at his teammates, it was true, his fight was next. Izuku saw how Momo made a serious face, while at the same time she headed to the lower area of the stadium. Izuku. Hey Yehosuaru. Yehosuaru. Huh? What's wrong? Izuku. Good luck, go and win. Insert Bakusatsu by Yuki Hayashi. The brunette smiled at the green-haired man and went down. It didn't take long when both were already in their respective places, waiting for the order for their battle to begin. Present Mick. And finally this festival is getting exciting. Let's move on to the next fight, offense and defense in one. The Dark Samurai accompanied by Dark Shadow, from the hero class, and belonging to class A, the Tokoyami Fumikage. The boy was already in the combat arena with his arms crossed. On the other hand, Momo was also already standing in the place of battle with a serious face, although a look that denoted a slight doubt and fear. Present Mick. Contra. A swift and effective creation, she was admitted by recommendation, and as seen in the cavalry battle, her skills are certified, hero course, class A she is Yehosuaru Momo. Meanwhile in the stands. Ajiro. Midoriya, based on everything you've written and seen, what do you think of this meeting? Izuku. I think time will be the key here. Ajiro. The weather. Izuku. Just watch it, it's a matter of paying attention. Yehosuaru. Thinking. It's like Present Mick said, I'm going to fight against Tokoyami who has an excellent defense and offense. His Dark Shadow is dangerous, and from what it seems he can unleash it at will. What I can expect is that he will attack first. It will be as soon as the fight starts to take me by surprise. I have to be faster. I will make a light shield to counter his attack and think of a strategy. Maybe a light weapon will be the right thing to defeat him. After all he is a shadow and… Present Mick. 6 fight, start. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, she could no longer think. Tokoyami. Attack now Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow. Yes. The girl was right, but now she had to be quick. Momo quickly created her shield, managing to block the shadow's attack again, but taking a few steps back. Rozu. Thinking. I knew it, now I'll create a weapon, a flash grenade and. But the shadow did not stay still, it attacked the brunette again, giving her a strong blow that she was able to block again. Rozu. It's fast, I can't even sort my thoughts. The shadow attacked the girl twice again, who covered herself again, although she lost her shield with the second hit, so she immediately created another one, covering herself again. Some hits passed until the girl noticed how her mysterious companion stopped his attack. Rozu. Thinking. Did it stop? Did it run out? Never mind, it's my turn now, I'll create one. The girl was about to create a grenade, but Midnight stopped her. Midnight. Rozu is out of bounds, Tokoyami is the winner and moves on to the next round. The surprised girl lowered her head, noticing that it was true. At that moment, she realized that Tokoyami's objective was not to attack her, but to push her. Present Mick. A truly crushing victory. Isn't Dark Shadow the best quirk? For her part, the brunette remained standing, the girl had her fists clenched, her expression one of frustration, annoyance, disappointment, helplessness. Rozu. Sad, thinking. It can't be I lost, I was useless, I couldn't do anything, nothing. Ajiro. Tokoyami is amazing. Izuku. His goal was to use Dark Shadow to push Rozu until he got out, he didn't want to hurt her. Ajiro. I just wanted to contain her, not harm her. Izuku. Exactly, plus she focused so much on a strategy during the fight that she didn't realize Tokoyami's plan. Ajiro. It was quite clever. Izuku. Yes, but. The green-haired boy saw how the girl was sad. Izuku opened his notebook to make notes about both of them, but then he saw the ones Rozu had made about Mina and Aoyama. The green-haired boy saw that, squeezed the notebook, and without saying anything he left and went in the direction where Momo was. The boy went down, finding that the girl was sad. Insert Watashi Kara Kimi by Yuki Hayashi. Izuku. Hey. Rozu. Seeing the boy hey sad. Izuku. It was a good fight Rozu. Rozu. I was sorry. Izuku. No, I speak for both of us, you put up a good fight. Rozu. Good. I couldn't even attack, I was just an object that Tokoyami just had to move to win, where's the good in that? Izuku. Rozu. Rozu. Do you know what that feels like? I'm supposed to be a wannabe hero, but this just proved that I'm a burden to everyone, a mere object to be pushed aside. Izuku. Rozu. Rozu. My quirk is supposed to be strong, or it should be, but if I'm useless then it's worthless, I couldn't do anything, I'm useless, in the USJ I could have died, or I could have been raped, and all because I couldn't be better, and I didn't prevent my classmate from being taken hostage. If I couldn't prevent that even as a student, then I don't deserve the title of hero. But Izuku, fed up, took the girl by the shoulders, annoyed. Izuku. Momo. At this the girl opened her eyes in surprise seeing the green-haired man. Rozu. You've never called me by my name. Izuku. And I shouldn't if I don't have your permission, but I had to do something to get your attention. Now listen to me, you're not useless, you got in by recommendation, President Mick said so, your skills are certified, you survived the USJ, and it wasn't by luck or Kaminari's help, you fought so that nothing would happen to your classmates, you didn't know that Kaminari's quirk had that side effect, and now you didn't know that Tokoyami's plan was to push you, otherwise you would have moved. You've shown me that you're quite agile, Rozu, you are someone who has an amazing quirk, but that doesn't make you who you are, you doubt your actions, but that's why we're students, to improve, be more mentally agile, prepare your strategy but don't give up, I trust your judgment, I trust you. Rozu. Midoriya. Izuku. You're impressed by my speed, aren't you? It may sound strange, but it surprised me too. My hobby, my quirk allows me to do that, I know, but years ago I made the promise to hold back to protect those I care about. I have no fighting experience, and that cost me dearly in my confrontation against the Nomu. Now I have to study more to know how to fight and stay true to what I promised, not to prolong battles and take care of people at the same time. We all have flaws, we are human after all. The important thing is to make those flaws become virtues, to turn the situation around, no matter how bad or ugly it gets, to know how to get up when we're on the ground and return to the fight once more. Rozu. Why? Izuku. Why, what? Rozu. Why did you come down? You're still watching Kirishima's fight and you shouldn't miss it. Why waste that opportunity to come down and try to cheer me up? The green-haired boy had already let go of the brunette, but she had lowered her head sadly. The green-haired boy smiled, and with his hand, he made the girl look up meeting the green-haired boy's smile. Izuku. I know Kirishima is strong, but his rival is someone who has a similar quirk, so I guess it will be a battle of resistance and strength. Also you look better when you smile, besides you said you were going to cheer me up, right? I wouldn't feel good if I saw you sad, haha. Rozu. Hehe, yeah, I think you're right, but I think cheering you up was only valid when you participated in the arcade games. Izuku. So you're not going to cheer me on anymore? With fake indignation. Rozu. Haha, I was just being dramatic. Izuku. Haha, okay, now come on, if we hurry we'll still see a bit of Kirishima's fight. Aoirozu. Okay. The girl had managed to smile and cheer up a little. Izuku. Smiling also. Aoirozu. What? Izuku. I've always been a very lonely person, obviously with the exception of Shoto, so I think I'd rather see the person I'm lucky enough to call a friend happy. The girl opened her eyes at this answer and looked at the green-haired boy attentively. For his part the boy approached and carefully wiped the girl's tears. Izuku. Haha, they've probably told you many times, but you have big beautiful grey eyes. Aoirozu blushed slightly at this, as did Izuku, although this quickly changed to a state of nervousness on both of their parts, and Izuku began to walk back towards the stands. Izuku. Nervous V, come on, I already told you that if we hurry we'll still be able to see part of Kirishima's fight. Aoirozu. Nervous, and didn't you know how it would end? Izuku. I just said it would be a battle of endurance, now come. The boy returned only to ruffle the girl's hair and started running, followed by the brunette. Aoirozu. Come back here, Izuku Midoriya. Both boys quickly went up and sat in their respective places, being observed by Uraraka, who was slightly surprised by the change in the brunette's expression. Izuku. What did I miss? Shoto. It was a battle of fists, both of them really sparked with each blow. Izuku. An exciting battle. Shoto. Yes, but I mean literally, with every hit there are some sparks. Aoirozu. Well, you're watching a steel versus rock fight, it makes sense, doesn't it? Shoto. By the way, I made some notes about both of us in your notebook. I started a section for Tetsu, but you do the drawing. Izuku. Okay, thanks, although I think everyone is making notes in my notebook now. Shoto. She started it, pointing at Momo. Aoirozu. Hey. Izuku. Hahaha, thanks guys, but look, the battle is already over. Was it a tie? Indeed, both boys had released a powerful impact which had ended up knocking them both out, causing them to fall to the ground. Aoirozu. Someone has to get up, I guess. Present Mick. Let's start counting. Shoto. Count. Like a boxing match. Izuku. I know I said their quirks are similar and that it will be a fight of endurance, but this is a bit exaggerated, also. At that moment, the green-haired boy could see the brunette stand up and go downstairs. The boy knew it, his fight was next. Shoto. Besides what, Izuku? Aoirozu. Izuku. Where did he go? The mixed-haired boy and the brunette turned around, but their friend was no longer there. The fight was about to end. After that there would be a short break, and once it was over, it would be the turn of the next fight. Bakugo for his part, made a face of annoyance and went down to prepare. But now, we are in the corridors inside the stadium. The green-haired boy had reached Uraraka, who was near the exit tunnel. Izuku. Uraraka. Uraraka. Midoriya. What are you doing here? It's not your fight yet, don't get ahead of yourself. I know you don't like Bakugo, but that's no excuse for wanting to fight for me. Izuku. Seriously, no, it's not that, and don't pretend because I don't know that you're not completely well either. Uraraka. So? If I'm down here it's because I was trying to concentrate on my fight, but what about you? Izuku. I know, and I didn't come to interrupt, it's just that I remember our first fight. You heard what I said a little while ago with Aoirozu. I can create an effective counterattack. I could help you. I know you don't like me, but I want to try. Uraraka stared at the green-haired boy. Uraraka. Help me. But you don't even have your fate notebook with you. Besides, I know Bakugo's quirk is strong, but don't you think you're underestimating me a lot? Izuku. I want to help you because I don't underestimate you. I know how strong your quirk can be, but I know that Bakugo is not going to be like the others, and he will hold back. If he has the opportunity he will attack mercilessly. He will not stop until he thinks everyone sees that he is number one, or failing that, until you can't move. Uraraka. And you just keep proving me right, Midoriya. Bakugo is a diva, she wants flowers, she wants parades, she wants a monument that touches the sky with her name written on it. Izuku. I'm surprised how in such a short time you know what his attitude is like. He said he wanted his name written in the history books, that he would surpass Almight and be the most famous and richest hero of all. Uraraka. Rich, really? Wow, and I felt bad for thinking my motives were superficial. Izuku. Uraraka, this is serious. Uraraka. I know and I appreciate it, Midoriya. In fact, I'm surprised how even though I haven't been kind to you, you want to help me. You really are someone strange. Izuku. Kind or not, you're my partner. You helped me a lot in the first academy exercise. You created a plan to enter the building. You defeated Iida. You made us win the test. Let me help you now. Uraraka. Thanks Midoriya, but like in the cavalry battle, I have to say no, I'll be fine. Saying that I don't want to depend on you is silly, because until now I haven't, so if you know that my quirk is strong then trust me, I saw it with everyone, including you, from the beginning. Each one of us has faced the tests and win or lose, they feel good in some way, because they know they gave their best. If I win or lose, I couldn't feel the same because you helped me. You know my reasons for being a hero, so I hope you understand. The green-haired man looked at the brunette who smiled slightly. Izuku. Uraraka. Uraraka. I don't know what will happen in a few minutes, but I do know this, Midoriya went full easily. The boy looked at the brunette when he heard the alarm. The fight had to begin. The brunette did not hesitate, and without saying anything turned around. The girl kept her usual appearance. With a serious and determined face she left the tunnel going out to the battlefield. Izuku for his part went up again, while he saw how Bakugo did the same. Sigh. This fight will be the loudest. Jiro. I don't even feel like seeing her. Izuku sat next to his friends who looked at him closely. Shoto. Any predictions? Izuku. Serious and annoyed. No, I don't want to say anything this time. For his part, the mixed-haired boy returned his gaze to the battle arena. His face, like that of his best friend, was serious and annoyed. Both knew Bakugo. Shoto. Yeah, I thought the same thing. Aoirozu. Guys. Izuku. Thinking. Uraraka, try hard. Present Mick. And now. The 8th and final confrontation of the first round. He is someone who has been famous since before entering the academy, although his expression is not that of a normal person, from the hero course, and also from Class A, he is Bakugo Katsuki. The blonde had his hands in his pockets, his face, just as Present Mick said, was not that of a normal person. The boy had a mixture of annoyance and annoyance. For her part in the Midoriya house, Mitsuki clenched her fists. She knew what Bakugo was like. He was her son after all. The blonde remembered his attitudes from before. She couldn't forget them, after all. These had been one of the reasons why her best friend had distanced herself. Mitsuki hoped her son would win. It was obvious, but she didn't know if she could celebrate a beating. Back in the fighting arena, Uraraka stood in front of the blonde with a serious face. Her fists closed. The girl did not take it lightly, and her posture showed it. Present Mick. Contra. This girl is the one I support, from the heroes class. I participated as a survivor of Class A, she is Uraraka Chako. The girl just breathed, trying to calm down, just as she had told Izuku, she would not fall easily. The brunette had a plan, and was anxiously waiting to put it into action. For his part, Bakugo just cracked his tongue. This fight bothered him. He would have preferred to fight against Izuku or Shoto from the start. For the blonde, this fight was just a mockery of his strength and intelligence. Bakugo. Damn, this fight won't last long, I was expecting a real challenge. Present Mick. Let the 8th fight begin. No more was needed. For Bakugo, that was the invitation to finish off his rival. The blonde didn't waste any time, and using his explosions he went against Uraraka, who couldn't even blink. The girl saw this, and immediately stepped aside just in time, avoiding being hit by the blonde who put his fist against the ground. Uraraka. Just what I expected, a direct attack from the start. Bakugo for his part stood up looking at the brunette. Bakugo. You, from what I saw, you can make things float, right? Round face. Uraraka. At least you're smarter than I thought. Bakugo. You dodged this faster than I thought. You're not so useless after all, but you're not my rival. I could end this fight in the shortest time, so avoid the embarrassment and give up once and for all, because you won't get out of this just saying, it hurts, I'm going to finish you off. The blonde said this while raising his hand, making some explosions. For her part, Uraraka just frowned in annoyance at this. Uraraka. You want to fight them? Then you have to earn it. Meanwhile in the stands. Aoirozu. Izuku, I know you don't want to talk in this fight, but tell me, you have a strategy for almost everyone, but you know him better, what can you expect? You know, from the fight, from Bakugo's part. Izuku. Bakugo is no fool. First of all, I think that would be the essential thing. You can't underestimate him. Since his quirk appeared, he trained at discovering everything it was hiding. I must also add that he is a good strategist. He is strong, fast, and also quite agile in aerial combat. In close combat, he has almost no openings, because although he doesn't know any fighting style, his explosions make him have a great defense. Also, the more he moves, the more he sweats. Which makes his quirk stronger. Aoirozu. So you would have to make it so he can't move, or failing that, create a freezing environment where he can't sweat. But if Bakugo knows Uraraka's quirk, then he won't allow her to touch him. Basically, could this be a resistance match? Uraraka wouldn't let herself be hit and would force Bakugo to use his quirk to the limits. He wouldn't be able to move because of the repercussions his explosions would have on his body. It would be a way to win, although he would also have to be careful of Bakugo's punches or kicks, although I don't think he can do that, or can he? Izuku didn't respond, watching the fight with the same serious face as before. Back in the fight, Uraraka wasted no time and threw herself at the blonde who, seeing this, was not afraid. Bakugo. Then stop getting in my way and die. The blonde slightly moved his arm, and without caring about anything he sent a powerful explosion against the girl, making Jiro tremble as did Mineta. Mineta. Did he blow it up? Jiro? Uraraka. Sigh. Even if you're fighting a girl, you have no compassion, right Bakugo? Haminari. She knew what she was getting into by fighting him, it would have been more honorable for her to surrender. Jiro. Giving up is an act a hero wouldn't do, unless he's a coward. For her part, the brunette covered her face trying not to cough from the smoke and give away her position. Uraraka. Thinking. I could have prevented it, I knew he would do it, but I didn't react in time, I have to be faster. Bakugo. I'll kill you, I'll take care of you, and I'll go after those two idiots. At that moment something seemed to come out of the pile of smoke, drawing Bakugo's attention, who charged another explosion. Bakugo. Don't underestimate me, idiot. The blonde made an explosion against this object clearing some of the smoke and realizing that he only attacked the girl's sports shirt. Present Mick. What was that? Did she manage to trick him? That's why that girl is my favorite, she used his shirt as bait to get out, Uraraka really is amazing. The girl had managed to get out of the smoke, preparing to touch Bakugo who, upon realizing the deception, moved, exploding the girl and making her roll on the ground. Zero. He couldn't fool him. Haminari. Bakugo is truly amazing, with that reaction time you couldn't even touch him, no matter how much smoke there is, Uraraka can't and won't be able to touch him, she's at a total disadvantage, her quirk is useless against Bakugo's sharp reflexes. For her part, the brunette stood up and threw herself at Bakugo again, who was not fazed by this. Bakugo. You're too slow, damn round face. The blonde created some explosions that began to break the ground and then threw a large one against the brunette. The explosion was accompanied by the debris that had been raised before, but Uraraka did not waste time in managing to recover, she threw herself against the blonde again. Uraraka. Are you sure about that? Bakugo. Shut up already and die already. Once again the blonde made another explosion that alerted everyone. Jiro. I can't see shaking. Mineta. Bakugo you are a coward. But Uraraka did not give up, the girl got up and ran against the blonde who smiling sadly made one explosion after another without stopping. Present Mick. Uraraka keeps attacking relentlessly, but this is. But down below the fight continued although Bakugo's actions were not well seen by everyone, some heroes began to criticize the blonde as well as Cementus, but neither one nor the other stopped and Uraraka less, the girl although breathing heavily remained standing. Bakugo. This damn dwarf doesn't fall who the hell does she think she is? But then people started booing, everyone disapproving of Bakugo's methods. Mineta. That damn opportunist. Izuku. No. Mineta. What? What are you talking about? He's. Izuku. Uraraka is not defeated. Shoto. What are you talking about? Izuku. The whole fight she kept her body low, not because she was a coward or trying to catch Bakugo off guard, she knew he would be attentive to her movements, he would know her quirk, and he wouldn't let himself be touched, but Bakugo focused so much on himself that he didn't look around him, she was gathering weapons, that's why she attacked without stopping so many times. Aoi Rozu. What do you mean? Izuku. Wasn't it supposed to be a sunny day? Insert avant title by Yuki Hayashi. At that moment everyone realized that indeed, the area where the ring was located was cloudy, everyone including Bakugo looked up seeing surprised that above were all the rubble, Uraraka had used Bakugo's explosions to her advantage, the girl remembered what happened in the first battle in the building, Iida had removed all the objects that she could use, now, she was in the same predicament, so instead of directly attacking the blonde. Uraraka. I decided to create my own ammunition I will win, thanks for not letting your guard down, Bakugo. The girl at that moment put her palms together, causing all the debris to begin to fall rapidly. Haminari. So you mean she's so desperate that she created an attack that could hurt her too? Is she really crazy? Izuku. Know your opponent, know your limits, don't limit yourself to what you can do, use the environment to your advantage, and turn the fight around. Bakugo will be very strong in the end, but he never realized that his biggest mistake has been his arrogance. The brunette, for her part, ran towards the blonde, ready. The girl had to touch him, it didn't matter if her explosions allowed her to move in the air. In the end, if she didn't want to, her quirk wouldn't deactivate. Everyone was excited, everyone applauded the brunette who was quickly approaching, attention focused on the girl who, despite appearing fragile, did not give up. Everyone was clapping for Uraraka, supporting her, but they were booing Bakugo. They didn't see the strongest, they saw the girl who didn't give up. That made Bakugo furious, no one was paying attention to him. The blonde raised both hands and charged a huge explosion that destroyed most of the debris, the shock wave was such that even Uraraka was pushed away by it. Bakugo. Damn round face, who do you think you are to feel like you're better than me? The blonde launched himself at Uraraka who was just getting up, the girl looked up at the blonde and without thinking of anything else she rolled, avoiding the strong explosion of Bakugo, who didn't think the girl could still move. Uraraka for her part stood up smiling. Uraraka. Thank you, it would have been very heavy to lift the entire stadium. Bakugo. What? At that moment the blonde saw that the girl was smiling, and seconds later a large piece of rubble hit him hard in the jaw. The blonde was surprised by this, but another piece of rubble fell on his back. Uraraka. This is a big arena. I moved all over to get the most debris gathered. Your explosions have a repercussion in the end. I can see it in your arm, that last attack. I finished off almost everything I could lift, but there are still more. I take this seriously, Bakugo, and that is why I will not lose. The boy was getting back up when he saw the girl running towards him. Bakugo stood up and angrily raised his hand, causing an explosion. Uraraka, for her part, just smiled, managed to dodge it, grabbed the boy's arm, and spun around to lift the blonde into the air, making him crash to the ground. Shoto. It's movement. Aoirozu. I saw it before in Izuku. Did she pay attention to what I did that day? Bakugo was stunned, but he didn't hesitate any longer and stood up wanting to attack the girl using an explosion to get behind her, but the girl was no fool. Uraraka took a piece of rubble and using her quirk made it lighter. The girl turned around receiving the explosion, covering herself with it and resisting it. Uraraka. You're really predictable, Bakugo. Learn to fight and don't be arrogant because I'll wipe the floor with you. At that moment the blonde didn't land but started to float. Bakugo opened his eyes. He had forgotten when she attacked him, touched him. Bakugo. What the buck? Izuku. He made him desperate so he would attack without thinking. I will be a hero and make sure my parents can live fully. Izuku. She really doesn't give up. Bakugo for his part was furious. The blonde did not hesitate any longer and prepared to attack, plummeting against Uraraka, who smilingly saw how the blonde, despite his angry face, had a grimace of pain. The blonde threw the punch, but Uraraka was able to dodge it. Uraraka. Thinking. Yes. That explosion from before was strong, it hurt him, now he has to be more cautious with what he does. The blonde, for his part, floated again, so he didn't think anymore and threw himself against the girl again, falling into a nosedive. Bakugo. I'm forcing you to turn off your stupid quirk, you useless hitch. Uraraka. You want me to deactivate it? Then I will. The blonde was already close to the girl. He had used Uraraka's zero gravity to his advantage. He only needed a powerful explosion to move freely. The blonde smiled, but at that moment Uraraka deactivated her quirk. The boy's weight returned, and Bakugo could feel how this destabilized his body. The blonde was going to attack, but taking advantage of this small distraction, Uraraka gave him a strong kick in the face that made the boy fall to the ground. Present Mick. What the? Uraraka Chako managed to hit Bakugo. Sigh. Uraraka. Kiro happy. Mineta. That's it. Amanari. It was a stroke of luck and white. Uraraka. On guard, you don't know our names, nor our quirks. But this was a perfect opportunity to learn from others. Midoriya learned to read your movements because you are predictable. You get desperate easily. You want everyone to pay attention to you. I had to create a plan to against you. Mina is someone agile. Aoyama attacked without stopping until she found a gap in his opening. That's when she used her strength and speed to hit him, and guess what? I did the same. Mina. She paid attention to my fight, saw my moves and figured out my strategy. Aoirozu. This festival is a unique opportunity to see other people's quirks in action outside of academy practices. For his part, the blonde stood up. The boy wiped his nose and mouth, noticing the blood stains on his hand. The girl, had she managed to make him bleed? After so many years, was he losing? This is bad, Kaken. Can't you see she's crying? If you keep this up, I'll never forgive you. Bakugo. That bastard is behind all this, the bastard. Insert Tsunai top wo Niraumano to Yuki Hayashi. At that moment the blonde stood up totally furious, and without thinking twice, he threw himself at Uraraka, who was going to do the same, although at that moment the blonde threw one of the debris that he had destroyed. The girl managed to dodge it, but that put her in the sights of Bakugo, who smiled and generated a strong explosion at point-blank range from Uraraka, who due to tiredness and distraction, did not manage to cover herself. The girl received the impact, moving away suddenly. Uraraka had forced herself to close her eyes, and that is why she could not avoid receiving a blow to the cheek from the blonde, who without stopping and out of herself, hit the girl in the arms repeatedly. The blonde did not tempt his heart and hit the brunette again in the face, making the brunette bleed. Bakugo smiled and raised his fist to the style of All Might and then brought it down, suddenly landing in the girl's stomach and then made an explosion, instantly throwing the girl into the air. Bakugo, without stopping, he generated an explosion, managing to reach the girl in the air and kicking her again in the stomach, forcing her to fall. Uraraka tried to stand up, but Bakugo began to kick her and push her away with multiple explosions. At this everyone was terrified, even the boys of Class B were worried about the brunette who, unable to get up, continued to be hit by the blonde. Cementus and Midnight mentally debated whether it was right to stop the fight. But back in this one, Uraraka was on the ground and Bakugo lifted her up to kick her in the chest in a round of explosions. Bakugo. Smiling sadly, you saw the fights, didn't you? Then you'll remember that this was what that damn pigeon used against a rich girl. The blonde made explosion after explosion, pushing the girl away until he made one with force which knocked her down and pushed her quite far away. Uraraka was already bleeding. Bakugo. You're no better than me, everyone is below me, I said it, I'll come in first place and win this stupid festival. The blonde charged an explosion which was as powerful as the one he used to destroy the brunette's rubble and pointed it at the girl. At that moment Midnight raised her arm, the blonde smiled. Bakugo. Smiling sadly, now die for my damn fat round face. The blonde didn't hesitate. Present Mick stood up, not believing the boy would dare. Aizawa, for his part, was about to use his quirk to turn off the blondes. But it wasn't necessary. People couldn't see that moment. Someone came and interrupted Bakugo, someone who has never been indifferent to injustice, a boy with green hair and freckles who swore to protect everyone he could. That's right, Izuku Midoriya had landed in the ring. Present Mick. Huh. What is this? Izuku Midoriya deflected Bakugo's attack. Bakugo. What are you doing here? Minutes before. The green-haired boy looked with a serious face as Bakugo attacked Uraraka. The boy hoped his partner would stop, but the more blows he saw, the more upset the freckled boy got, who thought that the blonde had finally changed. Izuku clenched his fists and teeth, but the straw that broke the camel's back was hearing what the boy said to the brunette. Izuku saw Uraraka watching something, and then saw how Bakugo was preparing his attack. The green-haired boy didn't wait any longer, his body moved, propelling himself with force, landing in the ring and taking Bakugo's arm to lift him up, causing the explosion to be lost in the heights. Current time. Hiroshima. What the hell? Mineta. When did he move so fast? Haminari. Midoriya, you are a damn cheater, the fight is not over yet. Hiroshima. That doesn't matter, Bakugo behaved like an idiot, and you can't say that when he's right in front of your eyes. Everyone paid attention to the screens. The girl was out of the allowed area, she had lost, Bakugo's attack was excessive. Aoirozu. Midoriya. Back on the sand, the green-haired man still had a firm grip on the blonde's arm, pointing upwards. Bakugo. What are you doing here? The blonde was surprised because he hadn't realized when the freckled boy arrived downstairs. He didn't even realize he had stood up, but what surprised him most was seeing how the boy had a serious face. His expression was obvious. Izuku was upset. Izuku. The fight is over, Bakugo. This is not heroism, it is pure violence. That is just a display of cowardice. Were you so afraid of losing that you attacked with the intention of leaving her seriously injured? Your attack would have done serious damage, don't be stupid. Bakugo. Damn trash, will you fight for her? Izuku. I fight for those who cannot defend themselves. The boy released the blonde and turned his back to carry Uraraka and walked towards the tunnel, ready to take the girl to the infirmary. Izuku. But not yet, I'm going to abide by the rules, I'm leaving here, you should go, the fight is over, keep your honor if you have at least one. Bakugo. Bastard son of a. The blonde was going to attack the green-haired boy, but Midnight stopped him. Midnight. Bakugo Katsuki, you are cautioned, you won the fight and will move on to the next round, but if you attack your partner you will be expelled from the competition, is that clear? The blonde stopped furiously, seeing Izuku, who stopped. Izuku. Congratulations, you won your fight, you should be proud. And saying this, the green-haired boy went to the infirmary where he left the girl to be attended to by a recovery girl. The girl was conscious, but did not want to talk. The brunette saw how Izuku spoke with recovery girl, and without being able to contain it anymore, she began to cry. Insert Hidari was at Itsukawe ni by Yuki Hayashi. Uraraka. I couldn't do anything crying. When I grow up, I will help you and mom. I would really appreciate that, Achako, but as your father, I would be happier if you fulfilled your dreams. When that happens, you can take us to Hawaii, haha. Uraraka. I'll be a hero, dad, mom, I'm sorry. The girl was crying bitterly, but at that moment she felt someone touch her shoulder. Izuku. How do you feel? Uraraka. Like a stupid. Izuku. Uraraka. Uraraka. Angry, and what are you doing here, huh? I didn't ask for your help. You didn't have to help me, I could have dodged it, Izuku. You did well, Uraraka, you managed to do something I couldn't. Bakugo, I helped you because it was the right thing to do, not because I felt better than anyone else, it had been enough, besides, he had won, and he was going too far. Uraraka. Why the hell are you still like this? He always made fun of you and you never got upset. Izuku. Of course, nobody likes to be used as a punching bag on a daily basis or to bother others just to feel superior, but I decided to fix things, or at least try to do it peacefully. Lowering myself to blows would be lowering myself to their level. I gained nothing by getting into a fistfight with Bakugo, in the same way I didn't like it when my friends did it. Sometimes violence is not the answer, even if it seems like it. Uraraka. You know, all my life, I always grew up being teased. In the eyes of others my quirk was useless. They made fun of my physical appearance, my quirk, my life, my parents. We've always had financial problems, limitations. Izuku. Yes, I know what it feels like to be made fun of, maybe for different reasons, but yes I know. Uraraka. I also wanted to ignore them, help others, but sometimes, even though I helped with the best intentions, things turned out worse. Over time I gave up, people just look for a way to take advantage of others, half of the people get up to work, and the other half to bother. I no longer saw the point. Izuku. Uraraka. Uraraka. Be good and good things will happen to you, my parents always told me that, but you know. I was good when I accepted being left alone at home, so they could go try to get a job, so I could get out of bankruptcy and live well, even though I knew I would see them very few times. I was good when I decided to look for a job to help them and get into UA, and I was good minutes ago in the fight, but with everything that has happened. I'm starting to believe that being good is not something good for me. Upon hearing this, the green-haired man sat in front of the girl and gave her a drink and some recovery girl candy. Izuku. Yes, it seems so, but that's because being good is difficult, that's why we are heroes, no matter how bad the situation gets, we will know how to overcome this and get up to continue fighting for what is right, being bad is always easier. The boy said this and stood up. Izuku. I let you rest, think about what I told you. Uraraka. Now I'm really thinking that I should have listened to you with your plan. Izuku. Haha, you know what? My plan was simpler, yours was much better. Uraraka. Didn't you say to trust my friends more? Izuku. Well, I don't know if you see me as a friend now haha, and yes, I know what I told you, but I repeat, my plan was simpler, I don't always have the answers for everything, after all I'm just an aspiring hero. The boy took the door handle and left the infirmary. The boy took a few more steps meeting Bakugo who, upon seeing the green-haired boy, got upset. Bakugo. What are you doing here, damn it. Get out of the way. Izuku. I'll go prepare, my fight is next. The boy moved forward, but Bakugo stopped him again. Bakugo. That was your stupid idea, wasn't it? That stupid girl's damn desperate plan. Hearing this Izuku stopped. Bakugo. You really are annoying, but that's not. Izuku. You're wrong. Bakugo. What the? Izuku. I had nothing to do with it, everything you saw was the result of Uraraka's practice and dedication, so if you felt pressured, it's because Uraraka managed to put you against the ropes. Bakugo. Damn nerd, I'm going to. Izuku. I told you, didn't I? You'll find strong people at this academy. Let go of your arrogant little boy attitude and learn to see your mistakes. The green-haired boy started walking with his back to Bakugo. Izuku. If you want to fight, then you'll have to wait for your turn. And saying this the boy left there leaving Bakugo enraged. On the other hand, in the infirmary Uraraka had received a call from her parents, they were worried about their daughter, but when they knew that she was okay, they were relieved and encouraged the brunette, which made her cry because she didn't think she deserved it, but in the end her parents continued to do it, they were proud because their daughter managed to get so far. Just because you lost now, doesn't mean your path is closed, right? Besides, there's always a second year, don't give up, daughter. It's obvious that your mother and I worried, but in the end you showed us that you're still someone kind and very smart. You managed to corner that boy. That's why we're sure you'll be a great hero Ichako. Your mother and I support you, we love you, and we're proud of you. Don't give up, daughter. On the other hand, the rematch between Kirishima and Tetsu had taken place. It had been an arm wrestling competition that Kirishima eventually won, making it to the next round, although in a show of camaraderie, he helped his rival get up, earning both the applause of the people. After that the arena was repaired for the next fight to take place. Izuku for his part advanced calmly trying to calm his annoyance because he did not want his feelings to cloud his judgment in the battle, but before arriving the boy met the fire hero, Endeavor was in front of him, Izuku was surprised. Izuku. Endeavor. Endeavor. Huh. Oh, it's you, I didn't think I'd find you here. Izuku. Well I was thinking of going to get something to eat before my fight haha, what are you doing here Uncle Enji? Endeavor. I came down for the same reason, for something for me and Tuya haha, but tell me Izuku, how do you feel? Izuku. To be honest, I feel a little nervous, I've never faced Shoto, I don't know what to expect from this fight. Endeavor. I see at least you're calmer, right? Izuku. Huh. Endeavor. I'm referring to what happened in the previous fight. Izuku. Haha to that, but no, I'm fine, it's just that. Endeavor. Don't try to lie to a liar Izuku, I know you, I can also distinguish an annoyed face, what happened with the girl was somewhat unfair, in my opinion they should have disqualified him, but that is no longer in my control, I am not a teacher after all. Izuku. Because you didn't want to Uncle Enji, I heard that they also invited you, but you refused. Enji. Shimura irritated. Izuku. Haha but don't worry, I'm fine. Endeavor. I see well, I hope so. Irideed started walking followed by Izuku, they both went to get something to eat and came back, Izuku had to leave, and Endeavor had to go up to return to his place. Endeavor. You know Izuku your father and I only faced each other once. Izuku. Yes, I know, my father and Shoto told me. Endeavor. Yeah, it was my fault back then, and I still lost. Your dad didn't want to fight seriously, he was just trying to hold me back. Izuku. Endeavor. Endeavor. I know it's not the same, but taking into account some things this fight would be an equal match for that fight, don't you think? Izuku. Haha well, except for a few things, I think so. Endeavor. Haha I know you're not him, and that Shoto isn't me, so don't feel pressured, fight your way, I'll be supporting you, good luck kid. And saying this the Redeed climbed the stands while Izuku just breathed and prepared to leave. Insert Ueteki Butu Sentakyoku by Yuki Hayashi, while Little Man XD. The people were excited, everything seemed like this would be a great fight, they couldn't wait any longer. The green-haired boy's classmate saw the boy come out of the tunnel just like Inko at her house. Shoto had also come out being seen by his mother, who like Inko, was happy and nervous. Uraraka had already returned to the stands, everyone was worried about her, but she was fine. The girl sat next to Momo. Aoi Rozu. Your eyes are very swollen, are you really okay? Uraraka. Yes haha, maybe it's because of tiredness, but leaving that aside, hasn't it started yet? Aoi Rozu. No not yet. Ida. This will be a very interesting fight, after everything that has happened Midoriya and Todoroki, both declared war on each other, we don't know who of the two is stronger, maybe we'll see it right now Uraraka, Todoroki has his eye side which gives him great defense, but Midoriya has impressive strength, he could break this without problems. Ajiro. But from what I heard, Midoriya isn't someone who likes to use his fists. Okoyami. He is a peaceful man, but we have already seen him fight, the Nomu was the first witness of his strength. Hiroshima. But Midoriya said he doesn't know how to fight. Mineta. It's true, in the USJ he only gave blow after blow, also let's not forget that Todoroki has his fiery side. Ida. Yes, but he doesn't use it. Sayu. That could make a difference on the battlefield Kiro. Aoi Rozu. But sometimes a hero's job is to turn situations around, Midoriya is an expert at that, let's not forget his fight against Shinso. Hiroshima. This is difficult. Aoi Rozu. In short, based on combat and defense experience, Todoroki has the advantage, but Midoriya has great strength and is a born strategist. I would like to analyze the fight like Midoriya would, but the truth is I can't we can only wait. For their part, the boys were already on the battlefield, unaware that in some other, completely unknown place, Shigaraki Tamura was also watching the festival, but the young villain was not alone. Behind him was the famous and unknown sensei. Sensei. Pay attention, observe carefully and prepare yourself Shigaraki Tamura, because I have a feeling that these guys will become an obstacle for you in the future. For his part, the young villain with light blue hair scratched his irritated neck. Shigaraki. This is just garbage. On the battlefield, Haro and No. Remembering both of them, talked with Nana Shimura. No. That boy Midoriya was the one who faced the Nomu, and the mixed-haired boy saved him when he was in trouble, they are friends, aren't they, Shimura? Nana. Yes for years. No. They've known each other for a long time who do you think will win? Nana. At this festival, anything can happen, I can only say one thing. No. What? Nana. Seeing both of them those two, they have a similar vibe. At the Midoriya house, the eldest of the Todoroki family and Midoriya were extremely nervous, the atmosphere was such that even Mitsuki was surprised because she had never seen her friends like that. Rei. Shoto. Inko. Izuku. Mitsuki. Girls are you okay? For his part, it was time to start, Present Mick gave the words before the start of the fight. Present Mick. And after a somewhat bittersweet victory for Bakugo. Aizawa. Hey, be more impartial, Mick. Present Mick. Ignoring his friend we have this which will be the first fight of the new round, a fight that promises to be explosive, no matter how we look at it. On one hand we have the jewel of Class A, the son of Endeavor, the boy who achieved such an impressive victory that he literally froze the audience in a single movement. From the hero's course. Todoroki Shoto. The boy kept his face serious as he looked at the green-haired boy who kept the same expression. Present Mick. Against a boy who despite showing great speed and strength in the obstacle course, barely managed to make it to the second round in his fight. But he showed us that he is someone who always helps others. What kind of fight will he show us now? Also coming from the hero's course, Class A, Midoriya Izuku. Shoto. Yes you came. Izuku. And missed this fight. Shoto. I don't know why he bothered to repeat the ice thing. Izuku. Maybe for the same reason I mentioned my first fight. Present Mick. Both of them have shown top-class performances. They are like two great rivals fighting against each other. Now, let's finally begin the second round, Midoriya vs Todoroki. Shoto. Are you ready? Putting himself on guard. Izuku. And you. Putting himself on guard. Aoi Rozu. Midoriya. Present Mick. Start. After the fight that was always expected. The order was given and neither of them wasted any time. Shoto activated his ice and threw a powerful ice attack, but Izuku was not going to stay still. The boy closed his fist and threw a strong punch, destroying the icy structure and generating a large current of air. Likewise, Shoto covered himself using an icy structure behind him so as not to be moved, in addition to using his fire side to level his temperature. Shoto. As expected. You'll go all out. Izuku. And you don't. Present Mick. This is amazing. Midoriya stopped Todoroki's ice attack. But the mixed-haired boy did not stay to wait for a counter-attack from his best friend, so without thinking he created the same attack again, although having the same result as before. Present Mick. And he did it again. These guys are truly incredible. The air may be cold, but the atmosphere is on fire. Everything points to this being an epic battle. Izuku. Come on, Shoto, what do you want to do? Freeze me? I'm not a super soldier. I don't think I can last years. Shoto. Stop talking and fight. The mixed-haired boy used his eyesight again, but Izuku hit him again, destroying him and generating a shockwave that almost pushed the mixed-haired boy. If it weren't for the fact that he stopped before with another wall of ice, the air that was now generated was so cold that many people began to tremble, but they all witnessed how Izuku threw himself towards Shoto, and vice versa. The mixed-haired boy propelled himself with his ice, but before arriving, he generated a small ramp that raised him a few meters, dodging Izuku's punch. Shoto wasted no time and launched a strong icy attack towards the freckled boy who apparently was trapped. Shoto. Yeah, I don't like him, but I must admit that this attack is effective, especially for someone who has better reflexes. Present Mick. What? Is the fight over already? We just witnessed a crushing victory. Cementus. Midnight, can you see them? Can we give Todoroki the win? Midnight. It's not moving. I guess in that case Midoriya can't do it anymore. But at that moment, the icy structure began to shake. Shoto sharpened his gaze, and in less time than anyone could expect it fell, and then Izuku stood up, surprising and exciting everyone. Present Mick. He's standing. Izuku. Midoriya still hasn't lost the fight. Izuku. That was cold, hahaha. Shoto. You're still standing. Izuku. Well, I guess it didn't have the effect you wanted, right? Shoto. I'm glad the fight isn't so short. In the stands, Momo watched as the green-haired boy managed to stand up. Aoirozu. Relieved he's still there. Uraraka. Hesmug. Back in the combat arena, Izuku had thrown himself against his best friend, who received the green-haired boy with a blow to the jaw with his ice-covered hand. Shoto. I hope you like this. But Izuku hadn't been stupid. The boy was thrown a few inches back, but without hesitation he returned to the fight, and faster than the heterochromatic could see, Izuku punched him in the stomach hard, making him step back and almost come out if it weren't for his ice wall. Present Mick. I hit him. Midoriya managed to land an effective hit against Todoroki. Shoto. Is this how it will be? Izuku. Yes, I think so, old friend. Shoto. Try to do it the good way, Izuku. Izuku. I know, but that's not why I'm going to stop. So both boys resumed their fight where it was blow after blow. Izuku received part of the icy attacks from his best friend, but the bicolored boy did not leave unharmed because he received more blows than he ever received. Izuku managed to land an uppercut on Shoto that sent him flying. Nobody expected a blow of this magnitude, but Izuku didn't stay there. The boy grabbed him by the ankle and after spinning him around, threw him. His goal was easy. He didn't want to knock out his best friend, nor could he immobilize him or make him say, I give up. He only had one option. Throw him outside. But Freckles didn't count on his best friend, improvising an icy ramp which brought him back into the fight, and with no time to lose, he launched an attack against Izuku. Freckles tried to move but was slow, his escape was useless. Shoto had managed to freeze his foot and the ice was rising quickly, and Shoto wasn't satisfied with this and generated multiple ice spikes again which were heading towards him. There was no other way out, and Izuku knew it. The green-haired boy brought both arms together and struck a strong blow, which not only managed to destroy the ice that kept him prisoner, but also destroyed what was still in the sand. Izuku fell to his feet while Shoto looked at him with a serious face. The bicolor didn't waste time and attacked again with multiple icy paths which Izuku could destroy with punches in the air. The fight so far had been the longest. Emotions were on edge for everyone present. Both had proven to be strange people, but this fight was proof that they were really strong. Nana watched proudly as the green-haired boy endured blows and returned them with less intensity, without the intention of causing severe damage. In her house, the two mothers watched the fight closely as well as in the stands. Their friends and classmates did the same. Hiroshima. Midoriya is amazing. Ajiro. For someone who doesn't like hitting his opponents, he isn't holding back in his fight. Okoyami. Win or fall, live or die, the strongest hero must survive even if the fight breaks his morale. Shoji. I didn't know you were a poet. Iida. Midoriya isn't hitting because he wants to. Aoirozu. He does it because he must, because he has to, he knows he can't settle this fight with dialogue, neither of them will fall so easily nor give up their place for which they have fought so hard. Back in the fight, the green-haired and the bicolor had stopped. Izuku had lost part of his uniform, because with the multiple attacks he received, it was almost impossible for his clothes to come out unharmed. The boy even had frost covering his arms. In the same way, Todoroki was also tired. After a long fight, his body was reaching its limit. Shoto had frost covering his frozen part, even in his hair. He didn't want to admit it, but the boy was shaking. Izuku. Wow, this is a good exercise. Shoto. You wanted to fight. Izuku. No, I just wanted some healthy competition. You started a war. Shoto. Do you think you can keep up? Izuku. And what do you expect, child prodigy? The bicolor only smiled slightly to make a new icy attack, although at a lower intensity and more slowly, Izuku was able to dodge it without problems. Izuku. Wow, you're getting slow, man. I think you're aging because of both of us. Shoto attacked again. The green-haired boy dodged all the attacks he could, managing to surround the boy and then take a piece of ice and throw it at Shoto, who ducked, although when he looked back he had to dodge Izuku, who was already about to hit him. Shoto. Wow, that was close. Tell me, Izuku, where did that thing about you preferring diplomacy over violence go? Izuku. I still prefer her, but I don't think you'll give up if I ask you nicely, right? Shoto. You're right. The boy made a serious face and launched an icy attack again, which Izuku stopped with one hand. The ice dragged him slightly, but he managed to stop it, and after applying a little pressure the boy broke it to destroy the structure with a light punch. Izuku. We've reached this point. Shoto. You already realized. Izuku. You're shaking. Mineta. He stopped him. Midoriya stopped Todoroki's attack. Hiroshima. Yes and no. Mineta. What do you mean? Zero. It wasn't like what happened to me. Aoirozu. It was slower. Todoroki reached his limit. Iida. Quirks are like body parts, they get stronger if we train them, but in the end they can also be hurt if taken to the extreme, they can malfunction. Aoirozu. Todoroki has attacked with everything trying to stop Midoriya, but it has been so many times that he can no longer use it freely. Mineta. What does that mean? Aoirozu. Either Todoroki uses his other side and the fight gets complicated for Midoriya, or this will come down to a fight of endurance. Izuku. The situation looks terrible, don't you think? Shoto. It depends, for us maybe yes, for the people no. Izuku. We both know you can stop shaking. Shoto. I'm not ready yet. Izuku. You've trained him tirelessly. Shoto, I've helped you. Shoto. Controlling it is not the same as wanting to use it. Izuku. And when will that moment be? When we can't take it anymore. The boy threw himself at his best friend, giving him a strong headbutt. It wasn't strong enough to cause fainting, but it was strong enough to move the mixed-haired boy a few steps. Todoroki. And what about you? Using your fists when you've never wanted to. Izuku. I don't do it because I want to, I do it because I have to. Shoto. I've never liked fighting, I always limited myself, but that's because I'm aware of my power, of what I can do. What's your excuse? Both of them threw themselves, delivering a blow that hit both of their cheeks. Izuku. You want to be a hero, Shoto. Then stand up and do it. Use your fire side and fight so you can help people. Shoto. On this side I have this scar. Izuku. But that doesn't make you who you are. The green-haired man and the mixed-haired man engaged in a fist fight again. Izuku. A fight of endurance. Stop acting like the Kugo, put your pride aside and light your flames once and for all. The boy hit Shoto, who made a pillar that hit the green-haired boy's stomach, pushing him away. Izuku. Iida, Shinso, Kirishima, Yaoirozu, they all fought with all their might to win a spot in the competition. But you're only giving half of your power. And that can't be. The boy hit Shoto on the cheek, making him fall. Izuku. I don't like to fight, I hold back and prefer to talk. I made a promise not to hurt, because that's what heroes do, they protect people, they live each day, they fight each battle as if it were the last, but you, if you only use half of your power you won't get anywhere. In the master's boxes. Nana. What are you doing, Izuku? Back in the arena. Shoto. Standing up, it's my power and I decide how to use it. Izuku. Yes, I'm sure of that, but tell me what will happen the day we go out to look for Toga. Will you only give half of everything? Will you spend half a day searching? Half a day missing her? She's our friend and we promised to find her. At that moment the mixed-haired boy opened his eyes, remembering the blonde. I know you don't like using your fire, but you shouldn't deny that it's great. It will look great, but it is dangerous. Only if the right person controls it. In your hands I think it will be that torch that illuminates people in the darkness. I thought that would be Izuku. To be honest, Izuku is someone who will give us hope, that guides us, but they are friends, they are a team, hope cannot be lost, and your fire will be the signal to never give up or feel less about ourselves. I think you give me too much credit, Himiko. Not at all, that's how I see it. If I could use your quirk when I drink your blood and become you, I would show you that in your hands, it's not a weapon or something to be afraid of. Himiko. Well, that's just my point of view, besides, I like it. The mixed-haired boy remembered this old conversation with his best friend. After the girl got lost, he began to think about using his full quirk, lighting the way to guide them to the blonde or the other way around, guiding the girl with them. He never admitted it, but it was for his mother and for her that he trained his fire. Insert just another hero and read on. Izuku. Stop limiting yourself. Your father is Endeavor, but that doesn't make you equal to him. Our blood doesn't make our path, acknowledging yourself, damn Todoroki, is it's your power. The boy shouted this, making the mixed-haired boy clench his fists. I don't want to be someone like dad who always hurts you. But you want to be a hero, don't you? It's okay to be one, son. You don't have to be a prisoner of your blood, it's okay to be whoever you want to be. In your hands it is not a weapon or something to fear. Also, I like it. The boy didn't know when the ice in his body had melted. Shoto thought about the words of his mother, his best friend, and unintentionally, he also thought about those of his father. When you fight with what you think is right, I will support you in any way because you are my son, and I will not turn my back on you. Steam began to rise, no one could prevent it, but at that moment and explosively, Shoto Todoroki's fire sight ignited completely. Shoto. Izuku. Izuku. Now it will be a fight. At that moment everyone had to cover their eyes because the light was too much and the heat was stifling. Hirozu. I use it. Ida. Did Midoriya force him to use it? Hiroshima. The heat is too much. Hirozu. Yes, but I don't think he forced him. Midoriya hit him, but not hard enough to knock him out. He tried to help him. You two get along very well. Years of knowing each other. Hirozu. I avoid an easy victory to give the necessary boost to his best friend. On the other hand, in the stands where Tui and Endeavor were, these two could not hold back and excitedly shouted the boy's name while their respective flames rose. Endeavor. Shoto. Tuya. Shoto. Little candle with feet. Present Mick. Huh. Endeavor and Ashes are supporting Todoroki. What a loving family. In the ring, both fighters had a smile ignoring everything else. Shoto. Did you see what you caused, Izuku? Now the old man won't stop smiling. Izuku. He's proud of you, let him be this once. Shoto. Haha, damn, you really have no remedy. Instead of fighting you are helping me, you know that things will get more difficult now, right? Izuku. I wouldn't be comfortable if it weren't this way. Shoto. And yet you still have that smile, you really are crazy. Izuku. No, just excited. Shoto. Izuku, thank you. Izuku. Don't thank me, you were the one who achieved this, I was just the one who gave you the boost of confidence you needed, I'm just another hero. Shoto. Just a hero, I won't hide anymore, nor will I give up, I'm just a boy, but even so, I'll fight with everything, even if I'm just another hero. Izuku. More. Shoto's flames burned brightly, the bicolor launched a light attack that Izuku was able to dodge, although it burned part of his uniform. Shoto. Skillful, but not that much, I don't know how long I can last with my flames lit, so let's give it our all in one last move. Izuku. Sounds good to me. Shoto didn't hesitate and letting go of all his ice he threw it at Izuku. The attack was so strong that it even touched the wall of the stands expanding on the sides. At this demonstration of power Midnight and Cementus were alarmed. Cementus. We must stop them, Midnight. Midnight. Yes. If those two unleash their power, destruction will be a real problem. The woman tore the sleeve of her suit, letting out the sleeping pill that her body emanated thanks to her body. Cementus for its part, released a large amount of cement, but they did not care much, the boys had not even paid attention to this. Izuku threw himself against his best friend, using his jump as momentum and as an alibi, because in reality he had taken flight dodging being frozen. The green-haired boy flew along the ice, leaving a mark on it due to his speed. Shoto controlled his fire side preparing his attack. Shoto. Come closer, I'll use all the power I can handle in this attack. Izuku. Come with all your power, Shoto. The bicolor raised a hand with which he used his fire, and Izuku closed his fist preparing to strike. Everything happened too fast, people were paying close attention to this. In the Midoriya house, Rei and Inko were scared by this. In the stands Nana was also worried about the green-haired boy. Momo was scared, because no one prepared her for this. The girls saw how Izuku launched himself into the attack without hesitation. Hirozu. Izuku. But the girl couldn't say anything else, because suddenly 5 enormous concrete walls appeared trying to stop the attack of both, but it was useless, the barriers were destroyed in an enormous explosion of power, people were forced to take cover, because the shock wave had been too strong, so much so that Midnight had been sent flying, knocked down by it, and Mineta, still in his seat in the stands, could have suffered the same fate as his teacher if it weren't for the fact that Shoji managed to grab him by the leg. Midnight. Wait. Falling. Mineta. What the hell? Haminari. Seriously. Yoirozu. What happened? Where's Midoriya? Steam mixed with dust rose from outside the huge stadium, which could be seen from afar, which impressed many of the heroes who were there. Cementus. Standing up just because something is powerful doesn't mean it's good, but this seeing the dust caused by the explosion, this is incredible. Even in his safe place where they were narrating the fights, Present Mick was knocked down, the poor blonde had fallen with all his chair. Present Mick. What the hell was that? What the hell is wrong with your class, Eraser? Aizawa. Basic physics, the air that had been frozen suddenly heated up and therefore expanded. Present Mick. Sitting back down, that's what caused the explosion. How hot was it? Gosh, I can't really see anything. Who won the fight? Midnight was barely standing up looking around, carefully managed to climb back into the ring, finding it partially destroyed. The woman could not see anything until the smoke dissipated on its own. It was then that she could see it. Midnight opened her eyes surprised. The smoke dissipated almost completely, but managing to allow people to also see the result of such an amazing encounter, and just like the Hexy heroine, everyone opened their eyes surprised. Nana, Mitsuki, Rei, Inko, and Ever, Tui and Momo watched with their mouths open in shock because like everyone else, they saw how the green-haired boy was in the place where the mixed-haired boy was before. Izuku had the top of his sports uniform burned, his pants were also in a terrible state, the freckled boy was in an attack position, his arm was extended with his fist closed, his head was down. People could not believe how the boy was able to go through the fire and the cement walls to be able to hit. On the other hand, Shoto, who had received the blow, was now embedded in the wall of the stands. The mixed-haired boy was unconscious, and after a couple of seconds he fell to the ground. Midnight saw Izuku, noticing that he was barely conscious. Midnight saw how the green-haired boy's arm trembled slightly. Midnight. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya Izuku wins the match and advances to the next round. Present Mick. Midoriya Izuku won the fight. This guy is really impressive. Not only did he face Endeavor's son, but he did it with pure strength. He managed to break through the wall that Cementus had made in order to hit and defeat his rival. If this fight has shown us anything, it's that we have to fear him. For his part, Izuku couldn't do anything. The green-haired boy felt his body tremble. He couldn't move. The green-haired boy didn't know when he closed his eyes, and he too fell against the sand. Sigh. Midoriya, he just managed to break through that attack and the barriers to hit Todoroki. Mineta. That was terrifying. How strong is Midoriya to do that? Haminari. He has monstrous power, it's certain that no pro would want something like that as a partner. Jiro. But at least he knows how to use it, he controls himself so as not to cause damage. Sai. In her fight against the Nomu she was limited but still managed to win. Kirishima. Also, his invulnerability makes him quite resistant, with the force he took in that jump, he probably didn't even feel the blow. Shoji. Also, let's not forget his adrenaline, that's why he didn't stop moving, he seemed excited to fight Todoroki at his maximum power, maybe that motivated him more. Okoyami. And when he couldn't take it anymore and heard that he won, he fainted. His will was unbreakable in the end. Iida. He helped his best friend and won the fight in the process. I think that even if Midoriya wasn't the strongest, he's definitely the most heroic of all. For her part, Momo didn't make any comment. The girl looked at the green-haired boy with attention and concern. Momo clenched her fists, and without saying anything she headed to the infirmary. The girl wasn't stopped by her friends who understood her concern. Iida went down with her since the next fight was his. Iida. I'll go prepare myself. I know it will take a while for the fight, but Ibara is someone to be careful of. Momo saw her partner and remembered the small analysis that Izuku had made of the religious girl student from Class B. Yoirozu. Yes, by the way, you've already heard, this festival is a unique opportunity, everyone can see our quirks, your next rival will be Ibara, right? Iida. Yes. Yoirozu. He looks like a good person, but don't be too confident, his vines are dangerous, keep moving, don't let him catch you with them. Iida. I see, great deduction Yoirozu, thanks, and by the way, tell Midoriya that I congratulate him. Yoirozu. Thank you. The boys separated and Momo arrived at the infirmary, although before entering someone caught her attention. Uraraka. Worried about him? Yoirozu. He's my friend, it wouldn't be strange if he was. Uraraka. That's true but you came down too fast. Yoirozu. You said it, I'm worried about him, about both of them, I want to see if they're okay. Uraraka. They will be, those two are really strong. Yoirozu. Midoriya thought the same thing about you, and yet he went down. Uraraka. Haha tush, give my congratulations to both of them. Yoirozu. Sure. The chestnut went back to the stands, and Momo entered seeing that despite how quickly she had gone down, she was not the first to arrive. Momo was slightly surprised when she saw Nana Shimura sitting between the two of them pulling her ears. Nana. You two are a pair of irresponsible fools. Didn't you think about the consequences of using your power like that? Shoto. Ouch. Yeah, I thought about it, but I've never used my power like that. Izuku. I just wanted to help Shoto with his problems. Nana. They should both be disqualified. Inko must think the same as me. They both worried me, a pair of meatheads. They should have been friends. They're equally crazy. Izuku. I'm sorry Aunt Nana, I really didn't mean to worry you. We got carried away. Aoirozu. Aunt Nana. The three of them looked up at the brunette, Nana immediately let them go, and Shoto looked at Izuku with a face that expressed nervousness because no one knew that family detail. Nana. Miss Aoirozu, what are you doing here? Aoirozu. I came to check on them but I don't understand. You're both their aunts. So that means they're actually siblings. Shoto. Wow, calm down Aoirozu, and they said my deductions were too fast. Izuku. Because they are, although I think she beat you this time. Aoirozu. How can you take it so calmly? Am I right? Shoto. Not at all, if that were the case Izuku would have been white-haired or red-haired like my father. Aoirozu. So? Well, first of all, excuse my abrupt entrance. Are you feeling alright? Izuku. Yes, quite a lot, thank you, recovery girl is talented, Shoto doesn't have much to awaken. Shoto. Though I'm sure that scream works better than any alarm clock. Aoirozu. Don't be funny and start explaining instead. Izuku. Sigh well, the truth is that this was a secret Aoirozu. Nana, for her part, gave her seat to Momo, the woman went to drink some water. Aoirozu. How was it a secret? Izuku. No one at the academy knows except the director, I think. I'm Japanese American. Aoirozu. Japanese American. Izuku. Yes, my father moved here, but he was born in Kansas, you know, the United States. My mother is percent Japanese, but from that union, here I am. Aoirozu. I see but, you said Aunt Nana. Nana. It's because his father is my younger brother. Aoirozu was very surprised when she heard this because she didn't know about the incredible heroine. Nana. Don't worry, take it easy, nobody knows, parents separated, I was born here, but Clark, his father, was born in America. Aoirozu. Clark. Wait a second, you said he worked at the Gazette so, your father's name was Clark Kent. Izuku. Yes, why? Aoirozu. I know him, he was an amazing reporter, he had the best grades, he covered the exploits of Gran Torino and Nanashimura, also the graduation of Endeavor and Almight, but not only that, he also wrote something about a girl who graduated with honors. Izuku. Yes, I know, she's my mother. Aoirozu. Your mother? Surprised. Izuku. Yes, that's how they met, you see, my name is Izuku Midoriya, but this is because in Japan it is customary to have only one last name. Aoirozu. Which should be your father's. Izuku. That's what I'm getting at, since I'm Japanese American I can have both, my full name would be Izuku Kent Midoriya, but usually people skip the Kent, the same thing happened with my father, everyone always omitted the Joseph. Aoirozu. So you're Izuku Kent. Izuku. Haha yeah. Aoirozu. Wow, now I don't know whether to call you Kent or Midoriya. Izuku. That's your decision. Aoirozu. I'll see about that later, but then Nanashimura is your aunt. Izuku. Yes, but as I told you, it's a secret. Aoirozu. Secret? Why? You never explained that. Izuku. Well, it may sound silly but. Shoto. He doesn't want everyone to think that there is favoritism because of his relationship with one of the teachers. Nana. It's something we talked about before he entered the academy, outside we are aunt and nephew, but at the academy it changes to teacher and student, there will be no preferences, same treatment as everyone, that includes scoldings like the one now. Aoirozu. I see. Izuku. And I would like to keep it that way Aoirozu, please. Aoirozu. Calm down. I won't say anything. Your secret is safe with me. Izuku. Haha thanks. The boy smiled at the brunette who responded in the same way, but immediately hit them both on the head. Shoto. Hey. I'm more hurt than him. Izuku. But why was that? Aoirozu. For worrying you pair of irresponsible people, also shut up Todoroki, I know I saw him fight a monster, but you attacked him with fire directly. Izuku. That's what it's about. Aoirozu. And don't say anything. Who would just casually jump into an attack of that level? The girl was about to continue scolding her friends when the doors of the infirmary opened violently again. Endeavor. Shoto. Duya. Izuku. Shoto. Oh no. Izuku. What a bad time. Duya. Great fight between you two dwarves, you really looked impressive. Endeavor. Okay, I told you could fight with everything, but don't you think you overreacted? You destroyed the ring and made a huge mess out there. Shoto. You were the one who said I would use my power as I wished. Endeavor. But I didn't mean to let it go like that, imagine what would have happened if your opponent hadn't been Izuku. I'm glad you want to use your fire side now, but keep in mind the limitations, son. Duya. You're right about that, both are strong, but they have to take into consideration the collateral damage. Shoto. Okay. Izuku. Yeah, I guess we didn't think about that. Endeavor. Sigh well, what's done is done, at least they're both okay, how do you feel son? Shoto. As if I had been nailed to the wall. Duya. That happened. Shoto. That's why. Duya. And you Izuku? Izuku. Well, maybe I'm not that tired, it's weird to say. Endeavor. I understand, well congratulations on winning kid. Duya. Now all that's left is to train Shoto, train more than you have done until now, is that clear? Shoto. Yeah, that's what I thought. Aoi Rozu looked at this scene strangely, so she stood next to Nana. Aoi Rozu. This is kind of weird. Nana. You get used to it with time, daughter, don't worry. So after a little more, Shoto, Izuku and Momo left the infirmary to go to the stands where their friends were already waiting for them, some supported them, while others like Kaminari complained to them, the boys sat in their places determined to watch the fight. Ajiro. It's about to start. Izuku. Iida vs Ibara, it's a complex battle, we don't know the speed with which Ibara can attack, but if Iida uses a powerful axe kick, he could cut Ibara's vines. Aoi Rozu you would also have to keep moving constantly. Shoto. That is if he doesn't catch it first. Izuku. Iida is at a disadvantage due to being in a small space, his ability to make tight turns could be key. Shoto. Like the game that some Viper phones had. Izuku. Exactly. Aoi Rozu. We can only hope for the best, I guess. Izuku. Iida is a smart guy, let's hope for an exciting fight. President Mick gave the introductions, and immediately after midnight ordered the battle to begin. Ibara launched her vines at the blue-haired man who was already waiting for her in a running pose. Aoi Rozu. A direct frontal attack. Izuku. Yeah, she's not looking to damage the enemy, just win, she probably wants to tangle Iida's legs and throw him off the platform or. But the boy could not continue speaking because Iida started his engines which roared in response to his carrier. Iida. Recipro burst. Once again, the speedster from Class A showed the power of the Iida family, the boy disappeared from Ibara's sight, staying behind her and then pushing her out of the limits of the arena, the girl was surprised, but she could not do anything, Midnight seeing this raised her arm totally excited by the spirit of the young man. Midnight. Shiozaki is out of the arena, Iida moves on to the third round. Izuku. Well it was kind of exciting, wasn't it? Aoi Rozu. If you say so. The fight was short, but there was nothing to do, after this they continued Tokoyami against Mina, the bird boy used Dark Shadow again who threw himself at Mina, the scared girl tried to throw acid balls at the shadow, but she just laughed dodging them, finally Dark Shadow surrounded the girl confusing her, but then using the same technique as with Momo, he pushed her out of bounds with force. Midnight. Ashido is out of bounds, Tokoyami is the winner. Mineta. That was pretty fast. Sigh. Dark Shadow is definitely an amazing quirk Kiro. The people were totally excited, you could see it on their faces, despite the chaos and destruction that resulted from the fight between Izuku and Shoto, this had not scared them, in the end, these kids were heroes, it was obvious that their quirks would be that powerful. But there was something that people didn't know, and that was that in another part of the city, a much-loved hero in shining armor was being chased, unaware that he was about to fall into the hands of a rival who was quite difficult to defeat. An enemy that has been tracked by many heroes but very few have returned from their pursuits. A hero killer. But back in the fight, the spirits were quite high, because now the people were witnessing an impressive fight with fists and explosions, it was Ejiro Kirishima vs Bakugo Katsuki, the Redeed used his quirk managing to withstand Bakugo's explosions, and threw a punch, which as with Uraraka, managed to graze Bakugo, causing the blonde to receive a cut on his cheek, making him angry. Was it possible? He, a renowned powerful, invincible student, had already been struck twice. His blood dripped onto the floor as he stared at her, his eyes wide open in shock. Kirishima. Take this. But the blonde did not stay still, and without saying a word he launched an explosion against the boy's torso, bursting his shirt, but without hurting him, thanks to his hardening. Present Mick. A counterattack. Kirishima. That won't work on me, you huge explosion idiot. Bakugo. Isn't that idiot dodging? Kirishima. Be a man and use your fists. Do you doubt your own strength? Tetsu. Kirishima. Hit his chin. Yesterday's enemy is today's friend. Izuku. Bakugo is on the offensive, Kirishima's quirk is strong, but I didn't think he'd take it to this level. Shoto. You and I know him, Bakugo is no idiot, surely the idiot thought of something. Izuku. Well, considering that he exploited the capabilities of his quirk to the point where he believed he was invincible, it is clear that he knows what quirks are and how they work. Kirishima must be smarter. A fist fight is not a bad idea, but it must be well implemented and. Iida. Are they here? Wow, they didn't take long. Izuku. Iida. It's great that you're joining, and by the way, congratulations on making it to the next round. You too, Tokoyami. Tokoyami. Thank you Midoriya. Iida. Thanks friend. Shoto. Good technique you used, fighting without harming, admirable, your brother is surely proud of you. Izuku. He's watching the festival, right? Iida. No, before the fight I called him and he told me he was on a mission, I just called him again, but he didn't answer, so he must still be busy. Izuku. I see. Iida. Well, I'm fine, after this I'll go see him and tell him that I'm number one, I'll try hard. Shoto. That's admirable Iida, it seems you respect him. Iida. He's an admirable hero, he always follows the rules and is the best at his job, someday I long to be a hero like him. Izuku. I know you'll get it, old man, you've worked hard. Iida. Thanks to both of you, oh and by the way, I must also say that I learned from your fight, I will use that knowledge to be able to fight against you Midoriya. Izuku. Haha I don't expect less old friend, let's have a great battle. The boys smiled to return their eyes to the fight, seeing how now things looked bad for Kirishima because Bakugo began to give a constant attack of explosions. The boy had discovered that the Redeed could not stay all the time, with his quirk active so without tempting his heart began to attack the Redeed until he released an explosion so strong that it threw Kirishima away from the ring winning the fight. The boy had been embedded in the stands just below where Iida, Momo, Shoto and Izuku were. Izuku. Kirishima. Bakugo. You shouldn't have chosen a resistance fight, damn it, I'm the number one in this damn school, so you're just a damn stone. The Redeed fell, but Izuku threw himself back onto the field to pick up Kirishima, who had lost consciousness. The green-haired man got on his knees to carry the Redeed who had lost almost all of his sports uniform. Izuku looked up meeting Bakugo's arrogant gaze above the battle arena. It was a threat that needed no words. Izuku let Kirishima be taken by the robots, the green-haired boy returned to the stands while feeling the discomfort take over his body. Bakugo was not having any contempt, the blonde attacked to kill, he wanted to prove at all costs that he deserved to win. But now there was nothing left to do, the blonde won, and with that the second round was complete, there were only 4 competitors left before moving on to the grand finale. Izuku. Iida. Tokoyami. Bakugo. Present Mick. What battles, gentlemen. You've seen it before, these guys are truly beasts when it comes to fighting, and that's why we now have the 4 great contenders. These battles will be all or nothing. Big fights are coming. Hearing this and seeing their names, Tokoyami, Iida and Izuku stood up. At that moment the sounds of the screams of the people began to be heard, as well as the sounds that the stadium had to go from one round to another. Iida. Wow this is going to be exciting. Tokoyami. Okay, let's get this over with before the darkness takes over the day. Shoto. I didn't know you were a poet. Aoirozu. Midoriya after your fight against Shoto you go against Iida how do you feel? Izuku. Physically fine, mentally pretty excited haha. Aoirozu. Midoriya. Izuku. It's time to go, Bakugo was already downstairs, so I have to go out. Aoirozu. I know good luck. Izuku. Haha thanks Aoirozu. The boy smiled at the brunette and went down with his companions, his fight against Iida was the first, both boys were in the ring. Present Mick. This will be this kid's second elite fight. He already faced Endeavor's son and won, will he have the same luck now? Izuku and Iida stood face to face, looking at each other calmly, even with serious faces. Present Mick. From the hero class, Class A, the UA Speedster, the fastest man in the academy and soon the world, Iida Tenya. The blue-haired boy stood up straight and brought his hand to his forehead in a military salute, removing a drop of sweat from Izuku. Present Mick. Contra. The boy who has demonstrated an unbreakable fighting spirit, capable of withstanding the strongest attacks and overcoming any adversity, the boy with a will of steel, also from the hero class A course. Midoriya Izuku. The green-haired man nodded slightly, smiling and sighing softly. Present Mick. You guys are starting this third round, now let's start. Midnight lashed her whip as a signal for them to begin. At that moment Iida wasted no time and went against Izuku trying to push him, but the green-haired man stood firmly and withstood Iida's impact, only managing to be moved a few centimeters. Izuku charged force and managing to lift Iida managed to throw him back to his place. But the blue-haired man recovered quickly and went against Izuku, making a last-minute turn trying to go by the side of the freckled man, who showing incredible reflexes, moved to the center of the arena, although Iida did not stay still and went against him, again giving a kick that Izuku was able to dodge, although what the green-haired man did not know is that this had only been a feint by Iida, who immediately charged force. Iida. I got you Midoriya, recipro burst. The blue-haired man shouted this, his engines roared again with power to give another one that landed on Izuku's back who landed on the ground. Present Mick. A direct hit. The blue-haired boy didn't wait and grabbed a boy by the shirt running towards the starting line, but before arriving Izuku took off his shirt falling against the ground, Iida stopped and turned to see Izuku. Izuku. You shouldn't have used it, Iida. I would have liked this fight to last longer. But Iida didn't respond. The boy immediately charged again, kicking Izuku in the face, but the boy put his arm up as a shield, avoiding the blow, although Iida didn't stay still, and with his other foot tried to kick Izuku's chin. But the green-haired boy managed to grab the blue-haired boy's foot, apparently millimeters before it hit its target, and once this was done, he threw him to the side. Iida was impressed by this, but saw how the green-haired boy moved his jaw. Apparently he hadn't managed to stop it in time. This made Iida smile and throw himself at Izuku again. Time was running out fast. Iida threw himself with everything, kicking and punching that Izuku managed to dodge or resist. The green-haired boy managed to get close to the shore again, so Iida took advantage and tried to push him again. Izuku managed to withstand the blow again, grabbing Iida by the arms to quickly open them and kick him that pushed him away again. The blue-haired boy, he adjusted his glasses and once again wanted to run to get Izuku out. But time was up. Iida had lost his impressive speed. The effect of his reciprocal was exhausted. The poor boy took a few steps seeing Izuku who was approaching him. Iida tried to kick, but Izuku stopped it. The fight continued a little more with the normal speed of the speedster, who tried to push Izuku out giving consecutive kicks, but Izuku managed to dodge the last one and let Iida pass, causing him to leave the arena. Midnight. Iida is out of bounds. Midoriya is the winner. The people got excited and shouted happily. Iida for his part was frustrated at not having been able to win, but Izuku approached him. Izuku. You did well, man, it was an exciting fight. Iida. Todoroki achieved more than me in the end, I couldn't do much. Izuku. I wouldn't say that, rubbing his chin. You are a strong person, Iida, don't forget it. Maybe you didn't win today, but don't give up, you came far. I'm sure you will be a great hero. Also cheer up, your brother must be proud of you. The blue-haired boy looked at the boy who took him by the shoulder. Iida cheered up a little because of this, so nodding slightly he left with his partner. It was true, his brother must surely be proud. Meanwhile, somewhere else. In a dark alley, blood stained the floor. In the center of this red pool was the turbo hero, Ingenium, known in his civilian identity as Tensei Iida, Tenya's older brother. The hero was lying face down, his armor was stained with blood and dents. Not far from him was his phone which had a missed call from his younger brother, Tenya. On the other hand, someone was approaching him. It was a shadowy figure, but it was threatening. This person brandished a sword stained with the life-giving liquid. It was the target of Tensei, the hero killer. Stain. Fame, money, you call yourselves heroes, but in reality, you bastards aren't heroes. Crushing phone, only the two of you and only one can kill me, Almight. Back at the stadium. Things were not looking good in the second fight. Tokoyami was in trouble. The bird boy could not use Dark Shadow as before because Bakugo did not stop attacking. Tokoyami. You're a brute but you figured it out. Mina. Annoyed. Hey. What's wrong, Tokoyami? Use Dark Shadow like you did to us. Aoi Rozu. There must be a reason. Izuku. Discovered Dark Shadow's weakness. Aoi Rozu. Weakness. Izuku. Remember what I said about him a little while ago? Since he discovered his quirk, he strengthened it, trained it, exploited it in order to know everything he could about it. That's how he learned the quirks are like muscles. They strengthen and wear out, they are resistant, but they also have weaknesses. If you put Bakugo in a frozen environment where he can't sweat or where it's very limited, then his explosions will lose power. If you manage to block Shoto's fire side by forcing him to fight only with his ice, and you live to tell the tale, then in a long battle, Shoto will wear himself down and lose. Now let's not forget the Dark Shadow is an amazing quirk, but as its name implies. Aoi Rozu. It's a shadow. Izuku. And the worst enemy of a shadow will always be the light. Back in the fight this was now noticeable. With each attack that was made, the shadow lost size and stopped being so aggressive. The rest made Bakugo smile sadistically, who in a quick movement got behind Tokoyami. Bakugo. Stun grenade. The attack was powerful, so much so that the bird boy almost left the platform. Dark Shadow disappeared, and the blonde just sadly looked at the bird boy before taking him by the beak and warming his hand. Tokoyami. Like. Bakugo. I discovered her after attacking again and again. You won't do to me what you did to those two stupid good-for-nothing extras. You're just an idiot. Tokoyami. You bastard. Bakugo. I won't feel bad for you, in the end you're just another stupid extra. Tokoyami. Okay, I give up. The boy said this, but the blonde immediately made a powerful explosion that knocked him off the platform. Because of the explosion no one could hear Tokoyami, so the offense could not be condemned. Midnight. Tokoyami is off the platform, Bakugo is the winner. The blonde just smiled sadistically. He knew it, he won, and now, there was only one more thing to do before being the winner of the festival. The blonde looked at Izuku who looked at him seriously, before standing up and heading to the preparation room. Yes, the explosion had been loud enough that no one could hear Tokoyami surrender, but Izuku was nobody, the boy had super hearing, and that's why he had heard everything, and now he was upset by how the blonde talked about the girls and how he had attacked Tokoyami. Izuku Midoriya, who had always appeared peaceful, was now really upset, and this was visible to everyone's eyes. Yaoi Rozu. Midoriya. Shoto. No Yaoi Rozu. Yaoi Rozu. No, what? Shoto. Don't worry about Izuku. On the other hand, Izuku and Bakugo were at opposite ends of the arena, each waiting for their turn to fight. Haminari. Then the fight between the two of them continues. Zero. Yes, Midoriya has really proven to be an amazing rival, he managed to beat Iida and Todoroki. Haminari. Well, that's not a very impressive achievement. Zero. Yes, you didn't feel Todoroki's icy attack. Haminari. But you're not his friend. Zero. What do you mean? Haminari. Nothing, I'm just saying that it could be that neither of them will fight seriously and they will give him the victory just because they are friends. Zero. Everyone here wanted to win the festival, I don't see the logic in letting ourselves be defeated. Haminari. Just think about it, Bakugo has given his all, what they haven't, doesn't it look very suspicious? There's a big difference between them too, we saw it with Tokoyami and Uraraka, Midoriya may be very strong and all you want, but Bakugo really is invincible. On the other hand, both fighters had come out of their respective tunnels, the green-haired man had a serious face, while Bakugo had a mocking and sly smile, both got into the ring staring at each other. For his part, Izuku was still upset, but also worried because when he was in the preparation room he managed to hear something, apparently it came from a conversation that Iida was having with a woman, perhaps his mother. Izuku therefore decided not to listen for privacy, but before this, he had managed to distinguish a few words. Then your brother Tensei a villain. Now Izuku had the confusion in his mind of what had happened with his friend's family, but he also had his annoyance with the blonde in front of him, he didn't think about it anymore, the boy wanted to help Iida, but now he had to concentrate on what was in front of him, his battle was about to begin, it was time to settle accounts with who he once called a friend. Present Mick. Yeah. And we've reached the end. The battle that will decide the winner of this festival. Both have shown they have the capabilities to be great heroes, they advanced with courage and power until here, maybe we don't like the methods of one of them. Aizawa. Hey. Tell the story impartially. Present Mick. But here they are. On one side, we have a walking girl with terrible anger management issues, the boy who arrived explosively and miraculously. Aizawa. Mick. Present Mick. To the final battle and apparently has a pending debt with his challenger, from the hero's course, Class A Bakugo Katsuki. Few people applauded at the blonde's name, which made him even more enraged, while Izuku kept his face serious. Present Mick. Contra. The boy who is the complete opposite of a challenger, the student who bears the title of hero perfectly engraved within him, champion of 3 incredible battles, with wild green hair, and the strongest broccoli of all. Kids, eat your vegetables. Hailing from the hero class, also from Class A Midoriya Izuku. The people cheered at this and were even more excited about the battle that was coming, without a doubt everyone predicted an explosive result. For her part, the brunette continued to pay attention to the battlefield, slightly worried about the green-haired man, but Shoto took a breath and spoke again. Shoto. I already told you don't have to worry about Izuku. Aoi Rozu. Huh? Shoto. Seeing both fighters no not because of him. Aoi Rozu. What are you talking about? Shoto. But for Bakugo. Present Mick. Start. They both prepared themselves, their fight had just begun. Chapter what the hell do you think you're doing? Present Mick. Start. Bakugo didn't wait a single second longer after the order, the blonde was fully aware of his rival's strength, he knew he couldn't take him as a game like before so without thinking twice, and using the same technique he used against Uraraka, he launched himself against him. Anyone would think that Izuku would dodge it, the green-haired boy had the speed and strength for that, but no one expected the boy to not move from his place. Izuku received a powerful explosion in the face making him fall to his knees, and then his entire body was placed on the combat arena. Present Mick. A direct attack. This guy doesn't mess around, but what's this? Midoriya didn't fight back. Did he lose his mind? Izuku coughed a little while putting his hands against the ground trying to get up, his body was shaking completely, but Bakugo wouldn't let him take a breath, the blonde passed to the side of him and gave him a strong kick to with another explosion move him across the battle arena. Bakugo. Oh no, you won't leave, damn it, and don't think this will end so easily. Izuku grabbed his stomach and then stood up, although using his explosions, Bakugo came towards him, Izuku was barely reacting when he had the blonde in front of him, the explosive boy did not hesitate and without saying anything raised both arms and then made an explosion that put Izuku against the ground again. Present Mick. It seems like Bakugo wants to win first place at all costs. He hasn't even let his rival stand up. Aizawa. He's no fool, he's seen like everyone else that Midoriya has incredible destructive power, his attacks were previously careless, but now he's attacking with his sights fixed on his target. Bakugo may seem like a brute, but he's showing that he does learn from his battles. In the stands. Aoi Rozu. Midoriya worried. Shoto. What are you trying to do, Izuku? Back in the fight, Izuku got back up only to receive an explosion from Bakugo in the chest and then be attacked by many more in the face. Bakugo smiled, feeling like a winner. The blonde could already taste the victory. In the teacher's boxes, Almight watched this with a smile. Without a doubt, even though Bakugo was somewhat aggressive, he showed that he had the strength to do the right thing. The blonde attacked with everything he had. Bakugo forced Izuku to stand near the finish line. The blonde ran to the edge of the ring with his rival and grabbed Izuku by the shirt and then grabbed him by the head and pulled it down suddenly, giving him a knee to the face, then grabbed him by the head and threw him to the other side of the arena, preventing him from leaving the arena. Present Mick. Bakugo stopped Midoriya from leaving. Apparently this is a negotiated fight. If he didn't let him leave, then he would force him to say, "I give up." In the Midoriya house, the three women watched this with serious faces, although Mitsuki for her part did not want to say anything because she did not know how Inko would react. In the stands of the arena, the green-haired boy's companion saw this in surprise. Shoji. He's not letting Midoriya stand up. Okoyami. He saw what he could do during the festival. We were exposed to everyone seeing our capabilities, our strengths and weaknesses. Bakugo saw that he shouldn't let Midoriya counterattack. Zero. Wow, I thought it would be an exciting fight, but it looks like they'll have to save Midoriya in the end. Haminari. You see. I told you, they let him win, he's not that strong, Bakugo is invincible, Midoriya hasn't even touched him, they'll most likely stop the fight, the same thing will happen, as in the USJ in the end, they always have to save Midoriya. Hiroshima. That's not manly, Bakugo. Iida. I think you learned more than I did from Midoriya's fighting style. Ajiro. I don't like to say this, but I think we have to get used to the idea that Bakugo is the winner. Sai. Midoriya always has a plan, I'm surprised his strategic mind doesn't do anything this time. Mina. As far as I know, they knew each other before, maybe Midoriya doesn't want to hit Bakugo because of that, he respects an old friend. Jiro. But that doesn't make sense, Midoriya will lose if he lets Bakugo bring him as a punching bag. Hagakure. Or maybe he reached his limit, the fight against Todoroki and Iida were about resistance and strength, maybe he has kept his quirk active the whole time, and now he can't use it. The girls nodded, agreeing with Hagakure. It was an option, but there was someone who thought the exact opposite. Uraraka. No. Sai. Uraraka. Kiro. Uraraka. Bakugo is the type of person I can't stand because of his attitude, his arrogance, without heroic behavior. On the other hand, Midoriya, something is happening. Aoi Rozu. Todoroki, you should do something. Shoto. I can't, it's their fight. Aoi Rozu. But. Shoto. Also, I already told you, don't worry about him. Aoi Rozu. But why do you say that? Isn't he supposed to be your best friend? Shoto. And because he's my best friend, I'm telling you not to worry about him. Aoi Rozu. I really don't understand you. Shoto. I'm telling you not to worry about him because it's the first time. Haminari. Interrupting Todoroki, this is the first time of what? That you see how weak Midoriya really is? That you see him get hit so much? The first time you'll see him lose? Shoto. Ignoring the blonde, it's the first time I've seen him so upset. Aoi Rozu. Annoyed. Turning back to the fight. On the battlefield, the blonde continued hitting Izuku. Bakugo managed to carry him and with an explosion, he lifted him up and then dropped him. Bakugo. Do you think I'm that stupid, nerd? I'm not you, stop underestimating me, damn it. Kicking the freckled man, I've seen all your fights, and yes, you're only strong, but so what? The answer to finish you off is simple, I'm going to do what that monster didn't do at the USJ, I'm going to finish you off. The green-haired boy stood up only to be knocked down again by Bakugo, who began to give explosion after explosion against Izuku. Bakugo. I won't let you stand up, bastard, not until I know you're not going to get up, I'm going to win this festival and prove that I'm number one. The blonde raised his hands once more. Bakugo. Now you will die smiling. Midnight was about to stop Bakugo, but it was too late, the blonde was faster, and without anyone being able to stop him, he lowered his hands. Everyone closed their eyes. But there was no explosion. The confused people turned their eyes towards the battle arena, seeing how the blonde had a surprised look. Somehow, at the last second, Izuku had managed to firmly grab his hands. People now saw how the green-haired man was fully conscious, his eyes open, although the green-haired man still kept his face serious, annoyed. Izuku. This isn't over yet, Bakugo. Insert BMSM sent Runaway Battle by Yuki Hayashi and enjoy. The green-haired man charged with strength and, just like with Iida, he threw Bakugo back with a push. The blonde stabilized himself with his explosions, preventing him from leaving the battle arena while he watched as Izuku managed to stand up without seeming hurt. Bakugo. What the buck? Present Mick. He's standing up. Midoriya stood up, ladies and gentlemen. The boy wasn't lost, on the contrary, he stood up as if nothing had happened, perhaps his plan was to let his rival beat him up. Aizawa. No, he's planning something else. In the stands, Yaoyorozu placed her hand on her chest in relief, letting out a sigh. Yaoyorozu? What a relief. Shoto. I told you, seeing Kaminari, I just hope Bakugo really is invincible and not a simple idiot now. Izuku. I really didn't want to do this way, Bakugo, but I think you're leaving me no choice. Bakugo. You damn sanctimonious idiot. The blonde didn't wait, his explosions propelled him against Izuku, but he managed to dodge him by moving to the side. This made Bakugo even more enraged, who launched himself trying to hit Izuku with his explosions, but the green-haired man constantly dodged them. The blonde couldn't believe the speed that Izuku seemed to show. He didn't understand how the freckled man didn't get tired, or almost the opposite, how his quirk didn't turn off. Present Mick. Now we are seeing a fight. Bakugo attacks with everything he has, but Midoriya does not give up. This boy is dodging like a champion, but we all have a question: when will we see who will really be the one to strike first? Izuku continued to dodge Bakugo's attacks, who was getting more and more annoyed. Bakugo. Come on, you bastard, stop dodging. You were able to get up, right? Then attack. Use your damn strength. I'll endure it and show you that I'll be number one. A crushing victory. I came this far willing to go for first place. I'm not a useless coward like you. The blonde launched an explosion, but Izuku, unfazed, raised his hand and stopped Bakugo's, forcing him to close his fist. Everyone was surprised by this. Present Mick. I stopped him. Izuku. Midoriya stopped an explosion with his hand. Isn't he afraid of losing his arm? Is he really reckless or suicidal? The boy let go of the blonde, but immediately grabbed his wrist and began to apply pressure, causing pain in the blonde's wrist and then pushing him back. Izuku. Come on then, do you want first place? Prove that you truly deserve it. But the blonde didn't stay that way. Bakugo immediately rose up and plummeted, wanting to kick, that was stopped by Izuku. The boy took his foot and pushed him back again, knocking him down, but the enraged blonde threw himself again and gave another kick that Izuku was able to dodge, although this was a feint because immediately and propelled by an explosion, he tried to give an elbow that Izuku grabbed and, spinning, taking advantage of the fact that his rival was in the air, threw him back. But the blonde, who was not going to give up, propelled himself again, releasing a punch that Izuku was able to dodge by putting his torso back. The blonde landed and swept to return to attack the green-haired boy who was on his back, but he, anticipating this, put his arms back, managing to take the wrists of the explosive rival and then lift him into the air and make him fall in front of him, but without letting go. Izuku attracted him and pushed him with his chest, throwing him to the ground. Present Mick. What is this? Midoriya is fighting without using his fists. The boy isn't even hitting his rival, and he's pressured him more. Bakugo, hearing this, got enraged, so driven by his explosions, he threw himself at the green-eyed man trying to hit him, but again, Izuku was able to stop the punch. Bakugo desperately tried to knee him, but the freckled man with his other hand moved the attack away and immediately after grabbed his rival by the pants and lifted him up to spin him around and throw him to the other side. Bakugo was now really angry. He couldn't believe everything that was happening. He had attacked him with everything he had, and Izuku seemed to be winning. The blonde couldn't believe it. He, who had always been superior to the others and always humiliated the green-haired boy, was now being defeated. On the other hand, everyone in the stands watched this in amazement. Hiroshima. He's not even hitting him, it's like he's just using Bakugo's momentum to push him away. Shoto. He knows that not yet. Yaoyorozu. Not yet what? Shoto. He shouldn't do it yet. Back in the combat arena, Bakugo got fed up. The boy remembered Kirishima's words, a fist fight. He could feint with a punch to use his explosions. The blonde smiled and stood up to then go against Izuku. The screaming blonde tried to hit the green-haired boy, but he managed to block it with one arm. Seconds later he blocked another that had the same intention. Bakugo smiled, believing that now he could attack using his explosion, but Izuku was faster. The boy took Bakugo's wrists and crossed them, and then pushed them towards Bakugo, causing the blonde to hit himself. Izuku. Did you like that, buddy? Bakugo. Son of a. Present Mick. And now we can say that this fight just got even more exciting. Bakugo just saw Izuku upset. The blonde felt something run down his nose, so with his hand, he slowly wiped it away, and when he saw it, he saw the blood again. Izuku hadn't hit him, and yet he was bleeding. The blonde gritted his teeth. He was desperate. He had to attack with everything and not let him get up. Bakugo was not going to play with the boy anymore. He was going to get him out of the combat arena at all costs. Bakugo. I'm going to kill you, damn it. The blonde ran towards Izuku and began to attack with consecutive explosions. Bakugo even tried to hit the boy, so much so that there was even a black smoke screen that prevented him from seeing clearly. Bakugo. In the end I win, I always win, you're below me. Midnight. I can't see anything. Present Mick. Can someone help us with this? We can't see anything. The blonde just smiled because he knew that under the smoke he would find a fainted Izuku on the ground, but he was surprised when the smoke was becoming less dense, revealing a standing figure. The blonde couldn't believe it, his surprise turned to a slight fear when he saw that in this darkened figure there were 2 red dots. Bakugo knew that this figure was Izuku, there was no other way, but the 2 red dots. Bakugo immediately remembered that time in high school when he suggested suicide. Bakugo remembered the reddish flash he had seen in the green-haired boy's eyes. Hadn't that been his imagination? The smoke began to dissipate. Izuku was the cause of this, blowing discreetly. Everyone could see how the green-haired man was still standing. Present Mick. He's still standing. That kid took a blast that would knock anyone back, and yet he's still standing. What are you up to, Izuku Midoriya? In the stands, YehosuaHernandez looked closely at the green-haired boy. Something worried her. Izuku had always shown himself as someone calm, quiet, with a smile on his face, always saying some witty comment, but what she saw now was something totally different. YehosuaHernandez. Midoriya. Shoto. I told you YehosuaHernandez right now Izuku is doing what Himiko and I always told him to do. YehosuaHernandez. What? Shoto. To defend himself. Sai. It seems that Midoriya is upset, I have never seen him like this. Uraraka. The brave live as long as the coward wants, I guess Midoriya's patience has reached its limit. In the teacher's boxes, Nana watched slightly nervously as the green-haired man looked seriously at his rival. Nana. Izuku, what are you thinking? For his part, the blonde was really upset. Bakugo. This festival is made so that those of us who have a powerful quirk stand out, someone like you who has only been lucky enough to stand in the same place as me should not win. But the green-haired boy didn't respond. Izuku just advanced towards his rival, making him start to despair even more. Bakugo. What the hell do you think you're doing? The blonde just saw how Izuku was about to get towards him, so without thinking twice he threw himself at him. Bakugo was not going to let Izuku use his quirk. The blonde raised his arm and attacked Izuku directly at his face, causing an explosion that the green-haired man was able to dodge. Izuku. I make your job look easy. Bakugo growled. The blonde gritted his teeth and threw himself at Izuku again, kicking, punching and exploding with desperation as the green-haired man managed to dodge them all, even crossing his arms. Bakugo stopped, staying in an attack position. The blonde took a breath, his breathing ragged, while his rival didn't seem to be as affected. Izuku. Typical of you, go ahead and try hitting me again, I promise I won't move, and every bone in your hand will break. The green-haired boy said this in a serious tone that once again surprised the blonde, because he did not know this facet of the freckled boy, but this once again became annoyance, because more than a threat, Bakugo considered this as a challenge. He did not believe him strong enough to use his fists. The blonde remembered his fight against the Redeed. Bakugo took his cheek right where he had the cut that Kirishima had made. Itsuki Bakugo growled, and without thinking about the consequences of his actions, he propelled himself with his explosions, launching himself against Izuku. The blonde remembered the boy's suit. Bakugo wanted to destroy that shield, the suit. He wanted to finish off the green-haired boy completely. Bakugo did not hesitate. He closed his fist and threw a punch with all his strength, which impacted against the green-haired boy's chest, who kept his word. He did not move from his place. The result. A scream. For the first time in all the time Shoto had known Izuku and Bakugo, for the first time, the bicolor heard Bakugo scream in pain. The scream echoed in the minds of everyone in the Midoriya house. This scream made even Mitsuki break out in a cold sweat, because he had never heard anything like that coming from his son. Back at the festival stadium, more specifically in the stands, all the boys from Class A and B heard this in surprise. Zero. And maybe Bakugo surprised. Haminari. I am possible. Shoto. He did it. Bakugo held his hand in pain, not understanding why the blow had hurt. It was supposed to be just a simple punch. He was aware that he hadn't reached his limit yet. He didn't understand how the pain had stopped him now. Bakugo. What the buck did you do? What kind of stupid invention are you using, you damn cheater? Izuku. Nothing, I just did what I said I would do, not move. Bakugo was still holding his hand, but the boy stood up straight, looking at the green-haired boy with uncontrollable fury. Bakugo. You liar, stupid cheater, I'm going to finish you. Deku. I don't care how long it takes, I'm going to Mars, damn it. I will be number I will climb to the top no matter how much it costs me, I will be the one who surpasses Almight. Did you hear me? My name will be on the rich list. Bakugo had lost his mind, he no longer cared about anything else but winning. The blonde pulled back his hands and pushed himself hard. If there was something to respect about the blonde, was that he had surprising control of his quirk. Bakugo could move in the air in an incredible way using his explosions. His speed and strength undoubtedly made him dangerous. Bakugo tried to attack his opponent with everything he had, but he could dodge. Bakugo knew it. He only had one option if he wanted to beat the green-haired man. He had to use that attack. The blonde stepped back as he looked at Izuku. Bakugo. In the team training battle they told me I couldn't go all out, but here, it's totally different. Midnight said so. UA, an elite school, allows us to use our quirks however we want. That means, I don't have to limit myself with you. Damn nerd. I'll show you what happens when you make fun of me. The blonde prepared himself, he began to gather strength to use his special attack. Bakugo. I came all the way here for the undisputed first place, and I can't have it if I don't defeat a piece of trash like you who's been underestimating me. I do have intentions of winning, you're just another stepping stone like all those extras. I'll get to the top so don't stand in front of me. The blonde shouted this and began to run towards Izuku who prepared himself. The green-haired man put himself on guard. Bakugo rose with an explosion, and once in the air he crossed his arms, starting to make consecutive explosions, causing the blonde to start spinning with an impressive speed, enclosing himself in the smoke caused by these. Bakugo. If you're going to stand in front of me, it means you think you're going to win. You've never done that, not even when we were kids. You always had to be defended, you always had to be saved. You're just a crying coward. The blonde was plummeting, ready to attack Izuku, who was on guard. The freckled man stared at his rival's attack. Bakugo had become a human missile. Bakugo. Howitzer impact. The blonde opened his arms ready to attack Izuku. The explosion was surprisingly powerful. The shock wave forced everyone to take cover. The flash resulting from the attack forced everyone to close their eyes. The smoke was so dense that nothing could be seen. Some cameras that were nearby were destroyed. The attack stopped and everyone was able to open their eyes. The attack had been surprising and dangerous. Many doubted that the green-haired man was still standing. Present Mick. Whoa. Bakugo added momentum and rotation to the huge explosion he showed us in his confrontation against Uraraka. The boy became a human missile. We saw that Midoriya managed to withstand Todoroki's fierce attack and explosion, but we don't know if he was able to withstand an attack of this level. The smoke doesn't let us see, but in a few seconds we'll say it, the winner is. The smoke was dispersing and then, to everyone's surprise, Izuku was still on the ring. Although he had moved, the explosion had dragged the boy making him stay near the limit, but he was still standing. The most surprising thing was to see how he was not alone. Izuku had Bakugo of the dolls held while the two were still in the competition. Present Mick. There's no winner. How is that possible? If this keeps up, I'm definitely going to have a heart attack. The Oirozu he managed to resist. He was dragged by the shock wave but still didn't come out. Shoto. With me he had the drive, here he didn't, but he stood firm. Ida. Midoriya he really wants to win the fight, he's a tough opponent to beat. For his part, the green-haired boy's uniform was quite battered, he had lost his shirt again, leaving him only in a blue tank top. His pants were even more damaged. Izuku coughed a little and released Bakugo who took a few steps back, and after falling, his arms hurt. The pain had increased in the hand with which he hit Izuku, but he still managed to gather strength to stand up and walk towards his rival. Bakugo. Hey. Stop joking around, nerd. I told you I had to be the champion. There's no other. The blonde ran towards Izuku, grabbing him by the shirt and raising his other hand which didn't take anything out. Bakugo. Lose, damn it. Why are you still standing? Lose already. I'm the champion, only I can. But the blonde could no longer speak. Bakugo opened his eyes in shock. Everyone saw it, Izuku had raised his arm and without hesitation had hit him hard in the stomach. Izuku. It was always about you, you always did less to others. Tell me now Bakugo, what does it feel like to lose for the first time? Bakugo didn't respond, the boy just spit out saliva, let go of his rival and fell to his knees, then fell on the ground unconscious. He never got up again. In everyone's eyes there was no doubt, Izuku had won. Midnight. Bakugo can't continue, Midoriya is the winner. At this, the people shouted completely excited, respecting the two rivals. The public began to applaud and support both competitors. Present Mick. And now, all the events are over. This year's winner of the first year sports festival is from Class A, Midoriya Izuku. All the screens in the stadium lit up showing the green-haired boy's photo next to the word champion written in golden letters, while the people shouted excitedly. In the stands, the green-haired boy's friends also celebrated the green-haired boy's victory. Uraraka raised her fist excitedly, as did Mina, Hagakure and Kirishima. Uraraka. He did it. Mina. That was awesome. Kirishima. Midoriya, you are really impressive. Sai. Congratulations Midoriya. Happy Kiro. Bajiro. He is certainly someone to be feared. Shoji. He withstood an explosion of that level and didn't give up. Iida. I have to be stronger, Midoriya just raised the level of fighting. Zero. I have to admit, it made me eat my words. Haminari. It was just luck. Shoto. Hehe Izuku, even at the last moment you held back. Aoi Rozu. What a relief, I know you said I shouldn't worry, but I couldn't help it Todoroki, even so, I'm happy to see you champion. The fireworks exploded, rising majestically, and after a while all the students were gathered on the field, waiting for Midnight's words. Midnight. All of the first-year events for this year's sports festival have been completed. And now we'll begin the award ceremony. The screens lit up showing the name of this last part of the event, and immediately afterward 3 podiums were raised, each one with a number, although the curious thing was to see the second place, because this was occupied by Bakugo, but the blonde was tied to a cement post, he had a steel muzzle, his hands were immobilized, but that did not stop the blonde from shaking from one side to the other, showing an unfriendly face. Mineta. Huh. Giro. What the hell? Hiroshima. He's been complaining all along. For his part, Tokoyami turned to look at Bakugo and then looked back at his friends. Tokoyami. It's like a man-eating demon. For his part, Izuku turned to see Tokoyami with a smile, downplaying it because he knew what the blonde was like. After this, he saw Shoto who smiled amusedly, and then he saw Momo who smiled congratulating the green-haired boy. At this, Izuku turned slightly red, turning his gaze. In the Midoriya house, the 3 women watched this happily and proudly. Yes, Rei knew that Shoto had not reached 3rd place, but at least she saw that he gave an incredible battle, and that he also used his fire. That was enough for the woman to smile proud of her son. Mitsuki for her part had a tired face, she was happy that Bakugo came to 2nd place, but she was also a little sorry for the way he did it. At the same time she felt some shame seeing him move like a fish out of water and throw a tantrum like a little child. Finally there was Inko. The poor green-haired girl was in tears, she was proud of Izuku, but she was also coming out of the crisis that her son put her in when she saw how he fought against his rival, and first he let himself get hit, but putting that aside, the woman smiled at the victory that her little one had achieved. In the teacher's boxes, Nana looked at the scene smiling, she laughed at Bakugo's attitude and was obviously also happy for the green-haired boy. Nana. That's all, son. On the other hand, the media were down below taking as many photos as they could of the 3 places. Midnight. In addition to Tokoyami, Iida is also in 3rd place, but he had to leave early due to a family problem. We appreciate your understanding blowing a kiss to the cameras. Sigh. It's a shame, Iida was really excited. Izuku, for his part, upon hearing this thought of the blue-haired man, a villain. Izuku. Thinking. Ingenium, no, Tensei, for Iida's sake, I hope you're okay. Midnight. Now, we'll do the corresponding medal presentation. The medal presentation, of course, will be done by this man. The characteristic laughter was heard throughout the stadium, there was nothing else to say, the people became even more excited. It's Almight. The American hero was on the roof of the stadium located above the stands, no one saw him coming, the blonde took a run and jumped. Midnight Almight. Our hero, Almight. I brought the medals. Landing. The symbol of peace landed on the field, leaving a rather awkward silence, because as they both spoke at the same time, nothing could be understood. Midnight. Sorry, I spoke at the same time haha. Seeing the impressive hero, everyone started talking, congratulating the first-year boys with great impressions. First years are lucky. Yes, they have the #1 hero watching them. After the awkward silence, the hexy black-haired heroine went for the medals which she handed to the American hero. Midnight. And now, All Might, please hand out the medals starting from 3rd place. The American hero nodded and took a medal to approach Tokoyami who stood up straight. All Might. Haha, young Tokoyami, congratulations. You really are quite strong. Tokoyami. You're very kind, All Might. All Might. However, to fight well against different types, you must not rely only on your quirk, if you train your own strength more, you will have more options when you fight. The American hero put the medal around Tokoyami's neck and hugged him. Tokoyami. Understood seeing his medal. All Might arrived with Bakugo who was still struggling to free himself and use his quirk without success. All Might. What's that face? Well, never mind or so I think. Now young Bakugo. The blonde approached the blonde looking at him with pride, happy that he demonstrated his great power. All Might. First of all, I think this is too much. The hero smiled and then removed the muzzle from the boy. All Might. Well, first of all, congratulations, you did exactly what you said you would do. Bakugo. All Might a place like this. The blonde had dropped his head when the symbol of peace removed his muzzle, but as soon as he raised it, he showed a face that denoted total fury. Bakugo. It's no use. Even if everyone acknowledges it, if I don't, then I'm trash. I'm the one who should be in 1st place, I should have won this stupid festival. All Might. His face is amazing, and you know what? maybe you're right, in this world, people are constantly compared publicly, there are not many who can keep aiming for the top on an immutable scale, but you put yourself above others by setting that goal without looking back, maybe now you lost by a stroke of luck, but don't give up, now, just take this medal, okay? Think of it as a wound, so you'll never forget it. The blonde man brought the medal closer to the blonde man, but he was determined to deny it. Bakugo. I said I don't want her. Almight. Come on, don't be stubborn. Bakugo. I already told you I don't want her. The blonde tried but finally managed to hang her from the explosive boy's jaw. Almight. Here. The symbol of peace smiled and took the medal to go with Izuku, who saw him smiling. Almight. And now arriving with Izuku young Midoriya. The green-haired boy nodded slightly, he was also excited because even though Superman was his father and Endeavor was almost like his uncle, he was also a fan of the #1 hero. All Might, for his part, smiling, took the medal and hung it around the boy's neck. Insert P signed by Kenshi Yonezu, my favorite opening XD. All Might. Well done kid, against all odds and without standing out at all you managed to get here by your own effort, that speaks well of you, I'm sure that in the future you will be a great hero, your altruism is remarkable, congratulations. Izuku. Thank you. All Might. So, they're the winners this time. Looking at the people, but listen. Anyone here could have ended up on these podiums. Just watch it, this is what it's all about, competing. Getting better and better. And that way, you'll get higher. The next generation of heroes is definitely blossoming. So, I just have one more thing to say, everyone, say it with me please. Ready? The blonde raised his fist with excitement just like the people. All Might public and students in general. Thank you for your great effort. Plus ultra. Students in general. Huh. You should have shouted plus ultra. There, All Might. All Might. Well, everyone tried hard so there was no need to say it. And with these words the UA Sports Festival came to an end, all the students received a small medal in recognition for their participation, there were more events, but in the end they were only small ones where you could de-stress, the students were returned to school, and from there to their homes, Yaoyorozu and Izuku could not say goodbye, but there would be time for that, Shoto accompanied Izuku to his house being taken by Endeavor and Tuya. Upon arriving at the Midoriya home they were greeted by Inko, Rei, Natsuo and Fayumi. Bakugo's mother had left earlier, and the bicolor brothers arrived shortly before Shoto and Izuku. The young aspiring heroes were surprised by this, but there was no time for that, the boys were congratulated and scolded by their mothers, and by Fayumi, in the end, the women were worried about them, but once the scolding was over and hours later Nana arrived to join the celebration, in the end laughter and good humor filled the house, everyone happy for the boys who despite everything, managed to go far, and showed that no matter what situations they faced, they would be ready to face them. And despite the difficulties, they would manage to win. Chapter back to school, I owe you Gran Torino. The celebration lasted long enough, but like everything in life, it had to come to an end. The Todoroki family left leaving Inko and Izuku alone, who tidied up the dishes and left the house clean. Izuku played a little with crypto and hung up his medal to head to his room. Yes, it had been an exciting day, and the result of that was the tiredness he now had, and that forced him to close his eyes as soon as he covered himself. Thus, a few days passed which the academy gave to the boys as a break. The green-haired boy took advantage of this and helped his mother with the housework, played with Kipto as well as trained a little. After so much chaos with his training for the sports festival, definitely, these were quiet days for him. But these precious days of rest passed quickly. Soon Izuku realized that he had to return to the academy. His chaotic life began again. The boy got ready and left in the direction of the academy where he arrived sitting in his place, quickly being one of the first. It did not take long when Momo arrived, who smiling took her respective seat, so the others little by little were arriving. But there was no opportunity to talk among themselves, because as soon as Kaminari entered, who was the last? Almost immediately Aizawa appeared, who no longer looked like a mummy at all. Aizawa. Good work at the festival. Today you won't have many classes or physical activities, this is so that you don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Mina. So how many classes will we have? Aizawa. Depending on the teacher, you may or may not have a full day, but don't focus on that. In fact, for now, you should focus on the fact that what you did at the festival will have repercussions, because I'm sure that all the pro heroes who saw your participation in the festival will want to recruit you. For now, nothing is certain, but I hope you rest and think about this, guys. All? Yes. On the other hand, Izuku formed a serious face looking at Iida's empty seat. The blue-haired man apparently hadn't arrived that day. For anyone this could go unnoticed, but Izuku for some reason had a bad feeling. Just as Aizawa said, classes didn't last long, some homework and congratulations, but the boys were able to leave early. It was Friday after all. Saturday and Sunday were used to study, and on Monday first thing in the morning they returned to the academy. Everyone's wounds had already healed. Now everyone was heading to the academy, although there was only one problem, and that was that there was an incredible rain, so the trains were going to burst. Izuku traveled that day more crowded than usual. What made him even more nervous was that this was mixed with his story at the festival. The boy received multiple compliments from the people who were in the car. Izuku had never received words like that, so he didn't know where to look because of the pain. But the trip finally ended, and once he got off the train, Izuku headed to the academy. The boy opened his umbrella and started walking. Izuku. I know they gave us days off, but it's barely morning, and I already feel tired haha. The green-haired boy was already close to the academy. Izuku hated rainy days. He didn't know if it was because of his Kryptonian genetics, but he always preferred sunny days. The boy was wandering in his thoughts when he heard footsteps quickly approaching him. Ida, good morning Midoriya. Running. Izuku. Ida. You're wearing a raincoat and rain boots. That's what I call being prepared for anything. Ida. Why are you walking so slowly? You'll be late for the academy. Izuku. Huh? Late. But there are still 5 minutes until the first bell rings. Ida. Students of the UA Heroes course must arrive 10 minutes early. Izuku. I'm sure that only applies to the class president, thinking. Now that I think about it, it wasn't all that bad giving him that position The boy started to jog, managing to catch up with his partner, and soon, both managed to enter the academy to leave their things. Izuku. But anyway, tell me, Ida, how is your brother doing? Cleaning his glasses. Ida. Putting away his rain boots. Yes, I already imagined that you would ask about that. You don't have to worry. I'm sorry if I worry you unnecessarily. The boy took off his raincoat hat looking at Izuku with a smile which somehow didn't completely convince the freckled boy, but since he couldn't do anything else, he followed his friend to the classroom where there were already some of his other classmates. Mina. Everything is very different, for example, seeing events broadcast on TV, right? Many people recognized me and greeted me when I came here. Hiroshima. Yes, me too. Hagakure. Everyone was watching me, it was too embarrassing. Bajiro. But isn't that what you wanted Hagakure? Zero. Discouraged although not everything was good, some elementary school children approached me to tell me, don't worry about what happened. Sigh. Don't worry about what happened. At that moment the black-haired man shouted into the air, making Kirishima sweat. Haminari. I can't believe it, it's been days and yet we're already famous. Excited. Lie. The UA really is amazing. Izuku walked over greeting his friends and sat in his respective place. The boy smiled a little and seconds later entered the classroom, Aizawa, who now had no bandages, being completely recovered. Aizawa. Good morning. All. Good morning. Sigh. Kiro Aizawa-sensei, he no longer has his bandages, thank goodness. Aizawa. The old lady overdid it with her treatment, but more importantly, today we'll have a special hero computer class. At that moment everyone got nervous with the words of their head teacher. All. Thinking. Here it comes. Haminari. Thinking. An exam. I hope not. Hiroshima. Thinking. Special computer class. It's probably an exam, too bad, I'm no good with laws related to heroes and things like that. Aizawa. Code names, today you will choose your hero names. It only took a few seconds for everyone to react to this, the response was a collective emotion. Everyone. We'll do something exciting. Aizawa. Silence, this is related to the Pro Hero draft I mentioned a few days ago. The draft starts in your second and third years, once the students have gained the necessary experience and can immediately become support for the Pro Heroes. In other words, the fact that they send invitations to you who are still first years means that they are interested in your potential future as heroes. Although usually, those offers are cancelled and the interest dies until you graduate. Mineta. Shaking and banging the table, adults are so selfish. Hagakure. But that means we have to prove ourselves once we're chosen, right? Prove that they weren't wrong when they trusted us. Aizawa. That's right, so once I explain this and you understand it, I must show you this. Mina. What? Aizawa. The total number of those who received offers is. The teacher took out a button and names and numbers began to appear on the blackboard, which surprised everyone. Class A. No, on sale. Midoriya. Todoroki. Bakugo. Okoyami. Ida. Haminari. Aoi Rozu. Hiroshima. Uraraka. Zero. Aizawa. In other years, this was supposed to be more even, but now you'll have to understand why everyone's eyes are on these three this year. Haminari. But what a big difference. Aoyama. Annoying, those pros don't know what's good even if it was right in front of them. Hiro. Midoriya first, Todoroki second and Bakugo third, I think it was obvious after watching their battles. Hiroshima. Although in the case of Bakugo and Todoroki, they are in the opposite place, Todoroki did not even appear in the top 4. 0. Well, it makes some sense, a lot of people would be scared to ask about the explosive kid who was tied to the podium, don't you think? At that moment the blonde who heard this turned around quite annoyed. Bakugo? Who the hell would the pros be afraid of? Preparing an explosion. For her part, the brunette, seeing this, only lowered her head slightly depressed. Aoi Rozu? Sigh, there are fewer than I might think, sad, at least you two have more, seeing Izuku and Shoto, they really are amazing. Shoto? Well, to be honest, I'm sure a lot of those invitations are because of my dad. Izuku? In fact, it's almost obvious that your father surely sent you one, although I for my part am surprised, despite my place in the festival, I think there are too many, in fact I thought that because of my way of fighting, I wouldn't receive so many. Heh. Shoto? Well, they saw something good in your suicidal way of fighting and acting. Izuku? Look at the portable campfire, don't even talk about it. Uraraka? Heh, yes, I received offers, how great. Ida? Yes. Mineta? I didn't get any. Aizawa? Thanks for that, Mineta. It was anticipated that something like this could happen, so, keeping these results in mind, if anyone or no one asks about you, it doesn't matter. Everyone will be doing their internships with the pro heroes. Izuku? Huh? Internships? Aizawa? Yes, you've already seen it, in the USJ you had the opportunity to fight against real villains, you gained combat experience with this, but despite this, it is still significant training to see the pros work firsthand. Sato? That explains the choice of hero names. Mina? Finally things are getting more exciting. Aizawa? Yes, but I want to ask you to be serious about this, because they may be temporary names, but if you're not careful. At that moment, suddenly opening the door, 2 women appeared, both with black hair, but with an obvious difference in their outfits. Midnight and Nana. They'll have to go through hell later. At that moment, both Kaminari and Mineta were excited to see Midnight, who with a sensual step, walked through the room approaching Aizawa. Midnight. Because many of the hero names used by students become recognized by society, arms crossed. Nana. And so they end up becoming their definitive names when they are professionals. Mineta and Kaminari. Midnight. Excited. Aizawa. Yes, that's how things are going to be, Midnight and Nana are going to make sure their hero names are correct, I can't help them with that. Nana. Whispering to Midnight, wasn't it Mick who gave him his hero name? The hexy black-haired girl just smiled and nodded, irritating Aizawa who heard them. Aizawa. When you give yourself a name, use a concrete image of what you want to be in the future, it's basically the same as when they say that names and nature often coincide, take Almight as an example. At these words, Izuku opened his eyes, paying close attention. They handed him some small blackboards and markers. The green-haired boy took one and passed the others to Momo, who took them smiling. Izuku. Thinking. My hero name, a name of what I would like to be in the future. The green-haired boy thought about this as he looked at the whiteboard. A few minutes passed and some had already managed to finish, so Midnight and Nana got quite excited and started talking. Midnight. Okay, I see many of you have finished, I'm glad to see your enthusiasm, so let's get started. Nana. Those who have their names ready, come forward and show them. All? What? Hiroshima. Are we going to show them? Zero, I thought I was going to rate them one by one, this is really scary. Everyone got nervous, but Aoyama immediately stood up, the blonde was ready to show his hero name. Aoyama. I'll be the first, here I come. The shining hero, I can't stop twinkling. Holding up the small blackboard, which means I can't stop my twinkling. This caused confusion among his companions because this was not a name. All. It's a phrase. Midnight, for his part, took the board from the blonde and began to make changes to the name. Midnight. You know, it would be easier if you took out the I and changed the can't to can't, showing the changes to the blonde's delight. Aoyama. That's correct, mademoiselle. Everyone. Make up your mind, Aoyama, French or English. The blonde ignored this and went to his place. Mina was the next to pass by, arriving at the desk in an energetic manner. Mina. Next. Next, me. Putting the board on the desk, hero name, Alien Queen. Midnight. You too. Are you going to try that acid blood thing too? Nana. Stop it. Immediately, an image of the pink-haired girl in a xenomorpho queen costume from Ridley Scott's films came to everyone's mind. Nana. No way, go change it. Mina. Sigh, how boring, walking back to her seat. All. Idiot. But the first 2 examples only made the boys more nervous and they felt the pressure bearing down on them. Everyone. Thinking. Since the first ones were too weird, it feels like we should make it fun now. But at that moment, in the midst of all the confusion, someone appeared with a tender voice. Sigh. Kiro raising her hand, so, can I be next? Nana. Haha, of course, go ahead Tsu, thinking. How adorable she looks. The frog girl advanced until she was in the same place as her previous companions and faced the others. Sigh. I've had this name in mind since I was in elementary school. Flipping her blackboard hero of the rainy season. Froppy. Midnight. How cute. Nana. Haha, that's true, he's also friendly, I like him. Midnight. It's a great example of a name that everyone will love. And it was enough that Sai was the next for the previous tension to ease. Soon, the tender green-haired girl found all her companions, with the exception of Bakugo, raising their fists happily. All. Froppy. 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 Izuku. Thinking. Haha, thanks, Asui, you brought this back to normal. The next to pass was Kirishima, who nervously put his whiteboard on the table to speak energetically. Kirishima. The rugged hero. Red Riot. Midnight. Red Riot. Nana. I remember now, hey Kirishima, are you paying tribute to the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot? Kirishima. Sorry, hahaha, something like that, I know it's a bit old-fashioned, but the image I want to give is that of Crimson itself. Midnight. You carry the name of someone you admire, that adds more pressure. Kirishima. I know, and I'm prepared for that. Izuku. Kirishima is great. The green-haired man smiled, remembering a little of his childhood. Izuku. Thinking. Now that I see it this way, before I discovered my powers there were several names I wanted to use when I was a kid. The green-haired man took off his glasses for a few seconds, looking at them, thinking about his father. Flashback. We can see a little Izuku with a Superman suit. The little green-eyed boy would be barely 3 or 4 years old. Izuku ran to the kitchen where his parents were doing housework together. Clark was washing the dishes, and Inko with her telekinesis was putting them away. Izuku. Arriving with his parents' dad. Mom. Help me. Jumping. Clark. Huh. What's up, champ? Izuku. I want you to help me choose my hero name. Inko. Hero name? Izuku. Yeah. I just can't decide which one to use. The black-haired man saw his wife who smiled at him. Clark gave a calm smile and stroked Izuku's hair. Clark. Okay, let's go to the living room, son. Inko left a rag on the sink and went with her family to the armchair where the boy handed them both a notebook. Inko. Let's see, Flamebird, Man War, Super Junior. Izuku. Junior. Raising his arm. Clark. Haha, there's also Steel, Super Soldier, Nightwing, Superboy. Izuku. Super. Raising his fist again. At that moment the two parents stood up and Clark picked up Izuku, lifting him as high as he could. Inko and Clark. Great. Flashback end. Izuku. Thinking. Hey yeah, I think most of the names were like that, but now that he's gone, they're asking me for a name associated with the type of hero I want to be. I think it's a little harder to do it this way. The boy looked at his blackboard which was still blank. Haminari. Gosh, I never thought about my hero name. Hero. Calling the blonde's attention, do you want help with that? Haminari. What's on your mind? Hero. What do you think of jamming yay? Haminari. Excited, oh, I see, good thinking. It's like Hemingway who wrote A Farewell to Arms. Sounds smart and strong, it's amazing. Thumbs up. Hero. No, I said it because even though you're quite strong, you always end up all idiotic haha. The violet-haired girl remembered how when Kaminari's brain short-circuited, he became stupid saying a yay as a way of explaining that he was fine. Kaminari for his part did not find the joke funny. Kaminari, hey Jiro. Stop making fun of me. For her part, the funny girl stood up and went to the desk with a smile. Jiro. Hearing hero. Earphone jack. Nana. That's pretty good. Midnight. Okay, next. Followed by the girl rocker, Shoji arrived. Shoji. The tentacle hero. Tentacle. Midnight. It's like the word tentacle attached to something octopus, it sounds good. Nana. Come on guys. Zero. The hero of the film. Cellophane. Midnight. Simple but good. It's perfect. Ajiro. Martial arts heroes. Tailman. Nana. Good name, it reflects your strength. Sato. You also included man in your name. Come on, dude. Anyway, here it is. I already did it. Sweet hero. Sugarman. Midnight. How sweet. The boy left and after him came Mina, who did not give up, so she gathered strength and raised her blackboard while shouting. Mina. Pinky. Nana. That's much better. Haminari. The hero and stun gun. Chargeable. Midnight. Electrifying. Hagakure. Stealth hero. Invisible girl. Nana. That's perfect. Midnight. Come on guys, keep going. Hagakure went to sit down without anyone seeing that the girl had a slight blush. Momo stood up and walked next to Izuku, seeing that he still hadn't written anything. Aoi Rozu. Do you want a hand? Izuku. No, I think I got it, good luck, Yaoi Rozu. Adjusting his glasses. The girl smiled and walked to the desk. Aoi Rozu. Smiling slightly, I hope not to bring shame to this name, hero who can do everything. Creaty. Nana. Pretty creative. The girl tilted her head slightly and then looked at the green-haired boy who smiled slightly at her. The boy also raised his thumb, leaning on the brunette. After this it was Todoroki's turn, who stood up and put his board on the desk showing his name. Shoto. Shoto. Midnight. Your name? Okay. Shoto. Yes, at least for now, I should find something better. After this followed Tokoyami, who put his blackboard while putting on a serious face that gave darkness to his countenance. Tokoyami. Hero of darkness. Tsukuyomi. Nana. The god of the night. Mineta. The fresh just picked hero. Grape juice. Midnight. Quite pop and kitschy. After the little student came Kota, although something curious was that the boy didn't say anything and just showed his board, which said. Caress hero. Anima. Nana. Okay, I got it, haha. After this, Bakugo followed, slamming the blackboard against the desk, showing aggressive handwriting. Bakugo. I am the king of the killer explosion. Midnight. You probably shouldn't use a name like that. Bakugo. What? Why not? Kaminari. Why don't you try Lord Explosion? Bakugo. Shut up, idiot. I didn't ask for your help. Uraraka. Okay, it's my turn. Standing up. The brunette walked towards the desk while the blonde was led to his seat by the seductive black-haired woman. Uraraka. This is what I thought, putting the blackboard on the desk. Uravity. Nana. She has a lot of style. Midnight. We're on the right track. Choosing names is taking less time than I thought. You guys are good at this. Nana. Only Bakugo is left to change his name. Iida, and you too, right, Midoriya. The green-haired boy only nodded slightly. For his part, Iida had the marker in his hand, lost in his thoughts. The boy could not forget his brother, the recent events. The fight against Stain had left Tensei on the brink of death, and even though his life could have been saved, his career as a hero was over. The speedster's older brother couldn't feel his legs, which meant that Tensei had been forced to retire early. Obviously, this didn't seem to please Tenya, who refused the idea of this, but unfortunately there was no choice anymore. This was out of both of their hands. At this, Tensei had an idea. The legacy, the name of Ingenium, could not die. So if it's okay with you, will you take this name for me? The blue-haired boy had accepted. The boy began to write, but stopped. The name was left half-written, only managing to reading. Iida. I still. The boy stood up and approached the desk where he placed the blackboard. Everyone could read it. No, the name Ingenium was not there. Instead, there was only one word written on it. Tenya. Nana. Will you also use your first name? Iida. Yes, I hope you respect my decision. The boy didn't receive an answer, so he returned to his place. For her part, Nana looked at the green-haired boy who still hadn't written anything. Nana. Midoriya, are you ready? Izuku. I am I not yet. But the boy couldn't finish speaking because Bakugo made a slight explosion and stood up. Bakugo. It's my bucking turn. The blonde approached the desk again, slamming the blackboard again. Bakugo. Mr. Killer Explosion. Midnight. No, not that one, go to your seat. Bakugo. What? Nana. Well, in that case, Midoriya, it's your turn. Insert This Is Clark Kent by Hans Zimmer. Izuku. Yes. The boy approached the desk while being watched by his friends. The green-haired boy hesitated a little, but breathed, controlling his nerves. Izuku. Thinking. Yes, this will definitely be it. The green-haired man didn't hesitate and put the blackboard on the desk, making everyone look at him slightly surprised. Mineta. Midoriya. Kaminari. Isn't that illegal? You're stealing it from someone else. Hiroshima. Mine is partly a way of honoring someone, but… Nana. Let him continue, explain yourself, Midoriya. Izuku. Sai, being honest, you're alright. I was afraid to choose something like this because someone else already used it, but I think that, like the shield, it's not something of one person, but that we can all be it. We just have to have the courage to face the responsibility that it entails, to put the cape on our backs. Shoto saw the man and smiled. Something inside him told him that this would be the name the boy would choose. Izuku. Like Hiroshima, I know what carrying this name means, but I am willing to endure it because he taught me that nothing is impossible. This will be my way of honoring his memory and helping people. That is why I have already decided, and nothing will make me change my mind. This is my final decision. Nana looked at the green-haired boy with a smile. The woman was proud of the boy. Everyone was still confused because above the name there was another text, but this one was written in a language they couldn't identify. The symbols were not like anything they had seen before. For his part, Izuku smiled, remembering his father's words. You will give people an ideal to aspire to. They will follow you. They will stumble and fail, but in time, they will join you in the sun. Izuku, in time, you will help them achieve wonders. Izuku. He was the man of tomorrow, and now it's my turn, an immovable force. This will be my hero name. The Man of Steel. Superman. The boy said this before Nana and Shoto smiled. Uraraka just moved her head slightly, making a light smile, but for her part and without knowing how to explain why, Momo smiled. The girl did not know why. She did not know the boy as well as Nana or Todoroki, but there was something in his words that somehow made her form this expression. Nana. That's perfect, Izuku. I know you'll do well, you just have to strive to honor that name. Izuku. I made a promise, Nana-sensei, and I promise you that it will be like this. Smiling. The class didn't take much longer, and after a few minutes it came to an end. The kids stayed in their seats chatting a little, while Nana went to the teacher's lounge for a drink. Cementus. Oh, Shimura, it's you. Nana. Heh, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, Cementos. Cementus. Don't worry. Nana. Here, so you get over the scare. The woman handed a tea to the hero, who accepted smiling. Nana. What are you doing, by the way? Cementus. Not much, I'm checking the invitations for the boys. Nana. Invitations. Are they still coming? Cementus. Yes, look, in fact a new one just arrived. Nana. It's true. Cementus. That Midoriya really made a great impression, it's another one for him. He. Nana. Really? Let me see who it is. Cementus. Forward. The hero stepped aside, allowing the woman to approach, surprised by what she saw. Nana. This person is. The bell rang, and after a few minutes, Aizawa entered the classroom. Aizawa. Okay, now that you have your hero names covered, let's talk about your internships. All? Yes. Aizawa. Okay, first of all, you should know that these will last 1 week. Regarding the location where they will be held, those who received offers from professional agencies will have their own list, so you can choose them yourself. On the other hand, those who did not receive an invitation will have to choose between these 40 pro hero agencies that are in the country. Obviously all of these have already been notified, and they will accept to have them as interns. All of them will work in different places, and it goes without saying that each agency has different specialties. Midnight. For example, no. She is focused on rescuing people in accidents and disasters rather than fighting villains. Aizawa. Think carefully about where you're going. All? Yes. Hiroshima. I want to fight crime in urban areas. Sayu. I hope to find an agency that specializes in aquatic areas like floods. I wonder if there is one like that. Kiro putting her finger to her lower lip. Shoto. Ask Izuku, he has all the information about the heroes, he can probably give you an agency like the one you're looking for. Aizawa. Choose before the weekend. Haminari. Wait, we only have 2 days. Aizawa. Make your decision efficiently, that's all. And saying this, the black-haired man left the place. The boys had normal classes, and so, finally lunchtime arrived. Everyone was preparing to go out for their food. Mina. Hey, have you already decided which professional agency you're going to? Mineta. I'll go with Month Lady. Izuku. A pretty quick decision. Sayu. Mineta, you're thinking of something perverted, aren't you? Mineta. Of course not. Bajiro. I don't know what you're worried about, Ashido. You got pretty far in the festival. I'm sure you'll find an agency for yourself, although I'm surprised you didn't receive any offers. Mina. True. Uraraka. Sometimes I get a little scared by how quickly you change your mind. By the way, Midoriya, you have too many offers. Have you already chosen where to go? Izuku. I have offers, I have to see if the owner is a person or a team of heroes like the Hussycats. After this I will separate them into 2 sections, then I will see their specialties, and based on that I will divide them into groups. Everyone. He takes this too seriously. The boy came out of his thoughts when he heard his classmates. Izuku. Sorry, I was thinking too much about this. He. Sayu. You have too many invitations, you really think about it very carefully, don't you? Kiro. Uraraka. I think the pressure when you have too much is too much, you don't want to let others down. Sayu. Do you already know where to go? Uraraka. Uraraka. Yes, I already decided, well before, it's just that I didn't know if I would be on the list. Ajiro. Who will you go with? Uraraka. The battle hero. Gunhead. Izuku. Gunhead. He's a great hero in the specialty of battle, do you really want to go with him? Uraraka. Yes, I received an invitation. I could see her flipping through the pages quickly. Sayu. I see, but I'm surprised, given the qualities of your quirk, I thought you would want to be a hero like no. Kiro. Uraraka. Well, at first it was like that, but during the festival and the fight against the explosive Pomeranian, I realized that I should broaden my horizons. If I focus on just one thing my vision will be quite limited and I won't be able to do anything in the end. Izuku. I see. Izuku stood up, the boy adjusted his glasses and went with Shoto, who was still looking at the invitations he received. Izuku. You have one of him, don't you? Shoto. I thought you wouldn't use your X-ray vision here. Izuku. I don't have to do it, I already told you, it was pretty obvious. Shoto. Sigh yes, I think so. Izuku? Well. The green-haired boy approached the exit while being followed by his best friend, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu, who were talking about their internships. Shoto. I think I'll accept your invitation, you were right with what you said, I have to improve my fire control, an explosion like that would do a lot of damage in an open field. Izuku. I see, well, I'm happy for you, I hope you learn a little more. Shoto. Tuya will be there anyway so I won't feel completely uncomfortable. Izuku. Hahaha that's true. Yaoyorozu. So you have a great plan to choose the Midoriya agency. Izuku. Hehe yeah, it's kind of silly maybe it's a good thing, this way you get a better idea of the agencies around, also. But the green-haired boy could not continue talking, his phone started to ring, so the boy took out the device, seeing that it was a text message from Nana, it was quite simple, its content did not say much, just a few words. Nana. There's something you have to see. The green-haired man only saw this and immediately put it away with a serious face. Yaoyorozu. Midoriya are you okay? Izuku. This, yes haha. Yaoyorozu. Sure. You usually smile, but just now you made a very serious face. Izuku. Hahaha, it's nothing. The boy scratched his neck lightly as he walked forward with his friends, thus arriving at the cafeteria where they ate peacefully. After this they went back to their classroom where they had the rest of their classes. Once in the afternoon everyone left peacefully. Shoto. Shall we get a bowl of katsudon? I'll buy this one. Izuku. Hahaha okay, are you coming with us Yaoyorozu? Yaoyorozu. I would love to guys, but this time I have to decline, there is an important dinner in my family, so I have to attend. Izuku. I see, how bad, although I don't blame you I guess it's something inevitable. Yaoyorozu. I'm really sorry, maybe next time. Izuku. Yes, I think so. Shoto. How about you, Uraraka? Don't you want to come? Uraraka. Sorry guys, but no, you're very kind, but I have to go to work. Shoto. Do you work? Uraraka. It's a part-time job. Shoto. That's great, isn't it too much of a burden though? Uraraka. Haha, maybe, but I do it with pleasure, I work in a shopping center that is near the commercial area. Izuku. Where? The boy was talking to the brunette, but when he heard this he quickly caught her attention. Uraraka. It is a shopping center that is on the coast, where the bridge that connects with the exclusive island is, although there are some times that merchandise arrives from there, such as fish or some materials. Izuku. The one near a park in Musatafu. Uraraka. Huh. Yeah, but how do you know him? Izuku. Hahaha how small the world is, I go to that place from time to time, I take the opportunity to train a little and walk my dog, although I'm surprised I haven't seen you before. Shoto. Hey, you know Crypto isn't just a dog. Izuku. Look, I know it's a wolf, but nobody minds, it's too docile. Shoto. Yes, unless you're Bakugo hehe. Izuku. You didn't have to mention it. The two boys smiled, but at that moment the brunette opened her eyes and took Izuku by the shoulders. Uraraka. Wait a moment. Izuku. What? The green-haired man watched as the brunette stared at him before smiling. Uraraka. No wonder. Izuku. Right, what? Uraraka. I felt like I'd seen you before and yes, it was the day the school bus fell into the sea when a villain attacked. Izuku. Villain's day wait, you were there? Uraraka. It was my first day. I remember you left your dog at the entrance, I brought him a bowl of water because of the heat, I'm a cashier there, and I charged you that day. The green-haired man stared at the brunette before opening his mouth in surprise. Izuku. It was you. Uraraka. Yes. Izuku. Hahaha as I said, how small the world is. Uraraka. Hehe yeah, so your pet is called Krypton. Like the element on the periodic table. Izuku. Yes, his name is Crypto, it's with a Y instead of an I and without the N hehe. Uraraka. A strange name for a dog, don't you think? Izuku. Don't look at me, I didn't put it on him, it was my mom. Shoto. After he didn't leave your side. Izuku. Exactly, although he likes it too. For her part, the brunette saw the boys talking, somehow the brunette felt excluded, but at that moment she also remembered the day of the accident, the villain, the bus, the girl remembered parts of that event, there were blurry things in her mind, but somehow, hearing and seeing Izuku made this memory be in her mind. Shoto. Hey, what about Ida? Did any of you see him leave? Izuku. Huh. It must have been fast, we didn't even see it. Shoto. Izuku, you and I saw what happened, Stain is a dangerous villain. Izuku. He has killed heroes and left two injured, beyond recovery. Uraraka. Who are you talking about? Izuku. From the villain who attacked Ingenium, the hero killer. Stain. Yaoyorozu. Stain. Izuku. It was in Hosu, Tokyo. Shoto. Do you think it's okay? The green-haired boy looked at his best friend with doubts. Izuku couldn't help but remember Iida's words in the morning. The boy also remembered the blue-haired boy's face, his smile, there was something behind it that worried Izuku. Yes, I already imagined you would ask about that, you don't have to worry, I'm sorry if I worry you unnecessarily. Izuku? He didn't tell me anything. The green-haired boy went with his friends, and once outside they separated. Izuku went with Shoto, Momo to her house and Uraraka to her work. Once they finished eating, the boys went separately to their house. Izuku arrived, and once inside he realized that his mother and aunt were talking pleasantly. Inko? Izuku, you're here, how was your day? Izuku? Stroking crypto pretty good ma. Inko? I'm glad son, by the way, Nana already told me your hero name, I'm very proud of you Izuku. The green-haired girl approached the freckled man to give him a kiss on the forehead. Inko? I'm sure you'll be a great hero. Izuku? Haha thanks, but tell me, how are you? Inko? My day has been pretty normal son, you know, although I'm learning to cook more things. Izuku? That's great. Nana? Izuku, please sit down, do you remember the message I sent you? The green-haired man became serious upon hearing this, and without replying, he sat in front of his aunt. Izuku? Yeah, what's wrong? Nana? It's regarding your internship, son. I understand that you received more than invitations. Izuku? Yes, there are too many I'll have to spend the whole night watching them after doing my homework. Nana? Yes in fact, I came to talk about that very thing. Izuku? Why? The black-haired girl saw Izuku's mother and took out a leaf which she passed to Izuku. Nana? It's one of your invitations, I printed it myself. The green-haired boy looked at the invitation carefully, finding a name that he recognized perfectly. Izuku? Him. Nana? I know it shouldn't surprise you, you're free to choose who you want to go with, but I'll make this clear, you need to learn to use your other abilities, and soon, I know you won't say anything at the academy yet about who you are and who your father was, but today you already gave a clue by choosing this name, you have to learn to master your full range of powers, and whether we like it or not, you're registered only with an augmentation type quirk. Any agency you choose will know this, and they'll wonder why you can suddenly fly or shoot lightning from your eyes. Izuku? Yes, I know that. Nana? He, along with your mother, Endeavor, his family, Director Nezu and I, are the only people who know everything. Boy, maybe they won't be able to train freely as we would like, but it will be a good support and I could also help them when I can. Inko? It's a good offer, son, you can think about it. Nana? You still have 2 days, don't worry, it's just a suggestion, keep in mind that he's no fool, in fact he was a UA teacher for a year, he was also the one who trained Almight with me, he knew your father, his secret identity and his powers, you'll be in good hands. The green-haired boy nodded slightly, analyzing all the words he had heard from his teacher. She was right. Endeavor could also help him, but he would be busy with Shoto and wasn't going to interfere. Izuku took his daughter in his hands, looking at her carefully. The green-haired boy remembered that she had already retired due to her age, so he really wants to help him if he came back from retirement. The green-haired man frowned slightly, sharpening his gaze as he saw the name on the paper. Sorihiko Torino. Gran Torino. Thus, the remaining 2 days passed, everyone made their decisions regarding their internships, so after the weekend, everyone went to the academy and then headed to the train station accompanied by Aizawa. Aizawa? Everyone has their outfits, right? Remember, you can't wear them in public. Be careful not to lose them or throw them away. Mina? Yes. Lifting her briefcase happily and excitedly. Aizawa? Speak clearly. Just say yes and that's it. Mina? Yes with a depressed aura. Aizawa? Be sure to mind your manners around the pro heroes during their internships. All? Yes. Aizawa? Go ahead. Everyone excitedly began to enter the station, but Izuku and Shoto only saw how Iida without making any gesture simply entered. The mixed-haired boy was about to say something, but realized that Izuku was no longer by his side, but was heading towards the blue-haired boy. Izuku? Reaching the boy Iida. The sprinter stopped with his back to the green-haired man. Izuku? I know how you feel, Iida, and if you feel desperate, you can talk to me, we are friends after all, right? The blue-haired man remained silent for a few seconds, but turned to look at his green-haired companion with a slight smile on his face. Iida? Yes, I'll keep that in mind, thanks Midoriya. And saying this, the blue-haired boy left the place in the direction of the train he would board. Izuku could no longer say anything, and after a few seconds Shoto arrived at his side. Shoto? Well. Izuku? I think I should have been a little more emphatic, I have a bad feeling about this. Shoto? Yes, I think we feel the same, but unfortunately we cannot help those who do not want to be helped. Izuku? I'd like to do something else. Shoto? I know, but we'll find a way, for now we just have to hope he doesn't do anything stupid, he's always been someone who respects the rules, now we have to go and trust him. Izuku? Yes, I know. Both boys took the respective train, while Momo saw Izuku in the distance. They all left. Izuku was traveling alone, so he put on his headphones to listen to some music while he thought and watched the scenery. Izuku. Thinking. Well, in the end they were right. Besides, I know my uncle Torino in his civilian facet, and from what I know, in his heroic facet, he was also someone incredible. Surely he will know how to help me better. The boy took out a piece of paper that he had in his uniform jacket, showing an address with a name. Gran Torino. Izuku. Thinking. Okay, here I go. Gran Torino, according to Mom, you once said you would train me hard, let's see if you can keep that promise. The trip itself didn't take long. Soon, Izuku saw himself walking through the streets. It didn't take long to reach the house marked on the paper. The boy was surprised, because at first glance, it looked like a fairly old home, and therefore, it was very deteriorated. It was 3 stories, the paint was falling to pieces, showing in some parts even the bricks. There was a small fence at the top, but it was broken and one part hanging dangerously. The home was in a corner. Above the door was a purple sign with the word welcome. Surrounding it, there were containment fences which worried the freckled boy a little more, who gulped. Izuku. Thinking. I'm sure I'm in the right place. I spent all night watching and studying the routes I could take. In short, it's here. The boy gulped again from his nerves and entered the grounds, climbing the small stairs and knocking on the door, noticing that it was open, so he lightly pushed it. Izuku. I'm Gran Torino. I'm from the UA Hero Academy. I'm Izuku Midoriya. The interior of the house was dark. Izuku didn't know if there was no light or if it had been cut off. The green-haired boy prepared himself. He didn't want any surprises. At the same time, he put his hand in his pants pocket, preparing his phone to use speed dial and contact Nana in case he got into trouble. Izuku took a few steps inside the house and then, scared, stood on guard because a few steps from where he was the old hero. He was face down without showing signs of life on a reddish puddle, which due to the lack of light, could perfectly be blood. Izuku looked to the sides, noticing broken glass. This was enough. The freckled man was alerted, so he immediately took out his phone. Izuku. He's dead. The green-haired man turned on and unlocked his phone by quickly pressing the dial key and brought the device to his ear while looking around, ready for a fight. But at that moment, and increasing the green-haired man's fear, the short old man raised his face. Gran Torino. I'm alive. Izuku. Ah. He's alive. The green-haired man shouted this, impressed without knowing that his aunt had already answered the call. Nana. Izuku. Who's alive? Is everything okay? Izuku. Ah. I think so. The green-haired man could no longer let the woman speak because he immediately hung up the call to help the old man stand up, and once he did this, he went to the wall pressing the switch, giving light to the place where they were. Gran Torino. Oh, how careless, I was carrying a chain of sausages with tomato sauce and I tripped, wiping himself. Izuku. Thinking. That's easy to misinterpret now that I think about it. It's been years since I've seen my uncle Torino. I have vague memories of him. Gran Torino. By the way, who are you? Izuku. It's me, Uncle Torino, Izuku Midoriya. I come from the UA Hero Academy. Gran Torino. Who? Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, Uncle Torino. Gran Torino. What? Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Gran Torino stared at the green-haired boy for a few seconds. The boy, for his part, noticed that the already elderly hero was trembling slightly. Gran Torino. Who are you? Izuku. Thinking. What the hell? I can't be that old to forget. At that moment, Gran Torino dropped to the ground with a smile. Gran Torino. I want to eat something. Izuku. Eat. The little trip smiled and looked up at the green-haired boy. Gran Torino. Clark. Izuku. Huh. It's not me. The green-haired man saw the old man, who said nothing, keeping his smile. Izuku. It's useless, excuse me, I'll make a phone call. I won't be long, taking out his phone and heading to the door, thinking. I know my Aunt Nana said it would be a great opportunity to better control my power, but this is confusing. I should ask her if even she has seen it recently. The boy was about to dial again when he heard his briefcase being opened. The boy quickly turned his gaze, seeing how the old man had opened it, observing his uniform. Izuku. Huh. What's Uncle Torino doing? Gran Torino. Seriously, use your power against me. The green-haired man opened his eyes in surprise at this because even the old man's tone had changed. Izuku. What do you want me to do? Gran Torino. I want to see how well you drive it. Izuku. Huh. What was that? It suddenly seems like it's really. Gran Torino. It's a good suit, kid. Hurry up and attack, kid. Izuku. Confused this. Gran Torino. Smiling and tilting his head. Who are you? Insert the theme. My Hero Academia by Yuki Hayashi. Izuku. Thinking. It's no use. Gran Torino, I don't know if you remember me, but that doesn't matter now, I have to hurry, control my power completely. In the USJ I saw that the villains who attacked us, they won't stop, I have to be better, I don't know when they will return, and even if I am a student, I will not let them get away with it, I must be able to defeat them using my abilities, there is no time. Sorry, but I have to go, excuse me. The boy bowed and turned his back on the old man, heading for the door, but at that moment Gran Torino, who was still looking at the boy's hero suit, smiled slightly. Gran Torino? In that case. Izuku stopped and turned around again, there was that tone of voice, serious, deep. The green-haired man turned his body completely, seeing that the former retired hero stood up in front of him. He took a breath, and from one moment to the next, he had disappeared from where he was. The boy opened his eyes, surprised seeing how Gran Torino moved from one side to the other with great speed using his quirk. The old man moved in an excellent way despite his age. Sorihiko landed a little far from Izuku and then pushed herself towards him to jump and kick the freckled man in the jaw. Once he did this, the little man propelled himself in the air forward and clung to the wall that was above the doorframe. Izuku looked at this with impression. Gran Torino looked at him with a smile. Gran Torino? In that case, there are more reasons for you to attack me, brat. The green-haired boy looked at his superior, who couldn't erase the smile from his face. At this, Izuku could only smile slightly. The nerves and excitement made the freckled boy form this expression on his face. Finally, his internship and his practice had begun. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.